The Last Soldier. The American flag still moved above the walls of Fort Lincoln. Though time and weather had nearly erased the colors from it, the fabric had been red once, bright enough to be seen across the parade field on a clear morning. But 10 years of snow, sun, ash, and grit had leached it down to a ghost of itself. The stripes were pale, the edges were torn, and one corner had been burned black by lightning during a summer storm that had rolled across the plains with no living town left to fear it. Still, it stayed on the pole. It snapped in the wind when the wind was hard enough, and when there was no wind, it hung there like a tired sentinel refusing to quit. Sergeant Daniel Mercer stopped beneath it before first light every morning. He did not pray. He had never been good at it, and the last years had not improved him. What he did was stand at attention, one hand resting lightly against the front of his coat, his boots planted on the frozen concrete at the center of the command courtyard. He let the cold cut through him. He let the silence settle around him. He looked at the flag, remembered the oath he had taken when he was barely old enough to understand it, and reminded himself that a man did not get to abandon his duty just because nobody was left to punish him. The fort around him was enormous and empty. Fort Lincoln had been built for motion, for engines and soldiers, and shouted orders at dawn. It had once held more than 12,000 people after the first cities fell. Soldiers had slept in barracks and on gym floors. Families had filled offices, mess halls, training rooms, and storage bays. Mechanics had worked through nights made orange by burning suburbs. Medics had turned basketball courts into rows of cots, and the air had carried the sounds of crying children, helicopter rotors, coughing civilians, clanging tools, and distant artillery. The government had called the fort a temporary defensive refuge in the emergency broadcasts. Everyone inside had known that temporary meant as long as they could keep the gates closed. Now there were no rotors, no engines, no children, and no voice over the loudspeaker. But the one Mercer used himself during morning inspection. He crossed the courtyard after the flag check and began the first patrol of the day. His left knee clicked as he climbed the southern stairs to the wall, and his right shoulder ached beneath the weight of the rifle sling. At 52, his body had become a record of everything he had survived. Shrapnel under the skin near his ribs, a collarbone that had never healed quite straight, old frost damage in 2 fingers, a back that stiffened whenever the weather shifted. He knew every pain by mood and season, and he ignored them with the same stubborn contempt he gave to the wind. The wall was 12 feet high where it had not sagged. Mercer had repaired sections with sheet metal, cargo pallets, and pieces of wrecked troop carriers dragged into position with a loader he could barely keep running. The west corner had almost come down during the 7th winter. He had spent 3 days outside in sleet, bracing it with steel beams while the infected beat their fists bloody on the outer fence and hissed at the smell of warm human breath. He still remembered the sound of them on the wire, hands scraping, teeth clicking, throats making dry little animal noises that had once belonged to people. That was the part he never let himself forget. They had been people. Beyond the wall, the world lay under early winter snow. The highway cut through the plain a half-mile away, a gray ribbon buried in drifts and clogged with the dead machines of the old evacuation. Cars sat bumper to bumper in both lanes, some doors hanging open, some packed with skeletons still belted in place. A school bus had tipped into the ditch near the eastbound shoulder years ago. Its yellow paint was now dull and scabbed with rust. The windows had been broken out from the inside. Mercer swept the horizon with binoculars. Nothing moved at first. Snow crossed the lenses in thin white threads. Farther east, an old gas station leaned beneath the weight of ice, its roof half collapsed, its sign dangling from one remaining chain. To the north stood a row of houses, roofs caved, walls split open by weather, each one a small tomb from the first winter after the collapse. The dead had come out of those houses in packs once. Mercer had burned 2 streets clean and used the smoke to hide a supply run. He had still been one of 30 then. He could remember their names if he let himself. He usually did not. Movement flickered between 2 stalled sedans near the highway. Mercer adjusted the focus. 3 infected, shuffled through the snow, moving with the unsteady patience of things that did not tire in any human way. Their skin was gray where it showed through torn clothes. One wore half of a postal uniform beneath a coat too large for him. Another had a scarf frozen to his face, the cloth stiff with old blood. The third was smaller, maybe a woman, maybe a teenager. Distance and decay had taken away anything Mercer could use to tell. They drifted around the cars, heads lifting when the wind changed, bodies twitching at sounds that were too far away for a living man to hear. The infected had not become harmless with age. The cold slowed them, and hunger thinned them, but some instincts kept them moving. They remembered doors. They remembered windows. They remembered that living flesh made sound and heat. They traveled in loose groups, and when one of them found prey, others followed. In the early days, they had sprinted. They had climbed chain link, smashed through glass, and dragged soldiers down in places Mercer still crossed, only when he had to. 10 years had stolen speed from many of them. It had not stolen their violence. Mercer lowered the binoculars and breathed out. "Not today," he said, keeping his voice low, because a man alone started talking to himself or started losing pieces of his mind. He preferred talking. He continued the patrol. North Wall, East Watchtower, Motor Pool Gate, Communications Building, Infirmary Entrance, Armory Roof, back to the flag. He checked locks. He checked trip lines. He checked the angle of the scrap metal noise traps he had built along the outer fence. He recorded what he saw in a logbook kept inside a plastic field case. He wrote the date from habit, though he had lost certainty about the calendar years ago. He knew the season, the shape of the moon, and the count of days since the last thaw. That was enough for survival. It was not enough for civilization. Civilization required rituals. After patrol, he returned to barracks, Building 2, Room 8, the only room with a stovepipe still drawing clean. He shaved in cold water from a steel basin, scraping his face with a careful hand until the skin burned. He trimmed the gray beard that wanted to grow along his jaw and refused to let it win. He pressed his uniform as best he could, with a flat iron heated on the stove, smoothing creases into cloth patched at the knees and sleeves. He did not like the patches, but he accepted them. Regulations had never been written for the end of the world. Breakfast was powdered eggs, 2 hard crackers, and coffee so weak it tasted like memory strained through dirt. He ate at a table meant for 4 and sat with his back to the wall. Across from him, the empty chair belonged to Staff Sergeant Nolan in Mercer's mind, though Nolan had been dead 8 years. To the right had been Corporal Henson's place. Henson had laughed too loud, cheated badly at cards, and cried when the last convoy from Denver arrived without his wife. He had held the north gate for 37 minutes after he was bitten, refusing to come inside because he knew what he would become. Mercer had been the one to end it from the tower. Mercer finished the coffee and washed the cup. He did not leave dishes dirty. He did not leave beds unmade. He did not leave weapons uncleaned or doors unsecured. Dirt, sloppiness, and delay were how rot entered a place. Rot had taken the country one poor choice at a time, until the only things left with structure were the infected, the winter, and one old soldier who still believed clean boots mattered. By mid-morning, he stood in the armory with the inventory ledger open on the counter. The armory was the best-kept building on the base. Rifles hung in racks. Pistols sat in drawers, lined with oiled cloth. Shotguns, knives, batons, and spare parts filled labeled shelves. The ammunition cage stood behind 2 locks and a steel door. Mercer had once hated paperwork. Now, he treated the inventory as confession, because numbers did not care how much a man wanted them to be different. Rifle rounds were low. Pistol rounds were worse. Shotgun shells were nearly gone. Cleaning oil remained in half a crate. Medical supplies were down to bandages, pain tablets, iodine, thread, needles, and a handful of antibiotics he guarded like treasure. Fuel had turned bad in most of the vehicles despite stabilizer. Food remained for a few months if he continued stretching portions until meals became suggestions. Batteries were rare. Spare boots were good. Winter coats were serviceable. Hope had no shelf or count in the ledger. He checked the numbers twice. Then he checked them a 3rd time because the truth was ugly, and ugly truths deserved discipline. The fort was killing him slowly. Mercer stood with his palms flat on the counter, head lowered, breath fogging faintly in the cold armory air. For years he had told himself that holding Fort Lincoln meant holding a piece of America. He had guarded the gates, kept records, maintained equipment, buried the dead, burned the infected, and answered a radio that never answered back. He had imagined that one day a column of soldiers might appear on the highway. Real soldiers, with fresh uniforms and running engines, sent by some surviving command that had taken 10 years to crawl back from the dark. That had been a soldier's hope, not a fool's hope. There was a difference, though the difference had grown thin. He walked to the corner where an old television sat on a metal cart. The screen was dark beneath a thin coat of dust he removed every Friday. It had not shown a signal in nearly 9 years. Still, he remembered the last broadcast with cruel clarity. The president had been underground somewhere, face pale beneath emergency lights, tie crooked, eyes hollow from too many reports. Gunfire had echoed behind him. Someone off camera had shouted that the West Corridor was gone. The president had looked into the camera, as if looking into the eyes of every person still alive. "Continue the mission," he had said. "Protect the American people for as long as possible." Then the picture had died. Mercer had obeyed. For 10 years, he had obeyed. But the American people were not inside Fort Lincoln anymore. The barracks were empty. The chapel benches held dust. The schoolroom and the family housing wing still had colored paper stars taped to the wall, each one curled at the edges, each one bearing the name of a child who had either escaped with the last convoy or had not. The people, if any remained, were beyond the fences. They were on roads, in cellars, behind barricaded store windows, in camps hidden among trees, in places he could not protect while standing guard over ghosts. Mercer closed the ledger. The decision did not arrive like thunder. It arrived like a final signature on a form he had been filling out for years. He would leave Fort Lincoln. The thought struck harder after it was complete. He felt it in his chest, a pressure beneath the breastbone, as if some part of him still stood at 18 in his first issued boots and could not imagine turning his back on a post. He looked through the armory doorway toward the courtyard. The flag moved in the wind. Empty windows stared down at him. Somewhere in the distance, one of the infected near the highway released a thin, hungry cry. Mercer reached for the ledger again, opened to a blank page, and wrote a new heading, Departure Preparation. He wrote beneath it in slow, hard letters, Mission change. Fort Lincoln no longer sustainable. Objective is to locate active or abandoned Army installation to the southeast. Recover supplies if available. Identify survivors if present. And continue protection of American citizens where possible. He paused over the next line. He almost wrote, abandoning post. Instead, he wrote, repositioning. The word felt like a lie. It also felt like mercy. Mercer spent 3 days preparing to leave, because leaving in panic was how men died in ditches, with their packs still half open. He began with the vehicles. The motor pool occupied the southern yard behind the maintenance bays. Rows of trucks, troop carriers, fuel tenders, and utility carts arranged as if drivers might report at any moment. Most were dead for good. Tires had cracked. Seals had dried. Mice had nested in air filters. One armored truck still started if the battery was warmed beside the stove, and the starter was struck with a wrench at the right moment. But the fuel in its tank smelled like varnish and betrayal. It might carry him 10 miles before choking. It might make enough noise to draw every infected thing in the county. He left it. Walking was slower, colder, and harder, but it made a man small. Machines made a man obvious. In the quartermaster building, he laid gear across 2 tables and argued with himself for hours. He wanted the larger pack because it could carry more food and ammunition. He chose the smaller one because speed mattered and because an overloaded man died tired. He packed a bedroll, spare socks, gloves, flint, a water filter, a compact stove, 2 tins of fuel, a sewing kit, a sharpening stone, a medical pouch, maps sealed in plastic, and a radio small enough to fit against his ribs. He packed no keepsakes at first. Then he walked back to the barracks and took a photograph from his wall. The picture showed 31 men and women standing in front of the north gate during the 2nd year. They were dirty, exhausted, and alive. Mercer stood near the center, younger but already gray at the temples. Nolan had one arm around Henson's shoulders. Captain Ruiz held a mug in the air. Specialist Tran had 2 fingers raised behind someone's head like a fool. There were civilians in the picture too. Cooks, mechanics, 2 nurses, and a boy named Lucas who had lied about his age to help run messages between buildings. Everyone in the photograph was gone. Mercer slid it into the map case. The armory took longest. He could not carry much ammunition, and each choice felt like leaving men behind. He selected 1 rifle, 1 sidearm, 1 compact shotgun with a shortened stock, and 3 blades. The shotgun was a last resort. Loud, brutal, useful when distance vanished. The rifle was familiar. The pistol was for narrow places. The blades were for the world, as it had become. He cleaned each weapon slowly, not because they needed it, but because the axe steadied him. On the 2nd night, a storm came in from the north. Snow hammered the roofs and filled the courtyard with slanted white lines. Mercer moved through the barracks with a lantern, checking rooms he had not entered in months. In the women's barracks, he found a boot beneath a bed and set it on top of the mattress, because that was where it belonged. In the schoolroom, he gathered the fallen paper stars from the floor and taped them back to the wall. In the chapel, he sat in the last row and listened to the building groan. He had buried Chaplain Elias behind the infirmary with the others. Elias had been a thin man with patient eyes, never pushy, never soft. He had once told Mercer that duty without love became pride, and love without duty became sentiment. Mercer had been too tired to answer him that day. Years later, the words still irritated him because they sounded true. The next morning, the infected from the highway had reached the outer fence. There were 7 now. The 3 he had seen first had drawn 4 more from somewhere beyond the gas station. They scraped at the wire, faces lifting toward the wall whenever metal rattled. Mercer stood above them with the rifle steady but did not fire. The old rule whispered in his mind. Headshots only. No wasted fire. Every bullet mattered. He climbed down from the wall and crossed to the maintenance shed, where he had left a hooked pole, a hammer, and a length of chain. The safest answer would have been shooting them before he left. Shooting would announce his presence to anything near enough to hear. He chose the quiet method. The outer gate had a kill corridor between 2 fences, built in the first year when the fort still had engineers. Mercer opened the first gate only wide enough for one infected to squeeze through after he struck the metal with the hammer. The sound brought them surging and snapping. The first one jammed itself into the gap, arms reaching, mouth working. Mercer caught its coat with a hook, dragged it forward, and crushed its skull with a hammer when it fell. He worked without haste. Open, draw, pull, strike. Open, draw, pull, strike. The snow beneath the gate became black and red, steaming faintly in the cold. The 4th one nearly caught him. It had been a heavy man once, dressed in the remains of a mechanic's coverall. Its hands shot through the gap faster than Mercer expected, fingers locking around the sleeve of his coat. He drove the hammer down once, twice, 3 times, and the grip loosened. He stepped back, breathing harder than he wanted to admit. The infected thing writhed in the corridor with a broken skull and one eye still moving. Mercer looked down at it. "I know," he said quietly. "It is an ugly way to go." Then he ended it. By noon, the fence was clear. He burned the bodies in a pit beyond the east barricade, standing upwind while the smoke moved across the highway. The smell took him back to the early years, to mass fires and masked faces and men pretending not to shake as they carried friends into flames. He stayed until the fire had done its work. Leaving half-burned remains was sloppy. Sloppy invited animals. Animals invited noise. Noise invited death. On the final evening before departure, he held inspection. It was ridiculous, and he knew it. He stood alone in the courtyard with his pack laid on a table, weapons arranged beside it, boots polished as well as cracked leather allowed. He spoke aloud as if reporting to a superior officer. Rifle clean and functional. Sidearm clean and functional. Blade edges serviceable. Fruit supply, 18 days at reduced portions. Water purification, operational. Medical kit limited. Radio, limited battery. Route southeast by secondary roads and rail line were passable. Objective, Army installation at Black Ridge, or any surviving command element encountered en route. The wind answered with a long scrape against the flagpole. He looked at the flag. The cloth flicked and twisted, pale under the low sun. For the first time in 10 years, he allowed himself to imagine the pole with no one there to look up at it in the morning. The thought hurt more than the ache in his bones. He walked to the base of the pole and lowered the flag with both hands. The rope rasped through the pulley. The fabric came down slowly, folding into his arms with a softness that shocked him. It was lighter than he expected, fragile and almost transparent where years had thinned it. He carried it inside, laid it across the commander's desk, and stood over it for a long time. Regulations said a damaged flag should be retired with respect. Regulations had not considered a world with no nation left to receive it. Mercer folded it the best way he remembered. The corners did not align because the edges were torn, but he worked carefully until the stars showed on the outside. He placed the folded flag inside a weatherproof dispatch case and strapped it to the top of his pack. It would go with him. If America still existed anywhere, even in one stubborn breath, it would not be left rotting over an empty fort. After dark, he made one last round. He checked the infirmary, where rusted bed frames stood in rows. He checked a mess hall, where faded posters urged sanitation, morale, and calm. He checked the communications room, though the main radio had been silent for years. He touched the switch anyway. Static hissed softly, then faded. He turned it off to save power that no one would use. At barracks, too, he paused by the photograph spot on the wall. The rectangle of clean paint where it had hung looked brighter than the rest of the room. "I am moving out," he said to the empty chairs. His voice sounded rough. I held as long as I could. No answer came. That was good. Men who heard answers in empty rooms were in trouble. He slept in full clothing with his boots beside the bed and the rifle within reach. Sleep came in thin pieces. He dreamed of the first evacuation, of civilians packed along the road, of a little girl with a red mitten asking if the soldiers knew where her mother had gone. He woke before dawn, sat on the edge of the bed, and let the dream fade until only the cold remained. At first light, he ate the last full breakfast he intended to take from Fort Lincoln. He washed the cup. He made the bed. He turned off the stove. He shouldered the pack, locked the barracks, and walked into the courtyard. Snow fell gently, without wind. The fort looked almost peaceful. The empty windows had softened behind white curtains of frost. The parade field lay smooth and untouched. The flagpole stood bare. Mercer crossed to the south gate. He opened the inner lock, stepped into the vehicle corridor, closed it behind him, and paused at the outer gate. Beyond it waited the highway, the snow, the abandoned houses, the dead country, and maybe, somewhere far beyond sight, a place where the mission still mattered. He set his hand on the cold steel. Sergeant Daniel Mercer, he said under his breath. United States Army, departing Fort Lincoln under mission necessity. He opened the gate and walked out. The world outside the fort seemed larger than Mercer remembered. From the wall, distance had always looked manageable. The highway was a line. The houses were shapes. The gas station was a marker on a map. Once he stood beyond the fence with the gate locked behind him, each object became a place that could hide teeth, hands, hunger, or a rifle barrel. Open ground stretched around him in white and gray. The wind moved across it without obstruction. His boots left prints that looked too dark against the snow. He resisted the urge to look back immediately. A man leaving a post did not turn around every few steps like a thief. He walked until he reached the ditch beside the highway, then knelt behind the tilted bus and listened. The fort made no sound. No alarm. No call from the wall. No engine. The silence behind him was complete. Mercer took the plastic map from his coat and studied it beneath a gray morning sky. The rumored installation lay far southeast near Black Ridge, a training and logistics base that had supported several evacuation corridors during the collapse. He had heard about it from a dying lieutenant in Year 3, a feverish man who arrived alone in an ambulance with no tires on one side. The lieutenant had claimed Black Ridge still had fuel, food, and a communications bunker under the main operations building. He had also claimed he could hear his dead brother singing through the vents, so Mercer had filed the information under possible and left it there. Possible was enough now. He avoided the highway after the first mile. Highways were death corridors, useful only to those with numbers, engines, and ammunition to waste. Cars trapped sound. Bridges trapped travelers. Rest stops attracted the desperate. Mercer moved through drainage cuts, tree lines, service roads, and the backs of frozen fields. He kept the fort at his back until it disappeared behind low hills and blowing snow. By midday, he had seen 9 infected and no living people. The infected were scattered. One stood in a field beside a rusted tractor, staring at the sky with its mouth open as snow gathered on its face. 2 crawled inside the cab of a delivery truck, hands smearing the fogged glass when Mercer passed too close. A cluster of 6 wandered through an abandoned roadside market, bumping into display racks and each other with dull persistence. Mercer gave them distance. Distance saved ammunition. He made camp before dark in the loft of a feed store whose roof still held. The lower floor stank of mold, animal droppings, and old grain. The loft had a ladder he could pull up after himself and a narrow window overlooking the road. He ate cold beans from a tin, sipped melted snow, and watched dust turn the world blue. The first night away from Fort Lincoln should have felt like freedom. It felt like trespass. He lay wrapped in his bedroll with the rifle beside him and listened to the building settle. Wind pushed loose metal against the siding in irregular taps. Somewhere far off, infected voices rose and fell, not quite human, not quite animal. He slept in bursts, waking each time the metal tapped because his mind insisted the sound had changed into footsteps. At dawn, he climbed down, buried the empty tin beneath floor debris, and erased the signs of his stay. Old habit. In the early years, looters followed trash. Raiders followed fires. Infected followed both when the wind was right. The second day took him through the remains of a town called Mercy Ridge. The town sign still stood, green paint faded, bullet holes punched through the letters. Beneath it, someone had spray-painted a sentence in black years ago. Safe zone 2 miles. Another hand had crossed that out with red paint and written no such thing. Both warnings were old enough to be meaningless. which made them more honest than most signs left in the world. Mercer entered from the west, moving behind a row of houses. He kept off the streets and watched windows. A curtain shifting meant wind or a hand. A roof creaking meant ice or weight. A can rolling in a gutter meant nothing until it meant everything. He carried the rifle low, safety off, fingers straight along the guard. Every step had a question inside it. He found the old safe zone at the elementary school. The fences had been reinforced with buses, desks, and chain link. The front doors were barricaded from the outside, a bad sign. A faded banner hung over the entrance, welcoming displaced families. Mercer stood across the street in the shadow of a garage and studied it for 10 minutes before crossing. No smoke. No voices. No fresh tracks. No birds on the roof. Birds had learned which places moved. Inside, the school smelled of old ash. The gym had burned. The heat had peeled paint from the walls and fused ceiling lights into hanging black knots. Cots still lined the floor in melted rows. Someone had tried to hold the place. Someone had failed. Mercer found shell casings near the stage, small bones beneath a collapsed table, and a whiteboard with names written in careful columns. Beside some names were check marks. Beside others were question marks. He did not read them all. In the cafeteria, he found supplies that had survived only because the locked pantry door had jammed. 2 cans of peaches, a box of salt, 3 candles, and a sealed jar of peanut butter sat behind fallen shelves. He took the food, left 1 candle, and felt foolish for the kindness. Then he took the candle too. Sentiment made a poor meal. He was leaving through the kitchen when something scraped behind him. Mercer froze. The sound came again from the dish room. Slow and wet, a dragging foot, then a pause. He eased the rifle sling tighter and drew a blade instead. The dish room door hung crooked, leaving a black gap. A smell rolled out, thick and sweet with decay. An infected woman came through the gap in a cafeteria apron, one arm pinned to her side by a loop of wire. Her hair was gone in patches, scalp gray, teeth exposed where her lips had split. She moved faster than he expected in the tight space, drawn by his breath. Mercer stepped aside, caught her forward motion, and drove the blade up under the base of her skull. She collapsed against him, and for a half-second he held the weight of her person. He lowered her to the floor, rather than let her fall loud. "Sorry," he whispered, though he did not know whether apology meant anything to the dead. A second infected slammed into the dish room door, rattling the hinges. Mercer backed away, grabbed a metal tray from a counter, and flung it down the hall. The clang echoed toward the gym. The infected behind the door shrieked and threw itself toward the noise, bashing through the crooked frame and stumbling away from him. Mercer moved the other direction, out the kitchen exit, across the rear lot, and into the alley before the shriek could pull anything else close. He did not breathe normally until Mercy Ridge was behind him. Days became a rhythm of cold, caution, and measured hunger. Mercer traveled at dawn and late afternoon, rested in concealed places during the brightest hours, and never made a fire unless wind and stone could hide the smoke. He filled water from streams when ice allowed, filtered it, boiled it only when safe. He slept above ground if he could, behind locked doors if he had to, never in basements. Basements had one way out. One way out was a grave pretending to be shelter. He encountered signs of living people on the 5th day. They were not good signs. Fresh boot prints crossed a muddy patch near an overpass. 3 sets, maybe 4, moving north. One print showed a heel worn unevenly. Another had a distinctive crack across the sole. Mercer followed at a distance long enough to learn what he needed, then turned off before the trail reached a cluster of abandoned trucks. Smoke stains marked the underside of the overpass. Bones lay in a ditch, too clean for infected work. Human survivors had camped there recently. They had butchered something, maybe deer, maybe dog, maybe worse. He did not intend to find out. On the 7th day, he watched 2 men fight over a backpack in the middle of a road. He saw them from a hillside, small figures beside a service van. One held a tire iron. The other had a kitchen knife tied to a stick. They circled each other, shouting words Mercer could not hear. An infected came from between 2 houses, drawn by the voices. Then another. The men were too angry to notice until the first one screamed. Mercer watched through binoculars, jaw tight, rifle untouched beside him. By the time the fight ended, the backpack lay in the road and 5 infected bent over the men. He could have fired. He might have saved one. He might have drawn every dead thing in the town and spent 3 rounds to learn that men who fought over scraps had already chosen their path. The mission was not to die loudly for strangers who had stopped seeing beyond their own hunger. That was what he told himself. It sounded almost convincing. On the 9th day, a thaw turned snow to gray slush. His socks soaked through. He stopped under a collapsed farm awning, changed them, and rubbed feeling back into his toes until they burned. He found a child's bicycle in the weeds behind the farmhouse, pink streamers still attached to one handle. He turned it upside down, spun the front tire, and watched the streamers flutter in the wind. It was absurdly bright against the mud. He left it there. On the 12th day, he reached the rail line. The rails ran southeast through low woods, two bright strips of metal showing through snow where wind kept them clear. Traveling beside them was dangerous, because rail beds offered long sight lines to anyone watching, but they also avoided towns and choked roads. Mercer followed from inside the trees, using the line as a guide without stepping onto it unless necessary. That afternoon, he found a train stopped on the tracks. It stretched for nearly half a mile, freight cars and two passenger coaches coupled behind a dead engine. The passenger windows were shattered. The door stood open. Clothes hung from one doorway like shed-skins. Mercer watched from the woods for 20 minutes, then moved closer because the lead coach had a medical symbol painted on its side. The coach had once been a mobile aid station. The supplies were long gone, but he found gauze inside a sealed cabinet and 2 bottles of alcohol beneath a bench. He also found old blood on every surface and bullet holes in the ceiling. A child's drawing was taped to a wall near the rear door. It showed stick figures beneath a blue sky, a house, a dog, and a soldier with a square body and a smiling face. The soldier was taller than the house. Mercer stared at it longer than he meant to. A sound from outside brought him back. Not infected. The sound was dogs. The barking carried from somewhere ahead, sharp and excited, rising in bursts. Mercer crouched by the broken window and listened. Dogs were worse than infected, in some ways. They were fast, smart, hungry, and alive enough to learn. Packs had formed after the collapse, descendants of pets, strays, and working animals that had survived by losing fear of people. They could smell weakness. They attacked in turns. A man could scare off one dog. A pack required luck, height, or noise. Mercer did not have luck to spare. He slipped out of the coach and moved into the trees, intending to loop far around the sound. Then a human voice screamed. It was young, raw, and furious. "Get away from me." Mercer stopped with one hand against a tree. The scream came again, followed by barking and the metallic thud of bodies striking a vehicle. He looked southeast, where the rail line crossed a road and the road led to a bridge over a dry creek. His route went that way. His mission went that way. His ammunition did not. He closed his eyes for one breath. "Damn it," he said, and started toward the bridge. The bridge had been a checkpoint once. 2 military transport trucks blocked the near end at awkward angles, their tires flat, their sides blackened by fire. Concrete barriers formed a crooked lane between them. Beyond the barriers, abandoned cars packed the bridge deck from rail to rail, some facing the right direction, some turned sideways, some crushed into each other as if the whole evacuation had clenched into one final fist and never relaxed. The creek bed below was a frozen scar lined with reeds and trash. The barking came from the middle of the bridge. Mercer approached through the creek bed, staying low beneath the concrete lip. The smell reached him first, dog musk and rot, then the sound of claws against metal. He eased up the slope and peered through a gap where the bridge rail had broken. 8 dogs surrounded a sedan, wedged between a delivery van and an old police cruiser. They were large enough to be dangerous, ribs showing beneath winter coats, ears torn, muzzles dark with old blood. 2 stood on the hood. One had its front paws against the driver's window, snapping through a hole in the cracked glass. Another circled to the rear door, searching for a way in. Inside the car, a boy pressed himself against the far side, swinging a tire iron whenever a muzzle came too close. 17, maybe. He was thin, with brown hair too long, face streaked with grime. A cut ran along his cheek, not deep but bleeding enough to make the dogs frantic. Mercer cursed softly. The right choice was to leave. He knew that with the cold math of survival, a pack of dogs could be avoided. A trapped boy could not be carried if injured. One gunshot could draw infected from every low place along the road. Ammunition was finite. His mission was bigger than one stranger in one car on one bridge in a dead county. The boy struck the window frame with the tire iron and shouted again. His voice cracked, but it did not plead. "Come on then. Try it." One of the dogs lunged through the broken window and caught his sleeve. The boy screamed through clenched teeth, braced one boot against the console, and hammered the tire iron down on the dog's snout. The dog yelped and fell back, but another leapt onto the trunk before the first hit the bridge deck. Mercer watched the boy's face. Terror was there. Anyone would have terror. But the boy was not frozen by it. He kept moving. He kept fighting. He had the frantic stubbornness of someone who expected the world to kill him and intended to make the world work for it. Mercer had seen that look in soldiers who lived. He slipped the rifle from his shoulder and checked the bridge approaches again. No infected in sight. No human movement. Wind from the north, carrying sound down the creek and into the open road. The conditions were bad, but not impossible. He chambered around. The sound was small. To Mercer, it felt like tearing currency in half. He rose from the creek bed, planted one boot on a broken slab, and fired into the sky. The crack rolled across the bridge and slapped back from the creek walls. Birds exploded from the trees. The dogs scattered in a burst of panic, claws skidding on frozen metal, bodies slamming into bumpers as they fought for space. One bold animal turned and snarled at him. Mercer aimed low, not at it but near enough to right the argument in snow. He did not fire again. The dog understood the raised rifle. It bolted after the others, vanishing between the abandoned cars at the far end of the bridge. Mercer lowered the barrel and listened. The echo faded. The wind returned. No infected cried out yet, but the day had changed. Sound had gone out into the country, and sound always came back with company. He moved fast. "Open the door," he called. The boy stared to the shattered window, eyes wide, tire iron still raised. "Are you real?" "Open the door before I decide I am not." The boy blinked, looked around at the empty bridge, then kicked at the passenger door. It stuck. He kicked twice more. Mercer crossed the road, grabbed the handle, and pulled hard. Ice cracked along the seam. The door opened with a shriek of metal. The boy tumbled out, nearly fell, caught himself against the car, and immediately tried to look taller than he was. "I had it handled," he said. "You were in a car being eaten by dogs." "I said I had it handled, not that it looked good." Mercer stared at him. The boy stared back, breathing hard, one hand clenched around the tire iron. Up close he looked worse. His coat was too thin. His boots were mismatched. He had a bruise along one temple, a split lip, and the cheek cut from the glass. Hunger had sharpened his face, but his eyes were alert, quick, suspicious. "What is your name?" Mercer asked. "Ford." "First or last?" "Only one that matters." Mercer almost smiled and did not give him the satisfaction. "Where is your group, Ford?" "Dead, gone, or smart enough not to be on this bridge." "That narrows it poorly." Ford glanced toward the far end of the bridge where the dogs had disappeared. "You scared them off with one shot." "I wasted one shot." "It worked." "It also told everything with ears that lunch is walking this way." Ford swallowed and looked suddenly younger. "Infected? Maybe. People, maybe. Dogs again. Certainly if they get hungry enough. Then we should move." Mercer looked at the boy's hands, his stance, the tire iron, the quick scan he gave the bridge. "You have supplies?" Ford shifted. "Some." "Where?" The boy tipped his chin toward the sedan. "Back seat." Mercer leaned in and saw a torn blanket, an empty water bottle, half a bag of corn chips, 3 cans without labels, a cracked flashlight, and a backpack patched with duct tape. The backpack was trapped beneath the collapsed rear seat. Dog saliva streaked the door. The driver's side was splattered with old gore, not Ford's. "How did you get in there?" Mercer asked. "Same way anybody gets in a car." "Try again." Ford looked down the bridge. His sarcasm thinned. "Dogs chased me from the rail line. I thought I could cross before they caught up. There were infected at the far end, so I cut between the cars. Door was open. I got in, slammed it, then the seat jammed somehow and the door froze after I kicked it shut. Infected at the far end? 4, maybe 5. Slow ones." Mercer stepped to the side of the sedan and looked past the rows of vehicles. Nothing moved at the far end now. That did not comfort him. The gunshot might bring the slow ones out, or draw faster things from buildings beyond the bridge. "We leave the bridge now," he said. "My pack is stuck. Take what fits in your coat. That is everything I own." Mercer turned toward him. "Your life is everything you own. The pack is cloth and bad planning." Ford's jaw tightened. For a moment, Mercer thought the boy would argue. Then he ducked into the car and began yanking items free with angry efficiency. Mercer watched the bridge approaches and let him have 30 seconds. At 40, he grabbed the back of Ford's coat and pulled him out. "Time." "I almost had it. You almost got us killed." Ford clutched the unlabeled cans against his chest. You always this friendly? Only after spending ammunition. They moved off the bridge through the creek bed. Mercer set a hard pace east beneath the road, then cut south into the trees once the bank flattened. Ford kept up for the first mile through pride alone. By the second, his breathing grew ragged. By the third, his steps dragged, then he stumbled over roots hidden beneath snow. Mercer slowed only when he found a cluster of limestone boulders at the edge of a ravine, high enough to see back toward the road, sheltered enough to rest without being obvious. Sit, Mercer said. Ford dropped onto a rock with a gasp he tried to turn into a cough. Mercer listened for pursuit. Nothing came yet. He took a water flask from his pack and handed it over. Small drink. Ford drank too much, choked, then handed it back with an embarrassed scowl. Small means small, Mercer said. I know what small means. Evidence argues otherwise. Ford wiped his mouth with his sleeve. His hand trembled now that the danger had stepped back enough to let his body notice. Mercer knelt, opened the medical pouch, and pointed at the cut on the boy's cheek. Let me see. It is fine. Let me see, or keep bleeding on yourself until the dogs write poetry about it. Ford stared at him, then leaned forward. The cut was messy, but shallow. Mercer cleaned it with alcohol. Ford hissed and jerked away. Hold still. That burns. Infections burn worse. Ford's eyes flicked to him. In the old world, that sentence would have meant bacteria. In this world, infection meant a different end entirely. It was glass, Ford said quickly. Dog did not bite me. I can see that. Just making sure you can. Mercer placed a strip of gauze against the cheek and taped it down. If a dog had bitten you, we would be having a different conversation. Ford held his gaze. Would you shoot me? Mercer packed the medical kit. If you turned. That is not what I asked. I would not shoot a living boy because he got bit by a dog. Ford looked away, relief and distrust mixing across his face. Some people would. Some people are poor shots and worse men. For a moment, neither spoke. Snow fell from a branch and whispered into the ravine. Somewhere behind them, a faint bark floated through the woods, distant but enough to put both of them still. Mercer stood. We move again in 2 minutes. Ford picked up the tire iron. Where are you going? Southeast. That is not an answer. It is a direction. Directions usually go somewhere. Mercer considered telling him nothing. The boy had no right to the mission. He was a complication with a sharp mouth and a bleeding cheek. Mercer had already paid 1 bullet for him. The efficient choice was to point him toward Mercy Ridge, warn him about the school, and keep moving. Instead, he heard the president's voice from a dead screen. Protect the American people for as long as possible. He hated old orders sometimes. There's supposed to be an army base near Black Ridge, Mercer said. I'm going to see if anything is left. Ford's expression changed. Hope tried to rise in it, then suspicion kicked it down. A real base? Maybe. With food? Maybe. With bullets? If God has a sense of humor. Ford stared into the trees. He looked like someone trying not to appear interested in warmth while freezing to death. My last group heard about a place southeast, he said. They said soldiers had a bunker. Your last group where? North of here. Old church camp. What happened? Ford's fingers tightened around the tire iron until his knuckles paled. People happened. Mercer waited. Ford gave a humorless little laugh. That is the clean version. The road does not reward clean versions. The boy looked at him, measuring. My parents died when I was little? Not in a brave way. Not saving anybody. They went out for medicine and came back wrong. My uncle took me in. He died 3 months later when a woman at our shelter hid a bite because she was scared. Then a family on a farm found me. Made it 2 years. Fever took 1 kid, infected took the father, raiders took the rest. I ran. Found a convoy, lost them in a storm. Found the church camp, and that fell apart when half the people decided the other half had too much food. Every place I joined dies one by one. He said it flatly, as if reciting weather. His eyes said he had recited it to himself many times, trying to turn grief into a tool. Mercer looked down at him. How old are you? 17. You have been alone since when? Depends how you count alone. That sounds like an answer designed to avoid being one. Ford shrugged. Maybe 13. Maybe always. The wind moved through the trees. Mercer heard dogs again, farther away now, then silence. Ford lifted his chin. If I stay with you, you might die like everybody else I join. The words hung there with such bleak sincerity that Mercer stared at him. Then Mercer laughed. It started as a short, surprised sound and broke into something larger before he could stop it. He sat back against a boulder and laughed until his ribs hurt. The boy stared as if he had chosen to follow a lunatic. "What is wrong with you?" Ford demanded. Mercer wiped at one eye with the heel of his hand. "Son, I just walked out of a fort built for 12,000 people, and I was the last man in it. If bad luck has a chain of command, you and I are both senior staff." Ford's mouth twitched despite himself. "That is not funny." "It is absolutely funny. It is just not cheerful." The boy looked away, fighting a smile and losing by inches. Mercer stood and adjusted his pack. "Here are your options. You can go north where the dogs know your smell. The bridge is loud, and the road is full of dead things. You can go back to whatever hole you crawled out of and continue proving that bad plans sometimes have strong legs. Or you can come with me to Black Ridge and see what kind of trouble two cursed men can get into." Ford rose slowly. "You inviting me? I am permitting you to walk in the same direction under strict supervision. That is basically inviting. Do not get sentimental." Ford slipped the tire iron through a loop on his belt and tried to lift the cans with dignity. "I want a gun." Mercer started walking. "You do not. You did not even think about it. I thought about it before you asked. I need one. You need training, judgment, and boots that match. A gun is somewhere below those. I can learn. You will." Ford hurried after him. "That means yes. That means if we reach Black Ridge and find ammunition, I will teach you to shoot. Until then, you get nothing that makes noise unless the world ends a second time." Ford looked offended. "What am I supposed to do if something attacks me?" Mercer glanced at the tire iron. "Use that without screaming." "I do not scream. You introduce yourself to the bridge like an opera singer." "I was motivating myself." "Then motivate quietly." They moved south through the trees, leaving the bridge and the dogs behind. Mercer kept Ford ahead of him at first, where he could watch the boy's pace and make sure no panic sent him running. Ford limped after a while, but did not complain. That earned him 1 point. He watched the trees more than the ground and twice nearly tripped on roots. That lost him 2. By dusk, they reached an abandoned hunting cabin tucked near the ravine. Mercer cleared it room by room with Ford waiting outside, tire iron raised in both hands. The cabin was empty except for mouse nests, a rusted stove, and 3 chairs. One window was broken. The back door had a bar. Good enough for one night. Inside, Ford collapsed into a chair and looked at the rifle across Mercer's knees. "So what do I call you?" "Mercer." "First name?" "Sergeant." Ford snorted. "That is not a first name. It is the one you get. Are you really Army?" Mercer looked at him across the dim cabin. "I was Army before you learned to walk." "There is still Army." Mercer fed kindling into the stove, keeping the flame low, the smoke minimal. "There is me." Ford considered that. "That is a small army. It has survived so far." The boy leaned back, exhaustion pulling at his face. "So what happens tomorrow?" Mercer shut the stove door and watched the fire settle into red light. "Tomorrow," he said, "you learn why surviving a fight is not the same as winning one." Ford learned the first lesson before sunrise. Mercer woke him by covering his mouth with one hand and pinning his wrist with the other. The boy came out of sleep like a trapped animal, bucking hard, eyes wide, breath hot against Mercer's palm. He tried to slam a knee up, which was smart, but he telegraphed the motion badly. Mercer shifted his weight, trapped the leg, and leaned close enough for Ford to hear and whisper, "If I were infected, you would already be dead. If I were a raider, you would be tied. If I were hungry, you would be meat. Do not sleep like the world owes you mercy." Ford stopped fighting, not because he wanted to, but because he understood the situation. Mercer released him and stepped back. The boy sat up with murder in his eyes. "You are insane. I am alive. You could have warned me." "The warning was yesterday." Ford rubbed his wrist and glared. "I hate training already." "You have not started training. You have started complaining." They left the cabin in darkness, covering the remains of their small fire with ash and scattering cold snow over the stovepipe outside to kill the warmth signature. Mercer made Ford walk the perimeter before they moved on. The boy found 1 set of rabbit tracks, 2 empty cans near the woodpile, and the scrape marks Mercer had left deliberately near the back door. He missed the broken twig near the trail, the partial footprint under the cedar, and the strip of cloth snagged on the fence line. "That cloth was there before," Ford said when Mercer pointed it out. "How do you know?" Ford opened his mouth, then shut it. "You do not know," Mercer said. "You guessed, because being wrong feels better when you say it confidently." Ford's cheeks reddened. "I am still alive, am I not?" "You are alive because you were lucky and stubborn. Luck is unreliable. Stubborn needs training." They traveled until mid-morning, then stopped in a frozen orchard where bare apple trees stood in crooked rows. Mercer chose the place because visibility was good and the ground was uneven enough to punish bad footwork. He took Ford's tire iron, tested its weight, and handed it back. "That is not a weapon," Mercer said. "It is a piece of metal. It becomes a weapon when your mind knows what to do with it." Ford held it like a club. "I hit things with it. Children hit things. Survivors end threats." The boy shifted, annoyed but listening. Mercer drew a circle in the snow with his boot. "Stand there." Ford stepped inside the circle. "No, stand balanced." "I am standing." "You are leaning on your heels. If anything shoves you, you fall. Knees soft. Weight centered. Hands where they can work. Eyes up. The ground will still be there if you stop admiring it." For the next hour, Mercer taught him how to stand. Ford hated every minute. That was good. Pride was useful fuel once it burned clean. The boy wanted strikes, throws, and heroic violence. Mercer gave him balance, angles, and the art of not being where a hand expected him to be. "When infected come close, they do not duel," Mercer said. "They grab. They pull. They bite. Their strength comes from not caring what breaks. Your job is to keep your blood inside your skin and their teeth away from you." Ford's mouth tightened. "You said a dog bite would not make me turn. I said I would not shoot you for it. I did not say infection from dirty teeth cannot kill you." The boy glanced down at the tire iron. "So what do I do?" "Control distance. Break line. Attack the head when you can. Disable the leg when you cannot. Never let both hands get tied up unless you like becoming dinner." Mercer stepped forward suddenly and grabbed Ford's coat. Ford swung the tire iron too wide. Mercer ducked inside the arc, hooked the boy's wrist, and sent him face first into the snow with controlled force. Ford groaned into the ground. "You said no one-word remarks, but I am thinking several. Think longer ones." The boy rolled over, spitting snow. "You could have just told me I was doing it wrong." "I did. Your body was not listening." They repeated the drill until Ford stopped swinging like anger was enough. Mercer taught him to step off-line instead of back, to strike with the tool's short end when crowded, to use knees without overcommitting, to shove and move rather than wrestle. They worked on escapes from grabs until Ford's breath came harsh and his legs trembled. Mercer gave him 5 minutes with water and half a cracker. Ford sat against an apple tree, chest rising and falling. "Did you teach soldiers like this?" "I taught soldiers who had already learned to follow instructions." "That is not an answer." "Yes, I trained men." "Were they better than me?" "Most chairs are better than you right now." Ford looked offended, then laughed despite the pain in his face. "You are a miserable old man. Accurate observations will not earn extra food." The laugh faded into something quieter. Ford picked at the edge of his glove. "My uncle tried to teach me to fight. He knew boxing from before. He said you had to keep your chin down and your hands up. Then the shelter fell, and none of that helped. Boxing helps against people who agree to box. He did not die because he boxed. I did not say he did." Ford looked into the trees. He opened a door for a woman who said her baby was inside. There was no baby, just infected behind her and men waiting outside to take supplies. He trusted her because he wanted to be decent. Mercer leaned against another tree, saying nothing. Ford looked back. "Is that what gets people killed? Being decent? Being careless gets people killed. Decency is expensive, not fatal by itself." That sounds like something somebody says before they die. Everything sounds like that if you wait long enough. Ford frowned, uncertain whether it was a joke. Mercer took the tire iron and tapped the end against the snow. "Your uncle opened the door without control of the space. That was the mistake. Not caring. Not wanting to help. The mistake was letting someone else choose the terms. So never help." Mercer looked at him. "I helped you? You also complain about it a lot." "I can multitask." For a moment, Ford smiled like a boy instead of a survivor. It changed his whole face. Then he seemed to remember the world and hit it. They moved again before noon. Mercer kept the pace moderate because Ford had used more energy than he realized. Training tired the body differently than travel. It exposed the parts a man lied about. Ford limped by late afternoon, and when Mercer finally called a halt near a culvert, The boy lowered himself to the ground with the care of someone twice his age. They ate in silence under a stand of pines. Mercer allowed a small fire after dark, screened by stones and wet branches. The warmth was more moral support than comfort. Ford watched him heat water in a battered tin cup. "How long were you alone in that fort?" Mercer did not answer right away. "Depends how you count alone." Ford gave him a flat look. "That was my line. It was useful." "Seriously?" Mercer stirred the water. "The last person died 6 years ago." Ford's face changed. The sarcasm fell away. 6 years by yourself? With the infected at the fence, the radio, the equipment, the records, and a lot of ghosts. Ghosts do not count. They count more than you think. Ford wrapped his blanket tighter. "How did you not go crazy?" Mercer poured a little hot water into a cup and handed it to him. "Routine, work, and standards. I shaved every day, cleaned the barracks, inspected weapons, repaired walls, wrote reports. For who? For the man I would become if I stopped." Ford held the cup in both hands. Steam warmed his face. "I think I stopped a long time ago." "No, you got dirty, hungry, angry, and scared. That is not the same thing." The boy stared at the water. "How do you know?" "Because you fought the dogs from inside that car instead of giving up. Because you carried cans you could barely open. Because you asked for training before you asked for more food." Ford gave a small, bitter smile. "I also asked for a gun." "You asked for the wrong tool in the correct category. That is the nicest thing you have said. Do not grow used to it." Later, Mercer took first watch. Ford fell asleep quickly despite his earlier anger, curled near the culvert with the tire iron against his chest. Mercer watched the woods and listened to the night. The boy snored softly, then muttered in his sleep. Not words, only fear trying to rise. Mercer thought of Fort Lincoln, of empty bunks and clean floors, of the flag folded in his pack. He had expected the road to make the world feel deader. Instead, after one loud boy and one wasted bullet, it felt inconveniently alive. Near midnight, something moved beyond the pines. Mercer raised the rifle. The sound came again, soft steps in crusted snow. Too slow for a deer. Too deliberate for wind. He reached back and touched Ford's boot. The boy startled awake, but this time he did not shout. That earned him another point. Mercer put one finger to his own lips, then pointed into the dark. Ford took the tire iron and rose into a crouch, face pale in the fire's dying light. A shape emerged between the trees. One infected. Male, tall, wearing a torn suit jacket beneath a quilted vest. Its head tilted toward the heat. Its mouth opened and closed, drawing scent. Behind it came another, smaller, dragging 1 foot. A third shifted farther back, barely visible. Ford's breathing quickened. Mercer leaned close. "Stay quiet. We do this without a shot." Ford nodded too fast. "Do not be brave," Mercer whispered. "Be useful." The first infected stepped into the camp. Mercer moved left, drawing its attention with a scrape of his boot. Ford stayed where he had been told, hands tight on the tire iron. The infected turned toward Mercer and lurched. Mercer let it come, pivoted, caught its reaching arm, and drove his blade into the base of the skull. It dropped silently. The second infected rushed sooner than expected. Ford reacted before Mercer could command him. He stepped sideways as trained, not backward. The infected's grasp swept past his coat. He struck the side of its knee with the tire iron. Bone cracked. It fell, snapping its teeth in the snow. Ford almost froze at the sound, but Mercer's voice cut through. "Finish it." Ford brought the tire iron down with both hands. Once, then twice, and the thing stopped moving. The third infected turned toward the noise and opened its mouth to shriek. Mercer threw his blade. It struck deep enough to stagger, not enough to end. The infected stumbled into the camp, arms flailing. Ford was closer. The boy saw it, saw the open mouth, saw the ruined hands coming for him, and for one heartbeat, Mercer thought fear would lock him in place. Ford stepped inside the reach and drove the short end of the tire iron up under the jaw. The infected crashed into him. He twisted away, fell hard, rolled, and came up shaking but alive. Mercer crossed the distance and ended the thing with a boot and blade before it could rise. Silence returned in pieces. Ford stood over the bodies, chest heaving. The tire iron hung from his hands. Dark blood spotted his coat. "I did not scream," he said. Mercer looked at the 3 dead infected, then at the boy. "No," he said. "You did not." Ford's mouth trembled toward a smile and stopped short. He turned away, bent at the waist, and vomited into the snow. Mercer let him. When the boy finished, Mercer handed him water. Rinse. Do not drink too much. Ford obeyed. Was that normal? Ford asked, embarrassed. Throwing up after your first quiet kill? After any kill. Mercer wiped his blade clean with snow and cloth. It means you are not broken yet. Ford looked at the bodies. Does it stop? No, it changes. That is not comforting. Comfort is not always useful. They dragged the bodies away from camp and covered their tracks as well as they could. Mercer did not sleep again. Ford tried, failed, and finally sat beside him with the blanket around his shoulders. The days that followed cut Ford down and built him back in small, painful pieces. Mercer did not soften the road for him. He adjusted the pace when the boy truly needed it, but he never admitted that aloud. Ford learned to drink before thirst became a command. He learned to change socks before wet feet became injury. He learned to step where snow hid, less noise, to avoid silhouetting himself on ridgelines, to scan windows from shadow instead of standing in the street like a target with opinions. He learned that hunger made men stupid, and that being tired made every sound seem either harmless or fatal, with no honest middle between. Each morning began with perimeter checks and movement drills. Each afternoon, if the ground allowed and no danger pressed close, Mercer trained him. The tire iron became an extension of Ford's hands. He learned to strike without overswinging, to shove a body off balance, to hook a leg, to break contact and move. Mercer taught him how to use a knife, but would not let him carry one unsupervised until he stopped cutting the air like a boy in a story. Ford complained. Mercer ignored him. Ford improved anyway. They followed the rail line for 3 more days, then left it after finding fresh human tracks near a maintenance shed. The tracks belonged to at least 6 people. They had moved with purpose, not wandering, and one had used a crutch or a staff. Mercer found cigarette ash under the shed roof, still dry, recent enough to matter. He and Ford circled wide through a stand of cedars and watched the rail bed from a rocky rise until sunset. Near dusk, the owners of the tracks returned. They were armed. 4 men and 2 women moved along the rails with packs and long guns. They walked in a staggered formation that Lip learned the hard way. One woman with a red scarf checked the trees often. A tall man carried rabbits tied to his belt. The person with the staff was older, hunched, wrapped in a heavy coat, but not helpless. They did not look like raiders. They did not look friendly either. In the old world, Mercer might have approached, traded information, joined forces for a day. In this world, 6 armed strangers and 1 half-trained boy made a poor equation. Ford watched them through a crack in the rocks. We could ask if they know about Black Ridge. We could also ask them to count our bullets and measure our boots. They might be decent. They might be. We will honor that possibility by not forcing them to prove otherwise. Ford frowned. You saved me. You were unarmed, trapped, and about to be eaten by dogs. I had a tire iron. You had optimism shaped like metal. The boy looked back at the travelers. Maybe they have food. Maybe they have less than us and better aim. They waited until full dark before moving. Ford kept glancing back, and Mercer led him. Curiosity could be trained into awareness if it did not first become foolishness. On the 19th day after Mercer left Fort Lincoln, they reached farmland that had gone feral. Fields once divided by fences had become seas of dead grass and thorn. Farmhouses sagged in the distance, white paint peeling, roofs green with moss where snow had melted. The road signs were gone or shot to pieces. Mercer navigated by map, compass, and the skeleton of a water tower leaning near a town called Harrow. Black Ridge lay beyond Harrow, still many hard days away, but the map suggested they would need to cross a river using one of 2 bridges. Bridges meant trouble. Mercer knew it before they saw the first one. They reached Harrow at noon, under a sky the color of old tin. The town had burned in sections. The western blocks were only foundations and chimneys. The eastern side remained standing but hollow, storefront windows shattered, apartments above them open to the weather. A church steeple leaned over Main Street. A bank sign creaked on one hinge. Cars sat where they had died, doors open, snow piled inside. There were no birds, no dogs, no visible infected. That absence bothered Mercer most. A town with shelter, old food, and river access should have drawn something. If the infected were gone, either they had followed noise elsewhere or someone had cleared them. Cleared towns belonged to people. People who held towns did not like visitors. Mercer guided Ford behind a row of garages. Stay low, step where I step, and do not touch anything shiny. Why shiny? Trip lines, cans, wire, and anything meant to catch light catches eyes. Ford lowered his voice. You think people are here? I think we are not the first to think a river crossing matters. They moved through back lots and alleys, pausing at each corner. Ford's face had changed over the days. Some softness remained because 17 could not be trained out of him completely, but his eyes had become sharper. He noticed a curtain tied inside a second-floor window and pointed it out without speaking. Mercer nodded. That was good. The first trap was simple, almost lazy. A line of fishing wire stretched across an alley at ankle height, tied to a stack of bottles inside a trash bin. Ford saw it before Mercer pointed. He touched 2 fingers to his own eyes, then toward the wire, repeating the signal Mercer had taught him. Another point earned. They stepped over it. The second trap was better. A door left partly open, a blanket visible inside, a can of soup placed just beyond reach. Ford drifted toward it before Mercer caught his sleeve. The boy froze, embarrassed. Mercer pointed to the roofline. A brick sat on the edge above the door, tied to the handle by a thin cord. Open the door wider, the brick dropped. Maybe it only hurt. Maybe the noise brought worse. Ford's jaw tightened. I saw the soup. That was the point. I was not going to open it. You were going to think about opening it. Thinking your traps is how traps negotiate. They found the river at the south edge of town. The nearest bridge still stood, but 2 buses blocked the far end, and smoke stained the roadway beyond them. The second bridge, visible farther east, had collapsed into the water, leaving twisted steel and concrete slabs in the current. Mercer scanned with binoculars from behind a warehouse. The standing bridge had guards. 2 men sat inside the forward bus, visible through gaps in the cracked windows. One held a rifle across his lap. Another leaned near the driver's seat, smoking. A third figure moved on the roof of a building beyond the bridge. They controlled the crossing. Maybe they charged tolls. Maybe they robbed travelers. Maybe they shot first and checked pockets after. Mercer had no interest in applying. Ford whispered, "Can we go around? River is too wide here. Current is strong. Ice near the edges is rotten. So we need the bridge. No, we need the other side. The bridge is one method. What is another?" Mercer lowered the binoculars. "We find where children crossed before adults invented tolls. They spent the rest of the day searching upstream from cover. Twice, they hid from patrols. Once, Ford almost stepped on a half-buried skull and caught himself before making sound. Near dusk, they found the remains of an old pedestrian rail trestle half a mile upriver. The center section had collapsed, but a narrow service beam still spanned the gap beside the broken tracks. It was iced over, exposed, and high above black water. Ford looked at it and swallowed. That is not a bridge. That is a dare. It gets us across. It gets us dead if we slip. Then do not slip. Ford stared at him. Your motivational speeches need work. Mercer tested the first section with his weight. The beam groaned, but held. He took a length of rope from his pack and tied one end around Ford's waist, the other around his own. Not tight enough to drag both men down if one fell without a chance to cut free, but enough to slow a slip. You look at my boots, Mercer said. You step where I step. You do not look at the water, the town, or your future funeral. Ford nodded, face pale. They crossed as the sky darkened. The wind above the river cut through Mercer's coat. Ice cracked underfoot. The beam shuddered with every step, sending tiny vibrations through the soles of his boots. He kept his eyes on the far side and moved slowly. Behind him, Ford's breathing came thin and fast, but steady enough. Halfway across, a gunshot cracked from town. The bullet struck the metal rail near Mercer's left side and whined away into the dark. Ford flinched hard. The rope jerked. Move, Mercer said, calm because calm was contagious when panic looked for a door. Another shot struck the trestle behind them. A voice shouted from the riverbank, too distant to make out. Mercer did not look. Looking invited the body to follow the eyes. He moved faster, boots sliding on ice, one hand gripping the rail, rifle slung tight against his back. Ford slipped 3 steps from the far side. His boots skated. His body pitched sideways. The rope snapped taut and yanked Mercer's hips. Mercer dropped low, braced one knee against the beam, and seized the rail with both hands. Ford slammed against the metal, one leg dangling over the river, both hands clawing for purchase. Do not thrash, Mercer said. Ford's face was white with terror. I am not thrashing. You are negotiating with gravity. Stop. A third shot cracked. This one passed high. Ford sucked air through his teeth, found the beam with his boot, and pulled himself up inch by inch. Mercer kept the rope tight until the boy had both feet beneath him. Then they moved. The last stretch blurred into cold metal, gunfire, and breath. They reached the far bank and rolled behind a concrete support as 2 more shots sparked against the trestle. Mercer cut the rope, grabbed Ford by the collar, and dragged him into the reeds. They crawled until the riverbank dropped into a drainage cut. Only then did they run. The town fell behind them. Darkness swallowed the bridge, the guards, and the river. They stopped in a stand of cottonwoods, both of them bent over, gasping steam into the night. Ford sank against a tree. "I hate bridges." Mercer leaned on his knees. "That is a healthy position. They shot at us. They missed. That is not the point. It is the point most relevant to our current condition." Ford laughed once, a shaky sound, then pressed both hands over his face. "I almost fell. You almost recovered." "I did recover." "Then stop arguing with praise." The boy lowered his hands. The fear was still there, but pride had found room beside it. "You think I did all right? I think you listened while scared. That matters." Ford absorbed that like warmth. Mercer looked back, toward the unseen river. The shots would not be ignored. The bridgemen knew 2 travelers had crossed. If they were territorial, they might send men after them at first light. If they were cautious, they would stay with their toll point. Either way, Mercer and Ford needed distance. They walked until midnight. When they finally stopped in an abandoned equipment shed, Ford sat with his back to the wall and the tire iron across his knees. He did not ask for a fire. He did not ask for more food. He did not ask if they were safe. Progress, Mercer thought. Before sleep, Ford looked across the dark shed. "If we find the base, and if there are bullets, you really will teach me." "Yes. You will not change your mind because I am young." "I will change my mind if you are careless." Ford nodded. "Fair." Mercer leaned his head against the wall, eyes open to the dark. Fair had not survived much of the world. It was good to hear someone still recognize the shape of it. Dawn came gray and mean over the equipment shed, turning the cracks in the warped boards into pale blades of light. Daniel Mercer woke before the sun had cleared the broken tree line, because soldiers did not need comfort to rise, and old habit had more power than sleep. He lay still for several seconds, listening. Wind moved through the weeds outside. Metal ticked somewhere in the shed as cold worked through a rusted hinge. A crow called from the roof, angry at the morning or at the 2 strangers beneath it. There were no dragging steps in the brush, no wet scratching at the door, no low animal growl of the infected finding scent. Beside the far wall, Ford slept with his chin tipped against his chest and the tire iron still crossed over his lap. He looked younger when he slept. 17 was young already, but exhaustion scraped away the hard mask he tried to wear. In sleep, he was only a boy with a bruised cheek, thin hands, and shoes that had seen too many miles. Mercer studied him without sentiment and with more concern than he cared to name. The boy had not cried after the bridge. That bothered Mercer more than tears would have. People who survived too long without breaking often carry their panic deeper, storing it where it could sour into recklessness or cruelty. Ford made jokes when fear came close. He smiled when grief touched him. He talked too much, but never about the worst things unless the words slipped out sideways. Mercer had known soldiers like that. Some became brave. Some became dangerous. Some cracked so quietly that nobody noticed until the wrong night. Mercer sat up slowly, one hand closing around the grip of his sidearm before his mind fully accepted that the shed remained empty. The motion pulled at his lower back. Pain spread along his spine in a familiar line, sharp enough to make him pause, not sharp enough to matter. His body was 52 years old, and had spent more than half that time being used like government equipment. It still worked. That was all he asked of it. He checked the door through a gap in the boards, then opened his pack. The count had not changed during the night, but he counted again because a man who trusted memory more than inventory died stupid. 2 full rifle magazines, 1 partial, 7 pistol rounds, 4 ration packs, 2 of them swollen at the seams from old age, a filter bottle, a coil of cord, a small first aid pouch nearly empty of anything useful, a sharpening stone, a folded map that had survived rain, blood, and 10 years of bad roads. The map said the army base was still several hundred miles east. The world said maps had become suggestions. Ford stirred when Mercer folded the map. His eyes snapped open too fast, the way they did when sleep did not bring rest. He clutched the tire iron and looked around as if expecting teeth in the dark corners. "Morning," Mercer said. Ford blinked. "I hate mornings now." That puts you in line with most of humanity. What is left of it? Mercer let that sit, because it was true. Then he stood, rolled his shoulders, and crossed to the door. Eat half a ration. Drink less than you want. We move in 10 minutes. Ford looked down at his lap. You always wake up like somebody is about to grade you. Somebody always is. Who would grade you? Circumstance would. That sounds like something carved over a prison gate. It kept me alive. Ford tore open the ration pack with his teeth, made a face at the smell, and ate anyway. The meal was a brick of dried beans, pressed grain, and salt that had lost whatever flavor some factory once promised. He chewed with grim focus, swallowing hard between bites. Mercer watched him for a few seconds. Do not tear packs with your teeth. Ford paused, with the corner of the wrapper still in his mouth. Why not? Because if there is filth on it, you eat filth. If there is blood on it, you eat blood. If the package edge cuts your lip, you have made a problem out of breakfast. Ford slowly removed the wrapper from his mouth. You could have said that before I did it. You could have thought before you did it. The boy gave him a look that might have become anger if he had enough food in him to fuel it. Instead, he folded the wrapper neatly, almost mockingly, and put the remainder away. Outside, the cold was less cruel than the night before, but it still crawled under fabric and found skin. The equipment shed sat at the edge of an abandoned farm, half sunk in weeds and snow. A tractor stood behind it, tires split, cab glass shattered. Beyond that, a field rolled toward a ditch line full of dead grass and frozen runoff. In better years, that ditch would have been nothing more than a narrow cut in the earth. Now it offered cover. Cover mattered more than roads. Mercer led them away from the shed without using the drive. He crossed the field at an angle, keeping low when the land rose, stopping often to listen. Ford followed with the tire iron in his right hand, and his pack hanging unevenly from one shoulder. After 20 minutes, Mercer stopped. Ford nearly walked into him. What is it? Fix your pack. The boy glanced down. It is fine. It is swinging. It is a bag. It is noise. Ford stared at him, then slowly adjusted the strap. The buckle gave a faint click. Mercer looked at him until he wrapped the metal with a strip torn from his sleeve. Better? Ford asked. Less bad. That is your version of praise, is it? When you earn praise, you will recognize it. They continued along the ditch line. The frozen mud held their tracks more than Mercer liked. He stepped where grass covered the ground, where old snow had drifted hard and could take weight without a clear print. Ford copied him poorly at first, then better after Mercer made him go back and look at the marks he had left. You see the difference? Mercer asked. Ford crouched, studying two sets of tracks. Mercer's were shallow breaks in the crust, difficult to follow unless someone knew what to seek. Ford's were deep, uneven, careless. Mine looked like I was fighting the ground. You walk with fear in your feet. That is because my feet are afraid. Then teach them discipline. How do I teach my feet anything? By doing what I do until it becomes what you do? Ford looked up with a skeptical tilt to his mouth. That almost sounded wise. It was an order with better manners. The boy laughed under his breath, and for a moment the road ahead seemed less empty. By midday they found the first infected of the day. It stood beside a rusted cattle fence at the edge of the farm, caught by the sleeve of an old coat on a barb of wire. At first glance, it might have been a scarecrow left by someone with a cruel sense of humor. Then its head turned. The skin of its face had tightened across bone until its cheekbones looked sharp enough to cut light. One eye was milky, the other tracked movement with horrible purpose. Ford froze. The infected opened its mouth and made a dry clicking sound. Mercer raised one hand, palm down. Stay calm. Ford swallowed. The tire iron trembled just enough to betray him. The infected jerked against the fence, ripping the coat sleeve further. The wire held for a second, then snapped loose with a sound like a tiny gunshot. It stumbled forward, arms lifting, fingers bent into claws. Mercer did not reach for the rifle. Ford noticed. You are not shooting it? No, kid. You have a gun. I also have a brain. That thing is coming at us. It is alone. It is still coming at us. Mercer drew his field knife. Watch closely. He moved before the infected gained speed. One step aside, one hand against the creature's shoulder, not pushing against its strength, but guiding it past the line of his body. His boot hooked behind its ankle. The infected fell hard on the frozen ground. Mercer dropped with it, knee-pinning the back of its neck, knife driving through the base of the skull with clean, efficient force. The body twitched twice and went still. Ford stared. That is disgusting, he said. It is quiet. I can hear my heart yelling. The dead cannot. Mercer wiped the blade on the creature's coat and stood. Ford had turned pale, but he did not look away. That mattered. Plenty of people could talk about survival until survival had a face and a smell. Then they learned whether they had built courage or only noise. Your turn eventually, Mercer said. Ford looked at the body, then at him. Eventually can mean a lot of things. It means soon. I was afraid you would define it. They searched the small farmhouse that afternoon. Mercer cleared each room first, using hand signals. Ford barely understood. The place had been picked over years ago, but the pantry yielded 2 jars of peaches sealed tight, a sack of rice that mice had not fully ruined, and a dented tin of coffee. Ford held the coffee like buried treasure. You drink this? He asked. When there is water to waste. It smells like memory. Mercer stopped in the doorway. You remember coffee? My mother drank it every morning. She said it made the world less stupid. Sounds like a sensible woman. She was. Ford rubbed dust from the lid with his thumb. She would have hated you. Most sensible people did. Ford smiled, but it softened as he kept staring at the tin. She would have said you were too strict. She would have been right. You admit that? I admit useful truths. The boy put the coffee carefully into his pack, treating it with more respect than he had shown his own food. Mercer did not comment. Some items fed the body. Some fed the part of a person that wanted to keep being human. If a tin of old coffee gave the kid one more reason to walk, it had weight. They spent the evening in the farmhouse cellar, because the upstairs windows were broken and the floorboards groaned in the wind. Mercer set no fire. Instead, he used the last light to begin Ford's first true lesson. He placed the tire iron, a hammer, a kitchen knife, and a broken chair leg on the cellar floor. Ford sat on an overturned crate. This looks like the saddest weapons display ever assembled. It is better than dying with empty hands. That is a low standard. Most living is. Mercer picked up the chair leg. Rule 1. Anything can be a weapon if you understand distance, balance, and intent. Intent means wanting to hit something. Intent means deciding before fear decides for you. He tossed the chair leg to Ford. The boy caught it awkwardly. Stand up. Ford stood. Show me how you would use it. The boy swung hard, wide and ugly. The chair leg whistled drew empty air, carrying him half around with its momentum. Mercer stepped in and tapped 2 fingers against Ford's ribs. You are dead. Ford scowled. You did not even have a weapon. I had your mistake. Can I have a less rude teacher? No, kid. For the next hour, Mercer broke down the boy's instincts and rebuilt the first pieces of discipline. Feet before hands. Center before reach. Short strikes over wide ones. Strike. Move. Check your back. Never admire your own hit. Never assume one enemy means one enemy. Ford complained, sweated, stumbled, and started again. When he grew angry, Mercer made him breathe. When he rushed, Mercer stepped aside and let him fall against the cellar wall. By the time darkness filled the room, Ford's arms shook from effort. I thought you were going to teach me to fight, Ford said between breaths. I am teaching you to survive. That feels like fighting badly. It feels like losing your old habits. Ford sank onto the crate and rubbed his wrists. My old habits got me this far. Mercer sat across from him. Your old habits got you trapped in a car with wild dogs outside. The boy's jaw tightened. For a second, Mercer thought he had pushed too hard. Then Ford looked down at the chair leg. Fair point, he said quietly. Mercer leaned back against the cellar wall. Get some sleep. We start again before first light. Ford lay down on the folded tarp. The chair leg beside him now, instead of the tire iron. Do you ever say goodnight like a normal person? Good night, Ford. That was unsettling. Mercer closed his eyes. Then sleep unsettled. The boy laughed softly only once, but the sound lingered in the cellar after silence returned. Outside, something moved across the porch above them long after midnight. Its feet scraped boards. Its breath clicked through damaged teeth. Mercer opened his eyes in the dark and found Ford already awake. One hand wrapped around the chair leg, his fear held tight behind closed lips. Mercer nodded once. The lesson had begun working. 3 days later, Ford stopped asking when he would get a gun. It did not happen because he agreed with Mercer. It happened because the road gave him no space left for complaint. Every mile demanded attention. Every field hid possible trouble. Every cluster of houses could hold food, infection, or men who had learned to smile before killing. Hunger scraped the inside of him. Cold stiffened his fingers until he had to flex them around the chair leg just to keep feeling in them. Sleep came in shallow scraps, stolen under culverts, in barns with missing doors, or in the backs of abandoned delivery trucks that smelled of old mold and animal nests. Mercer made the hardship worse on purpose. At least that was how Ford saw it. The old soldier never walked straight to anything. If there was a town, he circled it first. If there was a road, he crossed it fast and at an angle. If there was an easy entrance, he found another. If Ford stepped on broken glass, Mercer made him stop and explain what he had done wrong. If Ford let his weapon hand drift too far from his body, Mercer slapped it down. If Ford leaned his pack against a wall without keeping the strap looped around his wrist, Mercer took it and made him find it. Ford hated that part the most. "You stole my pack," he said the first time. Mercer stood 10 feet away with the bag hanging from one hand. "I did." "Why is that?" "Because I could." That is bandit logic. That is survival logic. Bandits use it because it works. "Give it back." "Take it back." Ford charged, angry enough to forget everything learned in the cellar. Mercer pivoted, hooked his ankle, and placed him in the dirt without visible effort. Ford lay on his back, staring up at the white sky. "I dislike you," he said. "Get up." "I dislike you from the ground." "Get up from the ground." Ford got up. By the 4th day, he had stopped charging. By the 6th, he moved with his left side turned enough to shield the pack strap. By the 7th, Mercer reached for the bag and found Ford already shifting away while lifting the chair leg between them. Mercer nodded. "That is better." Ford looked almost startled. Was that praise? It was observation. "I am taking it as praise." "Do that quietly." The road changed as they moved east. The flat farmland gave way to low ridges and dark strips of pine. Snow hid old fence lines and filled the ditches. The air carried the smell of wet bark, frozen soil, and decay sealed under ice. Every so often they found signs that other survivors had passed. Boot prints near creek beds, cut wire, stripped houses, ash beneath rock circles where small fires had burned months earlier. Most signs were old. A few were not. Mercer treated human tracks with more caution than infected tracks. "Dead ones are honest," he said as they crouched beside a muddy road where 3 sets of boot prints cut through the slush. "Living ones choose." "Choose what?" Ford asked. "To help, hide, rob, lie, follow, or kill. That is a cheerful menu. It is complete enough." Ford studied the tracks. "How old?" "Less than a day." "How do you know?" "The edges are still sharp where the melt has not rounded them. Snow dusted inside this one after the foot lifted. That snow fell last night." Ford leaned closer. "They were going east." "That is correct. Same as us." "Correct again." "I hate being correct." "Then get used to it." They left the road and climbed into the trees. That night, Mercer introduced the second rule of anything. They had taken shelter in a hunting blind built high between 3 pines, its ladder missing the bottom rungs. Mercer climbed first, then hauled Ford up by the arm after the boys slipped and nearly cursed loudly enough to wake the county. Inside the blind, wind slipped through cracks, but did not bite as hard. From that height, they could see the road through branches and the pale cut of a frozen creek beyond it. Mercer emptied a scavenged canvas bag between them. Out rolled their collected junk: nails, a spoon, a length of wire, broken glass wrapped in cloth, 2 rocks, a hinge, a cracked belt buckle, and the hammer from the farmhouse. Ford stared at the pile. "We are rich in garbage." "Good garbage." That phrase has never helped anyone feel better. Mercer picked up the belt buckle. "Tell me what this is." "A belt buckle. It is a weight for a cord. It is a distraction if thrown through glass. It is a cutting edge if sharpened. It is noise if tied to a door. It is a fist load if you have nothing else." Ford picked up the spoon. "And this is a spoon, unless you're about to tell me it is a cavalry saber. It is a digging tool. A mirror if polished. A lever for a small latch. A throw jab if you hold it right." Ford lowered it. "You make dinnerware unpleasant." The world did that. Mercer had him name uses for every item. At first, Ford gave lazy answers. Mercer rejected them. Then the boy grew irritated and creative. The nail became a lockpick, a boot spike, a trap marker, and a thing to drive through a board so anyone stepping on it would remember the lesson. The wire became a snare, a trip line, a handle repair, and a way to tie a door from the far side. The hinge became a scraper, a weight, and a knuckle guard if wrapped with cloth. "Rule 2, Mercer said when Ford finally stopped talking. "The weapon is not the object. The weapon is the mind holding it." Ford looked at the spoon in his palm. That is either brilliant or deeply sad. Most useful things are both. Below them, long after midnight, the owners of the blueprints passed along the road. There were 5 of them. Mercer saw them through a narrow gap in the wall, dark shapes moving without lamps. They were not infected. Their stride was too measured, their heads turning at intervals, rifles carried low. One limped. Another pushed a bicycle with no tires, using it as a cart loaded with sacks. Ford shifted beside Mercer, and the wood under his knee creaked. Mercer's hand closed around the back of his coat and held him still. The men stopped. For several seconds, nobody breathed inside the blind. Down on the road, one of the men lifted his head. He listened. His rifle came up slightly. Ford's eyes widened in the dark. Mercer kept one hand on him and the other on his knife. The man on the road spat, muttered something Mercer could not make out, and kept moving. The others followed. Their shapes vanished beyond the bend, swallowed by the pines. Only then did Mercer release Ford's coat. Ford exhaled through his nose. I almost got us killed by kneeling wrong. You almost learned cheaply. Cheaply how? We are still breathing. Ford rubbed both hands down his face. Were they bad people? I do not know. You let them pass without knowing? I let them pass, because knowing would have required contact. They might have had food. They might have had friends behind them. They might have had sickness. They might have been hungry enough to shoot first. They might have been decent people with children in a cabin waiting for those sacks. Ford looked back at the road. So we just hide from everyone, until we have reason not to. That is lonely. Yes, it is. The answer landed heavier than Ford expected. Mercer did not make it sound heroic. He made it sound like a cost already paid. The next morning, Mercer took the boy to the creek and made him practice falling. Ford did not understand until Mercer shoved him. He hit the snow-covered bank with a grunt, rolled badly, and came up furious. What was that for? You fell wrong. I was pushed wrong. You were pushed unexpectedly. That is usually how pushing works. Ford stood with snow in his hair. Warn me before the lesson starts. That would ruin the lesson. For 2 hours, Mercer taught him how to let the ground take him without giving it his bones. Bend the knees, tuck the chin without dropping the eyes, turn with the impact, keep the hands from spreading wide, rise with the weapon between body and threat. Ford hit the earth again and again until his hip ached and his coat filled with snow. He cursed under his breath. Mercer corrected the curses too. Swearing spends breath, he said. So does being thrown. Then learn faster. At noon, they found 3 infected inside a roadside diner. The place had once been cheerful. Its sign still showed a smiling cup of coffee, though half the paint had peeled away. Booths lined the windows. A jukebox leaned in the corner, cracked and silent. Old menus lay scattered like fallen leaves, offering meals nobody had cooked in a decade. The infected were in the kitchen. Mercer heard them before he saw them. A slow thump, a scrape, a wet rattle. Ford tightened his grip on the chair leg. We leave? He whispered. Not yet. Why not? Diner kitchens have knives. Maybe canned food. Maybe medical supplies. Maybe teeth. Likely teeth? Your sales pitch needs work. Mercer pointed to a narrow hall leading past the counter. You stay behind me. If one gets past, strike the knee first. Not the head. The head moves. The knee carries weight. What if it has no useful knee? Then strike what still works. They entered the kitchen slowly. The first infected came from behind a fallen shelf, wearing a cook's apron stiff with old stains. Mercer caught it under the chin with his forearm, drove it back against the steel prep table, and ended it with the knife. The second lurched from the pantry so fast that Ford yelped and swung too early. The chair leg smashed into a hanging pan, ringing through the diner. The third infected answered from the walk-in freezer with a howl. Noise, Mercer snapped. I noticed. The second infected clawed at Ford's coat. Ford stumbled, remembered the creek lesson, let himself fall sideways instead of backward, and kicked hard into its knee. The joint broke with a crack. The infected pitched down. Ford scrambled, raised the chair leg with both hands, and drove the splintered end into the side of its skull with a sickening crunch. The body stopped moving. Ford stared at what he had done. His mouth opened, but nothing came out. The freezer door banged again. The third infected hit it from the inside again and again, the latch half broken. Mercer grabbed Ford by the shoulder. Move now. The boy moved. They cleared the diner fast, taking 2 cans of tomatoes, a box of salt packets. 3 knives, and a first aid tin that contained more dust than medicine, but still had gauze sealed in paper. Outside, they ran until the diner vanished behind a rise. Only then did Mercer stop. Ford doubled over, breathing hard. "You stayed functional," Mercer said. The boy looked at him. His face was pale beneath grime. "I killed it. It was already gone. You know what I mean." Mercer did. Everyone knew what the first close kill meant, even if the mind tried to lie about it. A gun put distance between a person and the ending. A blade and a club did not. They made survival personal. Ford looked down at his hands. "I thought I would feel stronger. You will feel sick first. And after? After, you decide what kind of man keeps going." Ford straightened slowly. "What kind did you become?" Mercer looked toward the east, where the highway vanished into low hills and cloud. One still deciding. For once, Ford had no joke ready. They walked until the diner was a full hour behind him. Ford carried one of the kitchen knives tucked through his belt, handle wrapped with cloth. The chair leg rested over his shoulder. He no longer held it like a toy or a prop. He held it as if he understood that the world could step from any doorway and test him. That evening, while Mercer set a cold camp beneath a fallen billboard, Ford placed the spoon, wire, and nail from the blind beside his bedroll. Mercer noticed. "Planning to fight dinnerware?" Ford looked up. "Planning to keep my mind armed." The old soldier said nothing for a moment. Then he nodded. This time Ford recognized the praise. The first thaw came with rain. It fell for 2 days, thin and constant, turning the snow to gray slush and the roads to black mirrors. Water dripped from every branch and roofline. The cold did not leave. It simply changed shape, soaking through gloves, collars, socks, and the seams of packs. Ford learned that misery could become heavier when it was wet. Mercer took them off the ridges and down into a valley where the road followed a creek swollen with melt. The map showed a small town ahead, no more than 3 intersecting streets, a church, a feed store, and a clinic. Mercer wanted the clinic. Ford wanted anywhere with a roof that did not leak on his face. The town appeared through the rain like a memory losing focus. Houses sagged behind chain-link fences. A school bus sat across the main road, its tires flat, its yellow paint streaked with rust. Someone had burned the gas station long ago. The pumps stood like blackened bones under a canopy half collapsed. Mercer crouched behind the bus and watched the street for 10 minutes. Ford crouched beside him, shivering. "I think the rain is going to finish what the virus started. Stay quiet." I said it softly. "Be softer." The clinic stood 2 blocks down, a low brick building with a red cross painted near the door. The symbol had faded to pink. A body lay on the steps, little more than bones inside a rain-dark coat. Mercer studied the windows. Most were intact. That was good for supplies and bad for surprises. "Plan," Ford whispered. "We enter through the rear, if it is clear. We do not touch the front door. Places with obvious doors get obvious attention. Your hatred of doors is becoming a theme. Doors are where lazy people die." They moved along the backs of houses, using fences for cover. A dog barked somewhere far away, and both men stopped until the sound faded. It was not a pack. One dog meant danger. A pack meant a decision. Mercer kept his rifle slung, and his knife loose in its sheath. Behind the clinic, they found the rear door chained from the outside. Ford looked at the chain. "That seems unfriendly. It means somebody wanted whatever was inside to stay inside, or wanted people outside to stay out. Both can be true." Mercer followed the wall to a narrow window above a basement stairwell. The glass had cracked, but not fallen. He tapped it lightly with the wrapped handle of a knife, then waited. Nothing moved inside. He removed the glass carefully and cleared the frame. The opening was tight. Ford looked at it, then at Mercer. "You are about to tell me I fit. You fit." "I dislike being shaped like a solution. Solutions are useful." Ford crawled through with a knife in one hand and fear in both eyes. Mercer listened as the boy dropped inside with a muffled thud. A long second passed. Then 2 quick taps came from within. The room was clear. Mercer removed his pack and worked his shoulders through the window. Pain flared along his ribs when he twisted, a reminder that age had opinions. He ignored them and dropped into the basement corridor. The air smelled of disinfectant, damp paper, and something rotten behind a closed door. Ford stood with his back to the wall, knife up. "I did not die." "That is noted. You could sound happier." "I am conserving joy." They moved through the basement first. Storage shelves had been stripped, but not cleanly. Mercer found bandages in a fallen cabinet, 2 bottles of pain tablets sealed in plastic, alcohol wipes, gloves, and a box of syringes he left behind. Ford found a flashlight with no batteries and a jar of hard candy in a nurse's desk. He held up the candy as if it were medicine. "Morale supply," he said. 2 pieces now. Save the rest. You do understand, Joy. You simply ration it cruelly." The stairs to the main floor were blocked by a hospital bed shoved across the landing. The bed frame had been wrapped in wire and tied to the railing. Beyond it, something had scratched deep grooves into the wall. Ford's smile faded. Someone barricaded this from below, or from above. A faint bump sounded overhead. Mercer raised 2 fingers. Ford stopped breathing loudly. Another bump, then a dragging scrape. Mercer pointed to Ford, then the basement door behind them. "Fall back if needed." Ford nodded once. The nod was tight but controlled. Mercer cut the wire as quietly as possible. The metal protested in tiny cries. When the bed shifted, the thing above heard it. Feet stumbled across the floor. A low moan rolled down the stairwell, joined by another, then another. Ford mouthed a curse without sound. The first infected hit the bed frame, before Mercer had fully moved it. Its arm thrust through the gap, fingers clawing at air inches from his face. He drove his knife through the forearm to pin it to the mattress, then shoved hard. The infected lost balance and fell partly over the barricade. Ford stepped in, struck the skull with the hammer they had taken from the farmhouse, and struck again until the body dropped. More feet came above. "Basement," Mercer said. They retreated as 3 infected forced themselves down the stairs. One wore a nurse's uniform. One had a cracked motorcycle helmet still strapped under the chin, and the third had no lower jaw, only teeth and torn shadow where a mouth had been. They came tangled together, slowed by the narrow steps, but hunger made them reckless. Mercer met the first at the bottom. He used the dead nurse's momentum, turned her into the wall, and ended her with the knife. Ford swung at the helmeted one and felt the hammer bounce uselessly off plastic and padding. "Helmet," Ford said, panic climbing. "Legs," Mercer snapped. Ford dropped low and smashed the hammer into the shin. The infected collapsed forward. Ford rolled aside, better this time, and the thing hit the concrete. Mercer stomped one boot on the back of its neck and drove the knife under the edge of the helmet. The jawless one slammed into Mercer from the side. They crashed into a shelf. Boxes burst around them. Mercer's shoulder hit concrete hard enough to flash white through his vision. The infected clawed at his coat, its teeth clacking where its broken mouth tried to bite. Mercer kept his left forearm under its chin, holding the head away, but his knife hand was pinned beneath a fallen crate. Ford appeared behind it with the chair leg. "Move your head," the boy shouted. "Strike now." "I might hit you." "Strike now." Ford struck. The chair leg broke across the infected skull. It did not stop the creature, but it staggered it just enough for Mercer to free his knife hand. He drove the blade up through the head and rolled the body aside. For several seconds, the basement held only rain, breath, and the ringing aftershock of violence. Ford stood over Mercer with half a chair leg in his hand. "I broke it. You used it. I almost hit you. You did not. I thought about it less than you probably prefer. I noticed." Ford reached down. Mercer let the boy help him up. His shoulder screamed, but the arm moved. Nothing broken, or nothing broken enough to change the mission. "You are bleeding," Ford said. Mercer looked at the tear near his sleeve. A shallow cut ran along his upper arm where metal shelf edge had open skin. Blood mixed with rainwater and dust. It looked worse than it was. "Not much." "That is blood." Observation accepted. "We found bandages for a reason. After we clear the floor." Ford planted himself in front of the stairs. "Before we move." Mercer stared at him. The boy looked terrified of the stare and still did not move. "You told me problems grow when people pretend they are not problems. You are leaking. We fix it." The old soldier felt an unwanted flicker of pride. "Fine, but work fast." Ford cleaned the cut with an alcohol wipe, badly but earnestly. Mercer corrected his hand placement, made him wrap the gauze tight enough to hold and not tight enough to numb the fingers. Ford listened with intense focus. "You have done this before?" Mercer asked. "Not on someone alive." Mercer said nothing. Ford tied off the bandage. "That came out darker than I meant. Most truth does." They cleared the upper floor room by room. The clinic held 6 more infected, all trapped behind closed doors or in offices blocked by furniture. Mercer let Ford take point twice, standing close enough to stop disaster and far enough to make the fear belong to the boy. Ford shook, but he moved. He forgot to check one corner and earned a hard tap on the back of the head. He remembered after that. In the supply closet, they found what felt like a miracle. Antiseptic, sutures Mercer hoped they would never need, rolls of clean gauze, a sealed bottle of antibiotics, scissors, tape, 2 thermal blankets, and a small battery lantern that still worked after Mercer cleaned the contacts. Ford also found a pair of boots half a size too large, but better than the cracked shoes on his feet. He sat on the examination table while changing into them. "I feel like a prince. You look like a scarecrow with stolen feet." I said feel, not look. "Then congratulations, Your Highness." Ford grinned. That was almost playful. I regret it already. They should have left before dusk. The delay came from Ford finding the clinic staff break room. Inside, behind an overturned refrigerator, he discovered a locked cabinet. Mercer considered leaving it. Ford argued that locked things were either worthless because someone forgot them, or valuable because someone feared losing them. That was not terrible logic, so Mercer picked the lock with a bent paperclip and the nail from the hunting blind. Inside were 6 cans of soup, coffee filters, a sewing kit, 3 packs of batteries, and a bottle of cheap whiskey. Ford held up the bottle. "For medical use? It is trade. Could be morale. Trade raises morale when it gets us food." A rifle shot cracked outside. Both went still. Another shot followed, then shouting. Mercer crossed to the window and looked through a tear in the blind. At the far end of the street, 2 men ran from the feed store. A third limped behind them. Infected poured after them from between houses, drawn by the gunfire. More emerged from the church, from cars, from under the sagging porch of the general store. The men had kicked open the wrong place or fired at the wrong time. Now the whole town was waking. Ford whispered, "The tracks from before? Maybe they are. Do we help?" Mercer watched the limping man fall. One of his companions looked back, hesitated, then kept running. The fallen man fired twice from the ground. Infected closed over him. Ford looked away. Mercer did not. The gunshots pulled the streak toward the far end of town, but noise did not stay neat. Within minutes, infected were moving past the clinic, following echoes, bumping into cars, clawing at doors. Mercer and Ford waited in the dark break room with packs loaded and weapons ready. A hand slapped the clinic window. Ford flinched. Another slap followed, then several more. The glass held. Mercer pointed toward the basement. They moved without speaking, down the stairs and out through the narrow window. Ford went first, passing packs through before crawling into the rain. Mercer followed as the front windows finally shattered above them. They ran behind the clinic, across a yard, through a gap in a fence, and into the creek bed beyond town. Rain hid their sound. The creek hid their tracks. Behind them, the infected swarmed the clinic like ants over spilled sugar. They did not stop until full dark. When they reached an underpass 2 miles east, Ford collapsed beneath it and pressed both palms against his new boots. "I like that clinic. You like the candy? I like the roof. You have an underpass now. It smells like wet raccoon. Luxury has declined." Ford laughed, then went quiet. Rain whispered along the concrete above them. The road overhead had cracked so badly that thin streams of water fell in lines, each one silver in the lantern light. After a while, Ford said, "You did not help those men. No, kid. We could have fired from the clinic. We could have drawn the town onto us faster. One of them fell. I saw." Ford looked at him. "How do you decide?" Mercer took time answering. "You ask what the mission is. Then you ask who you can actually save. Then you ask what the cost will be to those already depending on you." "I depend on you." "Yes, it is." Ford looked down, uncomfortable with the plainness of it. Mercer continued. "Those men made noise in a dead town. They were armed. They knew risk. If I spent bullets, we might still fail them and lose what we took from the clinic. Then you die later because I wanted to feel noble for 10 seconds. That sounds cold." "It is. Does it get easier?" "It does not. It gets clearer." Ford wiped rain from his face. "I hate clear things. So do most people. That is why they walk into trouble calling it hope." The boy leaned back against the concrete pillar. He looked older than he had at dawn. Mercer unwrapped one piece of hard candy and handed it to him. Ford took it. "Ration joy. Medical use." The boy put it in his mouth and closed his eyes, as if sugar could briefly rebuild the world. Mercer sat across from him, listening to the rain and to the distant, fading screams from the town behind them. His arm throbbed under the fresh bandage. His shoulder ached. His ammunition count had not changed, and that mattered. But he wondered how many pieces of himself he had learned to keep by not spending them. In the old world, restraint had been discipline. In this one, restraint sometimes looked too much like mercy denied. He slept poorly beneath the road, and before dawn, he dreamed of Fort Lincoln's flag snapping in a wind that sounded like rifles. They traveled for 12 more days before Ford saw another living person up close. By then, the boy had changed enough that Mercer sometimes forgot how short their time together had been. Hunger had thinned him further, but training had tightened the lines of his body. He no longer dragged his feet when tired. He no longer let his attention lock on only the threat ahead. His eyes moved constantly now. Doorways, windows, brush, rooftops, Mercer's hands, the ground. Fear remained in him, but it had been given a job. Mercer had seen that transformation before in recruits. The difference was that recruits had barracks, meals, medics, instructors, and the promise that failure during training would usually hurt pride more than flesh. Ford had cold dirt, old food, infected teeth, and one aging sergeant who considered sympathy a tool best used sparingly. To the boy's credit, he kept getting up. They made camp one evening in the remains of a roadside nature center. A sign near the entrance announced hiking trails, bird watching, and educational programs for children. Half the letters had fallen away, so it now promised hiking, watching, and programs for Dren. Ford found this unreasonably funny. "What is a Dren?" he asked. "A child who ignores instructors. That seems targeted." Good instruction often is. The center itself had been burned out, but a maintenance shed behind it remained solid. Mercer cleared it, found no infected, and decided they would sleep there. Before dark, he took Ford into the trees for drills. The training area was a clearing surrounded by pine and bare oak. Snow lingered in shaded patches. Fallen needles softened the ground. Mercer placed 3 sticks in a rough triangle. "Multiple attackers," he said. Ford groaned. "I was starting to miss the days when only one thing wanted me dead." "You never had those days. You were only undercounting. That is not comforting." "It was not meant to comfort." Mercer pointed to the sticks. "You stand inside. I move around you. You keep one stick between you and me, always. Never let yourself get centered between threats. Move until one enemy blocks another." Enemies made of sticks seem less ambitious. Mercer stepped into the clearing with the padded practice club he had made from a branch wrapped in cloth. "I'm not a stick." Ford lifted his own club. "You were about as friendly as one." The first round lasted 6 seconds. Mercer circled, feinted, stepped across the triangle, and tapped Ford's shoulder from behind. "You are dead." Ford spun. "You moved wrong." "I moved effectively." "You moved like an old ghost." "That is a compliment if you survive the haunting." They started again. Ford improved slowly, then all at once. His feet found the angles. He stopped chasing Mercer and began controlling space. He still got hit. He got hit less. Sweat darkened his hair despite the cold. His breath came hard, but he kept his mouth shut, unless he had something useful to say. Mercer was considering ending the drill when Ford's eyes flicked past him. Not enough. Mercer saw the shift in the boy's attention, saw surprise bloom, but Ford had already failed to move. A figure dropped from the low branches behind him. Ford turned just as a wooden staff swept his club aside and hooked behind his knee. He hit the ground on his back with a breathless grunt. Before he could rise, the staff pressed across his throat, not hard enough to crush, hard enough to make a point. A girl stood over him. She was tall, maybe Ford's age or a little older, with brown hair tied back in a tight braid and a face sharpened by weather and suspicion. Her coat had been patched at the arms with pieces of old canvas. A hunting knife sat at her belt. Her eyes were dark and steady. From the brush behind Mercer, a second voice said, "Do not move, old man." Mercer did not move. Not because she told him to, but because the point of a short spear rested near his kidney, and the speaker had placed it there without making enough noise for him to notice. That earned attention. The second girl stepped partly into view. She was smaller than the first, blonde, quick-eyed, with a rounder face that might have looked gentle in another world. In this one, she held the spear like she had already decided where to put it if Mercer gave her reason. Ford coughed under the staff. "I was doing well before the tree person happened." The tall girl looked down at him. "You were loud enough to hear from the trail. We were training. You were losing." Ford's pride, never good at reading danger, climbed to its feet before he did. "I was not losing. I was learning." Looked similar from up there. Mercer almost smiled, or came as close as the road allowed. The blonde girl pressed the spear point a fraction closer to his coat. Hands where I can see them. Mercer lifted his hands slowly, keeping them away from the sidearm. You have made your point. Not yet, she said. You have guns. Everyone sensible wants guns. That is not an answer. It was a statement. The tall girl glanced at Mercer. May, check him. Ford, still pinned, made the poor choice of speaking. Your name is May? The blonde girl's eyes moved to him. Is there a problem? Ford gave a strained laugh. Nothing bad. It is just that her name should be April, right? Then you need another sister named June to complete the set. The clearing changed temperature. The tall girl's staff pressed harder across his throat. The blonde girl's face went still in a way that was much more dangerous than anger. Mercer closed his eyes briefly. Ford, enough. What? Ford rasped. The blonde girl stepped closer to him, spear lowering from Mercer to Ford. Say that name again. Ford finally understood he had stepped on something buried. I was joking. Say it again, she said, voice shaking now, and I will make sure you never make another joke with that mouth. The tall girl's jaw tightened. May, stand down. He said her name. I know. He does not get to say her name. Mercer lowered his hands a few inches, slow enough not to invite a spear. Nobody here needs to die over a stupid boy saying a stupid thing. Ford turned his eyes toward him. That defense felt incomplete. Be quiet. The tall girl kept the staff in place but looked at Mercer. Who are you? Sergeant Daniel Mercer, United States Army, formerly stationed at Fort Lincoln. The title meant something to her. It did not soften her, but it struck a memory. Her eyes narrowed with more focus than suspicion. Army? She asked. Yes, it is. There is no army. There is at least one soldier. The blonde girl snorted, still furious. That sounds like something a liar would polish before saying. Mercer held her stare. A liar would probably choose a rank with more authority. Ford lifted one hand slightly. He is telling the truth. He has been ordering me around for weeks with tragic confidence. The tall girl looked down. Who are you? My name is Ford. Ford what? Just Ford. Nobody is just anything. I have been working on that problem. The staff did not move, but something in her eyes changed. Not trust. Recognition, maybe, of someone using humor to keep pain from owning the room. Mercer said he did not know what June meant. He made a careless joke. I will correct him if you let him breathe. May's grip tightened on the spear. June was our mother. Ford's face changed instantly. The sarcasm drained away so fast it left him looking younger, almost stricken. I did not know. No, you did not, May said. I am sorry. The words came without decoration. Mercer watched the girls hear that. Sincere apology had become rare on the road. Most people defended mistakes as if pride were food. The tall girl lifted the staff an inch. Better apology than joke. Ford took a cautious breath. I agree. She removed the staff and stepped back, though she did not lower it entirely. Ford sat up, rubbing his throat. Mercer lowered his hands the rest of the way. May watched him carefully but withdrew the spear point from killing distance. Names, Mercer said. You know ours. The tall girl hesitated. My name is April. Ford looked at the ground, wisely silent. May said, and you already heard mine. Mercer nodded. You move well. April did not seem impressed by the compliment. Our father taught us. Was he military? Both girls stilled. May asked, why is that? Your staff work is not campfire guessing. Your spacing was disciplined. You put one blade on me and one staff on the inexperienced loudmouth. That is not luck. Ford raised a finger. Inexperienced loudmouth is fair, but I want it noted that I was ambushed from a tree. April looked at him. You failed to look up. Ford lowered the finger. Also fair. Mercer watched the sisters. Their clothes were worn but maintained. Their weapons were simple but cared for. Their packs were light, which meant either they had a nearby camp or they had learned to travel hard. They were not starving, but they were hungry. Everyone was hungry, no. They had not taken his rifle when they had the chance. That meant either restraint or a plan. Where's your father? Mercer asked. May's anger flickered toward grief, then hid. April answered for both of them. He is gone. Was it infected? People killed him. Mercer accepted the limit. Some doors did not open because a stranger knocked. April looked toward the maintenance shed through the trees. You have a camp. For tonight. We saw smoke 2 ridges back this morning. Not yours. Mercer looked east. How many? 6, maybe 7. They are moving slow and carrying weapons. The men from the road, Ford said. Maybe, Mercer said. May studied Ford. You two being followed? Not intentionally, Ford said. I try not to collect enemies. They gather anyway. April looked back to Mercer. Where are you headed? The question sat between them with weight. Mercer could lie. He had lied before when survival required it. But the girls already knew enough to track them if they cared. They had military training of some kind. They had mentioned armed people moving behind. They were not fools. Lies told to capable people often became threats later. East, he said. There is an army base on the old maps. I'm going there for supplies. April and May exchanged a look. It lasted less than a second. Mercer saw it anyway. What? He asked. April's grip shifted on the staff. Our father was stationed there before the end. Ford got slowly to his feet. At the base? May nodded once. He was trying to get back to it when he died. Mercer felt the mission tighten around them all. Until now, the base had been coordinates, rumor, necessity. For the girls, it was a grave marker and a promise unfinished. What was his name? Mercer asked. April hesitated, then said, Staff Sergeant Thomas Bale. Mercer searched memory. So many names from the collapse had blurred into rosters, radio calls, casualty reports, and faces glimpsed once in smoke. He knew the name Bale, though not the man well. The man had worked in a logistics unit, kept a quiet reputation, handled recruits well, and came down hard on thieves. Had 2 daughters in civilian quarters for a while, before family evacuations became impossible. I heard of him, Mercer said. May's face changed. You did? Yes, it is. Was he brave? The question was too young for the spear in her hand. Mercer answered carefully. People trusted him. That is harder than bravery. April looked away, blinking once. Ford, by some miracle, said nothing. Rain began to tap through the branches. The sky had darkened while they talked. Somewhere beyond the trail, a branch snapped. All 4 turned toward the sound. Mercer lowered his voice. If there are men behind us, we should not finish this conversation in the open. April looked at May. May gave one tight nod. You keep your rifle slung, April told Mercer. You keep your spear pointed somewhere else, Mercer replied. That depends on your boy. Ford touched his throat. Your point is remembered. They returned to the maintenance shed as a cautious, unfriendly group of 4. Mercer walked last because May insisted on watching him, and because he preferred to see everyone anyway. Ford walked ahead of him, rubbing his knee where April's staff had taken him down. You all right? Mercer asked quietly. Ford whispered, I was beaten by a calendar. Learn from it. I already learned not to mention months. That is a start. At the shed, April checked Mercer's camp with efficient eyes, while May watched the tree line. Ford sat on a crate and tried to look less embarrassed than he was. Mercer unpacked nothing until the sisters chose a side of the room and sat where they could see the door. Trust had not arrived, but the road had placed them under the same roof, and in the dead world, that was often where trust began pretending it might someday exist. Chapter 11. June was her name. The storm came after sunset and trapped them together. Wind shoved rain against the maintenance shed until the whole structure groaned. Water leaked through nail holes and ran down the inside walls in thin black lines. The roof held, but only because somebody had built it before the world began making everything temporary. Outside, branches snapped and skittered across the yard. The old nature center creaked in the dark like a ship breaking apart. Inside, 4 people sat around one covered lantern turned low. Mercer kept his rifle beside his knee. April kept her staff across her lap. May held her spear within reach. Ford sat between the old soldier and the sisters, which meant he was either neutral ground or the first casualty, depending on how the night chose to go. The silence lasted until Ford could not bear it. So, he said, then stopped when 3 people looked at him. Mercer shook his head slowly. Ford tried again with less confidence. I was going to ask how long you 2 have been alone. May's eyes sharpened. Why is that? Because I know what alone feels like, and I talk too much when it follows me indoors. That answer surprised her. It surprised Mercer too. April's grip eased slightly on the staff. 2 years since our father died. Before that, we moved with him. Your mother? Ford asked, then immediately looked ashamed, as if the question had escaped before he could catch it. I am sorry. I should not have asked that. May stared at the floor. June died during the first winter. The name settled into the lantern light. Ford nodded once, careful this time. My mother died early too. How? April asked. In the outbreak. My father took me out of the city when things went bad. He thought the country would be safer. It was not. My mother stayed behind to help at a shelter because she was a nurse, and because she believed people would remember how to be decent if someone showed them first. May's expression softened despite herself. Did she make it? Ford shook his head. Not a one-word answer, not a hard refusal, but a small motion full of memory. The shelter fell. We heard it on the radio before the station went dead. Nobody spoke for a while. Mercer listened to the rain and watched Ford. The boy had told pieces of this before, but not in this voice. Less joke, more truth. Maybe grief found grief and recognized its own language. April looked at Mercer. What about you? I was stationed at Fort Lincoln. That is not what she asked, May said. It is the answer I have. Ford looked at the sisters. He was alone there, completely alone. A whole fort, just him. April's eyes moved back to Mercer. For how long? Long enough. Was it years? Yes, it is. May frowned. Why stay? Mercer looked at the lantern. Its light trembled when wind struck the wall. Because someone ordered us to hold. Because civilians died believing the walls meant something. Because leaving felt like admitting every grave inside was only dirt. Ford stopped fidgeting. April lowered her gaze. Our father said posts matter even after command breaks. He was right. He also said living matters more than flags. Mercer looked at her. He was right about that too. The answer seemed to disarm her more than argument would have. May leaned back against the wall, spear across her knees. Dad talked about the base all the time. Said if we could reach it, there would be shelter, supplies, maybe enough people to start again. Did he know it was still active? Mercer asked. No, April said. He hoped. Hope had killed a great many people. Mercer had seen it lure families down open roads, draw crowds to evacuation points already overrun, make starving men trust strangers with clean smiles. But hope had also kept people moving when reason gave them permission to lie down and freeze. Like any weapon, it depended on the hand using it. Ford looked between the sisters. We are going to the same place. Seems stupid not to go together. It might be stupid to go together, May said. You sneaked up on me, put him at spear point, and made me apologize for the worst joke of my life. I think we have established you are capable of expressing concerns. April's mouth twitched, almost a smile. May tried not to show hers and failed by a fraction. Mercer noticed Ford notice. The boy straightened a little, encouraged by the small victory. Besides, Mercer knows maps and military things. You two know how to appear from trees like judgment. I am learning how not to die. Together, that is almost a team. Almost is dangerous, April said. Everything is dangerous. At least almost has potential. Mercer cut in before Ford spent the goodwill he had accidentally earned. Shared route does not mean shared command. If we travel together, rules are clear. May snorted. There it is. You keep watch when assigned. You do not wander. You do not fire a weapon without cause. You do not take from another pack. You do not hide bites, fever, or injuries from the group. You do not bring strangers into camp without agreement. If contact turns bad, we fall back by plan, not panic. April listened seriously. May looked skeptical, but not dismissive. Ford added, he also dislikes noisy buckles. Everyone with sense dislikes noisy buckles, April said. Ford pointed toward her. Thank you. I hate that you agree. May studied Mercer. Who decides cause? In a fight, whoever sees first and knows most. Afterward, we discuss mistakes, if we are alive. That is not the same as you deciding everything. No, it is not. April seemed to like that. Our father had rules too. Good ones? Mercer asked. Mostly good ones. Then keep them if they work. The storm deepened. They shared food reluctantly at first, then less reluctantly when April produced dried venison from her pack, and Ford offered the clinic candy with ceremony that made May roll her eyes. Mercer contributed rice cooked over a tiny alcohol stove, the flame shielded in a metal cup to hide most of the light. The meal was thin, smoky, and precious. After eating, the sisters showed what their father had taught them. It began because Ford, still smarting from the ambush, asked how April had dropped from the tree without noise. April told him she had used the wind. Ford accused the wind of favoritism. May said he moved like a person trying to apologize to every leaf before stepping on it. Mercer almost enjoyed himself. April demonstrated foot placement inside the shed, moving from crate to crate, placing weight on the outer edge first, testing before committing. She made it look easy. Ford tried and stepped on a loose screw that rolled under his boot. He flailed, caught himself against the wall, and received no mercy from May. "That was graceful," she said. I remained upright. After negotiating with gravity, Mercer folded his arms. "Do it again." Ford looked betrayed. "You are taking their side." "I am taking the side of not sounding like a kick toolbox." April handed Ford her staff. "Your hands are too high. If you look down." Mercer said center control matters. "It does," April said. "But you are strangling the weapon. Let it move, or it will argue with you." Ford glanced at Mercer, seeking confirmation. Mercer nodded. "She is right." Ford adjusted his grip. April stepped behind him, moved his left hand lower by 2 inches, and tapped his forearm inward. May watched with a look Mercer could not quite read. Protective, certainly. Amused, maybe. Ford became very focused on the staff and very careful not to make a joke. "Strike short," April said. "Not like chopping wood, like shutting a door." Ford tried. The motion improved. "Again," she said. He did it again. "That is better." Ford's face lit before he could hide it. That was praise. "It was observation," April said. Ford stared at her, then at Mercer. "You both do that?" May laughed then, a real laugh, quick and bright enough to surprise everyone, including herself. The sound transformed her face for a second, showing the girl she might have been if the world had not made her carry a spear. Then a thump struck the shed door. The laugh died. Another thump followed, slow and heavy enough that nobody mistook it for wind. Mercer lifted the lantern cover, killed the light, and the shed fell into darkness. The door shuttered again. Ford moved to the left wall without being told. April took the right. May slid behind a stack of toolboxes, spear leveled toward the door gap. Mercer drew his knife and waited near the hinges. A face pressed against the narrow window in the door. In the lightning flash, they saw the infected clearly, bald scalp torn by old weather, one ear missing, mouth opening and closing against the glass. Another shape moved behind it. 2, April whispered. "Maybe more," Mercer breathed. The first infected hit the door again. The latch held. The hinges did not. The upper hinge had rusted almost through, and each blow made it squeal. Mercer looked at the others and pointed. "Let it enter. Kill quiet." Ford nodded. April nodded. May smiled without humor. The hinge snapped. The door sagged inward. The infected pushed through the gap, arms reaching. Mercer grabbed its coat and pulled hard, using its own hunger to drag it into the room. April's staff struck the back of its knee. Ford drove the staff he held into its chest to turn it. May's spear ended it through the skull with a wet crack. The second infected stumbled over the first. It was larger, wearing the remnants of a park ranger uniform. It caught May's spear shaft and shoved, driving her back against the toolboxes. Metal clattered loudly. Ford moved before Mercer ordered it. He stepped to the side, hooked the ranger's ankle with the end of April's staff, and pulled. The infected toppled enough for April to smash its head against the doorframe. Mercer ended it with the knife. Outside, answering moans rose in the rain. "Sound carried," April said. "Back exit," Mercer said. "There is no back exit," Ford said. Mercer grabbed the hammer and moved to the rear wall where the boards had softened with rot. "There is now." They tore through the wall in less than a minute. April and May passed Pax out first. Ford crawled through next. Mercer followed as infected reached the broken front door, their hands clawing into the dark shed where warmth and breath had been. The 4 of them ran through rain, across the yard, down the trail, and into the trees. April led them without hesitation, choosing ground that did not hold prints. May ran behind Ford, shoving him once when he drifted toward a low branch. Mercer took rear guard. The infected followed for a while, then lost them in the storm. They stopped beneath a stone culvert where the trail crossed a ravine. Water rushed below, black and loud. The space was narrow, but dry enough. Ford sank against the stone, panting. "I miss the shed." May sat across from him. "You miss every place after we leave it." "I grow emotionally attached to roofs." April checked her spear point, then looked at Mercer. "Your boy moved better." Ford's head lifted. "Your boy." Mercer answered before April could. "You did move better." The boy tried to suppress a smile and failed. May watched him with less hostility now. "Still talks too much." "That is not training," Mercer said. "That is structural damage." Ford placed one hand over his heart. "I am right here." "We noticed," May said. The storm raged around the culvert. 4 people sat in a narrow stone throat above rushing water, wet, hungry, and not quite strangers anymore. Mercer looked at the three young faces in the half-dark. Ford, sharp with fear and humor. April, steady and guarded. May, fire wrapped around grief. He had left Fort Lincoln expecting to die alone on the road or find supplies and return to an empty command. Instead, the road was gathering children with weapons and ghosts. That was not a plan, but sometimes survival began as an inconvenience the heart refused to abandon. Chapter 12. The Wolf Pack. Morning revealed the tracks. The rain had ended before dawn, leaving the world rinsed and cold. Mist hung in the trees. Water dripped from branches with patient rhythm. The culvert opened onto a ravine choked with stones and dead leaves. Beyond it, a narrow service trail climbed toward the ridge. Ford saw the first print because Mercer had made him look. It sat in soft mud near the trail, deeper at the heel, angled east. Not infected. Too clean. Too balanced. A human boot had pressed there within the last few hours. Ford crouched over it while April and May checked the ridge. One person. Mercer knelt beside him. At least one. Look here. A second print overlapped the first, smaller, turned slightly outward. Ford traced the space above the mud without touching it. 2 people. More ahead. How do you know? Because 2 people being careless is possible. 4 people being careless in the same direction is a pattern. See the broken fern? Ford looked. A fern stem had bent under a passing boot. Farther on, a scuff marked the wet stone. The men behind us? Ford asked. Could be. April returned from the ridge. I found 3 more prints above. One has a split sole. Same track we crossed 2 days ago near the creek. Mercer's opinion of her rose another notch. They are still moving east. May came down behind her. We're circling toward the same place we are. Ford stood. If everyone is going to the base, maybe it has a welcome sign. Or rumors travel, April said. Rumors do not walk, Mercer said. People carry them. That means the base matters to more than us. The thought changed the morning. The road ahead was no longer only distance and infected. It held competition now. Armed men, sharp desperation, maybe survivors who needed help, maybe killers who wanted an armory, and maybe both in the same skins. Mercer gathered them near the culvert entrance. We adjust. May leaned on her spear. Do we get a vote? You get input. Then we move. That sounds like voting after the king is chosen. I was never royalty. Too much sitting. Ford grinned. April almost did. Mercer drew a rough map in the mud with a stick. The service trail heads east toward a ranger station. The main road runs parallel 2 miles south. These tracks likely follow the trail because the road is exposed. We do not follow directly behind. We angle north along the ridge, keep high ground, and watch for smoke, sound, or birds lifting suddenly. If they stop, we pass wide unless they block our path. Ford studied the map. What if they see us first? Then we make them regret being curious, May said. Mercer looked at her. Not first choice. It is a choice. Yes, but a late one. April rested the end of her staff in the mud. If they are the men from the town, they may be down supplies. Hungry people get bold. Hungry people get stupid, May said. Sometimes, Mercer said. Sometimes hunger makes them efficient. Ford looked at him. You should write greeting cards. Move out. Traveling is 4, required adjustment. Mercer preferred silence and tight formation. The sisters had their own rhythm, using hand signals their father had taught them, some familiar, some improvised. Ford tried to learn both systems and occasionally looked like a man being argued with by invisible bees. Mercer corrected him. April corrected him. May corrected him with less patience but better timing. By midday, Mercer understood something important. April and May were not merely good for civilians. They were good. Their father had built a foundation of discipline, and the road had sharpened it. April read terrain well, moved with restraint, and thought before acting. May acted faster, sometimes too fast, but her instincts were excellent and her courage ran hot without quite becoming foolish. Ford had raw nerve and a strange mind. He noticed odd things. A missing bird call. A door tied shut from the outside. A smell of smoke too clean to be old. He talked too much, but when fear came, his jokes sometimes loosened other people enough to breathe. They were not a unit. Not yet. The Mercers saw the shape of one. They stopped near noon under a shelf of rock overlooking a narrow valley. Below, the service trail cut through birch trees toward the remains of a ranger station. Smoke rose from behind it, thin and pale. April lay flat beside Mercer, looking through binoculars she had taken from her father. One lens was cracked, but it worked well enough. 5 men, she said. Maybe 6. 1 by the woodpile. 2 near the door. 1 on the roof. 1 sitting by the smoke. Rifles? Mercer asked. 3 visible. Maybe more inside. Ford lay behind him, trying to see without raising his head too high. Are they the ones from the town? April adjusted the binoculars. 1 limps. That is them, Mercer said. May crouched near a tree behind them, watching the rear. We go around. We go around. Ford looked disappointed and relieved at once. Just like that? Just like that, Mercer said. But they have a roof and smoke. They also have numbers, rifles, and reason to take what we carry. What if they are decent? Then avoiding them saves everyone confusion. They began the wide pass north of the valley. The terrain grew ugly fast. Rocks slick with rain forced them to climb on hands and knees. Thorn bushes grabbed their sleeves. The ridge narrowed in places, dropping sharply into gullies full of dead leaves. Mercer's shoulder ached from the clinic fight. He ignored it until April noticed. You favor your left side, she said quietly. I am aware. Cut or impact? Both, maybe. Does it slow you? Not enough. That was not my question. Mercer looked at her. She did not look away. She had her father's steadiness. If her father had been the man Mercer remembered. Maybe more. It may slow me later, he admitted. Then later we need to know. Ford, climbing ahead, called softly. I enjoy when other people make him answer questions. Eyes forward, Mercer said. My eyes can enjoy things. May appeared beside Ford, tapped his ankle with the spear shaft. Your foot is on loose stone. Ford froze, tested the stone, and shifted. It slid away a moment later, tumbling down the slope with far too much noise. Everyone stopped. Below, a shout rose from the ranger station. Mercer clenched his jaw. Another shout answered. A dog barked. Not wild this time. A camp dog, maybe half-starved, but still loyal enough to warn. Move, Mercer whispered. They moved fast along the ridge, no longer hidden by patience. The men below could not see them clearly through the trees, but the falling rock had given direction. A rifle cracked. The bullet snapped branches above Ford's head. He ducked too hard and nearly fell. April caught the back of his coat and hauled him forward. Less falling, she said. I accept the correction. Another shot hit the rock near Mercer, sending chips against his cheek. He did not fire back. Distance, trees, and bad angle made return fire wasteful. Instead, he drove the group toward a gap where the ridge descended into a thicket of pine. May reached it first and stopped abruptly. Dead ahead. 3 infected stood in the thicket, drawn by the gunfire below. Their heads turned as one. Cold had slowed them, but noise filled them with purpose. Behind the group, men were shouting up the slope. Ahead, teeth waited in the trees. Mercer made the decision before fear could hold a meeting. Silent weapons. Ford left, April center, May right. I take any that break past. Ford's eyes widened, but he moved. The first infected came at him through the brush, arms reaching. Ford did not swing wide. He stepped outside, struck the knee, then smashed the side of its head with the staff April had loaned him. It fell, but still clawed. He pinned the neck with the staff and drove his knife down with a shaking hand. April met hers like water meeting stone. 1 step, staff to ankle, turn, strike to skull, follow through. May used the spear with vicious precision, keeping distance, driving the point where Mercer had taught Ford a blade had to go. The 4th infected rose from behind a fallen log. Mercer had not seen it. It lunged toward April's back. Ford did. April, he shouted, then threw himself into the creature from the side. They crashed into the mud. Ford lost the staff. The infected rolled over him, jaws snapping inches from his face. Ford jammed his forearm against its throat, panic flashing wild in his eyes. Mercer took 1 step, but April was already there. Her staff drove down across the infected neck. May's spear ended it. Ford lay in the mud, breathing hard. April grabbed his coat and hauled him up. Do not tackle infected unless you have a finish. I had a warning. Warnings are not finishes. You are welcome. She stared at him, angry because he was right and wrong at the same time. Thank you. Also, do not do it again that badly. Ford nodded. That is a complicated but fair response. Mercer pointed down the slope. Keep moving. They plunged into the thicket as 2 men reached the ridge behind them. One fired blind. The shot went high. Mercer finally used a bullet, Not to kill, but to stop pursuit. He fired once, into the rock near the lead man's feet. Stone burst. The man cursed and fell back. "Next one is center mass," Mercer shouted. The men did not test him. By late afternoon, the group had put 5 miles between themselves and the ranger station. They crossed a frozen creek, doubled back through the water for 30 yards to break scent and tracks, then climbed into a stand of cedar where the ground stayed dry beneath the branches. Only there did Mercer allow a halt. Ford dropped onto a bed of needles. "I hate teams. Teams make me responsible for more people." May sat across from him, wiping her spear. "That is the point of teams. I thought the point was having someone else get eaten first." April gave him a look. He lifted both hands. "I am growing. Give me time." Mercer took inventory while the others recovered. 1 bullet spent. No food lost. No major injuries. Ford had bruises blooming along his arm where the infected had pressed against him, but no broken skin there. Mercer checked twice, ignoring the boy's complaints. April had a tear in her sleeve. May had mud up to one cheek and seemed offended by it. When the practical work was done, Mercer stood before them. "You performed better than expected." Ford looked up. "All of us?" "All of you." May raised an eyebrow. "Even him?" "Especially him, in one moment. Poorly executed courage is still courage. We refine execution." Ford sat a little taller. April looked toward the west, where the men from the station remained somewhere beyond the trees. "They may follow." "They may," Mercer said. "Which means from now on we stop moving like survivors who met by accident." May leaned forward. "What does that mean?" "It means assigned roles. It means standard signals. It means spacing, sectors, rally points, fallback calls, night watches, and drills until you can move together without debate." Ford made a pained sound. "There will be more drills?" "There will be many more drills. I miss being trapped by dogs." "No, you do not," April said. Ford considered. "I miss the simplicity of the problem." Mercer continued. "April, you take point when terrain requires quiet movement. May, you take close flank and fast response. Ford, you rotate between rear watch and center until you earn more trust with your feet. I command until one of you proves smarter under fire." May smiled thinly. "That might not take long." "That is good. I need successors, not pets." That silenced them. The word successors had weight. It suggested a future none of them had agreed to imagine. Ford looked at April. April looked at the ground. May looked away into the trees, jaw set. Mercer regretted nothing. Young people needed to hear that tomorrow was more than a place to be killed. He crouched and drew 4 marks in the dirt. "You need a name." Ford blinked. "A name?" "Units have names." "We are not a unit yet," April said. "Not yet, but you will become what you practice being." May rested her spear across her shoulders. "What did you have in mind, Sergeant?" Mercer studied them. April, steady and watchful. May, quick and dangerous. Ford, bruised, hungry, frightened, still somehow joking. Himself, old enough to know better and too bound by duty to walk away. They were not an army. They were not a squad in any proper sense. They were something leaner, rougher, held together by need and motion. "Wolfpack," he said. Ford frowned thoughtfully. "Because wolves are loyal and terrifying. Because lone wolves die more often than stories admit." April looked at May. May tried to look unimpressed. She failed less than Ford would have, but Mercer saw the name land. "Wolfpack," Ford repeated, testing it. "That sounds like we should be better looking." May pointed the spear shaft at him. "You were bringing down the average." Ford touched the bruise near his cheek. "This is road-earned character." April smiled then. Not much, not freely, but enough. Mercer felt something shift in the cedar stand. Not safety. Not peace. Those were too large for the moment. It was alignment, perhaps. 4 separate lives, all damaged by the collapse, had turned toward the same distant base. That evening he began their first team drill. He made them move through the trees in formation, switching roles whenever he tapped a shoulder. April at point, then May. Ford at rear, then center. Signals passed hand to hand, carrying orders to halt, drop low, move left, move right, mark danger, advance, and hold position. They repeated the sequence until dusk turned the woods blue and Ford's face had gone blank with concentration. May complained only once, and even that sounded like tradition rather than rebellion. At full dark, they ate cold rice and shared one piece of candy 4 ways, because Ford insisted morale worked better when unfairly divided. April took the smallest piece. May accused her of martyr behavior. Ford offered to trade. April told him to eat his sugar before someone reconsidered his value. Mercer watched them argue softly and felt the old ache of barracks nights when soldiers became family through irritation before trust. Later, during second watch, Ford sat beside him beneath the cedars. "You really think we can make it?" the boy asked. "To the base?" "Yes, and after that." Mercer looked through the trees at the thin line of stars. "I think making it is a habit, not an event." Ford considered that. That is annoying because it sounds true. Most truth lacks charm. The boy rubbed his hands together for warmth. "April is good." "She is." "May too." "Yes, it is. I mean it fighting." "I know what you mean." Ford was quiet for a few seconds. Too quiet. Mercer glanced at him. "What is it?" "Nothing important. Nothing usually talks this much before arriving." Ford stared into the dark. "When April grabbed me on the ridge, I thought I was dead. Then she caught me like it was nothing. I did not know people could move like that. They can, when trained." "Could I?" "With time." "How much time?" "More than you want. Less than you fear if you work." Ford nodded slowly. "Then I will work." Mercer heard the change beneath the words. The boy did not want only to survive now. He wanted to become worthy of standing beside someone. That was dangerous and useful in equal measure. Men had crossed oceans for less. Boys had gotten killed for it. "Work for yourself first," Mercer said. Ford looked at him. "You read minds now?" "No, because you are not subtle." The boy's ears reddened, even in the cold. "I did not say anything." "You said enough." Ford looked toward the sleeping forms of April and May, beneath the far cedar. "She probably thinks I am an idiot. She has evidence. That is helpful. Become less of one." Ford laughed quietly. That might be the kindest romantic advice left in America. It was survival advice. "Everything is with you." Mercer let that stand. Near dawn, the infected found the cedar stand. Only 4 of them, wandering up from the creek, drawn perhaps by old scent or chance. Ford saw them first on rear watch. He did not shout. He clicked his tongue twice, the signal they had agreed on for close danger, then lifted one hand. Mercer opened his eyes instantly. April and May rose from their bedrolls without confusion. That pleased him. Fear was allowed. Confusion was expensive. The infected entered the outer trees in a loose line. Mercer could have ended them with rifle fire in seconds. Instead, he touched his knife and gave the hand signal. This was training. Ford swallowed, then nodded. April took left. May took right. Ford held center. Mercer stood behind them. Back up and witness. The fight lasted less than a minute. It was ugly because all close fighting was ugly, but it was controlled. April dropped the first. May speared the second and used the shaft to shove it into a tree before ending it. Ford faced a third. His first strike missed the knee and hit the thigh. The infected lurched into him. He did not panic. He shifted, used the staff to frame its chest, stepped around, and brought the knife up under Mercer's shouted correction. The fourth broke toward May's blind side. Ford saw it, but this time he did not tackle. "May, right side," he called. May turned and finished it before it reached her. Silence returned, broken only by breath. Mercer walked the small battlefield, checking each body. Then he turned to them. "That," he said, "was a unit." Ford's grin came slow and exhausted. April leaned on her staff, eyes bright from the fight. May wiped her spear point and gave Ford the smallest nod. The sun rose through the cedars, pale but real. For the first time since leaving Fort Lincoln, Mercer did not feel like a man walking away from the last piece of the old world. He felt like he was escorting the first rough piece of the next one. Chapter 13. Common Ground. Morning did not make the cedar stand warmer. It only painted the cold in thin gray light and revealed every ugly mark the night had left behind. 4 dead infected lay among the roots, their bodies stiff where Mercer had dragged them after the fight. Black blood had frozen on the bark and in the dead grass. The smell was faint in the frost, but it still carried enough rot to sour the back of Ford's throat. Ford stood with his staff planted in the dirt, trying not to look proud and failing. He had slept less than 2 hours after the fight, but his blood still felt bright inside him. He had not saved the world. He had not even done the hardest work. April and May had moved smoother, faster, and with less wasted motion, while Mercer had watched like a stone-faced judge. Even so, Ford had seen the fourth infected coming at May's blind side, and he had called out instead of charging in like a fool. That small change mattered. Mercer had noticed. Ford knew because the old soldier had not insulted him yet. April crouched near the creek with a strip of cloth in one hand, cleaning her knife with snow and sand. She had tied her brown hair back with a faded green ribbon that looked too soft for the road. The ribbon had no business surviving in a dead country, and maybe that was why Ford could not stop glancing at it. May sharpened a spear point against a flat stone, her small frame wrapped in a patched coat that made her look younger than her eyes. Her eyes had not been young since Ford met her. Nobody spoke for a while. That suited Mercer. Silence told him more than chatter. April cleaned her blade with care. May kept her shoulders turned so she could see both Ford and the tree line. Ford shifted his weight too much, but he kept checking the woods. The boy was learning. He still held himself like a person waiting for the world to make fun of him, but he no longer looked away from danger and called it luck. Mercer knelt beside the nearest infected and examined the boots. The soles were cracked and nearly smooth. No fresh mud clung to them, only frozen creek grit and old road dust. They had wandered from the south, probably following scent down the low ground. Not a herd. Not a sign of larger movement. Still, they had found the camp. The road was teaching its first lesson to the new group. No place stayed safe because a person wanted rest. May broke the quiet first. We should leave before more come. Mercer looked over at her. That is correct. She gave a tiny lift of her chin, as if she had expected an argument and did not know what to do with agreement. Ford cleared his throat. Before we leave, I should probably say something. April slid the knife into its sheath and stood. That sounds dangerous. It usually is, May said. Ford looked from one sister to the other. His face had the careful bravery of a man stepping onto thin ice. About yesterday. The joke about June was stupid. I did not know she was your mother, but I still said it because I was embarrassed, and I wanted to sound clever. I am sorry. The words came out rough, but they were honest. Mercer kept his eyes on the infected's boots, pretending not to watch. An apology offered under pressure had little value. An apology offered after a night of thinking had some weight. May stopped sharpening. The stone stayed still beneath her hand. You think that fixes it? Ford shook his head. I think it starts fixing it. April studied him. Her expression remained guarded, but there was less heat in it than before. Our mother's name was June Elaine Carter. She taught school before everything went bad. She made us read history out loud at night, even when Dad said we needed sleep. She believed words kept people human. Ford swallowed. She sounds like someone I should not have turned into a joke. No, she was not a joke, May said, and her voice shook with anger that had too much grief beneath it. Ford lowered his eyes. I understand. May stood fast enough that Ford tightened his grip on the staff. Mercer noticed but did not move. May crossed a few steps between them and stopped close to his face. You do not understand, she said. You cannot understand her from one stupid sentence. Ford did not retreat. Then tell me enough that I do not make that mistake twice. For a moment the cedar stand held only wind and the creek beneath its shell of ice. April's eyes moved toward May, then to Mercer, then back to Ford. Mercer saw the decision passing between the sisters. They had lived long enough not to give trust freely. Trust was not kindness on the road. Trust was ammunition, food, sleep, and skin. May stepped back. Maybe later. Ford nodded once. Later is fair. Mercer rose from the body. Pack in 5 minutes. April's gaze snapped to him. We have not agreed to travel with you. You agreed not to kill each other. That is enough for the next 5 minutes. We have our own route, she said. So do I. Then maybe they cross for half a mile and split. Mercer watched her carefully. April was the older sister, though not by many years. She carried leadership like a heavy coat, not because she wanted to be admired, but because May needed someone in front of her when trouble came. That kind of leadership was stronger than pride and harder to move. He nodded toward the east. You are heading toward the old army base. April went still. May's fingers curled around the spear shaft. Who told you that? You did. We did not, May said. You came from the west, kept clear of the highway, carried military knots on your packs, and used hand signals close enough to infantry work that I recognized the family resemblance. Your father taught you. A man teaching daughters that system after the collapse had a reason. He either came from a unit, was trying to reach one, or both. April's jaw tightened. That is a long guess. It is a short observation. Ford leaned close to May and whispered loudly, He does this. It is annoying, but he is usually right. May gave him a look that could have peeled paint. Do not help him. Ford straightened. I was helping myself survive your mood. April almost smiled. She buried it quickly. Mercer pointed through the trees. The base is my destination. I came from Fort Lincoln. Supplies are almost gone there. Ammunition is too low to hold the walls. The eastern base was a regional storage site before command went quiet. If anything worth taking remains in this part of the country, it may be there. The sisters exchanged another look, sharper this time. April said, Our father was stationed there. Mercer did not let surprise show. Give me the name. Staff Sergeant Elias Carter. Mercer searched memory. 10 years had ruined many things, but names of good soldiers stayed in deeper rooms. Carter, then. Motor Pool Convoy Security, Kansas Sector. April's eyes changed. You knew him? I knew of him. Solid reputation. Kept vehicles moving after parts stopped arriving. Lost 3 trucks, bringing civilians out of Junction City, and still brought most of the people through. May's face tightened in a way that made her look less angry and more young. Dad never talked about that. Good men rarely list their own decent acts. Ford looked at Mercer. You list yours sometimes. I list failures. There are more of them. April stepped closer. Our father said if we ever had to run, we should head for that base. He said there might be supplies. He said there might be soldiers. There may be neither, Mercer said. Then why are you going? Because maybe is better than starving slowly behind walls. The truth landed without comfort. April looked past him toward the frozen road beyond the trees. May stared at the ground, spear point pressing into the dirt. Ford watched all 3 of them and seemed to understand that the shape of his world had just changed again. April said, Dad died 6 months ago. Mercer removed his glove. The cold bit at his fingers. He offered his hand the way he would have offered it to a soldier's family before the world ended. I am sorry. April looked at his hand for a long second, then took it. Her grip was firm and cold. He made sure we got away. That sounds like him. May turned away, blinking hard. Ford shifted, wanting to say something and wisely choosing not to. Mercer saw the effort. That counted. April released his hand. We travel together until the base. After that, we decide what comes next. Mercer nodded. Fair terms. May looked at Ford. He walks behind us. Ford frowned. Why me? Because I do not trust him where I cannot see him. You want me behind you so you can see me? May blinked, then realized what she had said. Ford's mouth twitched. April covered her lips with 2 fingers, not quite fast enough. Mercer pointed east before any of them could turn the moment into more noise. Move out. They left the cedar stand in a staggered file. Mercer took point for the first hour, choosing a route along the creek bed where stone hid tracks. April walked behind him with the quiet balance of someone who had learned to step without snapping sticks. May came next, compact and watchful. Ford followed last, which annoyed him enough to make him quieter. Quiet was useful. By midday, the sky lowered into a sheet of dull iron. Snow began to fall, not heavy, only a steady powder that made distance uncertain and sound strange. The land opened into old pasture and broken fence. The remains of cattle pens stood in black ribs against the white ground. A farmhouse leaned on its foundation, roof half collapsed. Mercer paused at the edge of the pasture and lifted his binoculars. No movement near the house. No smoke. No fresh tracks. No birds rising in panic. April stood beside him. We can check the house. We check the barn first. Why there? People hide in houses. Animals hide in barns. The dead hide in both, but barns give them more places to fall through. May muttered, that is cheerful. Ford answered, he saves cheerful for special occasions. Mercer led them around the house in a wide arc. The barn doors hung open. Snow had blown across the threshold, but beneath the fresh layer, he saw marks where something had dragged through weeks earlier. Not fresh enough to worry him, fresh enough to respect. He signaled halt. April mirrored the sign perfectly for May. Ford caught it late, but stopped. Mercer glanced back. Carter taught you well. April's face softened at her father's name. Every day. Even when we hated him for it. That is good. He entered the barn low and slow. The interior smelled of old hay, mold, frozen manure, and death long settled into wood. Light fell through cracks in the siding. Empty stalls lined both sides. A tractor sat under a torn tarp in the center aisle. Something had nested in the hayloft once, but only scraps remained. May tapped 2 fingers against her shoulder and pointed up. Mercer followed her line of sight. A shape hung from a loft beam. Not a person. A feed sack with a rope around it, swaying faintly in the draft. A trap marker, maybe, or only old farm clutter. He moved farther in. The infected came from the third stall. It had been folded into the shadow beneath a broken gate, still enough to pass for a heap of cloth until Mercer stepped into range. It launched with a dry shriek, arms scraping the boards. Ford started forward from the entrance, but April moved first. She slid past Mercer, staff cracking across the infected's knees. May came in low from the right and drove her spear into its chest to pin it against the wall. Mercer finished it with his knife. The body sagged, black blood sliding down the wood. Ford stared at the sisters with his mouth open. April pulled her staff free. "You were late." "I noticed," Ford said. May yanked the spear back and wiped the point on straw. "Noticed is not fixed." Mercer looked at Ford. "What did you do wrong?" "I moved before I knew where everyone else was." "What else?" "I went toward the problem instead of finding my place in the group." "What else?" Ford frowned. "There is more?" April answered before Mercer could. "You made noise with your back foot," May added, "and you lifted your staff too high for the space." Ford looked at Mercer in open betrayal. "You brought in assistant teachers." "I upgraded." The sisters did smile that time. They cleared the barn and found two useful things: a rusted hatchet with a solid handle and a roll of wire tucked inside a feed bin. Mercer gave the hatchet to Ford, who looked as if someone had handed him a medal. "It is not a toy," Mercer said. Ford ran a thumb along the dull edge, careful not to cut himself. "Nothing fun survives you, does it? Fun survives discipline. Stupidity does not." April took the wire and coiled it tighter. "We can make snares." May looked toward the farmhouse. "Or alarms." Mercer nodded. "Use both." Ford glanced between the sisters and then back at Mercer. "They already know all your lessons." "Some of them." "That makes me the slow one." May walked past him with his spear over one shoulder. "You said it before I had to." Ford watched her go. "I think she is warming up to me." April passed him next. "That was not warmth." "No, but it was less murderous." Mercer shook his head and stepped back into the snow. The road ahead remained dangerous, empty and cold. Yet the sound behind him had changed. 4 sets of feet crossed the pasture now. 4 minds watched the trees. 4 tired people carried the same direction. It was not an army. Not yet. But it was more than one old soldier and a boy with too much mouth. That was enough for the day. Chapter 14. The Carter Lessons. They made camp that night inside the hayloft after Mercer inspected every beam twice and decided the rotten planks would hold if nobody tried to dance. The barn gave them cover from the snow and a narrow view of the pasture through missing slats. Mercer allowed one small covered fire in a metal bucket, fed by splinters of dry wood shaved thin enough to burn with little smoke. The warmth barely reached their hands, but the light brought the 4 of them close around it. April cooked rice in a dented pot with creek water filtered through cloth and boiled until Mercer accepted it. May set 3 wire alarms at the barn doors and 1 across the ladder. Ford watched her tie the knots, then tried to copy one with a scrap of cord. His first attempt slipped apart. May saw it and sighed. "You were trying to make the knot pretty." "I was trying to make it exist. Hold this side. Twist with your left. Pull back through the bight." Ford looked up. "Through the what?" "The loop." "Why did you not say loop?" "Because Dad called it a bight." Mercer leaned against a support post, listening. "Your father was right." Ford groaned. "Of course he was." May took his hands without asking and placed his fingers where they needed to be. Her hands were small but hard from work and weather. Ford went still, the joke that had been forming on his face disappearing into surprise. May did not notice at first. When she did, she let go as if his fingers had burned her. "Now tie it," she said. Ford tied it. The knot held. April stirred the rice and gave Mercer a sideways look. "You trained people before." "I trained many." "Were you always this gentle?" "This is gentle." May snorted. Ford pointed at her. "She understands." Mercer sat with his back to the post, rifle across his knees. The firelight carved deep lines in his face, turning him older and harder. Training is not kindness in the way people like to imagine it. It is a promise that when fear arrives, your body will remember what your mind forgets. April's stirring slowed. "Dad said something like that." "He was right again," Ford said. May gave him a sharper look than the words deserved. "Do not talk about him like you knew him." Ford's grin faded. "I was not trying to." The barn quieted. Snow ticked against the roof. The fire made the metal bucket pop softly. April set the spoon down. "May, listen." May stared at the floorboards. "What now?" He was agreeing with Dad. "I know what he was doing. Then do not punish him for it." Ford held up one hand. "I can take a little punishment. I probably earned some interest." May did not smile. "You think everything is a joke." Ford looked into the bucket fire. His face changed, the clever angles settling into something quieter. "I think if I stop joking, I have to hear other things." Mercer watched him, saying nothing. May's anger faltered. "What things?" Ford rubbed his thumb over the hatchet handle. "My father trying to keep the front door closed. My mother screaming at me to run. A man from a settlement in Nebraska begging me not to let him turn. People saying they would be fine by morning when everyone knew they were lying. Little things." The sisters looked at him differently after that. Not softer exactly, more carefully. Ford breathed through his nose and forced a half smile. "See, now the barn feels terrible. That is why jokes exist." April passed him a tin cup of rice. "Eat before it gets worse." He accepted it. "That is strangely comforting." Mercer waited until they had eaten half the meal before he began the evening lesson. He drew 4 small figures in dust on a board with a charred stick. Then he drew a line of trees, a road, and 4 dots beyond it. "Movement as a group," he said. "You have all survived alone or in pairs. That teaches caution, but it also teaches bad habits. A unit is not 4 people walking near each other. A unit is one animal with several sets of eyes." Ford leaned over the board. "What kind of animal?" "The kind that lives," May said. Dad used wolf examples. Mercer looked at the 4 dots. "So will I." April lifted her cup. "Why wolves?" "Because one wolf is dangerous. A pack is a system. Front, flank, rear, pressure, retreat, return. They test. They harass. They choose weak points. They survive by knowing where the others are without asking every second." Ford pointed at the dust figures. "So I am a wolf now." May gave him a slow look. "You are maybe a loud coyote." Ford placed a hand over his heart. That felt personal. "Good," she said. Mercer continued. "Point leads. Point does not run ahead. Point reads terrain and stops trouble before everyone is inside it. Rear guard watches what pride forgets. Flanks keep the sides honest. If one person engages, the others do not crowd unless the plan demands it. You create angles. You do not make a pile." He drew arrows around the dots. April understood fastest. She asked questions about spacing, about signals, about what to do when visibility dropped in snow. May listened with narrowed eyes and corrected Ford's hand signs when he copied them wrong. Ford tried to act annoyed, but the correction stuck faster when it came from May than from Mercer. Mercer noticed. April noticed him noticing. That made the old soldier uneasy. After the lesson, April climbed down to check the alarms. Mercer followed. Snow had eased into a pale mist. The barn doors stood black against the night, and the pasture beyond lay quiet. April tightened one wire, then spoke without looking at him. "He is trying." "You mean Ford?" "No, the dead one behind you." Mercer almost smiled. "He is trying. He hides fear with his mouth." "I know." May hides grief with anger. "I know that too." April finally faced him. "And you hide everything with orders." Mercer looked past her to the pasture. "Orders are useful. So is sleep, but you do not seem fond of that either." He studied her then. She had her father's steadiness, but her mother's words were in her as well. She did not ask questions simply to fill air. She cut toward truth and watched whether a person flinched. "I sleep enough," he said. "No, you rest with one hand on a weapon and pretend that counts. That has kept me alive. It has kept you breathing." The difference sat between them. Mercer did not like her for saying it. He respected her for seeing it. "You speak like someone older than you are," he said. April tightened her coat. "The world did not ask how old I was before taking things." No, it did not. Her eyes moved toward the loft, where Ford and May were arguing quietly over the knot again. Dad said the base might still have radios. He said if command ever returned, it would speak there first. Command is gone. You know that. I heard the last broadcast. After that, nothing. Then why keep being a soldier? The question should have been simple. Mercer had answered it in his head 1,000 times while patrolling empty walls and saluting a faded flag. Duty, discipline, and civilization were words strong enough to stand until a young woman asked them beside a barn door in a dead country. Because someone should, he said at last. April nodded slowly, not satisfied but not dismissive. Dad would have liked you. He might have thought I was too strict. He was too strict. Then he was smart. She laughed softly, the sound brief and almost startled. May would say you were both impossible. May is often accurate. April glanced back at the loft. Ford is not the only one trying. Mercer followed her gaze. May was showing Ford the nod again, this time more patient. The boy listened with exaggerated focus, probably because her hand was near his. April watched them for a moment and shook her head, but there was affection under the motion. You worry about her, Mercer said. Every breath. She can fight. That does not mean she cannot break. Mercer accepted that. The strongest people he had known were still people. Some shattered because everyone assumed steel could not crack. April said, if we travel together, I need to know you will not use us as tools. Mercer's eyes returned to hers. Everyone in a unit is a tool. Everyone is also a person. Forget either part and people die. That is not comforting. It is honest. April held his stare, then nodded once. Honest may be enough. They returned to the loft. Ford had finally tied the knot correctly 3 times in a row, and May looked offended by her own satisfaction. Mercer tapped the board with the charred stick. Tomorrow we start pack movement. Ford looked up. Are we officially a pack? Not yet. May smirked. Good enough. Mercer added, you have not earned the title yet. Ford considered that. What do we have to do? Survive long enough to deserve it. The bucket fire burned low. Outside, the snow covered their tracks. Inside, 4 survivors settled into uneasy sleep above a barn that had not heard human voices in years. Mercer took first watch. April took second. May insisted on third. Ford took the hour before dawn and stayed awake through all of it. Mercer knew because he watched the boy from beneath half-closed eyes. Ford never knew he had been tested. That was better. Pride ruined clean lessons. By sunrise, the knots held, the alarms had not sounded, and the road east waited with its white teeth showing. Chapter 15. Formation. They spent the next week learning to move as one body across a broken country that punished carelessness with blood. Mercer did not call it training at first. He called it walking correctly. Ford accused him of ruining walking, which earned him 3 extra laps around a frozen drainage pond, with April and May switching attack angles each time he passed. The first day, Ford hated every minute. The second day, he started noticing why it mattered. They crossed subdivisions where houses leaned open like skulls and curtains snapped through empty frames. They moved through strips of woodland that had swallowed old yards, through school parking lots filled with snow-buried cars, past shopping centers where signs still promised sales for stores that no longer had roofs. Every place had lines of approach. Every window could hold eyes. Every alley could hide infected or worse. Mercer made them stop until they could name the danger before stepping into it. Corner of the pharmacy, April said on the 3rd morning, pointing with 2 fingers. Glass still hanging in the frame. If someone is behind it, they can see the whole street. Good, Mercer said. Drainage culvert by the road, May added. Something could crawl out low. That is good. Ford scanned hard, desperate not to be the only fool. Truck cab near the gas pumps. Doors cracked open. Could be someone inside. Mercer looked at him. That is better. Ford's face lit, then he tried to hide it. Better is practically a parade coming from you. Do not celebrate while exposed. Parade canceled. April laughed under her breath. May looked away, which told Ford she had almost laughed too. That tiny victory carried him for the rest of the morning. Mercer rotated positions constantly. April made a natural point, patient and observant. May excelled on flank, where her quick temper became sharp attention. Ford surprised Mercer as rearguard once he stopped resenting the position. He had spent years expecting loss behind him. That old fear, trained properly, became vigilance. At night, they practiced with sticks, knives, and whatever the dead world offered. Mercer made them fight in mud, in snow, in tight rooms, in low light, and once inside a laundromat where broken machines forced them to angle their bodies. Ford hit his hip on a washer, slipped, and landed hard enough to curse with creativity. May pointed the padded training stick at him. You are dead. I am not dead. I am embarrassed. Same result if that was infected. Ford pushed himself up. You enjoy this too much. I enjoy you learning eventually. April leaned against a dryer, arms crossed. Eventually is doing a lot of work there. Ford looked at Mercer. Do leaders allow this much disrespect? Mercer said, "Good leaders encourage accurate reporting." Betrayed by command again. The next pass went better. May came at him from the left, fast and low. Ford wanted to meet her head on, but Mercer's voice cut through the room. "Use angles." Ford stepped aside instead of back. May's stick swept through the space where his knee had been. He trapped the shaft, turned his shoulder, and used the hatchet handle against her wrist without striking full force. May twisted free, but for the first time he had made her adjust. She stopped. That was not terrible. Ford breathed hard. "I may frame those words. Do not get weird." "He is already weird," April said. Ford glanced at her. "You are becoming my least reliable ally." April smiled. "I was never reliable in that direction." Mercer watched the exchange with an unease he did not name. Young people forming bonds on the road could become strength. They could also become distraction. He had seen soldiers make errors because they wanted to impress someone. He had seen others become braver because someone mattered. The line between those truths was thin and often covered in blood. He said nothing. A commander did not cut every thread just because it might tangle. 3 days later, they found a grocery warehouse outside a town called Milmer. The sign had lost half its letters, leaving only cracked paint and a cartoon apple with its smile shot away. Mercer studied the building from a wooded rise for nearly an hour before allowing approach. Ford shifted beside him. "If there is food in there, I might cry." "Do it quietly," May said. April shaded her eyes. "No smoke. No tracks near the loading doors. South wall has a breach." Mercer adjusted the binoculars. "Birds on the roof." Ford frowned. "That means safe?" "It means no recent gunfire there. Maybe no crowd inside. Maybe nothing. Maybe is the worst word left. It is also the only reason we keep moving," April said. They approached through the ditch behind the warehouse. Mercer assigned roles with hand signs. April point. May left flank. Ford rear. Mercer center. Rifle ready but lowered. Inside, the warehouse smelled of dust, rat droppings, old plastic, and ruined produce. Shelves towered in long aisles. Many collapsed, many stripped. The place had been looted years earlier, but looters missed things when they were scared or rushed. The group moved slow. May found the first useful cache behind a toppled shelf. 6 sealed cans of beans and 2 cans of peaches. Ford held the peaches against his chest like rescued infants. April found a crate of water purification tablets hidden beneath empty cardboard. Mercer checked the date, then pocketed them. Old tablets were not perfect. Imperfect still be drinking from a ditch and hoping. Ford found the case of powdered milk, opened it, sniffed, and nearly gagged. "Treasure has limits," he said. May took it anyway. "It can be bait." "For what, desperate ghosts?" "For rats." Ford looked at the box again. "I regret judging it." They were almost ready to leave when April raised a fist. Everyone froze. At first Ford heard nothing. Then, beneath the soft creak of the warehouse roof came a faint scrape. Not wind, not an animal, a shoe against concrete. Mercer signaled down. They crouched between shelves. The scrape came again, then a whisper from the far aisle. Human voices. More than one speaker. Mercer pointed to his eyes, then to April. She slid forward, like a shadow. May moved opposite. Ford stayed, where he had been told, jaw tight with the need to prove he could do more. Mercer saw the struggle and gave him a small hand signal. "Hold position." Ford held. 3 men entered the aisle beyond the canned goods. They wore mismatched winter gear and carried weapons that had seen hard use, a crowbar, a long knife, and a rifle held by the biggest one. The rifle changed everything. Mercer focused on the man's hands. Finger near the trigger. Muzzle drifting. Dangerous. Maybe untrained. Maybe both. The man with the rifle kicked a broken box. "Told you I heard voices." Another said, "Could be debtors." "Debtors do not whisper." Ford's eyes flicked toward Mercer. Debtor was a word used by road gangs more than settlements. Not always, but often enough. The third man laughed. "Maybe we got lucky." Mercer's face went colder. April came back along the shelf, silent, and gave a hand count. 3 visible. May signaled from the opposite side. No rear guard. That meant the men were careless. Careless men with a rifle still killed people. Mercer did not want to fight. Their food mattered. Their lives mattered more. He stepped into the aisle with his rifle already up. "Do not raise that weapon," he said. The 3 men spun. The big one lifted his rifle halfway before Mercer's muzzle locked on his chest. "I said do not." The man froze. His beard was tangled with ice. His eyes were red from cold or drink or both. "Well now, look what walked out." "Walk away," Mercer said. "Nobody has to bleed." The man with the crowbar grinned. "You got packs? Food in them, I bet." April appeared at the end of the aisle, staff in hand. May stepped into view behind him with the spear low. Ford rose beside Mercer, hatchet handle tight in his grip. The big man's grin thinned. "Kids with sticks." May said, "Try us." Mercer did not take his eyes off the rifle. Last warning. The man with the knife made the mistake. He lunged toward April, maybe thinking she looked easiest, maybe not thinking at all. April pivoted and cracked his wrist. The knife clattered across concrete. May drove her spear shaft into the crowbar man's knee before he could swing. Ford moved exactly when Mercer had taught him to move, not at the rifle, but at the space behind the big man's shoulder. The big man jerked the muzzle toward April. Mercer fired once. The report battered the warehouse air. Birds exploded from the roof outside. The big man dropped with blood spreading beneath him, rifle skidding across the floor. Silence slammed in after the shot. The other two men froze. April had the knife man's arm pinned behind his back. May's spear point rested against the crowbar man's throat. Ford stood pale but steady, hatchet ready though he had not swung. Mercer stepped over and kicked the rifle away. "You were told to walk." The knife man whimpered. "We did not know." "You knew enough." May's eyes were bright with anger. "They would have taken everything." "They still might have friends," April said. Mercer looked at the two living men. "Do you?" The crowbar man swallowed. "Not near." "That is not an answer." 2 miles south. Camp at the overpass. Ford muttered. That sounded like an answer. Mercer took the men's weapons, searched them for ammunition, and found only 4 rifle rounds in a small pouch of dried corn. He gave them neither food nor comfort. He let them live because killing helpless men damaged the living in ways no bandage could fix. He also made them remove their boots and coats before sending them south through the snow. Ford watched the men stumble away from the loading door, shivering and cursing. "That is harsh," he said. Mercer reloaded the rifle with one of the recovered rounds. "They have a camp 2 miles away, so they can make it, if they told the truth. And if they lied, then lying was their last poor decision." April looked at the dead man on the concrete. "The shot will draw infected." "That is true." May wiped her spear shaft, jaw hard. "Then we leave now." Mercer looked at Ford. "What did you do right?" Ford seemed surprised by the question. "I held when you told me to hold." "What else?" "I moved to the angle, instead of crowding the rifle." "What else?" Ford looked toward April and May. "I trusted them to handle their side." Mercer nodded once. "That is a unit behavior." Ford tried not to smile. He failed again. They left the warehouse through the south breach, carrying more food than they had dared hope, and one more reminder that people could be worse than hunger. Behind them, the dead man's blood crawled along cracks in the concrete until the cold slowed it to a dark shine. Outside, far off in the town, an infected voice answered the echo of the gunshot. Then another. Then many. Chapter 16, Blood at the Overpass. They did not return to the woods by the same route. Mercer hated predictable movement after noise, and the warehouse gunshot had rolled through Milner like a church bell for the dead. The first infected appeared before they reached the drainage ditch, stumbling from behind a row of rusted shopping carts. April dropped it with a staff strike to the knee and a knife through the skull. She did not need Mercer to tell her to move faster after that. The town began to wake around them. Not with life, with hunger. Faces appeared in broken store windows. Hands scraped against glassless frames. A figure in a mail carrier's coat lurched from behind a delivery truck. Letters still spilling from a torn satchel frozen to its side. Another crawled from beneath a car, legs useless, fingers clawing toward Ford's boot with such sudden force that he nearly shouted. May drove the spear down before the thing touched him. Ford whispered, "Thank you." May yanked the point free. "Watch the ground." I was watching the horrible mailman. Ground 2. Mercer signaled for silence and cut east through an alley that smelled of rot and old grease. Snow hid broken glass. Their boots crunched despite every effort. The infected followed sound, not fast in the cold, but relentless. One voice became 5. 5 became a rough chorus behind them. They reached the overpass near dusk. It crossed above a frozen highway choked with abandoned cars. A faded sign hung crooked from one post, warning drivers of bridge ice from a time when drivers and warnings still mattered. Beneath the overpass, smoke stains marked a camp. not old. The ash was black and recent beneath a thin cover of snow. Ford crouched behind a concrete barrier. Their camp? Likely, Mercer said. April studied the space below. No people. May pointed with her spear. Packs are gone. Mercer saw it too. The men from the warehouse had returned, warned whoever waited here, and cleared out. Maybe they were cowards. Maybe they were scouts. Maybe they were simply survivors who chose not to fight after losing one of their own. Then Ford saw the rope. It ran from a support column to the wreck of a bus, almost hidden under snow. He touched Mercer's sleeve and pointed. Mercer followed the rope to a cluster of hanging cans near the bus door, then to a second line stretched low across the path. Alarm and tripline. Crude, but effective. Good catch, Mercer whispered. Ford's face warmed with pride. May leaned closer. Do not get shiny about it. I am calmly proud. April bent near the line. Fresh knot. They knew we might follow, Mercer said. Ford frowned. We were not following. They did not know that. A faint clatter sounded above them. Mercer grabbed Ford by the coat and dragged him behind a pillar as a bottle fell from the road deck and burst on the concrete where Ford had been standing. The smell hit instantly, sharp and chemical. It was gasoline. Move, Mercer snapped. Fire dropped next. A burning rag spun down from the overpass and landed in the splash. Flames spread and a bright sheet racing across the concrete. April pulled May back. Ford stumbled, heat flashing against his face. The fire cut them from the open road and painted the underpass in orange light. Men shouted above. Should have kept walking, soldier. Mercer pressed his back to the pillar, eyes scanning. At least 4 voices on top, maybe more. The men had not run. They had set a kill pocket. A rifle cracked. Concrete spat near April's shoulder. She dropped behind a car hood, pulling May down with her. Ford crouched beside Mercer, breathing fast. I thought you let them live, Ford said. I did. They seem ungrateful. Stay focused. Mercer could shoot. He had a line to the broken guardrail above, but muzzle flashes from below would reveal their exact positions and drain ammunition they could not spare. Worse, the fire and gunshots would bring the infected swarming from Milner. They had minutes before the town arrived in pieces. He gave hand signals. April saw them first. May nodded. Ford looked confused for half a second, then understood enough. Smoke thickened under the overpass. Mercer pulled a strip of cloth from his pocket, dampened it with water, and tied it across his mouth. The others copied him. He pointed to the bus. The bus rested at an angle beneath the far side of the overpass, its roof crushed, but its rear emergency hatch open. If they could reach it, they could climb through and use the wreck as cover to move up the embankment. The fire blocked the direct path. That left the narrow space behind the support columns. May went first. Smallest target, fastest feet. She crossed low through the smoke, spear tucked along her side. A shot cracked above. She slid behind the next column and vanished in the haze. April followed, moving with a steadiness that looked almost calm. Another shot sparked from the pillar. She did not flinch until she was behind cover. Ford's turn came. He looked at Mercer. If I die, I want you to say I was almost useful. Move, almost useful. Ford ran. The shot missed him by inches and punched through a car window. Glass blew inward. Ford reached the column, then the second gap, then the bus. He turned back, eyes wide, not with fear alone, but with the shock of having followed orders and survived them. Mercer came last. He moved slower because age demanded its fee and because somebody had to keep the shooter's attention. He fired once into the guardrail, not aiming to kill but to make heads duck. Then he crossed through smoke so thick that the burning cloth across his mouth turned bitter. Heat licked at his coat. A round hit the ground near his boot. Another tore through his pack, ripping fabric and scattering a handful of rice into the flame. He reached the bus and dropped beside the others. Ford stared at the torn pack. They shot our dinner. May coughed behind her cloth. Be angry later. Mercer crawled through the emergency hatch. Inside, the bus was a tomb of torn seats, cracked plastic, and old bones strapped forever behind belts. He did not let the younger 3 look too long. The dead inside were not infected, just dead. There were more ways to lose a world than teeth. They climbed through the front doors and up the embankment opposite the shooters. Mercer moved first, rifle ready. At the top, he found one of the attackers waiting with a hatchet raised. The man had expected scared prey, not a soldier emerging through smoke. Mercer drove the rifle stock into his face. Bone broke with a wet crunch. The man fell, and Mercer ended the threat with his knife before the man could call out. April came up behind him. Her face tightened at the body. Then she looked away and covered the left. May and Ford reached the top together. The shooters were 20 yards down the road deck, focused on the flames beneath them. 2 men with rifles. One carried a short shotgun held tight in both hands. Mercer saw the weapon first, and the fear behind it second. Both could kill if he let them. He signaled. April and May moved along the guardrail. Ford followed May, low and quiet, the hatchet in one hand. Mercer rose and fired at the closest rifleman. The man spun and fell against the rail. The second turned, but April's staff hit his forearm hard enough to make the rifle clatter. May drove in from the side. Ford reached the man with the shotgun as he lifted it toward May. Ford did not think. This time that worked. He swung the hatchet into the man's wrist with the blunt side. The weapon fell. The man punched Ford in the mouth, sending him backward. Ford tasted blood and saw white sparks, but he did not drop. He remembered the laundromat, the angles, the space behind the shoulder. He stepped in, hooked the man's knee with his boot, and slammed the hatchet handle into the side of the man's head. The man collapsed. Ford stood over him, shaking. May finished the second rifleman. April kicked the loose rifle away. Mercer checked the road, then the embankment, then the fire below. The infected voices were closer now, hundreds of throats scraping the evening open. The last attacker on the ground groaned. Ford looked down at him. He was younger than the others, maybe 20, maybe less. Blood ran from his scalp into his ear. His eyes rolled toward Ford in terror. "Please," the man whispered. "Please do not." Ford froze with the hatchet lifted. Mercer saw the moment arrive. The road offered these choices without mercy. Kill and carry the weight. Spare and carry the risk. Hesitate and let someone else decide. May raised her spear. He tried to burn us. April did not stop her, but her face showed the same strain. Ford lowered the hatchet slowly. "He is finished." Mercer stepped close. "He knows our direction." Ford looked at him. So did the others. That became this. "I know." Then decide with open eyes. Ford looked back at the young man. The attacker shook, mouth bleeding, one hand lifted weakly as if that could hold back judgment. Ford's voice came low. "You go back to whoever is left. You tell them the old soldier gave you 1 life, and I gave you the second. You tell them there is no third." May stared at him. "That is stupid." "Maybe," Ford said. Mercer held Ford's eyes for a long second, then nodded once. "Strip his weapons. Boots stay. Coat stays. He has to outrun what comes." May looked furious, but she obeyed. April gathered ammunition. 2 rifles, 7 rounds, 1 cracked pistol with no magazine, 2 knives, and enough dried meat to replace part of the rice. The cost had been 1 bullet, half a ration pouch, and Ford's split lip. The infected reached the base of the overpass as the group moved east along the road deck. Below, fire painted their faces red. Dead hands lifted through smoke. The young attacker screamed once, then ran south as hard as fear could carry him. Nobody watched long enough to learn his ending. They moved until full dark, then left the road and hid in a culvert screened by brush. Ford sat with his back against cold concrete, while May cleaned the blood from his lip with snow. She pressed too hard. "Ow," he said, stretching it into 2 syllables to avoid sounding weak. "You earned it. For sparing a man. For getting punched." April sat across from them, reloading one of the recovered rifles under Mercer's supervision. "You did stop him from shooting May." May's hand paused. Ford tried to grin and winced. "I did that on purpose." "Then thank you," May said. The words surprised all of them, especially May. Ford looked at her, suddenly serious. "You are welcome." Mercer pretended to inspect the rifle chamber so nobody had to stare at the moment too directly. After the watch schedule was set and the culvert settled into cold silence, April sat beside Ford while May took first watch near the opening. "You meant what you said up there?" April asked quietly. "About no third life? About not wanting to kill him?" Ford rubbed his sore jaw. "I do not know what I wanted. I just knew if I did it while he begged, I would hear him forever. You might hear him anyway. I already hear a crowd." April's shoulder touched his for half a second as she shifted. "Then one less voice matters." Ford looked at her. Firelight from far behind them still flickered faintly against the sky, enough to trace her profile. "Does that mean you think I made the right choice?" "It means I understand why you made it." "That is not the same thing." "No, it is not." Ford nodded. "That is fair." May's voice came from the culvert mouth. Stop whispering like old people at church. Ford looked toward her. I have never been to church with old people who discuss mercy after an overpass battle. Then whisper quieter. April's quiet laugh filled the culvert for one small second. Mercer lay near the rear opening with his rifle across his chest, listening to the young voices settle. He had watched Ford make a hard choice and survive it without running from its cost. That mattered more than any clean strike in training. A fighter could be built with repetition. A leader required judgment. Mercer did not tell Ford that. The boy already had a swollen lip and enough pride for one night. Chapter 17, Night of Teeth. The horde from Milner passed close to the culvert an hour before dawn. Mercer heard them before he saw them. A dragging, shuffling mass, moving along the overpass road and down into the low land. The infected followed the echo of gunfire and flame. Not a plan exactly, but instinct braided with old human memory. Some still searched like hunters. Some carried tools in hands that no longer understood tools. One dragged a child sled by a rope, the plastic scraping stone behind it in a sound that made May close her eyes. Nobody spoke. Breath stayed slow. Weapons stayed ready. The culvert hid their scent beneath wet concrete, mud, and runoff. But one wrong movement could still end them. Ford lay flat beside April, his hand pressed over his split lip to quiet his breathing. May crouched at the mouth with Mercer's spear point low, every muscle locked in place. The infected moved in waves. First came the slow ones, frozen stiff, legs dragging. Then the quicker ones, newer or less damaged, heads jerking toward every tiny sound. A woman in a red coat stopped near the culvert entrance. Her face had split along one cheek from cold and decay. One eye rolled in its socket, blind and milky. The other fixed on the dark opening. Ford's fingers tightened around the hatchet. Mercer did not move. The infected leaned closer. Its teeth clicked. A thread of black fluid swung from its chin. Behind it, dozens more shuffled past, feet scraping, hands knocking against car doors and road signs. May's spear point trembled once. Mercer placed 2 fingers on the shaft and steadied it. The woman in red sniffed. Some fragment of memory made her mouth shape a word, but the sound came out broken and wet. Then, another infected bumped into her from behind, and the current carried her onward. They waited another 20 minutes after the last sound faded. When Mercer finally signaled clear, Ford exhaled so hard his forehead touched the concrete. I hated every second of that, he whispered. April whispered back, good. That means you were paying attention. May sat down slowly. The one with the sled. No one answered. There was no answer that could fix the image. They left the culvert at first light and moved north, away from the horde's path. Mercer chose speed over comfort. The group needed distance from Milner, from the attackers, and from whatever larger movement the gunfire might have stirred. Cold daylight revealed a country of low hills, frozen ponds, and dead farm towns stitched together by roads better avoided than used. By afternoon, the weather turned cruel. Wind drove fine snow sideways across open fields. Visibility dropped to a few hundred yards, then less. Mercer considered stopping, but the nearest shelter was a school bus half buried in a ditch, and the smell drifting from it told him not to open the door. They pushed on. Ford's limp began near evening. He tried to hide it. April noticed first, then May, then Mercer, which meant Ford had hidden it from nobody. Mercer stopped behind a line of hedge trees. Boot off. Ford straightened. I am fine. Boot off. If I take it off, it might not go back on. Then we learned something useful. Ford lowered himself onto a stump and unlaced the boot. His sock was wet with melted snow. The skin on his heel had torn raw from days of walking. It was not life-threatening, but small injuries became big troubles when pride managed them. April pulled a clean strip of cloth from her pack. You should have said something. I did not want to slow us down. May crossed her arms. Limping slows us down. Ford looked at her. You have a gift for making concerns sound like accusation. It is efficient. Mercer cleaned the heel with boiled water cooled in a tin cup. Ford hissed through his teeth but did not pull away. What is the rule? Mercer asked. Ford sighed. Report problems before they become emergencies. What else? My feet are part of the mission. May looked amused despite herself. He made you say that? Several times. That is good. April wrapped the heel with careful hands. Ford watched her fingers, then looked away when she glanced up. Mercer saw that too. The old soldier was beginning to suspect trouble of a different kind. They found shelter after dark in an abandoned feed store at the edge of a crossroads town. The sign outside had broken loose on one side and knocked softly against the wall in the wind. Mercer nearly rejected the place because of the noise, but the building had a second-floor office with one narrow stair, a roof hatch, and a view of all 4 roads. It was defensible, cold and empty except for mouse nests and dust. They set alarms on the stair and hatch. May insisted on checking every desk drawer and found 3 pencils, a box of matches sealed in plastic, and a small pocket mirror. She handed the mirror to April, who laughed in disbelief. "I forgot these existed," April said. Ford leaned over. "Let me see how rugged I look." April turned the mirror toward him. His lip was swollen, his cheek bruised, his hair flattened by his cap, and exhaustion had carved shadows under his eyes. He studied himself. "I look heroic in poor lighting." May took the mirror from April. "You look like you lost an argument with a door." That door had military training. Mercer set the watch. April 1st, Ford 2nd, May 3rd, Mercer last. Ford objected because of his foot. Mercer told him a sore heel did not affect his eyes. That ended the objection. For 3 hours the night held. Then the stair alarm snapped. April jerked awake and grabbed her staff. Ford pushed himself up, face tied with pain from his heel. May rolled to her feet with the spear already in hand. Mercer rose last because he had been awake before the wire broke. Below, something dragged against the stair. Not one of them. There were many. Mercer lifted a finger to his lips and pointed to the office door. April and May moved to either side. Ford took position behind the desk, hatchet in hand, recovered rifle leaning within reach but untouched. They were not wasting gunfire inside a town unless there was no other way. The first infected reached the landing and hit the office door hard enough to crack the frame. A second struck behind it. A third. The wire alarm had not stopped them. It had only announced them. Mercer whispered, "Roof." May shook her head. "Hatch alarm is still set. Not escape. Make a funnel." Understanding crossed April's face. She climbed onto the desk and opened the roof hatch just enough to let wind scream through. Cold air rushed into the office, carrying their scent upward and out. The infected at the door struck harder, agitated by the shift. Mercer pointed to positions. Door opens inward. Desk block center. 2 fighters on sides. 1 support behind. 1 final backup. Ford swallowed. "This is going to be awful." Mercer said, "Correct." The door broke. The first infected stumbled through and slammed into the desk. April struck from the left, staff smashing its knee. May drove from the right, spear pinning its shoulder. Ford brought the hatchet down at the base of the skull with both hands. It stopped moving across the desktop, black blood spilling over old invoices. The second crawled over the first. Mercer kicked it back into the doorway, buying space. April shifted. May pulled her spear free. Ford dragged the dead weight off the desk and nearly slipped in the mess. More pressed behind. The fight became work. Ugly, breathing, bloody work. Strike the knee. Control the arm. Break the angle. Finish the head. Pull the body clear. Reset the line and do it again. The office filled with the smell of rot and iron. The floor grew slick. The desk groaned under impacts. Once an infected hand caught May's sleeve and yanked her towards snapping teeth. Ford hooked the wrist with the hatchet handle and dragged it away. April ended it before May could fall. May gave him a quick nod, too busy for words. He nodded back, too scared for pride. 6 infected fell. Then 9. Then 12. The stairwell clogged with bodies, but those behind climbed over them. Mercer felt the limits of the group approaching. Ford's injured foot made him slow to reset. April's strikes remained accurate, but her breathing had sharpened. May fought with savage focus, which was useful until fatigue turned savagery into mistakes. Mercer drew his pistol. He hated doing it. The next infected through the door was large, wearing the remains of a delivery uniform, shoulders jammed tight in the frame. April's staff strike glanced off its leg. May's spear stuck in the thick cloth. Ford swung and missed as the thing shoved the desk aside. Mercer fired once into its head. The body dropped, taking May's spear with it. The gunshot thundered in the office. For half a second, everyone went deaf. Then the town answered. Distant infected shrieks rose from outside 1 street over, then 2, then all around the crossroads. The shot had saved them from the thing in the door and invited everything near enough to hear. Mercer shoved the desk back against the doorway. Roof access, now. April climbed first through the hatch. May followed, using Ford's shoulder as a step. Ford grabbed the recovered rifle and pushed it up before hauling himself through. His heel nearly failed him. Mercer caught his belt and lifted with a grunt that sent pain tearing through his back. Ford rolled onto the roof, gasping. Mercer came last as the office door broke free below. The roof was slick with snow. Wind hit them hard. From the edge, Ford saw infected flooding toward the feed store from every road, drawn by the pistol shot and the scent rolling from the open hatch. There were too many for a stairwell fight now. April pointed across a 6-foot gap to the roof of the next building, an old hardware store with a lower roofline. We can cross. May looked at Ford's foot. Can you jump? Ford looked at the gap. Ask me after I do it. Mercer tied cord around the recovered rifle and slung it across his back. April 1st. May 2nd. Ford 3rd. I cover. April ran and cleared the gap, landing hard but steady. May followed, lighter and faster. Ford backed up 3 steps, face pale. Below, infected poured into the feed store. The roof hatch rattled as hands struck the frame from inside. Ford whispered, I hate rooftops. Mercer said, hate them while moving. Ford ran. His injured foot hit wrong at the edge, but momentum carried him across. He struck the far roof with his chest and slid. April grabbed his coat. May caught his pack. Together they hauled him clear before he slipped back. Mercer waited until they had him, then crossed last. He did not jump as high as he once could. His boot caught the far lip. For one terrible second, his weight dragged backward over open air. Ford lunged despite his foot and grabbed Mercer's sleeve. April caught Ford. May seized Mercer's rifle strap. The 4 of them became one desperate chain. Mercer's body slammed against the wall below the roofline. Pain flashed through his ribs. He found a crack in the brick with one boot and pushed. The young 3 dragged him up by inches until he rolled over the edge and lay on his back, staring at the snow-thick sky. Ford looked down at him, breathing hard. That was not graceful. Mercer closed his eyes for 1 second. Report accurate. May laughed once, wild with relief. April sat back on the roof and shook her head. The laugh did not last. The infected were finding the stairs in the hardware store. They crossed 3 roofs before reaching an exterior fire ladder on the far side of the block. Mercer tested it, then sent them down in order. The ladder creaked but held. They reached an alley packed with snow and ran until the crossroads town disappeared behind the blowing dark. They did not stop until dawn. When they finally collapsed beneath a line of pines, nobody had the energy to make camp properly. Mercer forced them anyway. Alarms were set. Watch was assigned. Feet were checked. Weapons were cleaned. Food was counted. Survival did not care about exhaustion. Ford dropped onto his bedroll and stared at the treetops. Are we a pack yet? Mercer sat with his back against a pine, one hand pressed to his sore ribs. Not yet. May threw a pine cone at him. It bounced off his boot. Mercer looked at her. She lifted both hands. That was my formal complaint. April smiled tiredly. We dragged you across a roof. You performed adequately. Ford groaned. Adequately is how this man says thank you. Mercer watched them through the gray morning. Their faces were hollow with fatigue and streaked with dried blood. Their hands shook from cold and spent strength. Yet all 3 watched their assigned directions even while complaining. They were afraid, but fear no longer scattered them. It tightened them. He looked toward the east, where the land began to rise. Fine, he said. Ford lifted his head. Fine what? Mercer stood slowly. From this point forward, we move as the wolf pack. May's tired face brightened despite her effort to stop it. April looked down, smiling at the snow. Ford sat fully upright, pain forgotten for a moment. The wolf pack, Ford said, testing the words. Do not make it embarrassing, May warned. I would never dishonor our sacred title. You are already doing it. Mercer let them have the moment. The name was a tool like any other. People fought harder for something they could name. Soldiers knew that. So did families. By then, Mercer was beginning to understand that the wolf pack might become both. Chapter 18. The Edge of the Base. The land changed over the next 5 days. The towns grew smaller and farther apart. Old military signs began appearing along forgotten roads, half hidden by brush and snow. Restricted access. Convoy route. Training area boundary. The pain had faded, and bullet holes marked several of them. But Mercer read the country beneath the ruin. Wide shoulders built for heavy trucks. Drainage. Ditches cut deeper than civilian roads needed. Observation rises with clear fields of fire. The army had shaped this place before the collapse. He knew they were close before he recognized the first landmark. It was a concrete water tower on a distant ridge, round-topped and pale against the winter sky. A faded emblem showed through stains on its side. Mercer stopped so abruptly that Ford nearly bumped into him. "What is it?" Ford asked. Mercer lifted the binoculars. "Checkpoint Ridge." April came beside him. "You know this place. Not this base well. I saw maps. Received convoy reports. Sent men through here once." May looked east. "How far?" 2 days if roads were clear. Ford flexed his sore foot. "So 4 days for reality." "Maybe 3, Mercer said. "That is optimism. Should I be worried?" "You should be worried." They avoided the old convoy road and moved through cedar breaks along the ridge line. Signs of the base appeared in pieces: a rusted guard booth crushed beneath a fallen tree, a buried stretch of chain-link fence, an overturned troop transport with weeds growing through its tires. On the second afternoon, they found the first mass grave. It lay in a shallow depression beside the road, marked by white stones arranged in rows. Snow filled the spaces between them. Some stones had names, scratched by knife or nail. Others had only numbers. A wooden marker stood at the head, its words nearly erased by weather. April brushed snow from the marker with her glove. To those who held the line. No one spoke for a while. May knelt near one of the stones. The name on it had faded to 3 letters and a date from the collapse year. "Do you think Dad passed here?" April's face went still. "Maybe he did." Mercer removed his cap. The others looked at him, then did the same. Ford hesitated only because he did not know the gesture, then followed. Mercer stood in the cold with his cap held against his chest. He did not pray. He had prayed enough in the early years to know silence was sometimes more honest. These people had held a line until the line became a grave. That deserved more than words thrown at the sky. Ford read the marker again. "Do you think they knew it mattered?" Mercer put his cap back on. "They knew people were behind them." "That is enough?" "For soldiers, it has to be." April looked down the rows. "Dad used to say duty was love with its boots on." May wiped her eyes with angry force. "He said dumb things when he got tired." Ford's voice softened. "That one was not dumb." May did not argue. They left the grave quieter than they had arrived. Past the grave, the old convoy road dipped into a stretch of pine and then rose toward a checkpoint that had once guarded the service entrance. The checkpoint building was no larger than a gas station office, with windows covered by wire mesh and a roof sagging beneath years of snow. 2 concrete barriers still blocked half the lane. A third had been dragged aside long ago, leaving gouges in the asphalt like claw marks. Mercer stopped them in the trees and studied the place, until Ford began shifting from one foot to the other. May noticed. "Your heel again." "My heel is composing hate poetry, but it is still attached." April looked at the checkpoint. "No movement." "Movement is not the only sign," Mercer said. Ford raised the binoculars when Mercer handed them over. The view trembled at first, then steadied. He scanned the building, the barriers, the road beyond. Front door open. Papers on the floor. Chair tipped over. No fresh tracks. There is a dark stain by the second barrier. "Old or fresh?" Mercer asked. Ford focused. "Old, I think. Snow dust over it. Good red." Ford lowered the binoculars with care, as if afraid praise might break if handled too quickly. "I'm trying not to be smug. You are failing quietly. That feels like progress." They approached in formation. April took point. May left flank, Ford rear, Mercer center with the rifle low. The checkpoint smelled of mouse nests and old paper. A radio desk sat inside, stripped of useful parts except for a cracked handset and a microphone cord chewed through by time. A faded duty roster hung on the wall beneath a layer of dust. Some names had been crossed out. Others had check marks beside them. Mercer read each one, lips barely moving. April watched him. "Did you know them?" "No, I did not." "You read their names like you might." "Someone should." Ford stood near the doorway, keeping watch. "That is a thing you do." "What thing?" Mercer asked. "You treat the dead like they might be listening." Mercer folded the roster and placed it in a dry drawer instead of leaving it to rot on the wall. "Maybe I treat the living like they should learn how." Ford had no joke ready for that. May found a locked cabinet behind the desk. The lock was cheap and rusted. She looked at Mercer for permission, then struck it with the back of her spear knife until the hasp snapped. Inside were 3 flares sealed in plastic, 2 wool blankets eaten at the edges by mice, a small packet of water tablets, and a metal tin with 6 ration bars packed so tight They had survived everything except taste. Ford picked up one bar and read the faded label. This expired 9 years ago. Mercer took it from him, snapped a corner, smelled it, and handed it back. Then chew with respect. It has seniority. April laughed softly. Even May made a sound that almost counted. Behind the cabinet, hidden under a loose floor tile, April found a photograph wrapped in oilcloth. It showed a young soldier, standing between two girls in summer dresses. The girls were not April and May, but the shape of the image stole the warmth from the room. The soldier had one hand on each girl's shoulder. All three smiled as if the world had promised to stay intact. May turned away first. Put it back. April looked at the picture a moment longer. Maybe someone hid it so it would not get lost. Ford said, then it worked. Mercer took the oilcloth and wrapped the photograph again. He placed it in the drawer with the roster. We leave it where it was guarded. Outside, the wind shifted. Ford lifted one hand. The others froze. A metallic scrape came from the road beyond the barrier. Not close. Not far enough. Mercer signaled positions. April slid along the building wall. May moved behind the concrete block. Ford lowered into a crouch beside the open doorway. The scrape came again, followed by a wet clicking sound. 3 infected emerged around the bend, dragging themselves through the lane between the barriers. They wore pieces of old security gear, cracked helmets, torn vests, gloves stiff around ruined fingers. One still had a key ring clipped to its belt, keys chiming faintly with each uneven step. Mercer did not move to help. This was a test, and the wolf pack knew it. April lifted her staff and stepped into view, drawing the first infected toward her. May waited until the second turned its head, then swept low and took its balance. Ford moved behind the third, not fast, not flashy, placing his foot where gravel would not betray him. The third heard him anyway and spun with sudden speed. Ford dropped under its grabbing arm, drove the hatchet handle into its knee, and let it fall across his back instead of fighting its weight. He rolled clear as April finished hers and pivoted to cover him. May ended the second with a clean thrust. Ford planted one boot on the third's shoulder, pinning it long enough to finish the skull with a strike that shook through his hands. The key ring stopped chiming. For a few seconds, only the wind spoke. Mercer walked the road, checked each body, and took the keys. He tossed them once in his palm. That was better than the barn. Ford wiped black blood from the hatchet handle. I am collecting your compliments in my heart. Do not overcrowd the space. April covered her smile by checking the bend in the road. May nudged Ford's boot with her own. You did not rush, she said. He looked at her, surprised by the approval. You noticed. I notice many things. Ford glanced at April and then quickly away. That is terrifying in several directions. April's smile faded into something thoughtful. We should move before more uniforms come walking. The phrase hurt more than she meant it to. Mercer saw her regret it, but he did not make her take it back. The dead below the checkpoint had once been guards. Maybe they had held the lane while civilians ran through the service gate. Maybe they had failed. Maybe they had turned on the people they were meant to protect. The road did not preserve clean stories. Before leaving, Mercer stood beside the barrier and looked back at the checkpoint. Ford came to stand beside him. You okay? No, not okay. The boy waited. It was one of the first times he did not fill the silence with a joke. Mercer said, Every place like this is a question I cannot answer. What question? Whether I should have been somewhere else when it fell. Ford looked down the road, where the old base waited beyond the trees. You were somewhere. Maybe someone there needed you. Mercer turned toward him. Ford seemed uncomfortable under the look, but did not retreat. I am not saying it fixes anything. I am saying if every soldier thinks he should have been at every failing line, then nobody gets to believe any line mattered. April heard him from the doorway. Her expression changed again, careful and warm. Ford did not see it because he was looking at Mercer. Mercer placed the key ring in his pocket. That was almost wise. Ford let out a breath. Almost useful and almost wise in the same week. My legend grows. May stepped past him. Your head grows faster. They moved on with the ration bars divided between them and the flares packed deep, where accidental sparks could not find them. The checkpoint vanished behind the trees, but the photograph, the roster, and the dead guards traveled with them in ways none of them said aloud. That evening, Mercer began advanced drills. The base might hold supplies, but it might also hold infected, traps, hungry survivors, or nothing at all. Hope was useful only when tied to preparation. He taught them room entry with empty hands and sticks. Then with unloaded rifles taken from the overpass fight, he taught sectors, cross-cover, silent counts, fallback points, and the brutal truth of what to do if one person was grabbed and pulling everyone else would get all four killed. Ford hated that lesson. "No," he said after Mercer explained it beside a cold fire pit. "Read or not leave people." Mercer held his gaze. "You may have to. Then why become a unit? So fewer people reach that choice." "That is not an answer. It is the only answer that does not lie." Ford stood, anger flashing hot. "If I am caught, you are saying leave me. I am saying if saving you kills everyone, the mission continues." "The mission," Ford snapped. "There it is again. You make people into missions so you do not have to say you care." May looked between them, startled by the force in his voice. April watched Mercer, waiting. Mercer did not rise. "Sit down." "I said no." "Ford, sit." "I said no again." The boy's chest heaved. He looked taller than he had at the bridge, not because his body had changed in a week, but because something inside him had stopped crouching. Mercer saw a dangerous kind of courage there. The kind that saved friends. The kind that got squads killed. "You think I do not care because I teach loss before it arrives," Mercer said. Ford's jaw worked. "I think you survived alone so long you forgot the point of not being alone." The words hit hard enough that April looked away. Mercer could have crushed the argument with rank, age, or anger. He did none of those. Rank meant little on a road where the army no longer issued orders. Age did not make a man right. Anger was lazy. He said, "My last order from command was to protect the American people for as long as possible. I held Fort Lincoln 10 years after the voice that gave that order went silent. I buried every soldier, civilian, child, cook, mechanic, and medic who died inside those walls. I remember their names when I can. I remember their faces when sleep lets me. Do not tell me I forgot the point of not being alone." Ford's anger faltered. Mercer's voice stayed low. "I teach hard choices, because the road does not give soft ones. If one of you is caught, I will spend everything I can to get you back. My blood, my breath, my last round. But if the choice becomes one life, or the only hope of many, I need you to understand what that means before panic makes the decision." The fire cracked softly. Ford sat down slowly. "I hate that." "So do I." May hugged her knees, staring into the coals. April looked at Ford with something like respect and something more cautious than that. Ford swallowed. "If it is you?" Mercer met his eyes. "You continue." "I will not." That was not a request. Ford shook his head. "I heard you." Mercer knew that was not the same as agreement. For now, it would do. The final approach began at dawn, under a sky clear enough to hurt. They crossed a frozen training field, where old target frames stood in rows like thin black trees. The snow had drifted around shell craters from exercises held years before the outbreak. Mercer used the craters as cover, and made the wolf pack move from one to the next, never showing themselves on the ridgeline longer than necessary. Near noon, April found fresh tracks. Not infected tracks. Boot prints. She crouched beside them, fingers hovering above the print. 2 people. Maybe 3. Mercer knelt. The tracks were several days old, edges softened by wind but not erased. The stride was uneven. One person carried weight or had a bad leg. The prints angled toward the base, then veered away. Ford looked around. "Are they survivors?" "Maybe scouts," May said. "Maybe people like us." Mercer studied the distant tree line. "Maybe people who reached the base and left fast." That possibility made the air colder. They followed the tracks only long enough to learn direction, then broke away. Mercer would not let unknown feet lead them into unknown hands. By late afternoon, they reached a wooded rise overlooking the outer perimeter. The army base spread below them in the long blue light of winter evening. For a moment, nobody breathed. The place was enormous. Miles of fence surrounded barracks, blocks, vehicle yards, hangars, fuel depots, warehouses, and training grounds. Watchtowers rose at intervals along the perimeter. Some had collapsed. Some still stood. The main gate was choked with abandoned vehicles, armored trucks, civilian cars, and makeshift barricades from the final days. Beyond the gate, the main road ran toward the heart of the installation, and the dead filled it. Thousands moved within the wire. They drifted through streets, clustered around barracks, pressed against fences, and wandered in slow loops around vehicles that had not moved in 10 years. From the hilltop, they looked almost peaceful, like a crowd after a parade. Then the wind shifted, and the sound reached the ridge. Moans, scraping feet, metal rattling under dead hands. The endless low hunger of a place that had swallowed its defenders and kept them walking. Ford whispered, "There are too many." May's spear lowered a fraction. "Dad sent us here." April's face had gone pale, but her eyes stayed fixed on the base. He thought it might be safe. Mercer lifted the binoculars with steady hands. He scanned the armory district, the motor pool, the communications building, if he remembered the layout correctly. Smoke stains marked several structures. One hangar had burned flat. The hospital wing appeared sealed, but infected crowded the doors. The main armory stood behind 2 layers of fence near the center of the base. Too far for a simple raid. Too valuable to abandon. April looked at him. "Can we get in?" Mercer did not answer quickly. Hope deserved honesty. So did fear. "Yes," he said at last. Ford looked at the sea of infected. "That was not the question. I expected you to answer that way." Mercer lowered the binoculars. "Getting in is possible." May stared at him. "Getting out? That will be the difficult part." The wind moved over the ridge and through the dead grass around them. Below, the infected wandered through the ruined base that might hold the ammunition, food, radios, and tools needed to build something larger than 4 people on a road. It might also be a grave waiting for new names. Mercer looked at the young faces beside him. April with her father's steadiness, May with grief sharpened into steel, and Ford with fear in his eyes, but no retreat in his posture. A week earlier, none of them would have been ready for what waited below. Now they were not ready, but they were closer. That difference mattered. Mercer folded the binoculars and slid them into his coat. "We observed tonight," he said. "No fires. No loud talking. No hero nonsense. At dawn, we find the quietest way through hell." Ford stared at the base, then nodded. "The wolf pack goes in." May looked at him. "You made it embarrassing." April did not take her eyes off the dead. "He did, but he is not wrong." Mercer settled behind the ridge with his rifle across his knees. The last light faded from the broken towers and wire. Night came down over the overrun base, and with it came 1,000 dead voices moving in the dark. For the first time since leaving Fort Lincoln, Mercer felt the full weight of the mission ahead. For the first time, he did not carry it alone. Chapter 19. The quietest way through hell. Dawn came without warmth. The ridge above the Eastern Army base turned gray first, then silver, then a pale kind of blue that made the ruins below seem farther away than they were. Frost lay thick across the dead grass. Every weed stem wore a crust of ice. The wind moved slowly through the draws and gullies, carrying the rotten breath of the base up the hill in thin, sick waves. Mercer stayed on one knee behind a screen of brush and watched the place through binoculars. He had spent the night counting patterns. The infected wandered in loose circles along the inner roads, dragging boots and broken feet through old snow. Some moved in groups, pulled by the sound of one another. Others stopped at fences or doors as if some ruined memory told them a person might still be inside. A few wore pieces of uniforms so faded and torn that only the cut of the cloth hinted at what they had been. One still had a rank patch on one sleeve. Another carried an empty canteen on a strap across its chest, the metal knocking softly whenever it turned. The base had not fallen cleanly. A clean fall left silence. This place had collapsed in stages. Mercer could see each stage marked across the compound like rings inside a cut tree. The first barricades had been placed at the main gate, sandbags stacked in neat lines with concertina wire dragged between concrete blocks. Farther inside, burned trucks formed a second line. Beyond that stood another barricade built from overturned supply trailers and sheet metal. Every line had been breached. Every failure had forced the survivors deeper until there was nowhere left to go. April lay to Mercer's right, chin tucked against her scarf, eyes fixed on the same view. May rested lower in the grass with her spear across her forearms. Ford crouched behind them, miserable from the cold and trying very hard not to complain. That restraint earned him 1 point in Mercer's private ledger. The boy's hands were red, where his gloves had split. His hair was wet with frost near the temples. He had not slept more than 20 minutes at a time during the night. None of them had. Even so, Ford's eyes stayed open and alert. Fear sat in him. But fear no longer steered every choice. Mercer lowered the binoculars. "The armory is on the north side," he said quietly. "One long brick building with a reinforced cage inside. That is where we need to go first." April kept her voice low. "The road to it is packed." "Yes, sir." May frowned. "That sounds like the part where you tell us there is another road. There is a drainage channel behind the old maintenance shops. It runs under the service fence and comes out near the fuel yard." Ford leaned closer. "You saw that from here?" Mercer pointed toward a row of low buildings beyond the base perimeter. "Water follows grade. That hill drains through the back side of the base. I saw the culvert mouth before sunrise when the frost caught the rim. Ford stared at the distant slope. I saw a dark hole. That was the culvert mouth. It looked like a dark hole. Many useful things do. May gave Ford a flat look. Do not start a philosophy discussion before we crawl through a dark hole. Ford lifted both hands a few inches. I was not starting one. I was just saying the old man sees magic in drainage. Mercer did not look at him. The old man also sees a mile of infected between us and the main gate, so we are using drainage. April's mouth tightened. She studied the culvert line again, then the fuel yard, then the armory. Her father had trained her well enough to know that a quiet route into a dangerous place was not the same as a safe route. What about getting out? Mercer respected the question. Getting in often seduced frightened people. Getting out decided whether the plan deserved to exist. We do not leave the same way unless we have no choice, he said. If the armory is usable, we load what we can carry. If we find a working vehicle, we take it. If not, we move from building to building until dark and exit through the west fence. That is a lot of if, May said. It is a fallen army base full of dead soldiers. Every plan here has a lot of if. Ford looked down at the base. What happens if the armory is empty? Mercer waited a breath before answering. Then we take whatever supplies we find and leave alive. Ford heard what he did not say. If the armory was empty, Fort Lincoln had been abandoned for nothing. Their hunger, the weeks of cold road, the fights, the bridge, the farmhouse, all of it would end at another hollow room. April heard it too. She turned her face toward Mercer. You think it is empty? Absolutely not. You are sure? I am never sure until I put my hand on the shelf. May pushed snow from the spear shaft with her thumb. That is comforting in the way. A grave is comforting. Mercer allowed himself the smallest breath that might have been almost amusement. That is good. Comfort makes people slow. The base below stirred. A cluster of infected near the mess hall reacted to something none of the living could hear. They turned their pale faces toward the motor pool and began to drift that way. Others noticed movement and followed. The shift opened a thin gap near the old maintenance shops. Mercer lifted 2 fingers. Right now. They slid down the far side of the ridge and entered the gully single file. Mercer led. April followed with a short blade in her right hand and a length of pipe in her left. May moved behind her, spear held tight. Ford took the rear with his staff across his body, eyes moving hard over both slopes. The gully carried them beneath the skyline. Snow muffled their steps. Broken stems scratched at their coats. Twice, Mercer halted and raised a fist. Twice, the others froze instantly while infected shuffled above them on the road, close enough for Ford to hear dry teeth clicking in open mouths. The first infected smelled them near the culvert. It had been sitting in the brush beside a cracked concrete ditch, hidden under old reeds and blown trash. Its face lifted as Mercer came within 10 feet. One cheek had rotted away, leaving dark teeth exposed in a permanent snarl. It wore a mechanic's coverall, stiff with old blood. The names stitched on the chest had faded to a few threads. Mercer did not waste time feeling sorrow. Sorrow after the fight, if there was room for it. He lunged before the infected could cry out. His knife drove up beneath the jaw. April caught its arm before the hand hit a rusted pipe. May stepped in and pinned the legs with her spear shaft. Ford moved without being told, pressing his staff against the chest to keep the dead weight from thrashing into the ditch wall. The infected jerked twice and went still. They held it in place until the last tremor passed. Then Mercer eased the body into the reeds. Ford exhaled through his nose. That was close. It will get closer, Mercer said. The culvert waited at the bottom of the ditch, a round concrete mouth half filled with ice, sludge, and dead leaves. The smell coming from it was foul, but not active with the heavy rot of a large infected pack. Mercer took a small flashlight from his pocket, covered most of the lens with his fingers, and clicked it on for 1 second. The tunnel ran straight for 30 yards, then bent left. Water had frozen in shallow ridges along the bottom. Rags, bones from small animals, and crushed cans lay against the sides. No fresh tracks showed in the muck where the ice had cracked. May stared into the darkness. I hate this plan more now, Ford whispered. I was saving that exact thought. April touched May's shoulder. Quiet feet. Quiet breath. May nodded once. Mercer went in first on hands and knees. The concrete scraped his coat and pulled at the rifle slung tight across his back. Cold slime soaked one knee almost immediately. He kept moving. Behind him came April, then May, then Ford. The culvert made every breath louder. The base pressed down above them, a field of dead feet and rusted metal and broken orders. Halfway through the tunnel, Ford's staff knocked lightly against concrete. The sound was small. Inside that pipe, it became a hammer strike. Everyone stopped. Above them, something dragged across the ground. Then another step. Then a slow scrape, followed by the hungry click of teeth. Mercer turned his head enough to see Ford's face in the dim gray light. The boy's eyes were wide, but his jaw stayed tight. He had not cursed. He had not apologized. He had not moved. That was good. The infected above them shuffled across the culvert line. One foot stepped onto the concrete lip overhead. Dirt sifted down between cracks and speckled Mercer's cheek. Another foot dragged beside it. The creature paused, sniffing. May's breathing shortened. April placed 2 fingers against May's boot. The signal said, "Steady." Mercer held the knife ready near his chest. A crow landed somewhere outside with a harsh call. The infected above them turned toward the sound. Its steps moved away. More steps followed. Mercer waited 30 heartbeats before crawling again. The tunnel bent left and narrowed. Ford had the worst of it because of his size. Once his pack caught on a broken edge of concrete. He froze, eased backward, and freed it inch by inch. Mercer heard the adjustment and almost smiled in the dark. The boy would have ripped himself loose a month earlier and brought half the base down on them. They reached the far grate after what felt like an hour, but had likely been less than 6 minutes. The grate was old iron, set into a concrete box below the service fence. Beyond it lay the fuel yard, scattered with tanker trucks and stripped pump stations. Mercer inspected the lock. Rust had eaten through most of it, but the hinge pins remained solid. April eased up beside him and handed him a short pry bar without a word. He took it. Carter had taught his daughters to think ahead. The first hinge pin moved with a faint groan. They all froze. No cry answered. Mercer worked slower. The second pin gave. The grate sagged into his hands. He passed it back to Ford, who lowered it into the tunnel with exaggerated care. Mercer crawled out into the fuel yard and rolled beneath a tanker truck. April followed. May came next. Ford emerged last, face streaked with grime and one sleeve shining with filth. He looked at Mercer. "I want it on record that this was worse than the bridge." Mercer looked toward the armory, where dozens of infected drifted across the access road. "The record is busy." Ford rubbed grime from his cheek with a dirty glove, making it worse. "The record has poor priorities." April nearly laughed, caught herself, and shook her head. Mercer let the moment pass. A little humor and fear kept panic from filling the empty space. Too much humor invited carelessness. Ford, somehow, was learning to walk the line. They moved through the fuel yard beneath the bellies of dead trucks. The tanks were empty or close to it. Mercer tapped one softly and heard only the hollow answer of a country that had used everything it could before it went dark. He checked each lane ahead before crossing. The infected were thicker near the mess hall and barracks, thinner near maintenance. Their route to the armory crossed 40 yards of open concrete. 40 yards might as well have been a parade ground. Mercer signaled the plan in pieces. Wait for the patrol drift. Cross in pairs. No running unless running was the only choice. April and May first because they were faster and quieter. Mercer and Ford second because Ford might need correction under pressure. Ford read the last part in Mercer's face and whispered, "I hate that I understand why. That is growth. Feels insulting. Growth often does." April and May crossed when the gap opened. They moved low and smooth between 2 rusted troop carriers, then vanished behind a concrete barrier. One infected lifted its head but turned the wrong way, distracted by the wind chattering loose sheet metal on the maintenance roof. Mercer waited. The gap narrowed. He watched the nearest infected, a tall dead man in a torn parka, drift toward the crossing line. Another wandered behind it. Too close. He held. Ford shifted his grip on the staff but did not speak. A loose panel snapped hard in the wind. 3 infected turned toward the sound. The line opened. Mercer touched Ford's shoulder and moved. They crossed the concrete in a low rush. Ford's boot slipped on ice halfway across. Mercer caught the back of his coat before he hit the ground and shoved him upright without stopping. The nearest infected heard the scrape and turned. Its mouth opened. April appeared from behind the barrier and threw a small stone across the road. It clattered beneath a truck frame 20 yards away. The infected turned toward the new sound. Mercer and Ford reached the barrier. May looked at Ford's boots. "Try not dancing next time." Ford pressed one hand against his chest. "The ground betrayed me." April whispered, The ground has standards. Mercer pointed toward the armory. Flirt later. Ford blinked. April's face went cold red beneath the grime. May's smile vanished into a look of delighted horror. I was not, Ford whispered. Mercer was already moving. Then you should be even quieter. The armory sat one building beyond the barrier, a long brick structure with narrow windows covered by welded mesh. The main door had been reinforced with steel plating. A badge reader hung beside it, useless now. The smaller side entrance looked damaged, its frame bent inward. Black handprints marked the brick around it. The dead had tried hard to get inside. That could mean people had once survived there. It could also mean people had died there. Mercer signaled halt and studied the side entrance. No fresh blood. No new tracks. The door was not open enough for the infected to wander in easily, but the lower corner had been peeled back by force or collision. A skinny person could squeeze through. A broad man in winter gear could not. May followed his gaze. I can fit. Absolutely not, April said immediately. May glared at her. I did not ask you. You did not have to. Mercer stepped between the argument before it had a chance to grow teeth. The first person through may meet whatever is inside with no room to move. I go. Ford looked at the door corner, then at Mercer's shoulders. You are not fitting through that unless the building feels sorry for you. He is right, April said. Mercer hated that they were right. He looked at May. You go through, clear the inside corner only, then open from within if possible. You do not advance. You do not prove anything. You do not die trying to make a point. May held his gaze. I know how to follow orders. April made a small sound. May rounded on her. I do when they make sense. Mercer handed May his flashlight. One click only if you need it. Keep the beam low. May took the light and flattened herself beside the torn door. For a moment she looked younger than 17, all sharp bones and fierce eyes inside a coat too big for her. Then she slid through the gap with a breathless twist and vanished into the armory. April's hands tightened around her pipe. Ford whispered, She is good. April did not look at him. She is my sister. That was what I meant. Inside, something shifted. April stepped toward the door. Mercer's hand caught her coat and held her back. Wait here. The shift became a scrape, then a dull thud. May did not cry out. Another thud. Ford raised his staff. Then metal clanked from the inside. A bolt scraped. The door moved an inch, stopped, then moved again. May's face appeared in the crack, pale and furious. Help me, she hissed. Mercer and Ford pulled while April braced the frame. The bent door shrieked loud enough to make every living person flinch. Mercer put his shoulder into it and felt old pain flare through his back. The door opened wide enough to admit them one at a time. They slipped inside and forced it shut. The armory was dark, cold, and not empty. Chapter 20. The room that still remembered war. The dead man on the floor wore a security vest and a helmet with a cracked face shield. May had driven a knife up through the underside of his chin and pinned him long enough to keep him quiet. Black blood spread beneath his head in a thin sheet that gleamed in the weak light from the doorway. April pulled May into a tight embrace before anyone could speak. May stiffened at first, then allowed it for 3 seconds. That is enough, May whispered. April let go, but her hand stayed near May's sleeve. Mercer examined the dead guard. Good work. May looked at the body, breathing hard through her nose. He was behind the door. He moved when I touched the bolt. You stayed quiet. I almost did not. But you did. May swallowed. Yes, sir. Ford stared into the darkness beyond them. Are there more? Mercer listened. No shuffling. No fingernails on metal. No wet breathing. Only the wind outside, the faint movement of the door in its bent frame, and the tiny click of cooling pipes. Maybe so, Mercer said. That word keeps coming back, Ford muttered. Stay on me. The armory outer room held cages, counters, weapon racks, and locked cabinets. Some had been stripped. Others remained closed behind steel mesh. Spent shell casings littered the floor near the inner door. A dried smear ran along one wall where someone had slid down and never risen. The smell was old rot, gun oil, dust, and metal. Mercer felt a strange ache enter his chest. This room had known order once. Serial numbers, sign-out logs, inventory sheets. Young soldiers joking while armorers pretended not to hear them. Sergeants checking weapons with ritual seriousness because that ritual kept people alive. A base could lose its flag, its fuel, its command, and still feel like a base if the armory remained. Weapons were not civilization by themselves, but the control of weapons had always been one measure of whether civilization still existed. Here, control had ended in panic. April lifted a broken clipboard from the counter. The paper had stuck to the board and yellowed with damp. Names filled the first half of the sheet. The rest was blank. She read quietly. Rifles issued to Quick Reaction Force. Shotguns issued to Gate Team. Ammunition released by Emergency Authority. Mercer took the clipboard and scanned the dates. The last entry had been made during the collapse, 10 years and a lifetime earlier. The handwriting near the bottom grew less neat, as if the person holding the pen had been interrupted again and again. Ford looked at the cages. Please tell me Emergency Authority did not take everything. Mercer moved to the inner storage door. It had a mechanical lock and a steel bar. The keypad beside it was dead. The bar had been added after the power failed, likely by someone who still believed in procedures. Good for them. Bad for Mercer. April, move, he said. She came beside him. Your father ever teach you field entry? Some training? That means yes, but you do not want to sound proud. April studied the lock. It means he taught me enough to get in trouble. Mercer handed her the pry bar. Didn't get in trouble quietly. April worked the lock with patience. May stood guard at the outer door. Ford watched the hallway with his staff and one of the knives Mercer had given him. Mercer kept his rifle ready but did not point it at the shadows. Ammunition was still too scarce to comfort him. Until he saw full shelves, every round remained a piece of his life shaved thin. The first lock gave after 3 minutes. The second did not. April's jaw tightened as she adjusted her grip. Ford whispered, "Need help?" Absolutely not. That sounded like the kind of no that means yes, but with pride in the way. May did not look back. Ford, she will hit you with the pry bar. I was offering support. Offer it from farther away. April's mouth twitched, despite the tension. The lock clicked. She eased the bar free. Mercer put one hand on the door and looked at each of them. No cheering. No grabbing. We clear first. Ford nodded. April nodded. May gave a small, impatient flick of her fingers. Mercer opened the storage room. For a moment, nobody breathed. The shelves were not full. Years of emergency issue had stripped half the room, but half a military armory was more wealth than Mercer had seen since Fort Lincoln still had convoys coming through the gate. Rifles stood in racks along the left wall. Shotguns lay in locked slots near the back. Crates of ammunition sat on pallets, some opened, some sealed. Cases of magazines were stacked beneath a tarp. Cleaning kits, slings, spare parts, holsters, knives, batteries, flares, helmets, plate carriers, winter gloves, canteens, field radios, and sealed medical bags filled shelf after shelf. Ford whispered, I take back every bad thing I thought about drainage. May stepped beside him. You thought more than one. I was under stress. April lowered the pry bar slowly. Her face had gone soft with stunned relief. Mercer did not smile. Not yet. Relief could make hands sloppy. Sloppy hands killed friends. Load what we can use, he said. Do it quietly. No piles in the open. No loose metal. April, magazines and ammunition. May, blades, lights, batteries and food, if any, is stored here. Ford, packs and carriers. I will inspect weapons. Ford moved immediately, then stopped. You said if we reached the base and found ammo, you would teach me to shoot. Mercer looked at him over a rack of rifles. I did. Ford tried to hold a serious face and mostly succeeded. This looks like ammo. It does. So I get a gun? Mercer reached down, lifted a compact rifle from the rack, checked it, and set it on the counter. You get training first. Ford opened his mouth. Mercer cut him off with a look. You get the rifle after I see you handle it like a man who understands every mistake can travel farther than he meant it to. Ford's expression changed. The joke drained away. He nodded. I understand. No, you do not. You will after the first lesson. May dragged a pack from a shelf. Can I learn too? April looked over sharply. May met her gaze. Dad taught us some. Mercer can teach us more. Mercer inspected a second rifle. Everyone learns. Everyone carries if they pass. April's eyes returned to the room. She said nothing, but something in her shoulders eased. Her father had brought them toward this place because he believed there might be enough here to make a future. For the first time, that belief had weight. They worked for nearly an hour. The base outside remained restless but distant. Twice infected scraped along the outer wall. Once something bumped the bent door and moaned. May stood ready until the sound passed. Mercer packed ammunition in balanced loads, refusing Ford's attempt to carry too much. A person exhausted by pride would fail when the real fight came. He selected weapons with care. 4 rifles, not the newest, but sturdy. 2 shotguns for close defense. Sidearms with reliable magazines. Spare knives. A compact maintenance kit. Slings that would not rattle. Enough ammunition to give them power, not enough to turn them foolish. Denny found the grenades. Ford saw the crate and leaned closer. Are those what I think they are? Things you do not touch. That was fast. Some answers should be. Mercer took only a few and packed them himself. The rest stayed where they were. A weapon that could solve one problem by creating 6 more deserve respect and distance. April found a crate of sealed meal packs in a side locker. May found water purification tablets, extra socks, and a case of thermal blankets. Ford found 3 backpacks still wrapped in plastic and held them up like treasure. Clean packs, he said. No old blood, no mouse nests, no mystery smell. May took one. That is almost romantic. Ford blinked at her. Clean storage is romantic now? In this world, yes. April looked at both of them. You two are strange. Ford answered, surviving makes people develop hobbies. Mercer allowed the exchange to continue while he checked the rear corridor. The armory connected to an administrative hall that led into a larger, secure building, likely once used for command storage and communications. The door at the end stood closed. A narrow window showed darkness beyond. He tried the handle, and it was locked. Not rusted. Not broken. Locked from the other side, or by a key cylinder still intact. That interested him. Buildings that remained locked after a base fell sometimes held nothing. Sometimes they held bodies. Sometimes they held the one thing everyone had died protecting. April came up behind him with a loaded pack. Something wrong? Nothing is wrong, but it is unknown. May joined them. That is worse. Ford, carrying 2 packs, whispered, I vote we enjoy the room full of guns and leave before unknown becomes teeth. Mercer looked through the narrow window. This building may have a communications room. Ford's joking stopped. April stepped closer. A working radio? Maybe so. The word returned again, but this time nobody complained. A working radio could change everything. It could find survivors, warn enemies, call out into a nation that might still have pockets of life hidden behind walls and mountains and rivers. It could also bring predators. Mercer had no illusions about that. A voice in the dark was both hope and bait. He tried the lock again, then knelt to inspect the frame. Strong door. Old but sound. No keypad. A key would be somewhere inside the armory if procedure had survived long enough. Search for keys, he said. Small metal ring, maybe tagged command storage or communications. They spread out. Ford found the key ring inside the dead guard's vest pocket. He did not make a joke when he handed it over. Mercer noticed that too. The 3rd key opened the door. The hall beyond smelled colder than the armory and drier. That meant it had stayed sealed. Emergency lights, long dead, lined the ceiling. Office doors stood on both sides. Some were open. Some were closed. A map of the region hung crooked on one wall, marked with colored pins and faded routes. Several pins clustered around towns Mercer remembered losing during the first winter. Ford stared at the map. There were that many places still holding out. Once, yes, Mercer said. Do you think any still are? Mercer looked at the pins. Hope could be a blade if held wrong. We find out one place at a time. A noise came from the far end of the hall. Not a moan. Not a footstep. A faint, electric pop. Everyone froze. Another pop came, followed by a whisper of static. May's eyes widened. That sounded like a radio. Mercer raised a hand for silence and moved toward the sound. They passed 2 offices, a supply closet, and a break room where 3 skeletons sat at a table with playing cards scattered beneath their hands. No infected moved there. Whatever death had taken them, it had not returned them to the walking dead. The static grew louder. At the end of the hall, a steel door stood ajar. A faded sign beside it read communications. Mercer pushed it open with the muzzle of his rifle. The room beyond still had power. Chapter 21, The Voice in the Static. The communications room glowed with a weak green light. For several seconds, the 4 of them only stared. A battery bank hummed against the back wall, connected to a rack of radios and old field equipment by cables wrapped in tape. A small solar control box blinked beside it. Someone had rigged panels somewhere on the roof and somehow kept the system alive through years of weather, neglect, and ruin. Dust covered the desks, but the main console remained clear near the microphone. as if the last person to use it had been careful even at the end. Static breathed from the speaker. Ford stepped into the room like a boy entering a church after thinking all churches had burned. How is that still working? Mercer moved to the console and checked the power indicators. Battery bank. Solar feed. Low draw. Whoever set this up knew what they were doing. April ran her fingers over the edge of the desk. My father said some bases had emergency communications that could last if nobody abused them. Your father was right. May looked toward the ceiling. Could someone hear us? Mercer did not answer until he examined the frequency dial, the channel labels, the antenna routing, and the logbook beside the console. The last written entry was 10 years old. After that, the pages were blank. The pencil lay across the open page, still waiting for someone who would never return. He picked up the pencil and turned it between his fingers. Ford watched him. Mercer, hello. The old soldier set the pencil down. Maybe so. April stood by the door, listening down the hall. Try it. Mercer hesitated. The hesitation surprised Ford. The old man had crossed frozen highways, crawled through filth beneath an overrun base, and walked into an armory filled with bodies. But one microphone made him pause. Ford understood a piece of it. A silent world was awful, but it was honest. Speaking into the static meant admitting that someone might answer. It also meant admitting that nobody might. Mercer adjusted the headset and pressed the transmit switch. This is Sergeant Daniel Mercer, United States Army, broadcasting from Eastern Regional Installation. Any station receiving, respond. His voice sounded strange in the small room. Not loud. Not dramatic. Just steady enough to carry 10 years of waiting. He released the switch. Static answered. May let out a breath through her nose. Ford looked at the speaker as if glaring might force a human voice out of it. Mercer waited a full minute, then transmitted again. This is Sergeant Daniel Mercer. Any survivors receiving this broadcast, respond with call sign, location, and condition. Static. April lowered her eyes. Ford felt anger rise in him without a target. It was foolish anger, but it came anyway. The room had power. The radio had voice. The old world had left one little green light glowing. It should have meant something. Mercer reached for the dial. Then a voice broke through. It was faint, buried under hiss and crackle, but it was human. Do not stop. Please, whoever that is, do not stop. No one moved. The voice came again, thin and shaken. This is Private Lila Reyes with surviving elements at St. Gabriel Depot. We are surrounded. We have civilians. Please respond if you can hear me. Ford whispered, there are people. Mercer pressed the switch. Private Reyes, this is Sergeant Mercer. I hear you. The answer came back, broken by static and something like a sob. Thank God. I thought the signal was a ghost. Report your condition. There was a pause. Mercer could hear muffled voices in the background on the other end. People reacting. Someone crying. Someone telling others to be quiet. Reyes returned. We are at St. Gabriel Depot, North Freight District. 26 civilians. 9 recruits. 1 corporal, but he is sick and cannot command. We have walls, but they are failing. Infected on all sides. Food and water for 4 weeks if we cut portions again. Less if the children keep getting worse. April's face changed at the word children. Mercer's hand tightened on the microphone. How long have you been trapped? Since winter closed the roads. We were escorting civilians from a church shelter. We made it to the depot when the herd cut us off. We have been calling every day. Nobody answered. Ford looked down. Every day. A voice thrown into nothing day after day because the alternative was silence. Mercer asked, distance from this base. On foot, maybe 2 weeks. Less by vehicle, but the roads are blocked. We tried to move twice. Lost people both times. May looked at April. April looked at Mercer. Nobody needed to ask what came next. Mercer spoke into the microphone. Private Reyes, listen carefully. We have reached the eastern base. We have supplies and weapons. We will come to you. Static swallowed the first part of her reply. Then her voice returned, cracking. Say again. We will come to you. A silence followed that felt larger than the room. Reyes spoke softer. Sergeant, with respect, we have had people promise before. Mercer's face hardened, but not with anger at her. I am not those people. I do not know you. No, you do not. So remember this instead. Stay alive. Ration carefully. Strengthen every door. Do not fire unless the walls are about to fail. Mark your roof with dark cloth if possible. I will contact you again at dawn and dusk until we move out. Help is coming. Reyes breathed unevenly into the radio. How many are with you? Mercer looked at Ford, April, and May. Ford straightened a little, as if the answer mattered even when the woman could not see him. April lifted her chin. May set her jaw. 4 people, Mercer said. The silence this time was different. Reyes was trying not to lose hope in the same instant it had been handed to her. 4 people, she repeated. 4 who can move, Mercer said. 4 who have weapons. 4 who are not leaving you there. Static rolled between them. At last Reyes said, We will hold. That is good. Conserve battery. I will call again at dusk. Sergeant Mercer? Send it. If you are real, thank you. Mercer looked at the old logbook, the blank pages, the pencil waiting for a hand. We are real. He ended the transmission. For a while, nobody spoke. The bass beyond the walls continued to moan and scrape. The living room hummed around them with impossible power. Ford looked at the radio as if it had become a person. April wiped at her cheek quickly, hoping nobody saw. May saw and said nothing. Mercer opened the logbook to a blank page and wrote the date as best as he tracked it. Exact calendars had become harder after the collapse, but soldiers counted days even when clocks lied. He wrote St. Gabriel Depot, 26 civilians, 9 recruits, 1 corporal sick, 4 weeks' supplies, surrounded, rescue required. His handwriting was steady until the final word. Ford watched the pencil move. We are really going. Yes, sir. 2 weeks there. 2 weeks back. That is a month on foot. Yes, sir. And this base is crawling with infected. Yes, sir. Ford rubbed both hands over his face. I was hoping one of those would become less true if I said them. May turned from the doorway. People with children are trapped. I know. Then why are you saying math like it changes that? Ford looked at her, and his voice came out quieter. Because math scares me less than thinking about kids waiting for us. May's anger softened before she could stop it. April crossed to the map on the wall and found St. Gabriel Depot by running one finger over old roads. If we cut northeast through the rail line, we can avoid the main highway for 3 days. After that, there is a river crossing. Mercer joined her. A bridge. Maybe here. She tapped a mark. Dad used to talk about a freight bridge near Ash Creek. Narrow, but it may still stand. Ford stepped closer. How do we get everyone back if there are 35 people there? Very carefully, Mercer said. That word works too hard for you. It has survived many assignments. A hard crash cut through the hall. Everyone turned. Another crash followed closer to the armory. May whispered. The door. The bent outer door had likely given off enough noise to draw infected from nearby roads. They had taken too long. The armory had seemed safe, and safety had made time slippery. Mercer slung the radio headset aside. Pack everything right now. They moved fast. Ford grabbed the loaded packs. April folded the map and shoved it into a waterproof case. May swept batteries, 2 small radios, and the logbook into a satchel. Mercer took a field radio from the shelf and checked the charge. Another crash came from the armory entrance, followed by the hungry moan of several infected pressing at the door. April looked down the hall. Can we exit through another way? Mercer moved to the rear door of the communications room and found it locked. He kicked the lower panel hard. It did not budge. He checked the hinges. Interior hinges, useless from this side without tools in time. A third crash. Metal shrieked. Ford lifted his new rifle, uncertain. Mercer, wait. Not yet. The old soldier scanned the room. Ventilation duct too small. Ceiling tiles, maybe access above, but not with packs and weapons. 1 door in. 1 door out. Bad room. Good equipment. No time. Mercer looked at the ammunition crates stacked in the hall outside the armory door. We fall back to the storage room, he said. Barricade the inner door. If they breach, we hold from the cage. May's face went pale. That traps us. It keeps us alive long enough to make another plan. Ford swallowed. That is not your most inspiring speech. It is accurate. They ran down the hall as the outer armory door finally buckled. The first infected spilled inside with a broken metal shriek, then another, then 6 more in a clumsy surge. They stumbled over the dead guard and slammed into shelves. 1 wore a torn parka. 1 had a soldier's boot on 1 foot and a bare blackened foot on the other. Their mouths opened as they scented living flesh. Mercer fired once. The sound inside the armory was enormous. The first infected dropped. The rest surged harder. Move now, Mercer ordered. April and May dragged the storage door open. Ford shoved packs inside. Mercer fired a second shot, then a third, dropping 2 more before the others crossed the outer room. The noise punched through the walls and out across the base. That would bring every dead thing within hearing. Too late to regret it. They slammed the storage room door shut. April shoved the steel bar into place. Ford and May pushed a crate against the bottom. Mercer stepped back, rifle ready. Bodies hit the door from the other side. The bar held. Another impact shook dust from the frame. The room suddenly felt smaller than it had when the shelves were treasure. Ford looked at Mercer. Another plan would be good soon. Mercer listened to the dead gather outside. "Yes, sir," he said. Soon would be best. Chapter 22. Locked in with the future. The storage room had air, water, weapons, ammunition, and enough steel between the living and the dead to buy time. It also had no exit. Mercer hated rooms like that. A foxhole could be abandoned. A rooftop could be crossed. A truck could be driven if it had fuel and luck. A locked room with one door gave the enemy a single truth to argue against. The infected did not think like soldiers. Not fully, but they understood pressure. Enough bodies against the same point could turn steel into delay. The bar jumped in its brackets as another wave hit. May flinched, then cursed under her breath. April put a hand on her shoulder. "It is holding. For now. For now is what we have." Ford set the packs against the wall, then picked up his staff as if wood would matter if the door failed. He looked at the rifle stacked near Mercer and then looked away, forcing himself not to ask. The restraint had weight. Mercer saw it. "Ford, listen," Mercer said. The boy snapped his eyes back. "Yes, sir." "Take the rifle." Ford froze. Mercer picked up the compact rifle and held it out, muzzle down, action open. "You are not trained enough. You are also not useless. You will keep your finger away from the trigger until I tell you otherwise. You will keep the muzzle where it cannot cover one of us. You will not fire because you are afraid. You will fire because I give an order or because the door fails and a target is inside 10 feet. Ford took the rifle as if it weighed more than metal. "I understand." "Repeat it." Ford swallowed. "Finger away from the trigger until ordered. Muzzle away from our people. Do not shoot from fear. Shoot on order, or if they break in and get close." Mercer nodded. "That is good." May watched the exchange with a strange expression. "You trust him now?" "Absolutely not." Ford looked hurt for half a second before Mercer continued. "I trust the lesson to begin." Ford let out a breath. "Somehow that is better and worse." April checked the door brackets. "If we shoot from here, every infected on the base hears us." "They already heard the first shots," Mercer said. "We choose when the next ones happen." May moved to the shelves and began scanning labels. There might be tools. Something to cut through a wall. "Search now," Mercer said. They searched. The room became a place of frantic silence. Outside, the dead struck the door, scraped the mesh, and made low animal sounds. Inside, the living moved through crates and shelves by dull flashlight. April found bolt cutters. May found a tool roll, wire tape, and a small folding saw. Ford found 2 flares and held them up hopefully. Mercer shook his head. "Last resort. That is becoming my whole personality." Mercer found the floor hatch 10 minutes later. It hid beneath a pallet of ammunition crates, a square steel panel with a recessed ring handle. The paint was the same gray as the floor, scratched but intact. A small stencil beside it read, "Cable access." Mercer crouched beside it. "Over here." April and Ford helped him move the crates without letting the Boches rattle. May kept the rifle trained on the door. Another impact came, harder than the others. The steel bar bent a fraction. "Very soon," May said. Mercer lifted the hatch. A narrow service crawlspace dropped beneath the floor, maybe 4 feet deep, lined with cable trays and pipes. The smell that rose from it was dust, dry concrete, and old insulation. It ran into the storage room toward the back of the building. Ford leaned over. "That is not a doorway." "Absolutely not," Mercer said. "It is a maybe." May closed her eyes. "I'm starting to hate that word like family." Mercer clicked his flashlight once and looked down the crawlspace. It ran perhaps 20 feet before turning under the wall. The cables entered a concrete sleeve. No person could fit through the sleeve, but the crawlspace might give them a place to hide if the door failed, or a way to place a distraction, or access to a weaker floor section. Not an escape. Not yet. Ford read his face. "Bad, maybe?" "Limited, maybe." The next strike against the door cracked one bracket loose from the wall. April stepped back. "We need to reduce pressure." Mercer looked at the crates, the grenades in his pack. the ventilation grate high on the rear wall, the cable hatch, and the dead pressing from the front. Plans formed and died in quick succession. A grenade would clear the armory, but in a sealed building it might also throw metal through the storage door, damage supplies, or start a fire. Shooting through the door slot might drop the front rank, but bodies would pile and keep pressing. Waiting meant surrendering the timing. He needed movement. He looked at the ventilation grate again. "Ford, listen," he said. "How good are you at climbing shelves?" Ford stared up at the grate. "I'm beginning to understand why old soldiers ask questions that sound innocent. Answer me." "I can climb." "April, boost him." "May, cover the door." "Ford, remove that grate. Do not drop it." Ford handed the rifle back without being told and climbed. April braced one shelf while he stepped onto the lower rack, then the middle, then reached the grate. It was held by 4 screws. He pulled a small driver from the tool roll and worked at them with shaking hands. The first screw fell. He caught it against his palm. May watched the door. "Hurry up." Ford's voice came down strained. "I am trying not to become the loudest man alive." The second screw came free. The bracket on the door shrieked. Mercer took position 10 feet back, rifle steady. April moved beneath Ford, ready to catch him if the shelf shifted. The third screw came out. The grate sagged. Ford caught it. The fourth screw refused. Outside, the infected surged, called by one another, called by the smell of living bodies and the echo of shots. The door bent inward a finger's width. "Ford, listen," Mercer said. "I know. Right now." Ford twisted hard. The screw snapped. The grate came free in his hands. A square duct opened into darkness. Ford peered in and whispered, "Too small for you. Maybe for me. Maybe for May." May did not look away from the door. "Of course it is. For me." Mercer asked, "Where does it run?" Ford shined the light along the duct. "Straight back. Then down, I think. There is air moving." That mattered. Air moving meant an opening. Mercer made the decision. May goes first. Ford second. April third. "I hold the door and follow if the duct holds my weight." April turned. "Absolutely not. This is not a discussion." "It is, if you are too big to fit, and we leave you in here." Mercer looked at her, and for a moment April saw the man beneath the order. He was 52, tired, carrying old grief like a pack that never came off. He had saved Ford because duty had not died inside him. He had accepted her and May because their father had sent them toward a hope that might still be real. Now he was preparing as naturally as breathing to trade himself for their chance. April's voice lowered. "Mercer, no." Ford looked down from the shelf. "There has to be another way." The door bracket cracked. Mercer raised his voice just enough to cut through fear. "Move now." May climbed with April's help. She slid into the duct feet first, shoulders scraping metal. The duct popped and groaned but held. Ford followed, pulling the packs one at a time and shoving them ahead. April passed rifles, satchels, and ammunition up to him. Mercer fired through the widening gap in the storage door when the first dead hand reached in. The shot tore through the skull behind it. The body slumped, but 3 more pressed over it. "April, move," Mercer said. She looked up at the duct, then at him. "I said move." Her eyes shone with anger. "Do not turn into a statue down here. I have been called worse. That is not a promise." Mercer fired again. "Move now." April climbed. The duct screamed under the added weight. Dust fell from the seam. Ford grabbed her arms and dragged her inside. May called softly from farther ahead, saying she had found a downward turn. Mercer backed to the shelves. The door bent inward another inch. Dead fingers clawed through the gap. He fired once more, then slung the rifle and climbed. The shelf under his boot shifted. For one ugly second, his weight pulled the entire rack away from the wall. Metal groaned. Boxes slid. A crate hit the floor with a crack that made every infected outside shriek louder. Ford's face appeared in the duct. "Give me your hand." Mercer reached up. Ford grabbed him with both hands. The boy's face went red with effort. April braced behind him. May, somewhere beyond, called back that the duct was opening into another room. Mercer pulled, Ford hauled, and the door behind them failed. The infected poured into the storage room as Mercer kicked off the shelf and forced his shoulders into the duct. Teeth snapped below his boot. A hand grabbed his pant leg. He drove his heel down hard, felt bone give, and pulled free as Ford dragged him deeper into the metal throat. The duct bent under his weight with a scream. For 2 seconds, Mercer thought it would drop all of them back into the storage room. Then April shoved from behind Ford. May pulled from ahead, and Mercer forced himself through the narrowest section with metal scraping his ribs and tearing his coat. The duct barely held. They slid down a slanted section and spilled one by one into a dark mechanical room. May landed first, rolled, and came up with a knife. Ford fell next and hit the floor with a grunt. April slid after him and slammed into his side. Mercer came last, too large for grace, and crashed into a stack of empty filter housings. For several seconds they lay tangled in dust, pain, and relief. Then Ford started laughing. It was not loud at first. It was breathless and half mad. April stared at him, then covered her mouth. May looked furious, then laughed despite herself. Mercer sat up, checked the rifle, and waited for the fit to pass. Ford wiped his eyes with a dirty sleeve. "You said drainage was bad. I would like to apologize to drainage." May leaned against the wall, still trying to catch her breath. "I hate every building in this base." April looked at Mercer. "You fit." Mercer pulled a torn strip of coat away from a jagged metal scrape. Not well. The mechanical room had one door and one small window high on the wall. Through the grime, Mercer could see the back lane behind the armory. Infected rushed past the window toward the sound of their own frenzy inside the storage room. Most had not realized the living had escaped the first cage. Not yet. Mercer stood slowly. "Check yourselves." They did. Scrapes, bruises, filthy clothes, no deep bites. May's sleeve was torn, but the skin beneath remained whole. Ford had a bloody lip from the fall. April's shoulder hurt but moved. Mercer had a long scrape across one side where the duct had torn fabric and skin, but the damage was shallow. April pointed at it. "You are bleeding." "I noticed. It needs cleaning." "Not now." May gave him a stern look that had far too much of her father in it for someone he had never met properly. "If you make us survive a building full of dead people and then get sick from being stubborn, I will be angry." Mercer studied her for a second. "That is noted." Ford picked up the field radio and pack from where they had spilled. "We still have the map. We still have the radios. We lost some ammo." Mercer checked the remaining loads. Not enough to change the mission. Outside, the infected inside the armory screamed and pounded. More answered from across the base. The entire installation began to wake in earnest. April looked toward the window. "They are all coming here." Mercer nodded. "That is good." Ford turned slowly. "I know that tone. That tone means the bad thing is becoming your idea." Mercer walked to the door and listened. The back lane outside the mechanical room was nearly clear because the dead had rushed toward the armory entrance. Farther across the base, more infected moved in from barracks, mess hall, motor pool, and old housing. The gunshots had called them. The armory held their attention. That gave Mercer a chance to choose the battlefield. "We wanted to leave quietly," he said. "That is over. Now we make noise on purpose." May frowned. "Why would we do that?" "Because the base is a weapon if we use it right." April understood first. Draw them into open ground. Draw them away from exits, away from vehicles, away from supply buildings. Clear lanes. Kill what we must. Save ammunition when we can. Use the base layout against them. Ford looked at the old soldier, then at the rifles, then toward the screaming armory. "You want to purge the base." Mercer's face carried no excitement. Only decision. "We found the supplies," he said. "We found the radio. We found people who need rescue. We cannot bring 35 survivors back here if the base belongs to the dead." April lifted her rifle. "Then we take it back." May set her spear in one hand and a sidearm in the other, careful but determined. "For St. Gabriel." Ford checked his rifle the way Mercer had shown him, then looked up. Fear still lived in his face, but so did something stronger. "For the wolf pack," he said. Mercer opened the mechanical room door a crack and looked into the lane. "For everyone still alive," he said. Chapter 23. The Purge. They began with the armory. Mercer did not call it revenge. Revenge was hot, wasteful, and careless. This was work. Hard work. Bloody work. Necessary work. Every infected left inside the base was a threat to the survivors at St. Gabriel, to the young recruits waiting behind failing walls, to the children whose names Mercer did not yet know, and to whatever future might still be built from the bones of the country. Work did not require hate. It required discipline. They moved along the back lane in a staggered line. Mercer led with his rifle low. April watched the left. May watched the right. Ford stayed behind Mercer, rifle tucked tight, fingers straight along the frame. Every few steps he forced himself to breathe slowly. Mercer could hear the effort and approved. The dead had crowded into the armory storage room and outer hall, drawn by the shots in the scent trail. Some still pounded at the door they had already broken, unable to understand that the living had gone another way. Others milled outside, confused by echoes. The group used that confusion. Mercer placed one flare beneath an overturned cart near the armory entrance and handed Ford the striker. Ford looked at it. "You want me to light it?" "Yes, sir." "Any lesson attached?" "Fire draws eyes. Smoke hides movement. Heat starts problems. Use it. Do not admire it." Ford struck the flare. Red light burst alive, fierce and hissing. He set it under the cart and retreated. The glow spilled across the concrete like fresh blood. Infected turned toward it, pale eyes catching the light. More shuffled from the armory doorway. Mercer signaled back. April and May slipped around the side of the building and began striking metal with short, controlled blows. Not wild noise. Directed noise. Tap. Pause. Tap. The infected nearest the entrance turned toward the rhythm and moved out in a line. Mercer let the first 6 pass. Then he fired. The first 2 dropped before the others could turn. Ford fired once on Mercer's order and missed high, the round snapping sparks from the brick wall. His face went white. "That is correct," Mercer said. Ford adjusted, sighted again, and fired. The 3rd infected fell. May speared the 4th through the throat, pinned it long enough for April to split its skull with the pipe. Mercer killed the 5th with a knife when it stumbled too close. Ford held aim on the 6th, but did not shoot, because May crossed his line. That mattered more than the miss. When the last body stopped moving, Mercer looked at Ford. "You waited." Ford swallowed. May was in front. "Yes, sir." That seemed important. It was. The lesson settled deeper than praise. They worked the armory in layers. Noise drew small clusters. Rifles handled distance. Spears and pipes handled close threats. Knives finished bodies before they could rise. The ground became slick in places where black blood spread across old ice. The smell grew thick, metallic, rotten, and hot despite the cold. By mid-morning, the armory entrance was clear. Beyond it, the rest of the base answered. A herd gathered near the mess hall, at least 80 strong, called by shots and flare light. They filled the road in a swaying mass of torn uniforms, civilian coats, hospital gowns, and rags. Their voices rolled together into a low moan that made the windows tremble. May stared. "That is too many." "Too many for one line," Mercer said. "Not too many for a trap." He led them to the motor pool. The motor pool had once been a wide fenced yard with repair bays, fueling points, and rows of vehicles. Now it was rust, broken glass, dead weeds, and snow blown into the shells of trucks. Mercer had noticed the fuel service trench during their approach. It cut across the yard like a shallow channel, covered in places by removable grates. He had also noticed a tanker that still smelled faintly of old diesel when he passed it earlier. Old diesel did not burn like fresh fuel. It smoked. It stank. It made surfaces slick. It could still make the dead move where Mercer wanted them to move. He pointed. "April, take Ford. Open the service gate on my signal, then fall back to the repair bay. May, with me." Ford looked from Mercer to April. "I am with her." April checked her magazine. "Try to keep up." May rolled her eyes. "Do not turn survival into a courtship race." Ford almost tripped over his own answer. "I am not courting anybody." Mercer gave him a look. "Then do your job with less talking." Ford nodded quickly and followed April. May watched them go, her expression unreadable. Mercer noticed. "Something to say?" "My sister smiles more when she is annoyed with him." "That sounds exhausting." "It is. Not now." May nodded. "Not now." They moved to the trench. Mercer opened the tanker valve enough to let dark liquid spill into the channel. May worked with him, pushing grates aside and guiding the flow with a scrap of sheet metal. The smell rose thick and oily. Mercer could feel time pressing against his back. The herd was closer now, drawn by April's careful noise near the gate. Ford's voice carried faintly. "They are coming." April answered, calm and sharp. "Move back." The gate clanged open. The herd poured into the motor pool. They came fast for dead things, stumbling and shoving through the gap, pulled by the sight of April and Ford retreating toward the repair bay. Mercer waited behind a truck chassis with May. He let the first 20 cross the trench, then 30. Then the middle of the herd filled the channel. He lit the second flare. "Right now," he said. May shoved the flare into the oil-slick trench. Flame crawled at first, uncertain in the cold. Then it found the stronger patches and ran in a low, smoking line across the yard. It did not explode. It did not need to. Fire and smoke rose beneath the herd's legs, confusing them, splitting them, driving some back toward the gate and others forward into the repair bay lane. April and Ford opened fire from the bay doorway, not wasting rounds, shooting only when Mercer called targets. Mercer and May attacked the separated frog rank from the side. The air filled with smoke, gunshots, and the wet crack of metal striking bone. The infected did not fear pain. They did not understand the trap. That made them dangerous, but it also made them predictable. They pressed toward the living until something stopped them. The wolf pack stopped them. Ford fired slowly now. His first miss had scared him into caution rather than panic. He listened to Mercer. He waited for clear lines. Twice he lowered the rifle because April moved. Once he shot an infected off May's side before she saw it. The round struck true. May glanced at him across the smoke, surprised. Ford looked just as surprised. "Keep working," Mercer snapped. They kept working. The fight became a series of moments too sharp for thought. April dragging Ford away from a grasping hand. May driving her spear into a dead soldier's face and twisting free before it could trap the shaft. Mercer stepping into a gap, firing once, then using the rifle stock when another came too close. Ford slipping on blood, recovering, and jamming his staff under an infected's feet so April could finish it. Smoke burning their throats. Keep pressing through the cold. Dead bodies piling across the trench until the last of the herd stumbled over its own fallen. By the time silence returned, the motor pool looked like a battlefield because it had become one again. Ford bent over with his hands on his knees, coughing. "I hate fire. I hate smoke. I hate plans." May wiped black blood from her cheek. "You did not shoot me." Ford looked up. "That is the nicest thing you have ever said to me." It was not meant to be nice. It still worked. April gave him a tired look. "Do not enjoy it too much." Mercer reloaded. "Drink water. Count ammunition. We move in 3 minutes." Ford stared at him. 3 minutes? The base is not clear. Ford looked across the yard of bodies. "I was afraid you would say that." They cleared the mess hall next. That was worse. The mess hall had held civilians during the final days. Mercer knew it before he opened the door because of the shoes scattered outside. Small shoes. Women's shoes, work boots, a child's red sneaker lying half buried in old snow. The sight made April go very still. May looked away. Ford's face tightened with the kind of anger that had nowhere decent to go. Mercer took a breath and pushed the door open. The smell rolled out heavy enough to feel solid. Inside, long tables had been shoved against the windows. Cots lined the walls. Blankets, cups, old ration wrappers, toys, and medical supplies lay in frozen disorder. The infected trapped within had been there for years, some pinned beneath tables, some wandering in slow circles, some standing with their faces against the blocked windows, as if waiting for a world that never came back. There were too many for silence. Mercer used the shotgun. The blasts thundered through the hall. April and May worked the aisles with pipe and spear, faces hard, movements efficient. Ford stayed near the door and fired only when ordered. He hated every shot. Mercer could see it. And that was good. A man who enjoyed this room would not be welcome in the future, Mercer wanted. One infected wore a faded sweater with a cartoon animal on it. It could have been a mother once. Another was small enough that Ford froze for half a second when it crawled from beneath a table. Mercer stepped between him and the sight, fired, and did not speak about it afterward. Some mercies were not gentle. When it was done, April found a storage pantry behind the kitchen. Most food had spoiled long ago, but sealed cans remained on high shelves. Powdered drink mix, salt, and hard candy waited in plastic tubs. Cooking oil had turned cloudy from age but remained useful. A box of candles. Matches, sealed in waxed paper. May picked up a small stuffed bear from beneath a prep table. One ear was gone. The cloth was stained, but the face remained almost cheerful. Ford saw it in her hand and did not joke. April touched the bear with 2 fingers. "Leave it?" May looked around the mess hall. "Not here. We do not leave it here." She tucked it into her pack. Mercer pretended not to see. Then he marked the pantry on the map. The barracks came after. They cleared one building and sealed 3 others from the outside to handle later. Mercer refused to spend bodies and ammunition on rooms that did not need immediate clearing. The base did not have to be perfect before dawn. It had to be usable, defensible, and empty of the infected near essential supplies. They found a working hand pump near the maintenance yard. The water came up rusty for the first minute, then cold and clear enough to filter. They found a generator shed with 2 machines that might run if cleaned and fed fuel. They found blankets sealed in a quartermaster locker. They found boots in multiple sizes, winter coats, rain gear, rope, nails, screws, soap, and a crate of notebooks. Ford held up the notebooks. "We can write things down again." April smiled faintly. "You sound surprised. I have mostly been a man of oral complaints." May took 1 notebook. "Now you can preserve them for history." Ford looked pleased. President Ford's collected complaints. Mercer walked past him. "That title needs work." April laughed before she could stop herself. The laugh did something to the day. It did not clean the blood from the concrete or remove the dead from the base, but it proved the living still had more than orders and fear inside them. Mercer heard it and felt the old ache in his chest shift. By late afternoon, they reached the command building. This one Mercer wanted clear before night. It overlooked the central road and had roof access. It could serve as a temporary strong point, a place to sleep behind locked doors, call St. Gabriel, and watch the base for new movement. The front entrance had been barricaded from inside. The side door stood open. That was never a good sign. They entered through the side. The lobby held 3 infected in old uniforms. Mercer killed the first with a knife. April and May handled the second. Ford shot the third when it lunged from behind a reception desk. The shot was close, controlled, and true. He looked to Mercer afterward, not for praise, but for judgment. Mercer nodded once. Ford breathed again. They moved deeper. The command building had offices, a conference room, a records vault, and a stairwell to the roof. It also had a locked basement door with claw marks on the inside window. May shined a light through and recoiled. "There are a lot down there." Mercer looked. At least 40 infected crowded the lower stairs and landing, trapped behind the basement door, their faces pressed against the glass in layers. Some wore medical masks. Some wore civilian clothes. One had a stethoscope twisted around its neck. April whispered, "Why lock them in?" Mercer knew the answer. Because someone upstairs was still alive. Ford looked toward the offices. Maybe they got out. Maybe so. The word had lost softness by then. They sealed the basement door with a filing cabinet and a steel rod. Mercer marked it on the map in red pencil. That problem could wait until they had more people or more time. Killing trapped infected at the end of a long day invited mistakes. They climbed to the roof as the sun sank. From there, the base spread around them in ruin and possibility. Smoke drifted from the motor pool trench. Bodies lay in dark clusters near the armory, mess hall, and central road. The main gate remained broken. The walls needed repair. The barracks needed clearing. But the supply buildings stood. The armory was theirs. The communications room lived. Water could be pulled from the pump. Food, blankets, tools, and ammunition existed in quantities large enough to matter. Ford leaned against the low wall, exhausted. "We did it." Mercer scanned the distant tree line. "We did part of it." May groaned. "Let him have one sentence." Mercer looked at Ford. The boy's face was gray with fatigue, streaked with smoke and blood, older than it had been at sunrise. He deserved more than correction. "You did well," Mercer said. Ford straightened. "I did? You listened. You waited. You missed once and corrected. You did not fire across your own people. You kept moving." Ford tried to cover what the words meant to him and failed. "That is a lot of almost praise." "It is praise." "Oh, all right." April smiled at the horizon. May looked at Ford and then away quickly. Mercer took the field radio from his pack and connected it to the roof antenna line he had found near the access hatch. Static came through stronger than before. He checked the time by the angle of the fading sun, then transmitted. "Private Reyes, this is Sergeant Mercer. Respond if receiving." The answer came after a long crackle. "Sergeant, we receive you." Relief moved across all 4 faces. Mercer kept his voice steady. "Eastern base is partially secured. We have weapons, food, medical supplies, and water access. We will begin movement toward you at first light." Reyes did not answer immediately. When she did, her voice shook. "You cleared the base?" "Enough to operate from it. More work remains." "How many did you lose?" Mercer glanced at Ford, April, and May. "None lost." On the other end, someone cried out with joy. Reyes tried to hush them and failed. Mercer waited. When she came back, she sounded younger. "We will mark the roof with dark cloth tomorrow. We will hold." "That is good. Any change in your walls?" Southgate is bending. We braced it with rail ties. The corporal's fever is worse. We have 3 children coughing badly. We are cutting portions again tonight. April closed her eyes. Mercer said, "Hold 1 more month if needed. We intend to reach you sooner. I understand. You will speak with us at dawn. Conserve power until then." "Yes, Sergeant." "And Sergeant? Send it." "They asked me what your unit is called." Ford looked at May. May looked at April. April looked at Mercer. Mercer almost said no unit name existed. That would have been accurate. It would also have been less true than what had happened on the road. He pressed the transmit switch. "Tell them the wolf pack is coming." Ford's mouth opened. May smiled despite herself. April's eyes shone in the last light. Reyes repeated it softly on the other end. "The wolf pack is coming." Then the radio went quiet. Chapter 24. Dawn Orders. Night on the roof was colder than the ridge had been. The command building held rooms with doors and desks and old chairs, but Mercer kept them all on the roof for the first hours after sunset. He needed to know what the base would do in darkness. Some infected quieted when the sun died. Others grew restless. The ones trapped in the basement beat against the door for nearly an hour before settling into a low scrape and moan below their feet. Ford sat with his back against a vent housing, rifle across his knees. He kept looking at it as if expecting the weapon to speak. April cleaned her pipe and then her rifle with equal seriousness. May sat near the low wall with the stuffed bear beside her pack, pretending she had not placed it where it could see the stars. Mercer walked the roof perimeter every 10 minutes. The base was not safe. He would not call it safe until walls were repaired, buildings cleared, fields of fire established, water tested, latrine pits placed, medical stores sorted, and a dozen other tasks completed. But it was no longer owned entirely by the dead. That mattered. Below, the flagpole near headquarters still stood. The flag itself was gone, likely torn away years earlier, but the rope tapped softly against metal in the wind. Mercer stopped beside the roof wall and listened to that sound. At Fort Lincoln, the old flag still flew, faded nearly white and torn at the edges. He had looked at it every morning because it reminded him that his duty had not ended. Yet he had left it behind. For the first days after leaving, that absence had felt like betrayal. Then Ford had climbed out of the trapped car on the bridge. Then April and May had stepped from the trees with grief, skill, and distrust. Then a voice from St. Gabriel had answered the radio. A flag above one empty fort was not the mission. People were. Ford came to stand beside him. He moved carefully, as if expecting to be ordered back to rest. Mercer did not send him away. Ford looked down at the flagpole. Was there a flag here? Once, yes. Do we need one? Not tonight. Ford nodded. At Fort Lincoln, you looked at the flag every morning. Mercer glanced at him. You noticed. You are not subtle about ritual. No soldier is. Ford leaned his arms on the wall, then remembered the rifle and adjusted so the muzzle stayed down. That was good. Do you miss it? The flag or the fort? Both of them. Mercer watched smoke drift low over the motor pool. Yes, sir. Ford waited. He had learned that if he did not rush the old man, sometimes the old man gave more than one word. Mercer said, I thought staying there kept something alive. Maybe it did for a while. Maybe it kept me alive. But a post without people becomes a habit. A habit can look like duty if you stare at it long enough. Ford was quiet for a moment. You think leaving was right? I think staying after the supplies were gone would have been pride. That is not what I asked. Mercer looked at him more directly. Ford did not back away from the stare. The boy had changed in small ways that were becoming large. He still talked too much when fear circled him. He still made jokes at the worst possible moments. But he no longer hid every serious question inside sarcasm. Mercer answered. Yes, leaving was right. Ford let out a slow breath. That helps. You needed to hear that. I watched you look back at the road a few times. I thought maybe you wished you left me on the bridge and stayed with your flag. Mercer felt the words strike deeper than Ford likely intended. I never wished that. Ford looked embarrassed. I did not mean it like accusation. I know. He stopped, searching for language that did not make him sound younger than he wanted to be. Everybody I traveled with died. I warned you. Then you kept taking people in. Now there are people on a radio who think we are coming like some kind of army. I do not want my bad luck to become their problem. Mercer rested his hands on the roof wall. Luck did not kill those people. Ford's jaw tightened. The outbreak killed many. Hunger killed many. Bad leaders killed many. Panic killed many. You survived because you kept moving. Survival is not a curse. It feels like one when you are the only one left. Mercer heard Fort Lincoln in that sentence. 12,000 people reduced to memory and one old soldier walking walls no one attacked anymore. He did not soften his voice, but he let truth enter it. Yes, sir, he said. It can feel that way. Ford looked at him. Mercer continued. But feeling guilty for living is not the same as being guilty. Learn the difference, or it will eat every good thing you try to build. Ford looked down at the base. Did you learn the difference? Mercer did not answer quickly. I am learning. Ford gave a small nod, accepting the honesty for what it was. Across the roof, April pretended to focus on a rifle. May pretended not to listen at all. Neither pretense fooled Mercer, but he allowed both. Later, they slept in shifts inside an office below the roof access. Mercer took first watch, then April, then May, then Ford for the hour before dawn. Ford argued that he could take a longer watch. Mercer told him he could prove his toughness by waking up on time and not dropping the rifle. Ford accepted the insult with dignity and fell asleep in less than 2 minutes. Mercer did not sleep much. He sat with his back against the door and wrote in the recovered logbook by flashlight, including inventory, ammunition count, food count, water source, known infected concentrations, the St. Gabriel report, and names. Ford, April Carter, May Carter. He paused over his own name, then wrote it anyway. Sergeant Daniel Mercer. Then, after a moment, he added Wolfpack. It looked foolish on an official page. It also looked right. At dawn, the sky turned pale over the walls. Mercer woke the others with a touch to each boot and a quiet word. No one woke cheerful, but everyone woke moving. That was more important. They ate cold food from sealed packs and drank filtered water. Ford made a face at the meal paste and still finished every bite. May fed a crumb to the stuffed bear until April stared at her. What now? May said. He fought hard yesterday. Ford looked at the bear. Does he have a name? May lifted her chin. Not yet. Ford considered. Major Buttons. April closed her eyes. Please do not. May looked at the bear, then at Ford. That is terrible. I can improve. You usually say that before getting worse. Mercer interrupted before the bear became a command issue. Year check. They laid everything out in controlled rows. They laid out 4 rifles, 2 shotguns, sidearms, ammunition divided by person in reserve, blades, tools, food for the journey out, water tablets, medical bags, field radios, a map, a compass, rope, flares, blankets, and a small repair kit. It was not enough comfort, but it was enough possibility. Mercer assigned loads. Ford watched him set aside extra ammunition. We are not taking all of it. We are not taking all of it. We fought for it. We are coming back with survivors. They will need supplies here. We take enough to reach them and break the siege. We leave enough to make the base worth returning to. April nodded. If something happens to us, the supplies remain. Ford did not like that, but he understood. I hate plans that include us failing. Plans that ignore failure are wishes, Mercer said. May checked her pack straps. I hate how often he is right. Everyone does, Ford said. Mercer looked at both of them. Ford coughed. Respectfully said. Mercer moved to the radio and called St. Gabriel at first light. Reyes answered faster this time. Her voice carried more life and less disbelief. Sergeant, we hear you. We move within the hour, Mercer said. Route will take us northeast along the rail line. Estimated arrival under 2 weeks if weather and infected patterns allow. Continue rationing. Reinforce South Gate. Avoid shooting unless breach is imminent. We copied. The children asked if the Wolfpack has dogs. Ford leaned close to the microphone before Mercer could stop him. Tell them not yet, but we are open to recruitment. Mercer gave him a death stare. Static crackled. Then Reyes laughed. It was the first laugh they had heard from the radio. It sounded tired, surprised, and alive. Ford smiled despite himself. Mercer took the microphone back. Private Reyes, ignore any unauthorized dog promises. Yes, Sergeant. I will report that the matter is pending. May covered her mouth. April turned away, shoulders shaking once. Mercer kept his voice hard because someone had to. We will contact at dusk if possible. If we miss a scheduled call, do not assume failure. Maintain discipline. Yes, Sergeant. We will hold. That is good. Mercer out. He ended the transmission and looked at Ford. Ford lifted one hand. Morale is important. Morale is not a dog procurement program. Not yet. April finally laughed aloud. May followed. Even Mercer felt the corner of his mouth threaten discipline. He crushed the impulse before it could become visible. They left the command building after sunrise. Before heading out, Mercer led them to the empty flagpole near headquarters. He carried a folded cloth from the supply room. Not a true flag, only a dark canvas marker that could be seen from the road. He raised it halfway and tied it off. Ford watched. "I thought you said we did not need a flag." "We need a marker. When we return with 35 people, they need to see where home begins." April looked at the cloth moving in the wind. A home. The word seemed dangerous on her tongue. May stood beside her. "Dad wanted us to reach this place." April nodded. "He did," Ford said softly. "Then he got you here." April looked at him. The old sharpness did not appear. Only partway. Ford accepted the correction. Partway then. Mercer gave them that moment. Some debts to the dead could not be paid. They could only be carried forward until they became shelter for someone else. They crossed the base, through lanes they had cleared the day before. The bodies remained where they had fallen. There was no time to burn them, no time to bury them, no time to make the place decent. Work waited after the rescue. Mercer locked the armory as best he could, secured the communications room, and marked the basement threat on the inside of the command door in plain writing. Then the wolf pack left through the west fence. The world beyond the base looked no kinder than it had before. Snow lay across the rail line in dirty drifts. The trees stood bare and black. Far away, infected voices moved in the wind, drawn by yesterday's gunfire and now wandering without a target. The road to St. Gabriel would be long, hungry, and violent. The people waiting there might be weaker than Reyes admitted. The siege might break before the wolf pack arrived. The war against the dead might swallow all of them before they saw the base again. Mercer knew all of that. He also knew this. They had found weapons, a radio, water, and a place that could become more than a hiding hole. They had heard another human voice answer from the static. They had made a promise. A soldier's promise still meant something. Ford walked at Mercer's right with the rifle slung correctly and his staff tied to his pack. April moved ahead, reading the ground with her father's old patience. May watched the trees, spear in hand, the stuffed bear tucked deep in her pack where no one could see it unless they knew to look. At the edge of the rail line, Ford glanced back at the base. "Do you think we can really bring them here?" he asked. Mercer did not stop walking. "Yes, sir." May looked over. "That was quick." "He saves doubt for planning," April said. Ford adjusted the strap on his pack. "And hope?" Mercer looked toward the northeast, where St. Gabriel waited behind failing walls. "Hope marches," he said. They followed the rail line into the morning, 4 figures moving to the ruins with more weight on their backs than food, ammunition, and steel. Behind them, the reclaimed base stood scarred and silent beneath its makeshift marker. Ahead, somewhere beyond miles of cold tracks and dead towns, survivors listened to a radio and waited for the wolf pack to arrive. Mercer walked at the front, old bones aching, rifle steady, duty alive. For the first time in 10 years, the mission was not to endure the end of America. The mission was to start bringing it back. The rail line carried them through a country that had forgotten how to welcome travelers. It ran between frozen fields, broken grain silos, empty farmhouses, and small towns that sat with their windows dark and their streets half buried under snow. In another life, trains had moved corn, cattle, timber, soldiers, families, and mail through these same miles. Now the rails were bent in places by heat from old fires and hidden under drifts that made every step uncertain. Mercer kept the line because it gave them direction without forcing them onto the highways, and because highways were cemeteries that still had teeth. Ford walked behind him with his rifle carried properly, finger away from the trigger, muzzle angled down when the terrain allowed it. The boy no longer moved like a stray animal ready to bolt at every sound. He still carried fear, but he carried it under discipline now. Mercer had watched that change take root by inches, through cold mornings, hungry nights, and ugly lessons taught too close to infected hands. Fear did not make a man useless. Untamed fear did. Ford was learning the difference. April ranged 30 yards ahead when the trees opened and closer when the rail bed dipped into cuts. She moved with the quiet balance of someone who had spent years being taught by a patient father and then tested by a cruel world. May took the rear, spear in hand, eyes never still. She complained often enough to sound young, but she watched the land like a hunter twice her age. Together, the sisters made the road feel less empty, though Mercer would not have said that aloud. He had spent too long alone to admit comfort quickly. They stopped at midday beneath the cracked skeleton of a signal tower. Mercer took the radio from its padded wrap, checked the antenna, and listened. Static hissed. Wind moved through the dead grass beside the rails. Far away, something struck metal with a slow and uneven rhythm, as if a loose sign were beating against a post. Mercer waded through the noise with his head turned slightly. Then the voice came, thin and broken by distance. St. Gabriel calling. If you are still there, answer when able. This is Reyes. We are still here. North wall holding. Food status unchanged. Water low but rationed. Civilians scared. Recruits steady enough. Please answer. Mercer lifted the handset. Reyes, this is Mercer. We are moving. 4 rescuers on foot. Estimate 12 days at current pace. Faster if roads clear. Hold your people together. Do not waste ammunition. Do not open gates for anything that does not give the challenge phrase. The reply took long enough that Ford looked over. Mercer kept his eyes on the trees. At last Reyes answered. Say the phrase again. Liberty keeps walking, Mercer said. Reyes exhaled into the microphone. Copy that? We will answer with, so do we. That is good. How many infected on you now? Too many to count clean. They gather around noise, then drift, then come back. Maybe a few hundred close. More in the streets east of us. We have children in the gym and older folks in the chapel. We lost 2 more on the south fence yesterday. Mercer saw Ford's face tighten, and he gave the boy a small warning look. Pity could wait until the work was done. How did you lose them? Fence repair. A hand came through a gap. Private Ellison pulled the civilian away and got dragged close. Private Sosa went after him. We got Ellison free, but Sosa was bitten and kept fighting until we made him stop. Ellison is alive, but hit hard in the head. Mercer closed his eyes for 1 second, not in grief exactly, but in respect. The young soldier had died doing his job. That still mattered. Keep repairs short. 2 people working, 2 people guarding, 1 person watching the watchers. No hero runs outside the line. Copy, Reyes said, though exhaustion nearly swallowed the word. We are coming, Mercer said. Do not teach your people to wait for miracles. Teach them to hold until soldiers arrive. Static rose and broke. When it cleared, Reyes said, Sergeant, most of my soldiers are barely soldiers. Some had been in uniform less than a month when everything fell. Then they have had 10 years to learn the rest, Mercer said. May gave a small grin from behind him. April looked down at the rails to hide one of her own. Ford did not smile. His face had gone thoughtful. Mercer could see the boy measuring the weight of people waiting for them. It was a hard thing to place on 17-year-old shoulders. It was also the only way shoulders got strong enough to carry anything. They packed the radio away and moved again. The afternoon brought them to a town called Lydia Crossing, though one side of the town sign had been burned until only the first word remained. Mercer signaled them down behind a row of boxcars that had sat on a siding since the collapse. The cars were streaked with rust and old soot. A few had been pried open. Frozen sacks of feed spilled from one like pale dirt. Several infected wandered between the shops beyond the tracks, bumping against locked doors and turning at the faintest whisper of sound. Mercer studied them for a long time. We go around. Ford looked toward the main street. There might be supplies. There might be 100 dead behind every door. We have rifles now. Mercer turned to him. That is exactly why you do not start thinking like a fool. Ammunition makes cowards feel brave, and brave men get careless. We have rifles for when there is no other answer. This town does not need an answer from us. Ford took the correction without argument. April stepped beside him and spoke quietly enough that Mercer pretended not to hear. He is hard on you because he thinks you can take it. I know, Ford said. That does not mean you have to like it. I know that too. May snorted softly. You two are getting boring. I liked it better when he made bad jokes and you threatened him. He still makes bad jokes, April said. Ford glanced at May. She still threatens me. Only when you earn it, May said. Mercer let them have the small moment. It warmed the air without costing fuel. Then he raised a fist and sent them moving in a wide arc through an orchard north of town. The trees were black and twisted, their branches still holding a few shriveled apples hardened by freeze and rot. Snow hid the ground between trunks. Mercer watched for trip lines, old camps, tracks, and the drag marks of infected feet. He found animal prints, one old boot print, and the blackened circle of a fire pit under a low branch. He crouched beside the ash. It was old, but not ancient. Someone had used this orchard in the last month. The pit had been dug carefully and covered after use. That meant the person either knew how to hide or had been taught by someone who did. April saw it too. Not infected. No, Mercer said. Human. May shifted her grip on the spear. Friendly human or shoot you in your sleep human? Until proved otherwise, the second kind. Ford scanned the trees. Do we follow the tracks? We stay on mission, Mercer said. St. Gabriel first. Curiosity later, if later exists. They left the orchard without lighting a fire, and that night they slept in the loft of a collapsed dairy barn. Mercer gave Ford first watch with April beside him and ordered May to rest. She argued for nearly 30 seconds before exhaustion betrayed her, and she crawled under her blanket with a glare that promised revenge. Mercer took the last watch, as he usually did, because old men slept lightly and young people needed more hours if they were going to become useful instead of merely stubborn. Before dawn, Ford climbed down from the loft and sat on an overturned bucket near Mercer. The boy kept his voice low. Do you ever think about not making it? Mercer watched the pale line of morning creep under the barn door. Every day. Ford seemed surprised by the answer. You do not act like it. Acting scared is not useful. Being aware is. What happens if we reach them and there are too many? Then we change the problem until we can solve it. Ford rubbed his hands together for warmth. And if we cannot? Mercer looked at him then. You asked for truth. Here it is. Sometimes soldiers fail. Sometimes good people die waiting. Sometimes you do everything correctly and the world still takes more than you can pay. That does not excuse you from going. Ford swallowed. I do not want to lose them before I even know them. That is good, Mercer said. It means you are not dead inside. Keep it from making decisions for you. The boy nodded. The wind moved against the barn wall. Above them, April and May slept under borrowed blankets with their packs tucked beneath their heads. Beyond the barn, St. Gabriel remained days away, surrounded by the dead and held by young soldiers who had refused to quit. Mercer had once thought he was the last man left who understood duty. The radio had corrected him. He stood as the morning strengthened. Wake the sisters. We move in 10 minutes. Ford rose at once. Yes, Sergeant. He had said it without sarcasm. Mercer watched him climb the ladder and felt something like pride try to enter his chest. He pushed it down where it belonged. Pride was useful only after the living were safe. 3 days later, the weather turned mean. A hard sleet swept across the open land and coated the rails until they shone like dull glass. The cold found seams in coats, gloves, and boots, and it made every bruise from the road feel twice as old. Mercer shortened their pace and moved them from shelter to shelter, refusing to let speed become stupidity. A rescue party frozen in a ditch rescued no one. They found a county road buried under a skin of ice and followed it east around a floodplain where the rail bridge had fallen. In summer, the route might have been simple. In winter, it became a slow gamble through ditch water, broken fencing, and abandoned vehicles, half sunk into mud hardened by frost. The infected had trouble there too. Mercer saw several trapped waist-deep in old drainage cuts, still reaching for movement with patient hunger. He gave them distance and no bullets. At dusk, they reached a church camp built around a frozen pond. Small cabins circled the main lodge with a stone chimney. The place had been used after the collapse. Mercer saw boards over windows, fire scars on the porch, and old warning marks carved into a tree near the gate. 3 lines crossed by one diagonal. He did not know the symbol, but he knew the purpose. The symbol told one message in 3 ways: stay out, danger, and claimed. All of it meant the same thing. May looked at the lodge with open longing. That chimney looks like a miracle. Miracles get people killed, Mercer said. So does sleeping in ditches. April studied the tree. Someone marked it, which means someone else may remember marking it, Mercer said. We use one cabin. No fire until I clear it. No light at windows. No talking above a breath. They chose a cabin at the far edge of the camp. Mercer clued it first, then April, then Ford, then May. The place smelled of old bedding, damp wood, and mice. A child's mitten lay under one bunk, red with a white stripe. May picked it up, stared at it, then set it carefully on the shelf by the door instead of throwing it aside. Mercer noticed. He pretended not to. They ate cold beans and strips of dried meat in silence. A fire would have changed the night from miserable to human, but Mercer refused it. The sleet made sound strange. It hid distant movement and sharpened close noise. He did not trust it. Near midnight, his distrust paid for itself. A bell rang somewhere across the camp. It was not loud, not at first. A dull metal clank, then another, then a frantic series of strikes that rolled through the sleet and bounced off the cabins. Ford jerked awake with his hand already on his knife. April sat up, eyes hard. May grabbed the spear and looked toward the window. Mercer put one finger to his lips and moved to the door. Outside, the bell kept ringing. It came from the lodge porch. Someone had rigged a warning line or stumbled into one. Then a human voice shouted in pain, and infected voices answered from the trees. Ford whispered, "Someone is out there." "I hear it," Mercer said. "We help." The question held more than curiosity. Mercer knew Ford remembered the car on the bridge, the dogs, the single bullet that had changed both their lives. Judy was a fire that spread when protected. Mercer had meant to teach the boy restraint, but restraint did not mean indifference. A second shout came, higher this time, panicked and young. A figure ran through the sleet near the lodge, slipped, and struck the ground hard. Behind him came infected shapes, 6 at least, maybe more in the trees. Mercer opened the door. Silent weapons. Ford, with me. April, right side. May, rear cover. No gunfire, unless I call it. They moved into the storm. The boy on the ground tried to crawl away and failed. His leg was caught in a snare line. Wire twisted around his boot and pulled tight against a stake. He could not have been older than 12. He wore a coat too large for him and carried an empty revolver in one hand. Mercer saw the infected closing and knew there was no time to untangle the trap first. "Ford," he said. Ford broke left without needing more. Mercer went straight. The first infected lunged from the sleet with its jaws open and hands hooked like claws. Mercer stepped inside the reach, drove his blade up under the chin, and pulled away before the body dropped. Ford met the second with the metal-capped end of his staff, striking the knee, then the temple, then stamping down with all the weight Mercer had taught him to use. April moved through the third and fourth like winter smoke, hatchet rising and falling with grim precision. May planted her spear into the chest of the fifth to halt its rush, then ripped it free and drove the blade into the skull with a sound that made the trapped boy sob. More shapes came from the trees. "Now we run," Mercer said. April cut the wire. Ford grabbed the boy under one arm and hauled him upright. The child tried to speak, but terror had stolen the words. Mercer shoved them toward the nearest cabin, then stopped when a lantern flared in the lodge window. A man stood inside, holding the light high. For one bad second, Mercer thought the man had lit it by accident. Then the truth snapped into place. The bell, the snare, the empty revolver. The child in the open. The lantern now glowing like a dinner call. "Trap," Mercer said. The lodge door opened. A voice shouted, "Drop your packs and weapons. Leave the kid if you want. He is already bought." May's face changed so sharply that Mercer caught her sleeve before she could charge. "No," he said. "He used a child." "I know." Ford dragged the boy behind a cabin wall. April crouched beside them. The infected, drawn by bell and lantern, came faster now through the camp. Mercer counted at least 20 shapes between the trees. The man at the lodge shouted again. "You heard me. Packs and weapons. Toss them out." Mercer kept low behind the cabin corner. "You alone?" Laughter came from the porch. 2 more figures stepped out, both armed with long guns. Their clothes were patched with strips of orange cloth, likely a sign for their own people. One had a beard stiff with ice. The other wore a football helmet with a cracked face shield. "Not alone," the first man called. "And not patient." Mercer looked at April. She gave a slight nod toward the left side of the lodge. May pointed 2 fingers at herself, then at the bell rope. Ford kept the child pressed low and watched Mercer for orders. Mercer weighed the choice. Gunfire would bring more infected. Silence might get the child killed. Waiting would let the thieves and the dead shape the fight. He hated all 3 choices. He picked the one that gave his people motion. "Ford, get the boy to the far cabin," Mercer whispered. "April, take the helmet. May, cut the bell and vanish. I take the lantern." Ford's jaw tightened. "You are stepping into their guns. Not if you move fast enough to make them look somewhere else. That is a terrible plan. Most plans are until they work. Go." Ford moved. May slipped away first, low and quick through the sleet. April followed along the line of cabins. Mercer took 3 slow breaths, then stood just enough for the lantern man to see him. "You want my pack," Mercer called. "Come get it before the dead do." The bearded man fired. The shot tore bark from the cabin wall near Mercer's head and cracked across the camp like a hammer. The infected answered with a chorus of hunger. Mercer dropped, rolled behind a rain barrel, and fired once. The lantern shattered. Darkness swallowed the porch. April hit the helmeted man from the side before he could adjust. Her hatchet struck the rifle barrel down, then her shoulder drove into his ribs. May cut the bell rope and vanished behind the lodge as the clanging died. Ford reached the far cabin with the child and shoved him inside. The bearded man fired again, blind and wild. His muzzle flash showed Mercer exactly where he stood. Mercer did not shoot him. He fired into the porch rail inches from the man's hand. "Run!" Mercer shouted. "The dead are on you." The man cursed and tried to aim. Then, the first infected reached the porch. The scream that followed was ugly and short. The remaining thief broke from the lodge door and sprinted toward the road, leaving his companions in the trap behind. May let him run until he passed the woodpile. Then she stepped out and kicked his legs from under him. He hit the ice face first. April took his rifle. Mercer came up beside them as infected poured into the lodge. The thief rolled onto his back and raised both hands. "Do not kill me." May stood over him with the spear. "You tied up a child." "He is not mine," the man gasped. "He steals. We caught him stealing. So you used him as bait. Everybody uses everybody now." Ford came from the cabin with the boy tucked behind him. The child's face was pale and streaked with sleet. He stared at the thief as if he expected the man to grow larger at any second. Mercer looked toward the lodge. The infected inside had found bodies and noise. More would come. "Where are your people?" The thief hesitated. Mercer put one boot on the stolen rifle. "I asked once." "North Road," the man said. "Old motel. 10, maybe 12. We take what passes. That is all. Any radios?" "No." "Any prisoners?" Another hesitation. May lowered the spear tip until it touched his coat. "Answer like you want morning." "2 women," he said quickly. "1 old man. They cook. They mend. We were going to trade them if traders came." April's face went still. Ford looked at Mercer and waited. The mission was St. Gabriel. The mission was time. The mission was dozens of trapped people waiting on a radio. Yet the world had placed 2 women and an old man on the road in front of them, through a thief's shaking mouth. Mercer hated the road for doing that. He hated himself more for knowing the answer before he spoke. "Ford, tie his hands," he said. "April, May, clear the far cabin and hide the boy there. We leave this camp in 5 minutes." May stared. "We are going after the motel." "Yes." "And St. Gabriel?" "Still waiting," Mercer said. "So we do this fast and quiet." Ford tied the thief with wire from the snare. The boy watched him with huge eyes. When April gave him water, he drank so quickly she had to slow him with a hand against the cup. "What is your name?" she asked. "Caleb," he whispered. "Where are your people?" "Dead," he said, then looked ashamed of how small the words sounded. April crouched in front of him. "That is not your fault." Caleb stared at her. "Everybody says that when they do not know what happened." Ford flinched a little. Mercer heard it, though. The boy made no sound. Ford had spoken almost the same kind of brief when they met. April did not offer a soft lie. She only nodded. "Then tell us later," she said. "Right now, you stay close and quiet." Caleb looked toward Mercer. "Are you soldiers?" Mercer checked the magazine in his rifle and slung it tight. "Close enough." They left the church camp while the infected tore through the lodge behind them. The sleet covered their tracks badly, but not completely. Mercer moved fast, using the thief as a guide, in the dark as a shield. The motel sat 2 miles north, a low strip of rooms behind a gas station with missing pumps. Smoke leaked from a pipe in the office roof. 2 guards sat inside a parked delivery truck, passing a bottle between them. They were bored, careless, and alive only because the dead were louder than hunger. Mercer did not waste time on speeches. The wolf pack took the motel in less than 4 minutes. April slipped behind the truck and opened the passenger door while May struck the driver's window with the butt of her spear. Ford covered the office door. Mercer entered through the back after cutting the rope that held it shut. One man reached for a pistol on a table. Mercer broke his wrist with the rifle stock and drove him to the floor. Another tried to use a woman as a shield. Ford stepped in from the side, staff cracking across the man's knee, then his jaw. The woman tore free and struck her captor with a cast-iron pan hard enough to end the argument. When it was over, 12 thieves lay tied in the courtyard, or dead where they had chosen poorly. The two women and the old man stood near the office stove, trembling with relief and distrust. Caleb clung to the old man's coat. "Grandpa," he said, and that single word nearly undid the hard line of Mercer's face. The old man held him with shaking arms. "I told you not to run at night. I was trying to find food. I would rather starve than bury you." Mercer gave them 1 minute, not because 1 minute was enough, but because it was all the mission could spare. He took food from the thieves, their ammunition, 2 rifles worth keeping, and a map marked with traveler traps along the north road. Then he gave the freed captives a choice. South lay danger, they knew. East lay empty farmland. West lay the base Mercer intended to reclaim, but he could not escort them there now. North lay St. Gabriel, and a fight. The old man asked, "Where are you going?" "To pull people out of a siege," Mercer said. The woman with the pan stared at him. "That sounds like death." "Most useful things do until someone does them." "They chose to come," May muttered. "Our rescue mission just gained 4 people before reaching the rescue." April adjusted the straps on a stolen fruit sack. "It gained 4 living people. That counts as progress." Ford glanced at Caleb, who was trying very hard not to look scared. "It does." Mercer looked north into the sleet and let himself feel the cost for only a breath. More people meant slower travel, more noise, more food, more chances for grief. It also meant the mission had already begun to do what missions were supposed to do. It had reached beyond the people carrying rifles. "Move out," he said. They moved before sunrise, leaving the motel behind them, and the tied thieves locked in 2 rooms with enough food to survive if they worked together, which Mercer doubted. He did not execute helpless men. He also did not waste rope on mercy twice. The thieves had a chance, and chance was more than they had given Caleb. By afternoon, the sleet stopped. The sky cleared to a hard blue. The world looked clean from a distance, and ruined up close. Ford walked beside Mercer for a while without speaking. At last he said, "You could have left them." "Yes." "You did not." "No." "Is that the rule?" Mercer looked at the boy. "There is no rule that saves you from choosing." Ford thought about that. Behind them, April showed Caleb how to step in old footprints to hide his own. May argued softly with the woman who insisted on carrying more than her strength allowed. The old man limped, but did not complain. "I hate that," Ford said. "Good," Mercer replied. Easy answers usually belong to liars. They kept moving north, slower now but not broken. That night, when Mercer raised St. Gabriel on the radio, Reyes sounded weaker. The north wall still held. Water was lower. A fever had started among the children. The dead pressed close after dark and struck the fence until hands tore and faces split against wire. "We are closer," Mercer said. 8 days if weather holds. Maybe 7. Reyes did not answer at first. When he did, his voice carried the sound of a man trying not to let anyone nearby hear despair. "We will hold." "Say it again like an order," Mercer said. A pause. Then Reyes came back stronger. "We will hold." "Good," Mercer said, "because we are still coming." St. Gabriel had once been a college town with brick sidewalks, old churches, 2 grocery stores, a small hospital, and a high school stadium where Friday nights had probably mattered more than national news. Mercer could see the shape of that vanished life even before they reached the first roadblock. Neighborhoods spread across low hills. The main street ran toward a white church steeple that had lost its cross in some storm or fight. Dormitories stood beyond the town square with their windows black. A water tower rose above everything, painted with the town name in peeling blue letters. The living had retreated to the west side, where the high school, a newer church building, and a county maintenance yard formed a rough triangle of fences and barricades. The rest of St. Gabriel belonged to the infected. They filled the streets in clusters, trapped in shops, wandering near the school buses overturned at intersections and pressing in slow knots against every barrier that smelled of people. Mercer watched from the ridge for nearly an hour. Ford lay beside him in the dead grass, binoculars pressed to his eyes. April and May watched the flanks. The freed captives waited farther back in a shallow draw with Caleb and his grandfather. Everyone had been told not to speak. Even May obeyed that order without visible resentment. The high school gym roof had been painted with a white sheet tied into letters too large to miss. The word "help" had been made from bed sheets, plastic panels, and strips of siding. It had faded from weather, but desperation did not need fresh paint. Mercer traced the barriers. School buses blocked 2 roads. Dump trucks blocked another. The county yard fence had been reinforced with chain, scrap metal, and desks. The church parking lot had been turned into an inner refuge. He saw people moving between buildings with buckets, rifles, blankets, and stretchers. Too few rifles. Too many slow steps. The north wall Reyes had mentioned was a line of buses nose to tail along a side street. Infected pressed against it by the dozens, rocking the vehicles. A gap near one bumper had been patched with doors and sheet metal. That was where Sosa had likely died. "They are boxed in," Ford whispered. "Yes." "Can we pull them out?" Mercer lowered his binoculars. "Not to the front." April shifted beside him. "East side has fewer dead, but the street is blocked by that collapsed brick building." May said, "The maintenance yard backs to a drainage canal. It is dry enough to walk. Fence on that side looks weaker." Mercer studied it. The canal ran behind the county yard and curved toward the ridge. It was choked with brush and trash, but not full of infected. That made it useful. The fence above it had been repaired from the inside with pallets and bed frames. Survivors had made it strong against pushing, not against someone cutting carefully from outside. "Good eye," he said. May tried to look unaffected and failed. "I have several." "You have too," Ford murmured. "And both are better than yours." April's mouth twitched. Mercer ignored the exchange. He looked at the sun. They had 4 hours before dusk. Enough time to make contact, not enough to move a town. "Ford, radio." Ford unpacked the set and helped raise the antenna behind the ridge. Mercer called St. Gabriel 3 times before Reyes answered. "This is Reyes," the voice said. "We are under pressure right now. Make it fast." "Look West Ridge," Mercer said. "Do not wave. Do not cheer. Do not change your pattern." Silence snapped through the radio harder than static. "Say again," Reyes whispered. "West Ridge. 4 soldiers and 4 civilians outside your perimeter." Challenge phrase. "Liberty keeps walking." A long breath. Then, faint but clear, "So do we." Mercer allowed himself nothing more than a nod. "We enter through the drainage canal behind your county yard after dark. You will send 2 people who can keep quiet to the inside fence. No lamps. Tie white cloth low on the 3rd fence post from the canal bend. We cut through, enter, and seal behind us. Do you understand?" "Yes," Reyes said. His voice shook once before he got control. "How many did you bring?" "Not enough for bad decisions." "How many total inside?" 68 civilians. 19 recruits, counting me. 4 are sick. 3 cannot walk without help. 5 children under 10. 11 elderly. 2 infants. May closed her eyes for a moment. Ford stared at the town as if numbers had become faces. Mercer kept his voice flat. "Food? 10 days, if we cut again. Water 4, if the pump fails. The hand pump in the church basement is slowing. Ammunition? 180 rifle rounds. 40 shotgun shells. Some pistols. We have more courage than bullets." "Courage is heavier," Mercer said. "Tell your people nothing except that help is close. Pick your quietest 2. At dark." "Sergeant," Reyes said. "Go." "Thank you." Mercer looked at the town. "Thank me after your people are walking." They spent the remaining light preparing. The freed captives would not enter with them. The old man, whose name was Nathan Bell, argued until Caleb told him that arguing sounded old and foolish. Mercer nearly smiled. Nathan agreed to wait with the 2 women in the draw under April's chosen hiding plan. If the wolf pack did not return by dawn, they were to move south along a marked creek and avoid both roads. Mercer hated leaving them exposed, but bringing them through the canal into a siege would be worse. Ford checked weapons with hands that had become steady through repetition. April repacked medical supplies. May sharpened her spear point and pretended not to look at the town every few seconds. Mercer drew the plan in mud with a stick. He did not use a list. He showed them movement, gates, failure points, fallback routes, and what each person would do if noise broke loose. "Once inside, we are not heroes," he said. "We are planners. The rescue happens tomorrow night if the route is clean enough, maybe the next night if it is not. We do not let gratitude rush us. We do not let fear rush them." Ford pointed at the canal line. "What if the fence is watched by infected? Then April draws them left with rocks. May and I cut. You cover. What if the fence cut is too loud? Then we make louder noise somewhere else before they understand this one." May looked up. "You always have an unpleasant second answer. A pleasant second answer is called a wish." At full dark, they moved. The drainage canal smelled of old sewage, frozen mud, and dead weeds. Ice cracked under their boots when they stepped wrong. Mercer led them single file with April behind him. then Ford, then May. The infected above them moaned at sounds they could not place. Once a hand reached through the brush from the bank and grabbed at Ford's sleeve. Ford turned, trapped the wrist, and broke the skull with the staff without shouting. Mercer looked back only long enough to confirm the boy still breathed correctly. They reached the bend after 20 minutes. The white cloth hung low on the third fence post exactly as ordered. Behind the fence, two figures crouched in darkness. One was a young man with a rifle too large for his narrow shoulders. The other was a black woman in a torn field jacket with her hair tied tight under a knit cap. She held a pistol in one hand and a hammer in the other. "Liberty keeps walking," Mercer whispered. The woman answered, "So do we." "Reyes." "Corporal Tasha Reyes," she whispered. "The radio made me sound taller. You sound tired." "I am both." Mercer cut the fence carefully. Ford held the loosened mesh to keep it from snapping. April watched the canal. May watched the yard. The young rifleman stared at them as if seeing ghosts climb out of the dark. When the gap opened, Reyes crawled through first to help guide them. Inside fast. "We have maybe 3 minutes before the north bus line shifts again." "What shifts it?" Ford asked. A deep metallic boom answered from the far side of the perimeter. Something heavy struck a bus. Then again, Reyes grimaced. "They gather and shove. Sometimes it is random. Sometimes it feels like they remember doors." Mercer thought of the infected retaining fragments of memory, instinct, and old habits. A town full of dead might not think, but pressure did not need thought to break a wall. They sealed the fence with wire and boards from the inside. Then Reyes led them through the county yard, between snowplows, dump trucks, and stacks of road salt. People watched from shadowed doorways. Some crossed themselves. Some cried without sound. One old woman reached toward Mercer, then stopped, as if afraid he might vanish if touched. The church basement held the command post. It was not much. A folding table, maps held down by canned food, a battery lantern turned low, 3 rifles, a coffee can of bullets, and a row of children sleeping against the wall under coats. The air smelled of fear, bleach, unwashed clothes, and soup stretched too thin. Reyes stood in the light at last. She was younger than Mercer had imagined. Maybe 27, maybe 30 if hardship had taken less than it usually did. Her face was gaunt, but her eyes were clear. A faded army name tape had been sewn onto a civilian coat. 2 bars of rank had been drawn on cloth with marker, not because she wanted to pretend, Mercer thought, but because the people needed to see that someone carried responsibility. "Sergeant Mercer," she said. "Corporal Reyes," he replied. She looked past him at Ford, April, and May. "This is the rescue force?" May planted the butt of her spear on the floor. "Try to hide your disappointment." A tired laugh escaped from one of the recruits near the table. It seemed to surprise everyone, including him. Mercer looked at Reyes. "This is the force that took an overrun army base yesterday and walked here to pull you out. Use it well." Reyes straightened. "Yes, Sergeant." Ford saw the sleeping children and his expression changed. April saw the sick laid near the chapel stairs and moved toward them with medical supplies before asking permission. May looked around the basement, taking in every exhausted face, every taped window, every bucket of water. Her anger had gone quiet, which made it more dangerous. Mercer stepped to the map. "Show me your exits." Reyes pointed. "North is failing. South is packed. East gate opens toward Main Street. No good. West Canal is possible, but we could not move civilians through with the dead on both sides." "You could if the dead were somewhere else." Reyes looked at him sharply. "Can you make that happen?" Mercer studied the map, then the room, then the sleeping children. Outside, the bus line groaned under the weight of the infected. People flinched. No one screamed. That told him Reyes had done more with fear than many officers with full battalions. "We can," he said. "But tomorrow night, this town gets loud." Mercer did not sleep that night. He inspected the perimeter with Reyes, while the wolf pack rotated through rest, food, and questions from people who could not decide whether to treat them as soldiers, legends, or last chances. He saw enough in the first hour to understand why St. Gabriel had held and why it could not hold much longer. The recruits were young, but not useless. Some still carried soft faces under dirt and hunger, yet they checked sectors, counted ammunition, and moved with the strained obedience of people who knew mistakes had names. They had built layered barricades from buses, desks, church pews, chain-link fence, and anything heavy enough to slow pressure. They had dug latrine pits behind the maintenance yard and covered them with scrap. They had rationed food until soup looked like colored water. They had kept civilians from panic, not by pretending safety existed, but by building habits around danger. Who trained them? Mercer asked as they crossed the church hall. Sergeant Wilkes at first, Reyes said. He died 4 years ago. Then, Corporal Danner. He died last winter. Then me. How long were you in before the collapse? 6 weeks. Mercer glanced at her. 6 weeks does not teach this. No, she said. Dead people did. He accepted that answer. In the gym, civilians slept in rows divided by family groups. A man with one leg sat awake beside a bucket of water and a shotgun. 2 teenage girls sorted bandages from torn shirts. A teacher named Marta Alvarez kept a handwritten ledger of food, medicine, birthdays, arguments, deaths, and repairs. She looked at Mercer over her glasses as if deciding whether he was worth ink. You are the one on the radio, she said. Yes, ma'am. Are you actually getting us out, or are you giving them something to hope for before the walls fail? Reyes stiffened. Mercer raised one hand to stop her. He liked the question. It was honest. Both can be true until morning, he said. By tomorrow night, only one will be. Marta Alvarez studied him. That is not comforting. Comfort is not my specialty. Then what is? Moving people through bad ground. She closed the ledger. Then I will have them ready. By dawn, Mercer had the shape of the plan. They would not fight to the main streets. They would make the main streets believe a fight was coming. The old stadium on the east side had a scoreboard still wired to a maintenance generator. Reyes had never used it because the sound would have drawn every infected in town. Mercer wanted exactly that. A team would cross through the school corridor to the east gate, reach the stadium through a service alley, start the generator, and rig the scoreboard speakers to scream recorded noise into the morning. While the infected massed east, the civilians would move west through the canal after dark, in groups of 10. That leaves the question of who goes to the stadium, Reyes said. My team, Mercer said. Ford, standing nearby with a tin cup of wheat broth, looked up. All 4 of us? No. You stay with the civilians. The boy's face closed. I can fight. That is not why you stay. Then why? Mercer looked him in the eyes. Because they need someone who knows my plan and can keep moving if I do not come back. The room seemed to quiet around them. Ford did not look away. A month ago he would have made a joke to protect himself. Now he understood the order beneath the words. I do not like that, he said. Neither do I. Then change it. No. The answer was not a one-word remark. It was a door closing in the right place. Ford heard it. So did April. She stepped closer. I should stay with him. May's eyebrows rose. Interesting. April ignored her. If the civilians panic, 2 familiar faces from your team will hold better than 1. May can move with you faster than I can in the stadium. May's amusement faded. I can. Mercer did not answer quickly. He looked at April, then Ford. There was more between them now than training and arguments. Not yet spoken, perhaps not yet understood, but present. Young people had a way of growing feelings in ruins as stubbornly as weeds in asphalt. He did not have time to be blind or sentimental. April stays with Ford, he said. May comes with me and Reyes. Ford looked relieved and angry at the same time. April looked only steady. May leaned on her spear and muttered, Naturally, I get the suicide errand. You volunteered by being useful, Mercer said. That will teach me. The day became preparation. No one called it panic. It was too organized for that. Marta Alvarez moved through the gym with her ledger and assigned each family a number. Children were told they were playing the quietest game in the world. The elderly were paired with recruits strong enough to carry them if needed. The sick were wrapped in blankets and placed on doors converted into stretchers. Food was divided into travel bundles. Water went into every bottle, jar, canteen, and sealed cooking pot they had. Ford helped teach the first group how to move without bunching. April worked with the recruits assigned to rear guard. She corrected grips, spacing, breathing, and the dangerous habit of staring at the person in front instead of watching the sides. She had her father's patient severity when she taught. Mercer saw one recruit bristle under it, then improve after she knocked his wooden practice stick aside 3 times in a row without raising her voice. May gathered 6 volunteers for the stadium team, rejected 4, accepted 2, then rejected 1 again when he tried to impress her by flipping a knife. We are saving people, she told him. We are not joining a circus. Reyes nearly smiled. She is efficient. She is angry, Mercer said. Efficient is what happens when angry gets training. By late afternoon, the infected had grown restless. They sensed motion inside. They heard carts, crying infants, and tools. The north bus line rocked under repeated impacts. A window cracked in the school science wing. Recruits rushed to brace it with boards while civilians moved away from the sound. Ford stood near the gym doors and watched Mercer check his rifle. What if the stadium noise pulls more than town dead? It will. That is not comforting either. I told Marta Alvarez comfort is not my specialty. Ford looked toward April, who was tying a sling around a boy's arm. You trust me with them? Mercer tightened the strap on his pack. I trust the work I put into you. I trust the choices you have made since you got into that car and survived long enough for me to find you. I trust April to tell you when you are being stupid. Ford almost smiled. She enjoys that. Then use her talents. The boy's smile faded. Mercer. The name came without rank. Mercer let it pass. What? Come back. There were many things Mercer could have said. Men who liked speeches would have promised victory, fate, or God's favor. Mercer believed in checked magazines, clear orders, and people who kept moving when fear begged them to stop. Keep them alive until I do, he said. At sunset, the stadium team left through the school corridor. Mercer led, Reyes followed. May came behind with her spear and a stolen shotgun slung across her back. 2 St. Gabriel recruits completed the team. Private Halden, a red-haired farm kid with steady hands, and Private Cho, small, sharp-eyed, and silent. They crossed a covered walkway, slipped through a maintenance room, and reached the east gate while the town held its breath behind them. The gate opened 6 inches at a time. Infected hands pushed through before it was wide enough for a body. Mercer cut one down. May smashed another hand aside with the spear shaft. Reyes and Cho pulled the gate just far enough. The team slid out and closed it behind them. Main Street stank of rot, old smoke in winter. The stadium stood 3 blocks east. Between it and them, infected wandered in and out of storefronts beneath sagging awnings. Mercer used alleys, parked cars, and the hollow shell of a laundromat to cross the first block. Twice they stopped while infected passed, close enough for May to smell their breath. She did not move. Mercer could feel her fury behind him, disciplined for once into something useful. At the second block, trouble found them. A dog barked from inside a pharmacy. Every infected head turned. Move, Mercer said. They ran low and fast. The dog kept barking, either trapped, starving, or mad. Infected poured from the pharmacy doorway and from a diner across the street. Cho slipped on ice, recovered, and kept moving. Halden struck one infected with his rifle stock and nearly lost the weapon when the body grabbed the barrel. May drove her spear through its temple and shoved him onward. Thank you, Halden gasped. Run better, she snapped. They reached the stadium service gate with infected closing behind them. Reyes cut the chain with bolt cutters from the maintenance yard. Mercer and Cho held the gate while May and Halden forced it open. The metal squealed. Infected voices rose. Inside, the stadium felt like a ruined arena built for ghosts. Snow covered the field. The bleachers held scattered coats, bags, and bones from an evacuation that had failed early in the collapse. The scoreboard towered over the far end, dark and enormous against the evening sky. Reyes led them under the bleachers to the generator room. The door was locked. Halden struck it with a pry bar, failed on the first strike, failed on the second, and broke the latch on the third. The noise echoed. Faster, Mercer said. The generator coughed twice, before starting. The sound rolled under the bleachers like a waking beast. May climbed the ladder to the speaker cabinet with Cho behind her carrying cable. Reyes worked the control panel for memory and hope. Halden watched the tunnel. Mercer stood at the entrance and saw infected filling the gate behind them. Contact, he said. This time gunfire could not be avoided. He fired measured shots, each one placed to drop a body in the tunnel mouth and slow the press. Halden joined him, breathing too hard but aiming well enough. The infected climbed over their own dead. More entered the stadium behind them. The generator roared. Above Mercer, May cursed at a rested junction box. Tell me that curse means progress, he called. It means the world hates wire, she shouted back. Reyes slammed one final switch. The speakers screamed. It was not music. It was worse. A grinding emergency tone burst across the stadium, followed by a recorded school announcement warped by damaged equipment. The same cheerful voice repeated, "Please proceed to the nearest exit," over and over while the tone shrieked between phrases. The sound blasted over St. Gabriel with insane brightness. Every infected in sight turned toward it. On the west side of town, Ford heard the scream begin and felt the gym tremble with fear. Children cried. Civilians looked toward the doors. Someone whispered that the wall had failed. Ford climbed onto the first row of bleachers before panic could take shape. "Eyes on me," he shouted. loud enough to cut through the fear but not so wild that it fed it. This is ours. This is the plan. The noise is ours. The dead are going the wrong way because Sergeant Mercer is making them stupid. Group 1, to the door. Group 2, ready. No running. No shouting. You move when April tells you. April stood below him with the first group assembled. She looked up, and for 1 second Ford saw approval in her eyes. It hit him harder than any praise Mercer had ever given. Then she pointed to the west corridor. Group 1, move. The evacuation began. At the stadium, the dead flooded toward the noise. Mercer fell back step by step with Reyes and Halden. May and Cho dropped from the ladder and sprinted for the field. The speaker tower continued to scream behind them. Infected climbed to bleachers, fell through gaps, dragged themselves over seats, and poured through tunnels in a frenzy. Exit route, May shouted. North Service Tunnel, Reyes answered. That tunnel has a lot of dead in it. It used to have less. Mercer reloaded while running. Then we improve it. They hit the north tunnel hard. Cho threw a glass bottle filled with fuel against a maintenance cart. Halden sparked it with a flare. Fire leapt up, not enough to burn the stadium, but enough to split the infected flow. Smoke rolled. The team pushed through the edge, coughing and striking. May lost her spear when an infected pinned it against the wall. She let it go, drew her knife, and drove forward with a sound that was almost a growl. Mercer grabbed her coat and hauled her through the last gap before the tunnel filled behind them. My spear, she said. Make another. I like that one. File a complaint after the rescue. They burst into an alley north of the stadium and ran under the cover of the speaker scream. Behind them, St. Gabriel's dead gathered around the field, trying to reach a voice that had been recorded before the world ended. At the West Canal, Ford guided the first civilians through the fence gap. April moved beside the stretchers. Recruits passed children hand to hand down the slick bank. Marta Alvarez carried her ledger under her coat like scripture. Caleb and Nathan Bell waited beyond the canal with the two freed women, eyes wide as the first wave of evacuees emerged from St. Gabriel. One child slipped and nearly cried out. Ford caught him, put a finger to his lips, and whispered, "You are doing better than most grown men I know. Keep going." The boy nodded, tears frozen on his cheeks, and moved. For 2 hours, St. Gabriel emptied into the dark. Not cleanly. Nothing human ever moved cleanly under fear. A sick woman collapsed on the canal bank. A recruit dropped a water pot that cracked on stone. An infant started screaming until April wrapped the baby against her chest and hummed so softly that only the child could hear. One old man refused to leave without a framed photo of his wife and had to be dragged by his nephew. A teenager panicked at the fence and froze until Ford stepped close, gripped both his shoulders, and spoke with Mercer's hard calm. "Your fear can ride with you," Ford said. "It does not get to drive. Move now." The teenager moved. By the time Mercer reached the canal with Reyes, May, Halden, and Cho, most of the civilians were already out. Ford saw May first and grinned with pure relief. "You lost your spear," he whispered. "I noticed," she said. "I thought you loved it. I am currently grieving. Be respectful." April looked past them at Mercer. Her shoulders loosened when she saw him standing. Mercer pretended not to notice that either. He counted heads instead. "How many left?" he asked. Ford answered at once. "Last group coming. 3 recruits, 2 stretchers, 4 civilians. We lost no one out here. Good work." Ford did not glow under the praise. He simply nodded and turned back to the line. That pleased Mercer more than a grin would have. The last group came through as the stadium speakers began to fail. The cheerful voice warped lower, then higher, then dissolved into a shriek of feedback. Across town, infected began to drift again, confused and hungry. Mercer knew their window was closing. Reyes crawled through the fence last. She looked back at St. Gabriel. Her face had no tears, only the stunned emptiness of someone leaving behind every grave she had guarded. "Move," Mercer said softly. She nodded. "Group leaders, Canal North. Keep hands on the person ahead, if you cannot see. No lights. No voices. We are walking out." St. Gabriel disappeared behind them in darkness and noise. The people who had lived there for 10 years carried what they could and left the rest to the dead. Mercer took the rear with May for the first mile, listening to the town fade. The stadium scream finally died. Infected voices spread through the streets like water finding cracks. No cheer rose from the evacuees. No one had strength for victory. They moved through the drainage canal in a long, trembling line, alive but not yet safe. Saved, but not yet delivered. Mercer preferred that. Celebration before distance was a fool's habit. At dawn, they reached the ridge where he had first seen the town. The sun touched the water tower and the broken steeple. Smoke drifted from the stadium. St. Gabriel looked almost peaceful from far away. Reyes stood beside Mercer and whispered, "We held until soldiers arrived." Mercer looked at the long line of civilians below, Ford and April moving among them, May sharpening a stolen knife with offended concentration. "Yes," he said. "Now we get them home." Moving 4 trained fighters across dead country was hard. Moving 91 exhausted people across the same country was a different war. Mercer learned a new army by daylight. There were 19 recruits, including Reyes, though 4 had fever and 1 had a cracked ankle bound tight in cloth. There were 68 civilians from St. Gabriel, plus Nathan Bell, Caleb, and the 2 women freed from the motel. 91 people in all, not counting Mercer, Ford, April, and May. They carried too little food, too much fear, and the kind of hope that could become dangerous if anyone let it outrun caution. He divided them before the first full day of travel. Reyes kept command of the recruits, but under Mercer's rude authority. Ford took movement control near the front with April. May ran side patrol with Cho and Halden, using a sharpened shovel handle until she could make a proper spear. Marta Alvarez organized civilians into family groups and appointed quiet leaders for each. Nathan Bell became useful by repairing straps, crutches, and torn packs with wire and stubbornness. Caleb shadowed Ford until Mercer ordered the boy to help carry water instead of hero worship. "I was not hero worshipping," Caleb said. Mercer looked down at him. "Then you were staring professionally. Carry water." Ford laughed under his breath and paid for it when April made him carry an extra sack of canned food. They could not use the quickest route. The stadium noise had drawn infected for miles around, and the eastern approaches were alive with movement. Mercer took them north first through a cemetery, then west across winter fields, where the snow had crusted hard enough to hold weight if people stepped carefully. The line stretched too long no matter how often he compressed it. Children slowed. Sick people stumbled. People whispered when fear tightened their throats. Every whisper felt huge in the open air. By noon, the first argument began. A man named Keller wanted to stop and rest. His wife was feverish. His son was carrying 2 packs, and his own face had turned gray from exhaustion. Ford saw the halt ripple through the line and went to him before Mercer had to. "We rest at the tree line," Ford said. "Not here." Keller glared. "My wife cannot make the tree line." April stepped beside Ford and assessed the woman, not dismissing the fear in Keller's voice. "She can, if we take the packs off her and put someone on each side. You stop here, and every person behind you stops in the open. Then the dead see a crowd instead of tracks. You do not know her." "No," April said. "But I know the ground." Keller looked ready to shout. Ford leaned closer, lowering his voice. "I know what it feels like to think every group you join is about to die. I know it makes you want to grab the nearest piece of control and fight for it. This is not control. This is a field with no cover. Help us get her to the trees. Then you can hate me there." Keller stared at him, breathing hard. The wife touched his arm. "Daniel," she whispered. "Move." He moved. Mercer watched from 20 yards away and said nothing. Ford had not threatened, had not begged, had not wasted time proving rank he did not have. He had found the truth under the man's fear and used it. That was leadership, though Mercer would wait before saying so. Praise too early could make a young man stand too tall in wind. They rested under the trees for 7 minutes. Mercer timed it. People hated him for that, until infected appeared at the far edge of the field, following the broken line of tracks. Then they hated the dead more and got moving. The first attack came near an abandoned irrigation shed. 3 infected rose from behind a hay rake and struck the middle of the column. They had been lying still under snow, slowed by cold but not gone. A woman screamed. One recruit raised a rifle. "Hold fire," Reyes snapped. April was already moving. She slammed her hatchet into the first skull and kicked the body away from the child beneath it. Ford took the second with his staff, driving it back into the rake before finishing it. May hit the third from the side with her shovel handle so hard the handle cracked. Cho stepped in and ended it with a blade. The scream had done damage. More infected answered from the field behind them. Mercer moved down the line. Pace quickens. No running unless ordered. Recruits, left and rear. Civilians, eyes forward. If you fall, call your group leader, not the whole world. The column moved faster. Fear gave them speed for a mile, then stole it back with shaking legs. Mercer had to rotate carriers for the stretchers every 15 minutes. He placed the strongest civilians beside the weakest, not because it was fair, but because fairness had little use if the slowest person died. They crossed a creek at dusk and hid in a feed store with the windows boarded from an old defense. The place smelled of grain, rats, and rust. To the evacuees, it felt like a palace because it had walls. That night, the grief started. It began with a woman crying into her sleeve over a photograph left behind. Then a teenage boy cursed Reyes for not saving his father 2 months earlier. Then Keller apologized to Ford with too much anger in the words to sound like apology. Then one of the feverish recruits woke confused and called for his mother. The feed store became full of quiet breaking. Mercer let it last longer than he normally would. People could only carry silence so far before it leaked poison. But when the crying grew louder and the children began to stir, he stood on a pallet near the center of the room. "Listen to me," he said. The room settled in uneven pieces. You left homes, graves, tools, walls, pictures, and places where people you loved last breathed. No speech fixes that. No order makes it clean. You get tonight to feel it, but you do it quietly. Tomorrow, grief walks or it gets left behind. A hard murmur moved through the room. He raised his voice just enough. That does not mean you stop loving the dead. It means you do not feed the living to them. St. Gabriel did not survive 10 years, so it could fall apart 6 miles past the fence. You move because children are watching. You move because recruits died holding that wall. You move because there is a base ahead with water, weapons, and work. You move because America is not a flag if nobody carries the weight behind it. No one cheered. Mercer would have disliked that. Instead, people breathed differently. Some wiped their faces. Marta Alvarez opened her ledger and wrote something down. Reyes looked at Mercer as if she had just understood that command was not volume. It was permission to continue. Ford sat against a feed bin after the room quieted. April handed him a cup of water. "You did well with Keller," she said. He looked up quickly. "I mostly repeated things Mercer yelled at me in nicer words. That is how civilization began, probably." He smiled. "You think Mercer is civilization?" April glanced toward the old sergeant, who was checking the door brace with May. "I think he is what survived long enough to guard it." Ford turned the cup in his hands. "Do you miss your father more around soldiers?" The question did not come out smoothly. It came honest, which mattered more. April leaned back against the bin beside him. "Yes," she said. "At first Mercer made me angry because he sounded like him sometimes. Not the voice. The certainty. Dad could say, 'Pack light,' and somehow it meant the world was ending, but he had a route through it. Mercer does that. Mercer also looks like he was carved from old boots and bad coffee." Dad smiled more. Ford laughed softly. Hard standard. Very hard. The silence between them settled without awkwardness. Across the room, May was showing Caleb how to wrap cord around a broken handle. The boy listened with fierce concentration. Nathan Bell slept sitting up with his chin on his chest. Reyes checked on her feverish recruits one by one, touching each shoulder before moving on. Ford said, "When this is over, I want to learn everything, not just fighting. Radios, engines, maps, medicine, farming, all of it." April studied him. "That is a lot. People keep dying because no one knows enough. People also die because the world is cruel. Then I want to know enough to make it less cruel." April looked at him for a long moment. "That sounds like something a good man would say." Ford looked down at the cup. "I'm not sure I am one." "Good," she said. "The ones who are sure usually are not." He smiled again, smaller this time. Mercer, pretending to inspect the far window, saw the exchange and turned away before he learned more than any commander needed to know. Young hearts would not ask permission to grow. His job was to keep them beating. Before dawn, the feverish recruit died. His name was Private Ellison. He had been the one Sosa saved at the fence. He was 19, maybe 20. Infection from the head injury had taken him after days of bad water, cold, and fear. Reyes sat beside his blanket for 2 minutes, then covered his face and stood. "We bury him?" Ford asked quietly. Mercer looked at the gray light outside. Infected tracks crossed the snow beyond the loading dock. Time was already thin. "We mark him," Mercer said. "We carry his tags. We move." Reyes removed the tags with hands that did not shake until after the chain came free. Marta Alvarez wrote Ellison's name in the ledger. May found a piece of tin and scratched his name into it with a nail. They placed it under a stone behind the store, where the snow would cover it before noon. Reyes stood over the marker. He was scared every day and stayed anyway. Mercer nodded. That counts. The column moved again. Grief walked with them, but it walked. The corn mill sat beside the river like a brick fortress, built by men who had believed industry could last forever. Its windows were high and narrow. Its loading doors faced a rail spur choked with weeds. Grain silos rose behind it, dented and rusting, with one leaning slightly as if the earth beneath it had grown tired. Mercer chose the mill for shelter because it had height, thick walls, and a bridge nearby that could save half a day if still passable. He disliked it the moment he saw the crows. Birds did not gather in winter without reason. A dozen perched along the roofline, black against the pale sky. More lifted from the yard when the column approached. May saw them too and changed her grip on the shovel handle she had turned into a spear. Something died here, she said. Many things, Mercer replied. Ford moved up from the front. Bridge looks intact from the road. Intact is not safe. I know. I said looks. Mercer gave him a brief glance. Be careful. You are learning. I will try to stop. April came back from scouting the side yard. I found tracks. Human, maybe 2 days old. Several people. Drag marks too, but not infected drag. More like crates or sleds. Reyes joined them, rifle across her chest. Could be travelers. Could be the people who own the crows, Mercer said. They could not keep the full column in the open while debating. Mercer sent April, May, Cho, and 2 recruits around the left side. Ford took Halden and checked the bridge approach. Mercer and Reyes entered the mill through a side door that had been forced long ago, and then repaired with chain. Inside, dust hung in the cold air. Old corn and mold sweetened the rot beneath. Machinery filled the ground floor, belts, hoppers, metal chutes, and platforms connected by narrow stairs. The place offered 100 hiding spots. Mercer hated every one of them. He moved slowly, rifle ready, Reyes at his shoulder. They found old bedding behind stacked pallets, a cook area with ashes still soft beneath the top layer, and a wall marked with tally lines. Reyes touched the marks. Counting days or people. A board creaked above them. Mercer raised one fist. Reyes froze. Dust fell from the upper platform. Someone breathed in the dark. Come out, Mercer said. Hands visible. Silence. We are not here for your supplies, Reyes added. We have civilians outside. We only need shelter for the night. A voice answered from above, thin and hateful. You brought them here? Mercer angled toward the stairs. Who are you? A man stepped into view on the upper platform. He had a shotgun in his hands and a bandage wrapped around his head. His coat was patched with orange cloth. The motel thieves had friends. Mercer saw Reyes understand. Her rifle lifted a fraction. Easy, he said. The man laughed once. You killed my brother. Your brother used a child as bait. That was business? Then business ended badly. The shotgun swung down. Mercer fired first. The shot struck the man's shoulder and spun him against the railing. He was not dead, only disabled. Mercer had aimed there because the angle risked a miss through the platform and because he wanted answers. The man's shotgun fired as he fell. Pellets tore through a grain chute above Mercer and rained metal fragments across the floor. Outside, civilians screamed. The mill woke. Men shouted from hidden rooms. A rifle cracked from the silo catwalk. Glass shattered. Infected voices answered from the riverbank, drawn by the gunfire. Mercer cursed under his breath and moved. Reyes' door, he barked. She ran to the side entrance and signaled the column away from the yard. Ford's voice rose outside, steady and sharp, moving people toward the ditch beyond the rail spur. April and May hit the left side attackers almost at once. Mercer heard May's new spear strike wood, then bone. Cho fired twice from the side yard. The crows lifted in a black storm. Mercer climbed the stairs 3 at a time. The bandaged man tried to crawl toward a dropped pistol. Mercer kicked it away and pinned him with one knee. How many? The man spat blood. Enough. Wrong answer. A door opened at the far platform. Mercer rolled as a hatchet spun past him and struck a post. He fired once. The attacker dropped. The bandaged man used the moment to lunge. Mercer struck him across the temple with the rifle stock, hard enough to end the conversation for now. Outside, the situation broke into pieces. Ford had the civilians moving along the ditch, but 3 armed men came from the silo yard and tried to cut them off. One grabbed Marta Alvarez by the coat. Caleb threw a rock at his face with all the strength fear gave him. It hit the man's cheek and made him turn. Ford crossed the distance and drove the staff into the attacker's throat. The man collapsed, choking. Ford did not watch him fall. He put himself between the column and the next threat. "Keep moving," he shouted. "Do not stop for me." April reached him from the side, hatchet in one hand, knife in the other. Together they pushed the attackers back toward the silo fence. A shot snapped past Ford's ear. April pulled him down behind a concrete block. "You okay?" she asked. "I dislike that question more when the answer is uncertain." "Then be certain faster." He laughed, despite the fear, and rose with her. May and Cho fought near the loading dock. May's improvised spear split down the shaft after she drove it into an attacker's chest. She ripped the broken half free and used it like a club. Cho covered her with short, controlled shots until her magazine ran dry. Halden arrived with 2 recruits and took the pressure off their right side. Infected emerged from the river trees, drawn by the gunfire and the smell of blood. Reyes saw them and made a decision before Mercer could order it. "Recruits, form on me. Civilians to the ditch. Rifles only on the dead within 20 yards. Aim clean." Her young soldiers obeyed. Not perfectly, not prettily, but they obeyed. Mercer fought his way down from the platform with the bandaged man slung over one shoulder like a sack of feed. The man groaned, alive enough to hate him. Mercer reached the yard as Infected hit the outer fence. "We need the bridge," Ford shouted. "Ditch route is too slow." "Status?" Mercer called. "Bridge deck iced but clear. No dead on the far side that I saw." Mercer looked at the column. The armed thieves, the infected, the mill. Staying meant a 3-way fight with civilians in the middle. Crossing meant exposure on a narrow bridge. Again, no good choices. Again, one had motion. "Bridge," Mercer ordered. "Ford and April lead. Reyes center. May rear with me. Move them now." Ford did not hesitate. That saved lives. The column turned toward the bridge in a long, frightened curve. The thieves fired from the mill windows, but their shots were wild now. They had expected prey, not organized resistance. The infected pressed the fence and spilled through a broken gate near the silos. The first civilian group reached the bridge under April's direction. She sent them across 2 by 2, spacing them so ice would not turn one fall into 10. A little girl lost her shoe halfway across. Her mother tried to stop. Ford scooped the child up and kept moving. "We will get another shoe," he said. The girl cried against his coat. "That was my good one. Then we will get a better one." "There are better ones?" "Absolutely," Ford said, with more confidence than footwear deserved. April heard him and shook her head, but her smile was real for half a second. At the rear, Mercer dumped the bandaged prisoner behind a concrete barrier and bound his hands. Mace stared at him. "We are bringing that?" "He knows the area. He also knows how to get shot by you." "Useful lesson." The prisoner coughed. "You are dead. Rusk will skin you for this." Mercer crouched. "Who is Rusk?" The man's smile showed red teeth. "The man who owns every road between here and the old base." Mercer felt the name settle like a stone. Not because he feared it, but because it explained too much. Orange cloth. Traveler traps. Men placed at motels and mills. A road network built on hunger. A leader with enough power to claim territory. This was not random cruelty. It was organized. May saw his face. "Problem?" "Later," Mercer said. Infected hit the barrier before he could ask more. Mercer dragged the prisoner upright and shoved him toward the bridge. May covered him, using a stolen hatchet now, face bright with anger and sleet. One infected lunged at her from behind a truck. She ducked under its arms and struck upward. Another grabbed the prisoner's coat and nearly pulled him off his feet. Mercer shot it through the skull, then shoved the prisoner harder. "Move or feed them," he said. The last civilians crossed. Reyes and the recruits followed in pairs, firing only when infected reached the bridge mouth. Cho took a hit to the arm from a thief's last shot and nearly dropped her rifle. It was not a deep injury, but blood ran fast in the cold. May grabbed her and pushed her onto the bridge. "Walk now, bleed later," May said. "That is medical advice?" Cho gasped. "Best available." Mercer crossed last with the prisoner. Halfway over, the man tried to twist free and throw himself against Mercer. Maybe he thought death in the river better than capture. Maybe he meant to take Mercer with him. It did not matter. Mercer drove him against the rail and held him there while infected crowded the near end. "Try again," Mercer said, "and I let May decide what happens next." The prisoner looked past him at May, who smiled without warmth. "I will walk," he said. Smart man. Rare, but possible. They reached the far side as infected spilled onto the bridge. Halden and 2 recruits cut the support ropes of an old farm trailer Mercer had noticed wedged beside the approach. The trailer shifted, slid, and slammed across the bridge mouth, blocking the first rush. It would not hold long. It did not need to. The column disappeared into the trees. They did not stop for 3 miles. When they finally halted in a pine stand, people dropped where they stood. Cho's arm was wrapped. The girl without a shoe got one from a dead man's pack, too large but dry. Keller's feverish wife had survived the crossing. Marta Alvarez still had her ledger. Caleb told everyone who would listen that he had hit a bandit in the face with a rock and that Ford had seen it. Ford confirmed the story with solemn dignity until April told him not to encourage battlefield bragging from children. Mercer interrogated the prisoner under a tree with Reyes, May, and Ford present. The man's name was Orrin Pike. He worked for a warlord named Silas Rusk. The Pike did not call him warlord. He called him Governor Rusk, which told Mercer exactly how dangerous the man was. A thief stole to eat. A governor built reasons for stealing and made other people salute them. Rusk controlled bands along the old county roads. He traded protection for food, took weapons as tax, seized women and skilled workers from weak settlements, and destroyed places that refused him. He had heard gunfire from the army base days earlier. Scouts had gone south to look. Pike did not know whether they had found it. Mercer did not like the timing. The base they meant to turn into sanctuary might already have eyes moving toward it. Ford understood. We have to get back faster. We have to get back alive, Mercer said. May leaned close to Pike. How many men does Rusk have? More than you, Pike said. That answer is getting old. Pike looked at Mercer. You think taking a few road crews matters? Rusk has trucks, armor plates, fuel, and a machine gun if he feels dramatic. He will hear about this. He hears about everything. Mercer stood. Then he can hear this too. Roads change ownership. Pike tried to laugh. It came out weak. That night, Mercer set double watches. The rescue people slept in clusters under the pines. No one had energy left for speeches. Ford sat near April while she cleaned blood from her hatchet. May carved a new spear shaft from a young sapling, muttering insults at the wood, as if it had personally failed her. Rhea sat with Cho, making sure fever did not follow the arm injury. Mercer looked south toward the base he had left behind with locked doors, stacked ammunition, and the first real chance he had seen in 10 years. The mission had grown. It was no longer only rescue. It was return, rebuild, and prepare for a human enemy organized enough to call theft government. The world had not finished testing them. Mercer checked his rifle, counted the stars through branches, and let the old soldier inside him become very still. The prisoner slowed them for half a day before Mercer stopped allowing it. Orrin Pike limped, complained, demanded water, cursed the cold, and warned everyone within earshot that Silas Rusk would hang them from road signs. Mercer endured it until Pike stumbled on flat ground for the 5th time and nearly knocked down one of the stretcher carriers. Mercer hauled him upright by the back of his coat. "You'll walk correctly." Pike sneered through cracked lips. "Or what, Sergeant? You need me. I need information. I already took most of it." The sneer faded. May leaned on her newly carved spear. "I can motivate him." "No," Mercer said. She looked disappointed. "Lightly. Still no." Ford came up from the front. "We could trade him if Rusk comes." Pike brightened at that for the wrong reason. Mercer saw it. So did Ford, a breath later. "He wants that," Ford said. "Why?" Pike looked away. April answered from behind them. "Because Rusk does not trade for men who got captured. He punishes everyone near them." Pike's mouth tightened. April had guessed cleanly. Mercer filed that away with the rest. Fear ruled Rusk's people from both directions. They feared enemies ahead and punishment behind. That made them cruel, but it also made them brittle if struck properly. Mercer stepped closer to Pike. "Here's your new value. You walk, you eat, you answer when asked, and you arrive alive. You fail those things, and you become a warning marker for the next road crew." Pike searched his face for mercy and found discipline instead. "You would not. You used a child as bait. Do not build your future on what you think I would not do." Pike walked correctly after that. The column turned south by southwest, leaving the river behind and following farm roads that Pike claimed Rusk's crews rarely used in winter. Mercer trusted the claim only after April confirmed the track supported it. Snow carried stories for those patient enough to read, wagon ruts old enough to soften, boot prints filled by 2 storms, deer paths over human trails. Once, April found the print of a military boot near a culvert, recent enough to matter, headed east. Mercer ordered a halt and searched the area with Ford and May. They found a cigarette butt under the culvert, still holding the faint smell of smoke. Ford held it up. Scout? Likely. May scanned the road. Rusks? Likely. Ford looked toward the long line of evacuees waiting behind the rise. Did he see us? Mercer studied the print again. One man, moving alone or ahead of others, traveling east then north. The stride was deliberate. The toe dug deeper on the right foot, suggesting a pack or old leg pain. No sign of sudden flight. No sign he had spotted the column. But certainty was a luxury. We assume yes, Mercer said. Then plan so it does not matter. That meant harder travel. Mercer moved the column off the road and into tree lines whenever possible. He forbade fires. He cut rest periods short. People suffered for it. Children cried without sound. Adults looked at him with exhausted resentment. Reyes understood, but did not like it. Ford understood and liked it even less. On the second night after the mill fight, the people reached their breaking edge. They sheltered in a limestone quarry that offered high walls and a narrow entrance. The wind could not reach the bottom, which made the cold bearable for the first time in days. Mercer allowed 3 small shielded fires, each placed under rock overhangs to hide the glow. Hot water became soup. Soup became something close to life. For an hour, people almost remembered conversation. Then Keller stood near one of the fires and said what others had been thinking. We cannot keep marching like this. Heads turned. Reyes moved to intervene. Mercer stopped her with a look and let Keller continue. My wife is burning with fever. The children are half frozen. We have old people whose feet are bleeding through their socks. You say there is a base, but none of us have seen it. You say this Rusk is coming, but we have not seen him either. Maybe we are running from one ghost toward another. The words spread through the quarry with dangerous warmth. People were too tired to be wise. Tired crowds loved simple blame. Ford stepped forward. Mercer almost stopped him, then decided not to. Leadership had to test its legs somewhere. You saw St. Gabriel, Ford said. You saw the dead at the walls. You saw the stadium burn with noise so we could get out. That was not a ghost. Keller pointed at him. You are young enough to think every hard thing is proof you are right. Ford absorbed it. I am young enough to remember being trapped in a car while wild dogs tried to tear their way in. I am young enough to remember telling Mercer that everybody I joined died. I am young enough to know that if I had stayed there because leaving was frightening, I would be bones under a bridge. The quarry quieted. Keller's wife, pale under blankets, opened her eyes. Keller looked back at her and seemed smaller. Ford continued, not shouting. You are right, the people are tired. You are right that they hurt. You are right that trust is expensive when the world keeps robbing you. But you are wrong if you think stopping makes the price lower. The base is real. I have seen it. It has walls, water, ammunition, beds if we clean them, and enough space for people to become more than survivors hiding in corners. We are not asking you to believe in a ghost. We are asking you to walk toward a place we bled to open. Marta Alvarez stood with her ledger tucked under one arm. I believe him. Caleb braced his hand as if in school. I believe him too. He did save me from dogs, thieves, and a bridge. No one asked for testimony, Ford said, embarrassed. I am giving it anyway, Caleb replied. A few weary laughs moved through the quarry. The tension cracked just enough. Keller looked at Ford for a long time. Then he sat beside his wife and lowered his head. We walk in the morning. Mercer said nothing. April caught Ford's eye from across the fire. She nodded once. It was a small thing. It lit him more than the flames. Later, Mercer found Ford at the quarry entrance, watching the dark. You handled that, Mercer said. Ford did not turn. I thought I was going to throw up. Most useful speeches begin there. Yours do not. Mine began before you were born. I have had practice. Ford looked back into the quarry where people slept around the shielded fires. I meant what I said about the base. I know. What if it is not enough? It will not be. Ford turned to him. That was the wrong answer. It is the true one. Walls are not enough. Guns are not enough. Food is not enough. People make a sanctuary, not supplies. That is why this is harder than clearing the base. The dead can be killed. The living have to be led. Ford absorbed that with a tired frown. You are going to make me do more of that, are you not? Yes. I suspected. That is good. Suspicion keeps officers alive. I am not an officer. Mercer looked into the dark. Not yet. Before dawn, scouts came. May heard them first, a soft scrape above the quarry wall, then the faint clink of metal against stone. She woke Mercer with a touch to his boot and pointed upward. He woke Ford, April, Reyes, Cho, and Halden without noise. They moved through the sleeping camp like shadows. 3 men crept along the rim of the quarry. One carried binoculars. One carried a rifle with a scope. The third had a coil of rope in a canvas satchel. Rusk scouts, likely sent to find Pike or track the column. They had found too much. Mercer signaled. April and May climbed the west path. Ford and Cho took the east. Reyes stayed below with Halden to guard the sleeping people. Mercer moved straight up the old maintenance steps cut into stone. The scout with binoculars saw him too late. Mercer struck the rifle aside, drove a fist into the man's throat, and dragged him down behind a boulder before he could shout. April hit the rope carrier from behind, pinning him with a knee and a blade close enough to teach stillness. The scoped rifleman fired once before Ford reached him. The shot cracked over the quarry and woke everyone. Ford slammed into the man low, taking them both hard into the snow. The rifle skidded away. The scout drew a knife. Ford trapped the wrist and struck him twice, exactly as Mercer had taught, then stopped with the blade under the man's jaw. "Do not make me finish this," Ford said. The scout froze. Below, civilians stirred in panic. Reyes rose into command before fear could spread. "Stay down. Recruits, positions. Nobody runs." Mercer searched the scouts. The satchel held flares, a hand radio, and strips of orange cloth. The radio was short-range but functional. That meant others might be within miles. He questioned them separately. Fear loosened one faster than pain would have. Rusk's men had found the stadium smoke, the mill fight, and the bridge blockade. They knew a large group was moving south. They did not know about the base yet, but one scout had been sent farther south the previous day. Mercer did the math and disliked the answer. If that scout found the base, Rusk could strike before the evacuees arrived or soon after. The sanctuary might become a battlefield before it became a home. "We move in 15, he ordered. Groans rose. He cut them off. "Rusk has scouts behind us and maybe ahead. Every hour here gives him a cleaner shot. Pack now." The captured scouts were bound and left in the quarry with food, water, and no boots. Reyes stared at Mercer when he ordered the boots taken. "That is harsh," she said. "It is survivable. It keeps them from running warnings today. And tomorrow? Tomorrow is always armed." They marched harder than before. The quarry disappeared behind them. Snow began falling by midday, which helped cover tracks but made the sick suffer. April found a route through a line of cedar breaks that hid the column from the road. May ranged ahead with Cho and returned near evening with news that changed the mood of the entire line. "I saw the ridge," she said. "The one west of the base." People who did not know the land still understood her face. Ford looked at Mercer. Mercer climbed the next rise despite the ache in his knees. There, through falling snow and gray light, the army base appeared in the distance. Its fences were scarred. Its tower stood. The command building roof showed above the inner wall. The place looked cold, damaged, and impossibly beautiful. A sound moved through the evacuees. Not cheering. Not quite relief. It was the sound of people seeing a future and fearing it might vanish if named too loudly. Keller sank to his knees beside his wife. Marta Alvarez crossed herself and then opened her ledger with shaking hands. Reyes stood rigid, eyes bright. Caleb whispered, "Is that home?" Mercer looked at the base, then at the long column behind him, then at Ford, April, and May. "Not yet," he said. "Home is a place you defend." They descended toward the base as evening closed around them. Mercer sent Ford and April ahead with 2 recruits to check the outer approach. May stayed beside him, scanning the tree line for scouts. The prisoners from Rusk's crews walked under guard, silent now. They had seen the walls, too. Pike's face had gone pale. Ford returned at dusk. No visible movement inside except a few infected at the east fence. Gates are still locked. No smoke. No tracks newer than ours on the west approach. Mercer let himself breathe. "We enter through the west gap we used leaving," he said. "Reyes, keep your recruits tight. Civilians through, in groups. Nobody spreads out until cleared. We are not safe until the inner yard is secured." It took nearly an hour to bring everyone inside. The first civilians stepped through the fence as if entering a church. Some touched the metal. Some stared at the buildings. Some cried openly now that walls stood around them. Recruits took positions under Reyes's orders. Ford guided groups toward the barracks Mercer had cleared before leaving. April and Marta Alvarez started sorting the sick. May found her old spear near the armory door where she had left a spare shaft and looked almost moved. "You okay?" Ford asked her. She held up the spear. "A friend returned from war. It is a stick with metal on it. You are a stick with opinions. Show respect." For one thin moment, laughter moved through the yard. Mercer stood near the command building and watched the base change. 4 people had left it. More than 90 had entered. The silence that had haunted the walls for years broke under footsteps, coughs, orders, children asking where to sleep, tools being moved, water being drawn, and the low murmur of people too tired to understand they had survived. Reyes came to him. "What now, Sergeant?" Mercer looked toward the dark roads beyond the fence. Rusk was out there. Scouts might already be close. The infected would continue to drift toward sound. The base had supplies, but supplies invited hunger from every direction. He'd rescue people into danger, not away from it. That was command. It never ended at the gate. "Now," Mercer said, "we make this place hard to kill." The base did not sleep after the gates closed. Exhaustion pressed on every person inside the walls. But safety created work faster than it created rest. Mercer had seen it before in combat zones, disaster camps, and the final evacuation weeks when America still had aircraft in the sky. People who reached shelter wanted to collapse. Shelter that allowed collapse became a grave. So he gave orders until the living remembered how to move. Reyes and her recruits secured the outer fence. Ford took 2 squads through the cleared buildings to confirm nothing had slipped inside while the wolf pack had been gone. April turned the old clinic into a triage room, with Marta Alvarez writing names, symptoms, and supplies in her ledger. May led a team to haul water from the storage tanks and found 3 teenagers strong enough to carry buckets, without spilling half from fear. Nathan Bell began repairing a barracks door before anyone asked him, which made Mercer like him immediately. The civilians discovered beds with mattresses and reacted as if Mercer had handed them gold. He allowed them to use only 2 barracks at first, both already cleared, both near the central yard. The rest would wait for inspection. That disappointed people. Disappointment was better than death in an uncleared room. Near midnight, Ford returned from the motor pool with soot on his cheek and a grin he was trying to hide. "You found something," Mercer said. 2 trucks may run. One definitely will if Nathan gets an hour in parts. Fuel is low, but not gone. Also, there is a forklift that May has decided belongs to her. May cannot have a forklift. I told her that. She said command structure becomes flexible in matters of destiny. Mercer closed his eyes briefly. "I will address destiny in the morning." Ford's grin faded. No sign of Rusk inside. No human tracks around the west gate except ours. East side is infected gathering, maybe 30. Reyes can handle 30. She can. The confidence in Ford's voice mattered. He had seen Reyes under pressure and accepted her as capable, which was good because this place would need more than 1 pillar. Mercer looked across the yard. Fires burned in metal barrels, shielded from the outer fence. Children slept under real roofs for the first time in weeks or years. A woman sobbed into a blanket while another held her. Recruits ate in silence, too tired to remove their boots. April moved from patient to patient with focused gentleness. May stood on the armory steps, holding her recovered spear and telling 3 children a heavily edited version of the stadium, run in which she was both heroic and irritated by poor engineering. "They need to see morning," Ford said quietly. Mercer glanced at him. "They will." "You sound certain." "I sound ordered. There is a difference." Ford nodded toward the people. Keller apologized again. This time he meant it. "Did you accept?" "I told him help carry water." "That is acceptance enough." They stood in the cold a while. The flag above the base did not move much in the night wind. It was not the same flag Mercer had left at Fort Lincoln. This one hung from a pole near the command building, folded badly and stored for years until he had raised it after taking the base. Its colors were faded but visible. Someone had seen it and begun to cry earlier. Mercer had turned away then, too. Ford followed his gaze. "Does it hurt?" "What?" "Seeing a flag again with people under it." Mercer took his time answering. "Yes. In a good way. Not all pain is bad." Ford accepted that. "Do you think America can really come back?" Mercer looked at the barracks, the recruits, the civilians, the children, the armed walls, the clinic lights, the old man fixing a door, and the young woman named Reyes, who had held a town together with 6 weeks of formal training and 10 years of refusal. "It already has started," he said. "It is small, ugly and hungry, but it has started. Before dawn, the east fence alarm sounded. It was not a real alarm, only 3 hard strikes on a hanging brake drum. Every sleeping soldier woke. Half the civilians woke too. Mercer reached a yard with Ford at his side and found Reyes already moving her recruits into position. 30 infected had become closer to 50. They pressed against the east fence, drawn by the smell and sound of the new population. The fence held, but the sight of them sent fear through the barracks windows. Mercer could have ordered rifles. It would have been faster. It also would have taught the civilians that every threat should be answered with bullets, and every night should become thunder. They had ammunition now, but not enough for bad habits. Melee teams, he ordered. Shields and spears. Rifles only for breaks. Ford, take left. Reyes, right. April, protect the gate hinge. May, try not to enjoy yourself too much. May rolled her shoulders. I make no promises I cannot keep. They opened the inner kill lane between 2 fence layers and drew the infected into the narrow space 5 at a time. Recruits with riot shields from the security office braced the line. Spears struck through gaps. Hatchets finished anything that fell. Ford moved with controlled force, correcting recruits between strikes. Reyes called targets calmly. April kept the hinge clear when bodies piled too high. May fought with her recovered spear like a person reunited with a lost argument. Civilians watched from assigned windows. Mercer had ordered Marta Alvarez to let them watch if they stayed silent. Fear shrank when given shape. The infected were terrible, but they were not magic. They could be stopped by wood, steel, discipline, and people refusing to run. When the last body dropped and the east fence stood intact, dawn had painted the base in cold light. No defender had died. 1 recruit had a bruised shoulder. Another had vomited behind the sandbags and returned to position before anyone mocked him. Mercer considered that a success. The civilians emerged slowly. Children stared at the bodies in the kill lane. Adults stared at the recruits who had survived. Keller's wife, still feverish but awake, whispered, "We can fight them." Mercer heard it pass from one person to another. "We can fight them." They did not have to hide, wait, or pray only. They could fight. That belief was more valuable than ammunition. After cleanup, Mercer gathered everyone in the central yard. He stood on the back of a flatbed truck, because the crowd was too large now for ground-level orders. Ford stood below to his right. Reyes stood to his left. April and May kept the children from climbing onto the truck wheels. The people looked ruined. Filthy faces, torn coats, red eyes, wrapped hands, grief sitting on shoulders like snow. They also looked alive. Mercer removed his cap. The yard quieted. "My name is Sergeant Daniel Mercer," he said. "For 10 years I guarded an empty fort because I believed duty did not end when the old chain of command went silent. I thought that made me the last soldier. I was wrong." Reyes looked down. Some of her recruits straightened. St. Gabriel held because young soldiers refused to abandon civilians. Civilians held because they worked, rationed, repaired, and endured. Ford, April, and May crossed dead country because they chose duty before comfort. Every person here reached these walls because someone beside you kept moving when stopping felt easier. That means this base is not mine. It is not a hiding place. It is a post. The word post moved through them, meaning a place held on purpose. We will build rules. We will build work groups. We will build defenses. We will plant when the ground lets us. We will repair engines, clean wells, inventory food, train every able person, and protect every child. We will bury the dead when we can, and remember them when we cannot. We will not become thieves. We will not become cowards. We will not become the kind of people who use children as bait or call robbery government. Pike and the captured scouts stood under guard near the armory. Several faces turned toward them. Pike looked at the ground. "There is a man outside these walls named Rusk," Mercer continued. "He believes roads, guns, supplies, and people belong to whoever can take them. He will come. Maybe soon. Maybe after he tests us with scouts and tricks. When he comes, he will find this place awake. He will find soldiers where he expected prey. He will find Americans where he expected fear." The yard held its breath. Mercer put his cap back on. "We start today, not tomorrow, and not after rest. Eat, wash, report to group leaders, and learn the defense plan. Children will be cared for. Sick will be treated. Recruits will rotate sleep after weapons inspection. Civilians who can stand can work. Civilians who cannot stand can still think, sort, mend, teach, count, and pray if they have prayers left. Nobody here is useless. Nobody here is cargo. He looked across their faces and let the final words come from the part of him that had listened to a president speak through gunfire long ago. America is not dead while people still carry duty. We carry it here. We carry it together. Dismissed. For a moment, no one moved. Then Marta Alvarez closed her ledger, tucked it under her arm, and said, "You heard the sergeant. Group leaders to me." The spell broke into work. Ford climbed onto the truck after the crowd began to scatter. That was a speech. It was an order with witnesses. People may start expecting those from you. Then you had better learn how to give them. Ford looked out over the yard. April was helping a child carry blankets. May had somehow recruited 3 people into cleaning the kill lane while making it sound like a privilege. Reyes was already turning recruits into squads. The base no longer looked empty. It looked fragile, crowded, and possible. "I will learn," Ford said. Mercer heard the difference in the boy's voice. Not a wish, not a joke, a vow. Outside the walls, somewhere beyond the trees and roads, Rusk's scouts would be running or limping back to their governor with news. Inside the walls, people found brooms, rifles, shovels, books, buckets, and purpose. The sanctuary had been born in exhaustion and blood, but it had been born. Mercer stepped down from the truck, knees aching, heart steady. For the first time since Fort Lincoln, he was not guarding memory. He was commanding a future. The first morning after St. Gabriel did not feel like victory. It smelled of boiled water, smoke, soap, engine oil, old blood, and too many frightened people breathing inside walls that had not held a crowd in years. Dawn came gray and thin over the base, laying weak light across the yard where the rescued civilians slept in rows under blankets, scavenged from storage lockers. Children lay against parents, against strangers, against rolled coats, wherever exhaustion had finally taken them. Recruits slept sitting upright with rifles across their knees because none of them trusted safety yet. Mercer walked the yard before most of them stirred. He had slept for less than 3 hours in a chair inside the command office, boots still on, cap on the desk, rifle leaning against his leg. It was not enough rest. It was what he had. His knees ached as he crossed the concrete, and the cold found every old scar that weather liked to punish. He ignored it because pain did not command the post. Need did. The base looked different with people in it. Empty buildings became questions. The motor pool became shelter. The mess hall became the heart of the place, crowded with steam from vats and whispers from women who had not believed a stove could still work. The old classroom near the quartermaster building held children who watched every door. The infirmary held the sick and hurt under the care of Dr. Halen and anyone with steady hands. The armory had 2 guards at the front and 1 in the rear passage, because Mercer trusted locks only when human eyes backed them. Sergeant Reyes came out of the barracks with a notebook and a face that had forgotten how to soften. She had tied her hair back, washed the grime from her cheeks, and found a uniform jacket that almost fit. The name tape did not belong to her. She wore it anyway because symbols mattered when people were trying to remember who they were. "You slept," Mercer said. "I closed my eyes," Reyes answered. It was similar. "Alvarez has a count on food. We have enough for 26 days, if people eat like prisoners, and 18 if they eat like humans. Water is better if we keep the pumps running. We found 3 working generators and 2 that might be repaired. Fuel is ugly. Ammunition is better than ugly, but not endless. The civilians are scared. The recruits are embarrassed that they are scared. The children keep asking if the walls are tall enough." Mercer looked toward the outer defenses. The concrete barriers were stained, battered, and still standing. "They are tall enough for now. For now is not a schedule. No, Sergeant, it is a gift. We spend it before it spoils." Reyes almost smiled. It passed quickly because the yard began to wake. A baby cried from beneath a blanket. Somewhere, a man coughed hard enough to make 3 people flinch. A mess crew rang a metal spoon against a pot, and bodies rose as if that sound had been wired into them from another life. Ford came from the direction of the gatehouse with April and May. He carried a toolbox in one hand and a rifle across his back. April had a length of pipe over her shoulder, and May had chalk dust on her fingers. They had been marking lanes through the yard before sunrise, making arrows and simple words on walls so frightened newcomers could find food, water, medical help, and latrines without having to ask. Ford looked older in the morning light. Not older by years, not yet, but older in the way hunger, danger, and responsibility carved away childish softness. His shoulders had filled out since Mercer pulled him from the trapped car at the bridge. His eyes still carried jokes, But the jokes no longer stood between him and fear. They stood beside it. "North fence is holding," Ford said. "There are weak spots near the drainage cut. April says we can spike the ditch with rebar. May says we should make noise traps beyond it. I say both of them like making ugly surprises." "Because ugly surprises work," May said. April gave Ford a tired look. "You say that like you did not enjoy helping." "I enjoy staying alive," Ford said. "My hobbies are narrow now." Mercer took the toolbox from him and looked inside. Bolts, wire, worn pliers, a cracked hammer, and 3 screwdrivers were arranged as neatly as a surgeon's tray. Ford had learned that from him. It gave Mercer a strange feeling he did not name. "Group leaders in the mess hall in 10 minutes, Mercer said. "After that, we divide the base into districts. Security, food, water, medical repair, children's sanitation, and inventory. Nobody drifts. Nobody freelances. Nobody handles ammunition without assignment." May lifted one finger. "What about people who refuse?" "Everyone gets one explanation," Mercer said. "After that, they get a guard and a job that can be done under watch. Fear is allowed. Uselessness is not." April watched a line of civilians form near the mess hall. Some of them cannot stand for long. Then they sit and sort. They count men, clean magazines, sharpen tools, peel potatoes, watch children, tell us what they know about nearby roads, or teach someone how to read a map. Work is not one shape. Ford nodded slowly. "You already had that speech ready. I had 10 years to think about failure." "That explains the cheerful tone." Mercer looked at him. Ford stopped smiling, though the corner of his mouth fought for one more second. The group leaders gathered around 2 pushed-together tables in the mess hall. Alvarez spread her ledger open and began writing names. Reyes divided the recruits into squads. Dr. Halen claimed a corner near the infirmary and demanded clean cloth, boiled water, alcohol, and people who would not faint at the sight of torn skin. A retired schoolteacher named Lenora Price asked for chalk, paper, and a room with a door so children could begin learning again before fear made animals of them. A mechanic named Ossie Velez listened to the generator report and said he could make one machine out of 2 broken ones if people stopped touching parts they did not understand. Mercer let them speak. That mattered. An army post could be run by orders, but a sanctuary had to be held by consent as well as command. He corrected details, set deadlines, named guards, and marked a map with grease pencil. Ford stood beside him and listened to everything. April stood near the door, tracking faces. May sat on the edge of a table, swinging one boot, making notes that looked messy, until Mercer noticed she was listing which people watched the exits too often. When a broad-shouldered civilian complained that he would not take latrine duty from anyone, especially not a man who had hidden in an empty base for 10 years, Mercer did not raise his voice. "Your name," Mercer said. The man crossed his arms. "Cal Henson." "Mr. Henson, where were you yesterday morning?" Henson blinked, offended by the question. "St. Gabriel." "Who emptied the waste buckets there?" Henson's jaw worked. "Everybody took turns." "Then civilization already taught you the lesson. I'm only assigning the schedule. You have latrine duty until noon. At noon, you report to repair because your hands look useful. If you refuse both, you get no hot meal until you choose one." The room went quiet. Henson looked around for support and found people too tired to admire pride. He cursed under his breath, took the assignment paper, and left. Ford leaned close. That was almost gentle. "I am improving. Do not strain yourself." Mercer gave him the look again. This time Ford held his grin because April laughed softly from the doorway, and that made Mercer realize the boy was not joking for his own comfort anymore. Ford was doing it to make other people breathe. By noon, the yard had changed. Chalk lanes guided traffic. A food line moved in order. Water barrels were covered. Children sat inside the classroom while Lenora Price taught them letters from a battered road atlas. 3 recruits carried mattresses into the barracks. Civilians sorted clothing in the gym. Guards rotated at the gates. The dead outside the walls were dragged to a burn pit far enough away that smoke would not choke the sick. It was not clean. It was not safe. It was not peace. It was motion pointed in the right direction. Near sunset, Mercer climbed to Southern Tower and looked over the base. Ford followed him up without being asked. Below, April and May worked with the young recruits in the yard, drilling footwork with wooden sticks. May corrected a boy twice her size by smacking his shin hard enough to make him hop. April showed a girl how to keep her weight centered without wasting strength. "They are good," Ford said. "Better than good." I hated hearing that a few weeks ago. You needed to hear it. Ford rested his hands on the rail. Beyond the wall, the tree line stood black against fading light. Somewhere beyond it, Rusk's people existed. Somewhere beyond that, other survivors might be waiting, with radios dead and food gone. Ford's eyes stayed on the woods. "Do you think this can last?" he asked. Mercer considered the question carefully because easy answers were a form of lying. "Not by accident," he said. "Nothing decent lasts by accident." Ford nodded. "Then we make it on purpose." Below them, a child laughed inside the classroom. It was a small sound, surprised by itself, and several adults stopped working just to hear it. Mercer looked at the torn flag on the pole near the command building, the one they had raised again at dawn. Wind moved through it gently. For 10 years, flags had meant memory to him. That evening, for the first time in a long while, one looked like a promise. Mercer wrote the first rules of the sanctuary on the back of an old operations board with a marker that barely worked. He did not call them laws. Laws required courts, clerks, records, appeals, and a nation with enough structure to enforce them fairly. They did not have that yet. They had walls, hunger, fear, rifles, and a crowd that had survived too much to be trusted without guidance. So, he called them standing orders. Ford watched from the corner of the command office while Mercer wrote. The office had once belonged to a major whose frame certificate still hung crooked on the wall. Dust had settled on the glass years ago, but Ford had cleaned it that morning without comment. A map of the surrounding counties covered the largest wall. Colored pins marked roads, towns, fuel stops, likely infected nests, known Rusk sightings, and places where radio contact might one day matter. No stealing, Mercer said as he wrote. No assault. No forced labor beyond assigned duty. No private hoarding of ammunition, medicine, fuel, or food. No punishment without witnesses. No exile without command review. No weapon carried inside the child sector unless assigned. No gate opened without 2 guards and 1 officer present. Ford rubbed his eyes. You said these were standing orders. That sounds like laws wearing boots. Good. Boots are useful. What happens when someone breaks one? Depends which one. That is vague. Mercer turned from the board. It is honest. A hungry child stealing bread is not the same as a grown man stealing morphine. A scared woman hiding a knife is not the same as a scout hiding ammunition for Rusk. Justice without judgment becomes cruelty. Judgment without rules becomes favoritism. We walk between them until we can build better. Ford leaned back against the wall. You talk like you expected to run a town someday. I expected to die alone in a fort. Life changed its mind. A knock came from the open door before Ford could answer. Reyes stood there with Pike between 2 guards. Pike's face was bruised from the fight during the return march, and one eye had swollen purple. But he held himself with the twitchy pride of a man trying to believe he still belonged to the side that would win. His wrists were tied in front of him. Mercer had not permitted ropes behind the back unless a prisoner had proved violent after capture. Helpless men panicked faster, and panic made bad decisions contagious. He says he wants to talk, Reyes said. Pike swallowed. I said I might talk. You're already improving, May said from behind Reyes. Mercer had not heard her arrive. That was becoming a habit. April stood with her, arms folded, face unreadable. Ford glanced at April, and then away too quickly. Mercer noticed, but he filed it under the general foolishness of youth and fear rather than anything useful. Bring him in, Mercer said. They seated Pike across from the desk. Mercer did not sit behind it. He sat beside it, close enough that rank did not become theater. Ford remained near the map. Reyes took the door. April and May stood apart from each other, leaving Pike too many angles to watch. You know why you are alive, Mercer said. Pike licked cracked lips. Because you need information. Partly. What is the other part? Because prisoners are a test. If we kill every captured enemy because it is easier, we become the thing we claim to oppose. Pike gave a weak laugh. Governor Rusk would call that soft. Governor Rusk sends scouts to measure hungry families like cattle. I am comfortable with this disappointment. The word governor carried through the room. Ford shifted his weight. May's jaw tightened. April's eyes moved to the map. Mercer kept his voice even. Tell me about him. Pike looked at the guards, at Reyes, at Ford, and finally back at Mercer. He controls the grain depot south of Bellwether, the jail in Ashton, and the old highway exchange. Maybe more. Men join him because he feeds them. Women and children get traded between camps if they are useful. People who resist get made into examples. He calls it restoring order. How many fighters? Depends who he is angry at. Maybe 60 who stay close. Maybe 200 if he calls in the road crews. Not all trained. Some are just cruel with guns. Ford spoke quietly. Cruel with guns is trained enough if civilians are on the other side. Pike glanced at him, then looked away. Rusk heard St. Gabriel was weak. We were told to watch, wait, and let the infected finish the work if possible. Then you people came in and tore the whole thing open. After that, he wanted to know where you went. How did you follow us? Reyes asked. From a distance. We lost the trail twice. Found it again near the county road because you had civilians in carts. Hard to hide that many. Mercer absorbed that. It was true. The rescue had saved lives and left signs all the way home. Duty rarely came clean. Did you send word back? April asked. Pike hesitated too long. May stepped closer. That was not a hard question. One runner got out before you caught us, Pike said. He saw the base from the ridge. He knows you have walls, generators, people, and guns. He knows you have a real armory because your fighters carry like soldiers. Silence settled hard. Ford looked at Mercer. Then Rusk knows. He suspects, Mercer said. Men like him do not know anything until they own it. He will come, Pike said. Maybe not straight at you. He likes fear first. He likes noise, fire, and tricks. He will want you tired before he risks good men. Good men do not serve him, Reyes said. Pike looked down at his tied hands. Hungry men do. Angry men. Men who lost everyone and decided that meant they could take from anyone. It gets hard to tell the difference after a while. Mercer heard something in his voice that was not repentance yet, but might become it if left in the right soil. He did not trust it. He did not ignore it either. You will be held under guard, Mercer said. You will eat. You will work. You will answer questions. You will not carry a weapon. If you lie and people die, you will face judgment. If you tell the truth and help this place survive, that will matter. Pike stared at him. You are serious. I try not to waste words. The guards took Pike away. When the footsteps faded, the room seemed smaller. The map looked less like paper and more like a battlefield. Reyes moved first. We double patrols. Yes, Mercer said. We start training civilians with firearms. Selected civilians only, and dry drills first. Ammunition stays controlled. May pointed at the board. Add no private radios. If someone has one hidden, Russ could hear us. Good, Mercer said, and wrote it down. April studied the road south of the base. He will scout before he comes. If he uses tricks, he will want to know where we are weakest. Gates, water, blind spots, patrol times. Then we change the shape every day, Ford said. Different routes. Different watch rotations. Fake weak spots. Quiet holes where we can catch anyone looking too close. Mercer turned and looked at him. Ford was not guessing wildly. He was thinking like a defender. The bridge boy would have asked for a gun in a safe corner. This Ford looked at an enemy's hunger and searched for the gap in it. You will write the rotating patrol plan, Mercer said. Ford blinked. Me? You have the idea. Put it into something people can follow. What if I miss something? You will. Then Reyes, April, May, and I will tear it apart before the enemy does. That is how plans grow teeth. Ford swallowed, then nodded. I will have it by sunset. No, you will have a draft by mid-afternoon. Sunset is for corrections. May grinned. Welcome to leadership. It is mostly homework that can kill you. Ford shot her a look. Your encouragement is a lantern in dark times. I try to shine gently. April hid her smile behind her hand and failed. Ford saw it and straightened as if he had been promoted twice. Mercer watched the exchange with mild suspicion. Young people could turn a war room into a dance hall, using nothing but glances. She had no time for it, but he was not blind to the way morale sometimes entered through side doors. The standing orders went up in the mess hall by evening. Alvarez copied them in neat handwriting onto scavenged paper and posted them near food, water, the infirmary, the barracks, and the armory. Some people read them with relief. Some read them with resentment. A few looked surprised that punishment had limits as well as duties. That surprised Mercer least of all. The world had spent 10 years teaching survivors that power meant appetite. He intended to teach the opposite. Ford brought his patrol plan at mid-afternoon. It was messy, overcomplicated, and smarter than Mercer expected. Reyes circled timing errors. April marked spots where scouts could hide. May drew small skulls beside every route she thought was foolish. Ford took each criticism with clenched teeth and wrote corrections until the paper looked like it had survived a fight. At sunset, they walked the perimeter together and checked every post against the revised plan. Ford explained the rotations to guards twice his age. Some listened because Mercer stood nearby. Others listened because Ford had changed. He did not plead for attention. He gave orders, as if the work mattered more than his pride. Near the north gate, Cal Henson from the train duty stopped him. The man's hands were black with machine grease now, and his expression had lost some of its defiance. "Kid," Henson said. Ford turned. "I answer to Ford unless the next word is important." Henson gave a rough snort. "Fine, Ford. That drainage cut you marked needs more than rebar. Water will undercut the posts when the thaw comes. I can fix it if Velez gives me 2 people and scrap plate." Ford looked toward Mercer, then caught himself and looked back at Henson. "Write what you need and give it to Velez. If it pulls people from gate repair, tell me before you move them. You can approve that?" Ford hesitated for half a breath. "I can approve the request. Mercer approves the shift if it changes defense priority." Henson nodded. "That works." After the man left, Mercer said, "You did not throw authority you did not have." "I wanted to. Wanting is free. Restraint costs." Ford looked at the wall, then the people moving inside it. "I thought leadership meant deciding things." "It does. Mostly it means deciding what not to touch until you understand it." The night settled cold, and the base lights came on one by one under generator power. Not many. Mercer would not waste fuel on comfort, but he allowed enough light for the mess hall, infirmary, command office, and 2 yard posts. From the southern tower, the glow was small, almost shy against the dark. It was also dangerous. Light announced life. Beyond the walls, the woods remained black. Somewhere out there, the runner Pike mentioned might be telling Rusk that the empty base had become a prize. Mercer imagined the warlord listening with hungry patience. Men like Rusk never saw community. They saw inventory. Mercer tightened his gloves and looked down at the yard. Ford moved from post to post with the revised patrol sheet in his hand. April walked beside him for half the route, pointing out angles. May trailed behind them and spoke to guards who seemed nervous, leaving them laughing despite themselves. Reyes came up the tower steps and stood beside Mercer. "You are turning that boy into an officer," she said. "He is doing most of the work. That is usually how it happens. Someone gives them weight, and they find out whether their spine is real." Mercer watched Ford correct a guard without humiliating him. "His is real." Reyes followed his gaze. "Then we had better keep him alive." Mercer did not answer at once. Outside the walls, something knocked metal against stone, and 3 guards turned toward the sound. It was only loose debris in the wind. Everyone relaxed slowly. "We keep all of them alive," Mercer said at last. Reyes nodded, but neither of them believed the world made promises that easy. The first weeks became a hard machine. Every day had a shape, and Mercer guarded that shape with more care than he guarded the ammunition cages. Dawn meant count, water, and perimeter check. Morning meant repair, patrol, training, and food distribution. Afternoon meant fields cleared of debris, rooftops checked, drains opened, fences strengthened, and maps updated. Evening meant weapons cleaning, lessons for children, medical rounds, and command review. Night meant silence, watches, and the deep unease of a base that knew enemies had not forgotten it. People complained. Mercer let them. Complaints were proof that breath remained in them. He only stepped in when complaint became rot. If someone said the work was hard, he agreed. If someone said the work was pointless, he sent them to the wall at dusk and made them watch the infected gather where sound had carried. Pointless was a word people used when they had not looked long enough at what waited outside. The season bent colder. Frost silvered the roofs. The ground hardened. The infected slowed, but they did not vanish. Some came alone, dragging themselves along the fence, as if memory had brought them to a place where living people once gathered. Others came in small packs, heads lifting at the sound of hammering or engines. Mercer ordered them handled quietly whenever possible. Spears from rebar, axes with reinforced handles, hooks that could pull a dead hand away from wire without risking fingers. Bullets remained for emergencies because the sanctuary had learned that noise was an invitation written in fire. Ford trained until his hands shook at night. April and May took over much of his close fighting because Mercer had decided pride was less useful than skill. April taught patience. She moved with clean economy, never reaching farther than she needed, never wasting motion to prove she could. May taught violence without apology. She made Ford repeat escapes from grabs until he could do them half asleep, then shoved him in the mud and told him half asleep was when the stakes came. You fight like you are arguing with the ground, May told him one morning after he slipped during a drill. Ford wiped mud from his cheek. The ground started it. The ground always wins. Stop debating it. April held out a hand. Ford took it. She pulled him up harder than necessary and he nearly bumped into her. For one brief moment, neither of them moved. The air between them changed in a way Mercer noticed from 20 yards away and immediately decided was inconvenient. May noticed too. Her grin sharpened. Again, April said, stepping back. Ford cleared his throat. I was about to request that. You were about to fall again. Both things can be true. Mercer turned away before the foolishness made him sigh loudly enough to damage morale. Work changed bodies. Thin arms gained strength. Soft hands split, hardened, and learned tools. Recruits who had once trembled at every fence rattle began moving in pairs without being told. Civilians learned alarm signals. Children learned which buildings were safe and which lines on the ground meant stop. Lenora Price taught reading from old manuals, road signs, and ration labels. Dr. Haling trained assistants to clean, stitch, splint, and comfort. Bella's got the second generator running by replacing half its heart with parts from a forklift and language Mercer pretended not to hear. By the third week, the sanctuary had a name without anyone voting on it. People still called it the base when speaking of walls, patrols, or orders. But when they spoke of meals, children, repairs, and future planting, they called it home. Mercer resisted the word at first. Home made people sentimental. Sentiment made them careless. Yet he heard it in the mess line when a woman told her son to take the bread back home to their bunk. He heard it near the infirmary when a recruit said he had to get home before his watch started. He heard it from Ford one night when the boy came into the command office with a cracked mug of coffee and said, "Velez says the East Heater is home now, unless you want to see a grown mechanic cry." Mercer looked at the mug. "Where did you get coffee?" Alvarez found 3 sealed cans in the officer pantry and decided command thinking was worth 1 cup each. Alvarez is dangerous. She counts everything. Of course she is dangerous. Mercer accepted the mug. The coffee tasted like rust and heaven. Ford sat across from him without asking. Once, Mercer would have corrected that. Now he only pushed half the patrol reports across the desk. "Read them," Mercer said. "Tell me what is wrong." Ford groaned. "I brought you coffee, and I brought you education. Mine lasts longer." Ford read. His lips moved slightly over hard words, a habit Mercer had stopped mocking because the boy corrected himself before anyone else could. After 10 minutes, Ford tapped one report. Southwest Patrol says, no movement near the creek, but Henson's drainage crew heard metal there an hour later. Could be wind. Could be someone testing sound. The patrol also returned 12 minutes early. Why does that matter? If they cut the route short, they missed the ridge. If someone watched them do it, that someone knows a gap. Mercer nodded. Mark it. Ford did. His handwriting remained terrible, but the thought behind it was getting cleaner. Winter deepened. The world outside turned white and iron hard. Snow filled the ditches and softened the shapes of wrecked cars beyond the outer road. The infected froze in strange postures when temperatures dropped enough, then stirred again during brief thaws. Mercer ordered teams to destroy any frozen bodies near the wall before warmth returned. No one liked the work. Everyone understood it after the first thaw. When a figure thought solid as a statue broke loose and almost took a guard's hand, the sanctuary buried its own dead behind the chapel building. Though chapel was too generous a word for the small structure that had once served every faith and none, Mercer did not force ceremonies. Some people prayed. Some stood in silence. Some cursed. The important thing was that names were spoken. In a dead country, naming the dead became an act of rebellion. One morning, they buried a child from St. Gabriel who had been sick since the rescue. His name was Oliver. He had loved toy trucks, according to his mother, though none had survived the journey. Velez made a small truck from scrap wood and set it by the grave. The mother broke then, not loudly but completely, sinking to her knees in the frost while April held her and said nothing false. Ford stood at the edge of the gathering, face pale with anger because there was no enemy to strike. Afterward, Mercer found him behind the motor pool, slamming a training stick into a tire until the rubber split. "You are wasting strength," Mercer said. Ford hit the tire again. "I have extra." "No, you have grief with fists. That is different." Ford's neck swing stopped midair. His breath came hard in the cold. He was 6. I know. We saved him from St. Gabriel for what, a few weeks of fear and fever? Mercer stepped closer. For his mother to hold him in a warm room. For his name to be remembered. For him to die among people who cared instead of alone behind a barricaded door. Do not make the mistake of thinking a life only matters if it lasts long. Ford lowered the stick. Does that ever feel like enough? No. The honesty hurt them both. Mercer let it stand. Ford looked toward the graves. Then how do you keep doing this? By understanding that enough is not the standard. Duty is. Ford closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, they were wet but steady. I hate that answer. So did I, at your age. Do you hate it now? Mercer looked at the wall, the flag, the smoke from the mess hall, the children moving between lessons under guard. Some days. I obey it anyway. That evening, Ford returned to training. He did not train harder in the reckless way Mercer feared. He trained cleaner. He listened. He corrected others. He learned to put grief into work without letting it poison the work. That was harder than fighting. Months folded into each other. The sanctuary survived winter by discipline, luck, and stubborn repair. A greenhouse frame went up from salvaged windows. Snowmelt was filtered. Fuel was rationed so tightly that arguments over heat had to be settled by printed schedules. The mess hall learned to stretch beans, rice, canned tomatoes, and root vegetables into meals that tasted better when eaten beside people who had helped make them. Ford changed with the months. His voice settled deeper. His shoulders widened from labor and drill. The loose, sharp humor stayed, but it no longer covered every fear. Sometimes he listened more than he spoke, which made May accuse him of becoming Mercer with better hair. Sometimes he gave orders, and people followed before looking for Mercer, which pleased Mercer and troubled him in equal measure. By spring, Ford could beat half the recruits in sparring. By late spring, he could beat nearly all of them. April still handled him more often than not, but the margins narrowed. May remained impossible in short, ugly bursts, mostly because she treated rules as suggestions made by people who had never been attacked in a stairwell. Then, on a wet afternoon with thaw water running through the yard, Ford beat May cleanly for the first time. He caught her feint, stepped inside, turned her momentum, and put her on the mat without slamming her. The watching recruits went quiet. May stared up at him, stunned. Ford offered a hand. That was luck, she said. Then I have become very lucky, through repetition. May took his hand and used it to pull him off balance, but he'd expected that too. He shifted, stayed upright, and smiled. April laughed. She did not laugh loudly. She did not need to. Ford looked as if someone had handed him the sun. Mercer stood with Reyes near the training line. You saw that, Reyes said. I did. The throw or the look. Unfortunately, both. Reyes smiled into her collar. Command problem. Youth is not a command problem. It becomes one when they forget patrol schedules because they are busy making eyes. Mercer watched Ford help May up properly this time, then saw Ford's gaze find April again. April turned away too quickly. May saw all of it and looked delighted in a way that promised trouble. Then I will make the schedules harder to forget, Mercer said. Reyes chuckled. That should cure romance at once. It did not. Nothing did. Spring came to the sanctuary with mud, work, green shoots and trays, and glances between young people who had learned death was real and therefore did not want to waste life. Mercer had no talent for blessing it. He had even less talent for stopping it. He settled for making sure training did not slip. Weapons remained clean, and no one used duty as a cover for private foolishness. The world had not become kind. Rusk had not appeared. That worried Mercer more than an attack would have. But inside the walls, people were beginning to stand straighter. They had survived the first winter together. For a community born from ruin, that was no small campaign. Mercer promoted Ford on a bright morning that smelled of wet earth and engine smoke. He did it without ceremony because ceremony made young men either proud or terrified, and Ford had enough of both already. The command staff had gathered in the old briefing room to review spring patrol routes when Mercer slid a folder across the table. Ford opened it and found a duty roster with his name written beneath Mercer's. What is this? Ford asked. A roster. You have seen them before. I mean, why is my name there? Because Reyes will command recruit training. April will command close defense teams. May will command traps and inner alarm. Alvarez controls inventory and ration authority. Bellas controls repair. Halen controls medical. You will coordinate between them when I am outside the wire, asleep or dead. The room went silent in the way people went silent when a truth arrived without manners. Ford stared at the paper. That is not funny. It was not designed to be. I am 18. Yes, you are. There are people here who served before the collapse. Some of them follow you already. Others will learn or explain why they cannot. Ford looked to Reyes, perhaps hoping for rescue. Reyes only nodded. April watched him with calm pride. May looked like she was enjoying his discomfort too much. I did not ask for this, Ford said. Mercer leaned back. Good, because men who ask too eagerly for command usually want the wrong parts. What if people get killed because I make a bad call? They might. Ford's face tightened. Mercer did not soften the answer. People can also die because you make no call. Command does not offer clean hands. It offers responsibility. You have been carrying it already. This only gives everyone a name for what is happening. May tilted her head. Can we call him Lieutenant? No, Mercer and Ford said together. April smiled. Second in command is worse. It has more syllables. It sounds like a kitchen title, Ford said. Second in command of beans in despair. Alvarez raised her pencil. Beans are strategic assets. Despair is not an inventory. Even Mercer almost laughed. The room breathed again. The promotion changed Ford because everyone else changed around him. People brought him problems that used to wait outside Mercer's door. A quarrel over sleeping space. A missing tool. A patrol that wanted a different route. A mother whose teenage son wanted guard duty before he was ready. Ford answered some issues well and some poorly. Mercer corrected him in private when possible and in public when necessary. The first public correction came 2 days later, when Ford reassigned 3 repair workers to help April with a wall brace without asking Velez. Velez stormed into the yard with grease on his face and betrayal in his voice. Your boy stole my hands, he told Mercer. Ford stood nearby with the assignment slate. The wall brace was defense priority. The generator is water priority if you enjoy drinking without disease, Velez snapped. Defense does not help if everyone is curled up sick. Ford flushed. I made the best call with what I knew. Mercer stepped between them. No, you made a fast call with half the information. Those are not the same. Ford looked stunned. Mercer kept going because leadership could not be protected from embarrassment. You will return 2 workers to Velez now. You will ask April what minimum help keeps the wall work safe. You will ask Velez how long the generator repair remains critical. Then you will rewrite the labor board and tell both teams why it changed. In front of everyone? Ford asked. The mistake was in front of everyone. The correction should be 2. Ford swallowed whatever pride tried to rise and did it. His voice stayed tight but clear. The workers listened. Velez grumbled less by the end. April gave Ford a small nod when he finished, the kind of nod that said she had seen the hard part. May did not make a joke until later, which was how Mercer knew she respected the moment. That night, Ford found Mercer in the armory cleaning rifles by lantern light. I hated that, Ford said. I know. You could have told me after. Then everyone would have seen authority make a mistake and hide the repair. That teaches the wrong lesson. Ford sat on an ammunition crate. Do you ever get tired of being right in the most irritating way possible? No. It sustains me. Ford laughed to spite himself. Then his face sobered. I wanted to do it well. Wanting that is why you will. Not today. Every time. Eventually more often than not. That is your comforting speech? Comfort is Halen's department. I offer tools. Mercer handed him a rifle part and a cloth. Ford took both and began cleaning without being asked. For a while they worked in silence. Outside, spring rain tapped the roof. April said I handled it better than most, Ford said too casually. Did she? She did. Then you survived. Ford looked up. What does that mean? It means praise from April seems to affect your breathing. Ford nearly dropped the rifle part. My breathing is normal. It became tactical. That is not a thing. It is when a man tries to hide panic with posture. Ford set the cloth down and stared at the table. I do not know what you think you saw. I saw you spend a great deal of time with May lately. Ford blinked. Then understanding crossed his face, followed by the desperate effort not to laugh. With May. This is not an invitation to explain feelings at length. I only need to know whether it will interfere with duty. Ford pressed his lips together. His shoulders shook once. Mercer narrowed his eyes. Is something funny? No, Sergeant. Nothing funny at all. May and I are working together for a purpose. What purpose? Morale. That word is taking abuse in this conversation. Ford picked up the cloth again and kept his eyes down. Duty will not suffer. I promise. Mercer studied him. The boy was hiding something. It did not feel dangerous. It felt young, complicated, and therefore exhausting. See that it does not, Mercer said. Ford nodded solemnly. The moment Mercer turned away, Ford's grin returned so hard that he had to cough into his sleeve. In truth, Ford had been spending time with May because May had become his unwilling, then very willing, advisor in the matter of April. It had begun after the mat fight when May cornered him behind the mess hall and said, "You look at my sister like she invented sunrise. It is embarrassing for everyone with eyes." Ford had nearly choked on water. "I do not. You do." She notices. "Then you both act like furniture." "I hate furniture." "What am I supposed to do?" "First, stop asking that like a trapped raccoon. Second, learn what she cares about without staring at her as if you are waiting for orders from heaven. Third, do not try to impress her by getting hurt. She will think you are stupid, because that would be stupid." Ford had considered this. "Why are you helping me?" May's face shifted, humor thinning into something protective. "Because my sister has spent years being strong for me. If someone looks at her like she can rest for 5 minutes, I want to know whether he's worth the trouble." "Am I?" "Not yet, but you are trainable." From then on, May gave advice with the kindness of a thrown brick. She told Ford which jokes made April roll her eyes, because they were funny, and which made her roll her eyes, because he sounded like an idiot. She told him April hated being treated as fragile, loved quiet competence, and trusted people who did what they promised without announcing it. She told him not to bring flowers unless he found edible ones, because beauty was nice, but food kept children alive. When Ford asked if that was a joke, May told him the fact he had to ask proved he needed supervision. April, for her part, noticed enough to suspect both of them were planning something. She did not know the shape of it. Ford tried to speak with her alone, and often ended up discussing patrol angles, ration loads, or how to train civilians without terrifying them. Somehow those conversations meant more than speeches would have. They stood shoulder to shoulder on walls. They repaired trip lines in rain. They shared the last of a tin of peaches, with May pretending not to watch from 15 feet away. The sanctuary grew around these small, stubborn human things. A patched greenhouse caught sunlight. Children painted stones to mark safe paths. The chapel became a place for meetings, mourning, quiet prayers, and arguments that needed privacy. 2 babies learned to crawl in the barracks. A woman named Celia started cutting hair on Saturdays, and people lined up not because hair mattered in war, but because looking human helped them feel human. Mercer saw all of it and stored it in the part of himself that did not speak often. The base had been a skeleton when they arrived. Now it had pulse. Rusk remained absent. That absence became a character in every command meeting. Scouts saw no large movement south. Radio checks picked up static, distant fragments, and one old weather alert trapped in a loop, but nothing from Rusk. Pike answered questions and worked under guard hauling water. He claimed Rusk sometimes waited months before striking if he thought fear would ripen a target. Mercer believed him, because patience was one of the few virtues evil could use well. By early summer, the outer defenses had doubled. Trenches angled toward kill lanes. Noise traps hung in the woods. False gaps invited approach into covered ground. The drainage cut had been reinforced with plate and rebar. Henson became one of Velez's best workers, and hated compliments so much that people gave them to him for sport. Ford's patrol plans improved. He learned when to send quiet pairs and when to send larger teams. He learned that tired people lied without meaning to, so reports had to be checked against footprints, tool marks, fuel use, and the mood of guard dogs they had half-tamed from a feral litter near the highway. He learned that command meant carrying other people's fear without letting it become your voice. One evening, Mercer watched him brief a patrol in the yard. Ford spoke plainly. He told them the route, the return time, the signals, the fallback point, and the reason the patrol mattered. He did not make them feel invincible. He made them feel prepared. Reyes stood beside Mercer. He is not a boy anymore. Mercer kept his eyes on Ford. Not entirely. That sounded almost sentimental. Then you misheard. Of course. The patrol left through the north gate. Ford waited until it closed before releasing his breath. Mercer saw that too. Good leaders did not stop being afraid when people walked into danger on their orders. They learned to let the fear sharpen the work. Later that night, Mercer found the new roster Ford had drafted for the following week. It was clear, balanced, and included rest periods Mercer himself would have forgotten. At the bottom, Ford had written one extra note. Command does not mean doing everything. It means making sure everything has someone responsible. Mercer read the line twice. Then he put the roster in the approved tray. Outside, thunder rolled beyond the woods. The sound moved like distant artillery through the humid dark. Mercer stood at the window until it faded, thinking of Fort Lincoln, of the president's last order, of a boy in a trapped car, and of the strange road that had brought him here. For the first time in years, he wondered not only how to survive the next attack, but what kind of country might be built after it. Peace came carefully, and nobody trusted it at first. The sanctuary measured it in small things. A gate that stayed closed all night without alarm. A week with only 2 infected near the east fence. A full day when no child woke screaming from a nightmare. A meal with fresh greens cut from the greenhouse trays and passed around as if they were treasure. 2 weeks with no sign of Rusk. Then another 2. Then a month that made people lower their voices when they spoke of him, as though naming the warlord might call him from the trees. Mercer trusted peace the way he trusted thin ice. It could hold your weight for a while and still kill you if you forgot what it was. He kept patrols irregular. He moved sentries without warning. He ordered false supply crates placed near visible sheds and real supplies hidden beneath flooring in 3 separate buildings. He made May set harmless alarms inside places an enemy might search, then sent recruits to find them. Most failed the first time. After May finished mocking them, they failed less. Ford threw himself into the work with a discipline that had become almost quiet. He still joked, especially when people needed it, but there were hours when he seemed to disappear into the task before him. Patrol maps, training disputes, guard rotations, arguments over water. A boy caught stealing extra bread for his little sister. A recruit too afraid to admit he could not read the route markers. Ford handled the bread with mercy and the reading problem with privacy. Mercer heard about both later from Alvarez, and said nothing because some praise worked better when it arrived through trust. April and Ford continued to orbit each other in ways that amused everyone except Mercer, who considered amusement another drain on operational focus. They repaired the west ladder together. They checked the outer markers together. They volunteered for the same supply sorting shift until Alvarez looked over her glasses and said, "This inventory room is not a courting parlor." Ford turned red. April laughed so hard she had to sit on a crate. May applauded from the doorway and told Alvarez she had done the Lord's work, though Alvarez said the Lord would have filed a cleaner requisition. The warmth of early summer made the infected faster. Not as fast as the first years, according to Mercer, but fast enough that careless people died. Their bodies no longer froze into stiff shapes. They moved through brush and along roads with a restless hunger that seemed worse in humid air. Some still carried pieces of who they had been. A woman in a ruined postal jacket tapped at the fence for 3 nights before they put her down. A man in a child's birthday hat wandered near the drainage ditch, making a sound like a song without words. The children were kept inside until he was gone. Ford hated those moments most. Mercer could tell because the jokes stopped. "They are not people," Mercer told him after the birthday hat incident, when Ford stood too long by the fence. "I know. Knowing is not the same as believing." Ford's fingers tightened around the rail. "Do you believe it every time?" Mercer watched the body being carried toward the burn pit. "I believe what I must to protect the living. The rest I settle with God, or silence." Ford nodded. "That sounds like one of your answers that gets worse the more I think about it." Most true answers do. The next morning, Ford led the North Patrol. He took April, May, Henson, a recruit named Tiller, and one of the half-tamed dogs, a rangy brown animal the children had named Sergeant Biscuit before anyone could stop them. Mercer objected to the name on principle. The dog answered to it, which ended the debate. Their route followed the tree line past the old maintenance road, cut west near a creek bed, and looped back toward the ridge where Pike's runner had once seen the base. It was a route Ford had written himself and changed twice to avoid habit. The air smelled of damp leaves and hot metal. Insects whined in the grass. The dog moved ahead with its nose low, tail stiff. April walked beside Ford for the first stretch. May ranged left, bored in the dangerous way that meant she was noticing everything. Henson moved with the repairman's eyes, pausing at every culvert, rut, and broken fence post. Tiller carried himself carefully, eager to prove he deserved patrol duty and terrified of proving the opposite. "You were quiet," April said. Ford glanced at her. "I have been told silence can be mature." "Whoever told you that was trying to rest." "Probably Mercer." "Then it was definitely rest." Ford smiled, but the dog stopped before he could answer. Sergeant Biscuit stood at the edge of the maintenance road, head turned toward the creek bed. No growl, No bark. Just stillness. May lifted a fist. Everyone froze. Ford crouched and studied the mud. The road had dried in patches, but the ditch still held damp earth. Infected tracks were easy after you learned them. Drag marks. Uneven pressure. Toe scraping. Circles where they stumbled and turned towards sound. These prints were not that. There were boots. 2 people at least. Maybe 3. Moving slow, spaced out, avoiding the center of the road. One print showed a clear heel mark. Another cut sideways where someone had stepped over a branch instead of through it. The tracks were deliberate, balanced, and alive. Ford felt the world narrow. April crouched beside him. How old? Last night early morning, Ford said. Edges are soft, but not washed. No rain since yesterday evening. May scanned the trees. They came close. Ensign whispered a curse. Tiller's breathing got loud. Ford looked back at him. Slow breath. In through your nose. Out through your mouth. You panic. You miss things. You miss things. Someone else pays. Tiller forced himself to obey. Ford followed the sign with his eyes. The tracks angled toward the ridge, then split. One set continued higher. Another moved toward a patch of brush overlooking the outer road. A third, lighter and partial, had circled back. They were scouts, not travelers and not scavengers looking for food. They had studied the base and the approaches. He remembered Pike saying Rusk liked fear first. We do not chase, April said quietly, reading his thought. Not with 5 people. I know. Say it like you know. Ford exhaled. We do not chase. We mark, observe, and return. May gave him a small nod. Look at you, not being stupid. Growth is beautiful. I feel supported. You are welcome. They moved carefully, marking signs with bits of thread May carried for trap work. At the ridge, Ford found a flattened patch where someone had lain prone between roots. From there, the base was visible through a narrow break in the trees. The watcher would have seen the north gate, the water crew road, and one corner of the greenhouse roof. Ford's stomach tightened. He imagined eyes in this place, while children painted stones inside the walls, while April laughed in the inventory room, while Mercer stood on the tower thinking peace had thin ice beneath it. Ensign found the next sign. A small square of paper, damp but not ruined, snagged beneath a rock. Ford unfolded it with care. It held rough marks, not writing exactly. A rectangle for the wall, a notch for the drainage cut, 3 strokes near the north gate, a circle around the water pump shed. May's humor vanished. That is not curiosity. No, Ford said. That is planning. A branch snapped far off to the west. Everyone went still. The dog looked that way and gave one low sound deep in its throat. Ford raised 2 fingers, then pointed back toward the route home. They withdrew without running. Running made noise. Running made the mind small. Every step away from the ridge felt like turning his back on a knife. But he did it because command meant bringing warning home, not proving bravery to trees. Halfway back, the dog lunged toward brush near the creek. May caught its lead before it could bark. A man rose from behind a fallen log with a pistol in his hand. He was thin, bearded, and wild-eyed, dressed in patched road leather with a strip of red cloth tied around one wrist. His pistol shook, not from weakness but from surprise. Ford's rifle came up. April's came up with it. Ensign dragged Tiller behind a tree. May slipped left. Do not fire, Ford said. The scout's mouth twitched. Then lower yours. You are inside our patrol line with a map of our home in your pocket, or one like it. That gives you less room to negotiate than you think. The man's eyes flicked to May, then back. He had realized too late that she was no longer where she had been. Rusk owns this county, the scout said. You people are squatting on his salvage. Ford felt anger rise and kept it below his voice. People are not salvage. Everyone is something. May's knife touched the man's side from behind. Today you are outnumbered. The scout stiffened. Ford stepped closer. Drop the pistol. You will be treated as a prisoner. You will answer questions. You will eat if you cooperate. The scout smiled with bad teeth. You sound like a little governor. And you sound like a man about to make a final mistake. For a second, the scout seemed to weigh it. His finger tightened. Ford saw the decision come into his eyes before the pistol move. Ford fired first. The shot cracked through the trees, loud as judgment. Birds burst upward. The scout fell back against the log and slid to the ground. His pistol dropped into wet leaves. Silence rushed in after the echo. Ford stood with his rifle shouldered, breathing hard. April moved to the scout, checked him, and looked up. Dead. May searched the body with quick, efficient hands. She found a folded map, a strip of dried meat, 2 cartridges, and a small whistle carved from bone. Henson stared at Ford. Tiller looked sick. Ford lowered the rifle slowly. His hands did not shake until the weapon pointed at the ground. April stepped close enough that only he could hear. He chose it. I know. Say it like you believe it. Ford looked at the dead scout. He chose it. May stood. We have to move. That shot will carry. Ford nodded. His voice steadied because it had to. Back to base. Fast, but quiet. Henson, take Tiller. May, rear. April with me. The dog stays between us. Nobody speaks unless it matters. They returned under a sky that seemed too bright for the news they carried. Mercer met them at the north gate because the shot had been heard. He saw Ford's face, then April's, then the map in May's hand. Report, Mercer said. Ford gave it cleanly. He listed the tracks, the observation point, the sketch of the base, the contact with the armed scout, the scout refusing surrender by action, the one shot fired, the recovered map and whistle, and the fact that no friendly fighters had been hurt. Mercer listened without interruption. When Ford finished, the older man took the map and studied it. You did not pursue the other tracks. No. We returned with intelligence. Good. Ford looked at him sharply, as if expecting more. Mercer folded the map. You made the right call. The words hit harder than criticism might have. Ford nodded once and looked away. Mercer turned to Reyes, who had arrived with 2 guards. Double the watch. Quiet alarm to command staff only. No panic in the yard. I want Pike in the briefing room under guard. I want patrols recalled before dusk. April, take 2 teams and check the inner water routes. May, assume every trap line has been studied and move half of them before dark. Ford, with me. Ford followed him toward command. The yard still moved in ordinary rhythm. Children came from lessons. The mess hall steamed. Velez shouted at someone near the generator. Home continued because most of home did not yet know someone had been watching it from the trees. At the command building steps, Mercer stopped. First kill from command distance? He asked quietly. Ford stared ahead. I shot infected before. That is not what I asked. Ford's jaw tightened. Yes, it was. You gave him a chance. He did not take it. Then carry the truth, not the guilt he tried to hand you. Ford looked at Mercer then. Does that work? Not at first. Later. Sometimes. Ford breathed out, long and uneven. Your comfort remains terrible. I have been consistent. The corner of Ford's mouth moved but did not become a smile. Inside the briefing room, Mercer spread the recovered map beside their own. The scouts' marks were crude but accurate where they mattered. It showed the north gate, watershed, drainage cut, greenhouse, and guard path. A small arrow toward the ridge. Pike was brought in under guard. He looked at the red wristcloth taken from the scout and went pale. That is Rusk's outer mark, he said. Not one of the road crews. One of his close watchers. Meaning, Reyes asked. Pike swallowed. Meaning, he is not wondering anymore. He has chosen you. The room seemed to dim, though the lamp still burned. Mercer looked at the map, then at Ford, April, May, Reyes, and the others gathering around the table. The thin ice had cracked at last. Then we stopped waiting for Rusk to become a problem, Mercer said. From this moment on, he is the mission. The sanctuary did not panic because Mercer refused to let panic have a door. The alarm stayed quiet. Group leaders were called one by one. Patrols returned under the excuse of weather, though the sky remained clear. Children were kept in lessons longer than usual and given extra stew to keep them from asking why adults moved with tight faces. The outer lights stayed low. The gates stayed closed. Work continued loudly enough to look ordinary from a distance, and carefully enough that every person with a weapon knew where to stand if the whistle blew. In the briefing room, the recovered map lay under a lantern. It looked pathetic at first glance. A dirty scrap marked by a scout who had not lived long enough to carry it home. But Mercer had spent a lifetime respecting small pieces of paper. Orders came on paper. Casualty lists came on paper. Maps sent men into fire and sometimes brought them back. This scrap showed him not the sanctuary as it was, but the sanctuary as Rusk's people wanted to understand it. That made it valuable. Ford stood at the table with his arms crossed. April leaned over the map, hair tied back, eyes moving from mark to mark. May sat on the windowsill with one knee up, carving a notch into a stick with a small knife, because sitting still had offended her since birth. Reyes kept notes. Alvarez had brought inventory ledgers despite not being asked, because no defense plan survived contact with hunger unless she approved the numbers. Velez smelled like fuel and metal. Dr. Halen stood near the door, already angry about casualties that had not happened yet. Pike sat under guard at the far end. His wrists were tied, but not tightly. He had earned that much by answering questions for months and not causing trouble. Whether he had earned trust was a different matter. "Tell it again," Mercer said. Pike looked tired. "Rusk uses 3 kinds of men. Road crews, which are half fighters and half thieves. Camp guards, which protect his stores and prisoners. Close watchers, which report directly to him. The red wrist cloth means close watcher. If one was here, Rusk either sent him personally or received a report good enough to spend him." "Would there be more?" April asked. "Usually 3. 1 watches, 1 circles, 1 carries if needed. Sometimes 4 if the target is large." Ford pointed at the tracks marked on their map. "We found at least 3. I shot 1. The other 2 may still be out there, may stop carving, or 1 is already running south." "If 1 ran, how long before Rusk can move?" Reyes asked. Pike rubbed his tied hands together. "Depends where he is. If he is at Bellwether, 2 days for a fast runner, maybe less if they have fuel. If he is already north with a crew, he could be close by tomorrow." Velez muttered in Spanish under his breath. Mercer tapped the scout map. "Rusk knows enough to be dangerous, not enough to be confident. That gives us room." "Room for what?" Ford asked. "Misdirection." May's eyes brightened. "Now we are speaking my language." Mercer began assigning changes. The watershed would appear more important than it was. Real water reserves would move by night to bury tanks near the chapel and motor pool. The north gate would show visible reinforcement, but the true defensive weight would shift east and south. 2 false ammunition crates would be placed near the old supply shed, with bad locks, easy enough for a scout to see. A fake weak point would be created near the drainage cut, laced with May's quiet alarms, and covered from 2 hidden positions. Patrol fires would be lit in places where no patrols slept. The greenhouse would be shielded by canvas during the day so its exact size could not be judged from the ridge. Alvarez listened, then raised a hand. "Moving water will cost labor and risk contamination." "How much labor?" Mercer asked. 6 people for 2 nights if Velez gives me clean hose and if Henson stops stealing my barrels for drainage." Velez lifted both hands. "I borrow barrels. I return them emotionally changed. You return them dented. That is a kind of emotion." Mercer let the exchange run for 3 seconds because tension needed vents. Then he brought them back. "Make it happen. Clean water outranks convenience." Dr. Halen spoke next. "I want casualty stations set before anyone starts playing games with fake weak points. If Rusk comes with guns, I need stretchers, boiled cloth, light, and people who can follow instructions while scared." "Approved," Mercer said. "Train them tonight." "I have been training them for months. Tonight I will terrify them usefully." "Good." Ford studied the map. "If the other scouts are still near, they will notice changes too fast. So we give them a reason," April said. "We stage an argument at the north gate. Make it look like we discovered a structural problem and overcorrected there. They see people moving, assume we are scared about the gate, and keep their eyes there." May grinned. "I can yell convincingly." "You yell constantly," Ford said. "Convincing is the easy part. I prefer passionate leadership." Mercer looked at April. "Do it before sunset. No names, no real weaknesses spoken." April nodded. Reyes drew a line south from the base. "What about taking the fight to him first? If Rusk is still gathering, a strike could disrupt him." Mercer had expected the question. He did not dismiss it. "We do not know his main location, numbers, or prisoner layout. A blind strike risks our best fighters and leaves the sanctuary weaker. Defense first, intelligence second. Strike only when it has purpose beyond anger." Ford looked at the red wrist cloth. "What if anger is the only thing keeping people from feeling helpless? Then we give them work. Anger burns fast and leaves ash. Work builds walls." The answer settled over the table. Ford accepted it, though his eyes stayed hard. By evening, the sanctuary became a stage. April and May argued near the north gate loudly enough for the ridge to hear if ears were waiting there. May accused repair crews of making the gate worse. April snapped back that May would trap her own grandmother if given wire and boredom. Henson joined in with curses about bad posts. Veliz threw a wrench into a bucket for effect, and later complained that nobody appreciated his commitment to theater. From the outside, it looked like confusion. Inside the performance, people moved real supplies elsewhere. Barrels rolled under tarps. Ammunition shifted by hand through maintenance tunnels. Children carried small bundles as part of the cleaning game Lenora invented, never knowing they were helping move medical cloth away from likely targets. Guards pretended to stare north while hidden watchers studied the east tree line through slits in boarded windows. Ford hated the waiting more than the work. He walked the inner perimeter twice, checked the false crates, inspected the fake weak point, and corrected a young guard who kept glancing toward the ridge. "Do not look where you are afraid," Ford said quietly. "Look where your job is. Other people are covering the ridge." The guard nodded, embarrassed. "Yes, Ford." "Not, sir." Ford had refused the word until Mercer told him refusal was vanity in a cleaner coat. People needed forms. Ford still looked uncomfortable with it, but some had started using it anyway. Others used his name with the same weight. Authority came in many uniforms. Near the chapel, Ford found April stacking medical crates under Halen's direction. Her sleeves were rolled. A streak of dust crossed her cheek. She looked tired, focused, and so alive that Ford forgot the sentence he had planned. April noticed. "You came here for something." "Probably." That was persuasive. He looked at the crates to recover himself. "Do you need more hands?" "Always. But Halen only wants people who will not rearrange her system and pretend they helped. I can follow labels. Your handwriting argues otherwise." He lifted a crate anyway. They worked side by side for several minutes, moving supplies into the chapel storage room. From outside came May's distant voice, still performing fury at the gate. Ford set down a box of bandages and glanced toward the sound. "She enjoys this too much," he said. "May enjoys anything that lets her be loud on purpose." "She has been helping me," Ford said before caution could stop him. April paused. "With what?" There were several tactical answers. He could have said training, trap placement, patrol observation, or morale. All of them were true in the weak way. Partial truths could be. Ford thought of Mercer's lessons, of duty and clarity, of not hiding the repair when the mistake had been public. This was not command, but it still deserved courage. "With you," he said. April looked at him fully then. Ford felt every rehearsed phrase vanish. "I asked her how not to be stupid around you. She said that was too ambitious as a first goal." April's mouth curved despite the danger sitting over the whole base. "That sounds like May. She also said you hate speeches and trust work. So I tried work." I noticed. The room seemed to shrink around them. Ford swallowed. "I do not want to make life harder for you. I do not want to turn something good into a problem. But if Rusk is coming, and if the world keeps proving tomorrow is not guaranteed, I need you to know that when I look for the future here, you are in it. Not as an idea. Not as comfort. You." April's expression changed slowly, not into surprise exactly, but into the careful lowering of a guard she had carried so long that lowering it hurt. "Ford," she said softly. That sounded like the start of a kind rejection. It was the start of me trying not to cry in a supply room. That is different. I should update my threat assessment. She laughed once, then stepped closer. "May told you I trust work. She did not tell you everything. She mostly insulted me. That means she likes you. I have suffered affection." April reached for his hand. Her fingers were rough from labor, warm despite the cool room. "I look for the future too. I've tried not to, because wanting things gives the world more targets. But I see you with the children. I see you standing beside Mercer, even when you were scared. I see you make mistakes and fix them. I see you carry grief without throwing it at people who did not cause it. That matters to me." Ford held her hand as carefully as if it were something breakable and priceless. "So this is not a rejection." "No. I'm glad you clarified because I was about to become heroic in a tragic way. Please do not." They stood there with crates around them and war moving closer through the woods. Ford wanted to kiss her. He also wanted to deserve the moment, which meant not stealing it from fear. April solved the problem by leaning up and kissing him lightly, brief enough to leave them both stunned. Outside, May shouted, "If those hinges fail, I am blaming every man here and several ghosts." April closed her eyes and laughed against Ford's shoulder. Mercer appeared in the doorway 3 seconds later. Ford and April separated with the guilty speed of recruits caught sleeping on watch despite the fact they had done nothing wrong. Mercer looked at the crates, their faces, their joined hands not quite released, and the open doorway through which May's theatrical rage carried. I came for the casualty station report, Mercer said. Ford straightened. Yes, the supplies are being staged by category. Halen has stretchers in the east room and clean cloth by the rear door. April can give exact numbers. April took one breath and gave the report cleanly. Mercer listened. His expression did not change. When she finished, he nodded. Good work. Both of you. Ford, tower in 10 minutes. April, Halen needs you at the West Station after this. Yes, Sergeant, they said almost together. Mercer turned to leave, then stopped. And Ford. Yes? If this interferes with duty, I will assign May to supervise your personal judgment. From outside, May called. I accept. Mercer looked toward the ceiling, as if asking patience from whatever authorities still accepted requests. Then he left. Ford stared after him. How did she hear that? April smiled. She hears embarrassment through walls. Night came heavy and warm. The false argument ended. The real defenses settled into place. Hidden teams rotated in silence. Dogs were kept inside the inner yard to prevent warning barks from revealing positions too early. Pike was moved to a secure room under guard, not because Mercer feared him most, but because Rusk might try to silence him if the chance appeared. At midnight, Ford joined Mercer in the southern tower. The woods lay dark beyond the wire. Clouds covered the moon. The base behind them breathed softly under blackout discipline. You saw, Ford said after a while. I am old, not blind. It will not interfere. You said that about May. Ford coughed. There was a misunderstanding. Mine or yours? Yours, mostly. Respectfully. Mercer grunted. Bold choice. Ford looked out at the woods. I care about her. I know. I care about all of this too. You would better. I do. Mercer rested his hands on the rail. Then remember this. Love is not a weakness unless you use it as an excuse to abandon judgment. It can make cowards of people. It can also make them stand when fear tells them to run. You choose which one it becomes. Ford was quiet for a long moment. Did you have someone before? The question opened an old room in Mercer that still smelled of dust and rain. He did not enter it often. He thought of a woman named Claire, a ring in a drawer, a deployment that stretched too long, an outbreak that ended roads before apologies could be made. He thought of letters he had burned because reading them had become a form of drowning. Yes, he said. Ford waited, but Mercer offered nothing more. To his credit, Ford did not pry. Near the tree line, a faint light blinked once and vanished. Both men became still. Mercer lifted binoculars. Ford raised his rifle, but did not aim it over the rail. They waited. The light did not return. Then, far away, a low mechanical rumble moved beneath the insect noise. Not close. Not yet. Heavy enough that it did not belong to the wind. Ford whispered, "Engine." Mercer lowered the binoculars. Yes. The rumble faded, then returned for a moment, then disappeared behind distance and trees. A scout signal. A vehicle shifting position. A road crew testing movement. There were too many possibilities and none of them kind. Mercer reached for the field phone connected to the command room. Wake Reyes quietly. Tell May her ghosts are moving. Tell April to hold the medical teams ready. No general alarm yet. Ford took the handset and relayed the orders. His voice remained steady. When he hung it up, he looked at Mercer. Rusk is close. Mercer watched the black woods where the light had flashed. Close enough to make a mistake. Whose mistake? That depends on who learns faster before dawn. The two of them stood on the tower while the sanctuary slept behind them, and the enemy breathed somewhere beyond the trees. Mercer felt the old part of himself rise. The soldier who had survived collapses, retreats, last stands, and 10 years of lonely duty. But this time he was not alone on the wall. Ford stood beside him, young, afraid, in love, and ready. The ghost in the woods had finally shown its shape. Morning would decide how much blood that shape required. Dawn did not arrive clean. It crawled over the trees in a thin gray smear, the kind of light that made every scrap of frost look like ash, and every shadow under the pines look alive. The sanctuary had not slept. People had lain down because bodies failed. But the base itself stayed awake through the night, breathing through pipes, wires, footsteps, and low voices moving from post to post. Mercer stood in the command room with both hands braced against the table, while the field map curled at the corners beneath 2 empty magazines. Someone had placed a mug of coffee near his left hand. It had gone cold an hour earlier. He had not touched it. Around him, the old room had become a nerve center again. A line of scavenged radios crackled against the far wall. Cords ran along the floor and climbed toward batteries stacked in milk crates. Pencil marks crawled across the map in hard lines that showed fences, dead ground, drainage runs, cleared lanes, old maintenance roads, blind spots, and the narrow animal paths through the timber. Reyes stood across from him with her sleeves rolled and her eyes red from lack of sleep. Ford stood to Mercer's right, not leaning, not fidgeting, trying so hard to be steady that Mercer could see the effort in the boy's jaw. April and May were not in the room. That alone told Mercer how serious the morning was. He had sent them back to the yard after the first engine sound because people needed hands they trusted more than they needed speeches. "Say it again," Mercer said. Reyes pointed to 3 places on the map. Northwest tree line first. One blinked from a shaded lantern or covered flashlight. Then the engine sound from this direction, low and heavy, possibly behind the logging road. Second movement came from the west 30 minutes later. Ford heard tracks shift on the gravel beyond the culvert. "We sent 2 runners to check the noise traps. One trap was cut, not triggered. Whoever crossed there knew what he was looking at. Third signal came near the old ranger station just before first light. May saw it herself. 2 short flashes, then nothing. She says the timing looked deliberate. Not panic. Not lost people. Scouts." Ford looked down at the map. "They tested the edges all night. They did not hit anything hard. They wanted to know how we reacted." Mercer nodded once. "And we reacted quietly. That buys us confusion. Confusion is worth more than bullets before a fight starts." A runner came in from the hall, a young recruit named Elian who had carried messages during the St. Gabriel siege until his voice broke from smoke and shouting. He was thinner than his uniform and too young for the eyes he had now. He stopped just inside the door and held himself at attention so sharply it hurt to look at him. "Report," Mercer said. "Southgate teams are in place. Dr. Halen has the infirmary cleared except for the sickest. Civilian shelter groups are moving to the inner barracks. April says the west yard needs more buckets of sand and clean cloth. May says the roof teams are ready, but she wants permission to move 2 shooters from Tower 3 to the machine shop roof because the angle is better." Mercer looked at Ford. "What do you think?" The question landed harder than an order. Ford blinked once, then bent over the map. "Tower 3 can see the ditch and the outer road. The machine shop roof can see the old service lane and part of the motor pool gate. If Russ comes straight at us, Tower 3 matters. If he uses the tree line, the machine shop matters more. Pick." Ford swallowed. "Move 1 shooter, not 2. Keep 1 in Tower 3. Put the better shot on the roof. Tell May she gets 1 extra pair of eyes if she can spare them from the north wall." Mercer looked to Reyes. Reyes gave the smallest nod. "That is how I would do it." The praise did not show on Mercer's face. He kept his eyes on Ford. "Send it." Elian ran. Ford looked at Mercer after the door swung closed. "You did not need to put that on me." "Yes, I did. We are not even sure this is the attack." Mercer straightened, and the ache in his lower back sharpened until it became almost useful. "The attack started when they cut the trap. Bullets are only one kind of beginning." A low tone rolled through the morning beyond the thick concrete walls. It was not thunder. It was not wind. It came again, longer this time, a grinding mechanical growl that vibrated inside the old windows and made dust drift from the frame. Everyone in the command room went still. Reyes turned toward the narrow window. "That is close." The engine revved once, then faded. A moment later, music exploded somewhere in the woods. It was not music in any human sense anymore. It was a bright, brutal song from the old world, something cheerful and stupid and obscene in the middle of the gray morning. The bass struck the bass in waves. Treble cracked through the trees like glass. The sound rolled across the fences and yard, bounced off concrete, ran into every building, and made children cry in the barracks before the first infected even appeared. Ford's face went hard. He is calling them. Mercer reached for the field phone. General alarm. Quiet movement inside. No panic. Reyes lifted the receiver beside him and began issuing orders in a voice that cut through the room like a blade. Wall teams to stations. Shelter groups inside. No civilian movement in open yards. Medical standby. Runners only on marked routes. Repeat. Runners only on marked routes. The music grew louder. Mercer left the command room with Ford behind him. The hallway was filled with motion, but the training of the past 2 weeks held. People moved fast without breaking into blind flight. Mothers carried children. Old men carried crates. Teenagers hauled sandbags two at a time, faces white and determined. Recruits opened doors, counted heads, and guided civilians toward the inner buildings where metal shutters had been bolted over windows. The sanctuary shook with fear, but it did not shatter. In the yard, the sound hit Mercer full in the chest. He looked toward the north wall and saw April standing on a stack of pallets near the infirmary door, directing the medical volunteers with both arms while her braid whipped in the wind. She had tied a red cloth around her upper sleeve so people could find her through smoke or crowding. Her face was calm in a way that had nothing gentle in it. Ford saw her too. For half a second his stride changed. Not enough for most people to notice, but enough for Mercer. Then he forced his eyes back to the wall. May appeared from between two trucks with a rifle in one hand and a hatchet at her belt. "Music is coming from the logging road," she said. "Something big, armored, and slow. There are men behind it, but they are keeping distance. I saw dust in the gaps." "How many?" Mercer asked. "Hard to count. Enough to feel proud of themselves." Ford frowned. "The infected will follow sound first. If his men stay behind the noise, the dead walk between us and them." "That is the point," Mercer said. The first shapes appeared in the trees beyond the north fence. They came as gray smears between trunks, then as bodies, then as a crowd. The infected stumbled toward the sound with heads raised and hands twitching. Some moved fast in short, broken bursts. Others dragged themselves forward with ruined legs, their eyes fixed on the direction of the shrieking song, but the walls, the living scent, and the moving people inside the base began to pull them as well. More came behind them, then more. They spilled from the woods in dozens, then hundreds, crossing the frozen ground toward the outer wire. The armored vehicle emerged last, pushing through brush at the edge of the logging road like a beast made from scrap. It had once been a delivery truck or road service rig. Now sheets of welded metal covered the cab. Steel bars caged the windows. Speakers had been bolted to the roof and sides. Black mouths screaming the same bright song over and over. Chains dragged behind it, clattering over stones. Painted across the front plate, in uneven letters, was one word. The word was Rusk. Mercer watched the vehicle crawl forward, keeping just enough distance from the leading infected to avoid being swallowed by them. The driver knew what he was doing. The truck did not charge the wall. It herded. Ford stared at it with open disgust. "He is using them like cattle." "No," Mercer said. "He is using them like artillery." May spat into the dirt. "I can put a round through the speaker box." "Not yet. The song is bringing every dead thing for miles. That is why we do not waste the first shot on noise." She looked furious, but she did not argue. That mattered. 2 weeks ago she might have cursed him for it. Now she looked back at the approaching swarm and began calculating. The north wall bell rang 3 times. The first infected reached the wire. They pressed into it without hesitation. The outer fence shivered as bodies stacked against it. Fingers pushed through the gaps. Faces mashed into metal until skin split and teeth snapped. Those behind shoved forward, driven by sound and hunger. The first section bent inward with a scream of stressed bolts. Mercer climbed the wall steps. Ford, May, and 2 runners followed. On the firing platform, defenders stood shoulder to shoulder with spears, axes, machetes, pipes, and sharpened rebar. Rifles hung across backs or rested near feet. Nobody had fired. Every person up there had the stiff look of someone waiting for fear to make its offer. Mercer walked along the wall where everyone could see him. "Listen to me," he called, and his voice carried because he made it carry. "Rusk wants you scared enough to spend your ammunition before his people come close. He wants your hands shaking. He wants smoke, panic, and empty magazines. He thinks noise can make you stupid. It cannot unless you let it." The music screamed. The fence groaned. Mercer kept walking. Front teams use blades and poles when they reach the kill gap. Rifle teams hold fire until I say otherwise. You do not shoot because you are afraid. You shoot because the shot saves a life or stops a breach. That is the rule. A young recruit near the stairs looked out at the mass of infected and whispered, "There are too many." Ford stepped beside him before Mercer could speak. "Then count the one in front of you. When that one falls, count the next. That is how too many becomes one at a time." The recruit stared at Ford, then nodded. Mercer felt something in his chest tighten, not from fear. The boy from the bridge was still there. So was something stronger. Below, the first fence section tore loose. Infected poured into the outer ditch and dropped onto the spikes hidden under snow and weeds. Bodies impaled themselves, kept reaching, and became obstacles for those behind. The next wave crawled over them. The ditch filled with gray hands, snapping teeth, dark blood, and broken wood. The sanctuary held its breath. Mercer raised one hand. The front teams lowered their pole weapons. The first infected climbed into the kill gap beneath the north wall. Mercer dropped his hand. The siege began. The first hour belonged to the dead. They came without rhythm, without mercy, without fear. They rose from the ditch and clawed at the barrier rails that had been welded between the outer fence and the main wall. Men and women on the platform drove spears downward into skulls and throats. Pipes cracked bone. Machetes chopped into reaching arms. Axe heads struck, stuck, and were ripped free with wet sounds that vanished beneath the screaming music. Every strike had to be clean. Every mistake became a hand on a boot, a body against a ladder, teeth snapping inches from living flesh. Mercer moved along the platform like a hard shadow, not rushing, never still for long. He corrected grips, shifted tired fighters back, sent fresh ones forward, and pulled a shaking woman away from the edge before her fear bent her over it. He saw everything because he forced himself to see everything. A bent hinge near the second brace. A spear point cracking under repeated impact. A man swinging too wide and wasting strength. A recruit holding his breath until his face turned pale. "Breathe," Mercer told him. "You cannot fight if you forget how to live." The recruit sucked air and drove his sharpened pipe down again. Ford worked the center section with Reyes. He had put his rifle aside and taken a long hooked tool from the motor pool. He used it to drag climbing infected away from the rail, turning his whole body with each pull the way April had taught him. Sweat darkened his shirt despite the cold. His face was streaked with black grime and red spray. He no longer looked like a boy asking for a gun. He looked like a man who understood why ammunition was not the same as survival. April ran below the platform, turning the narrow strip between wall and infirmary into a moving line of care. People brought the injured to her on doors, blankets, or shoulders. She did not waste words, and she did not soften the truth. She pressed cloth to torn skin, set splints, slapped hands away when panic made people interfere, and sent those who could still stand back to carry water, tools, or messages. Her calm became its own kind of wall. Once, Ford looked down and saw her kneeling beside a recruit with a deep cut across his cheek. The recruit kept saying he was sorry over and over because he had dropped his spear. April held his face steady and said something Ford could not hear. The recruit stopped apologizing. He took the spear back when a runner brought it and returned to the stairs with blood on his collar and fire in his eyes. May owned the rooftops. She had moved like weather since first light, appearing on the machine shop roof, then the gatehouse, then the fuel shed, her rifle silent more often than not. When she fired, it meant something had gone wrong or was about to. A climbing infected slipped through a gap where a pole snapped. May's shot broke its skull before it reached the platform. A defender stumbled near the west rail. May dropped the dead thing, reaching for his boot. She did not waste bullets on the mass. She spent them on moments. The armored truck kept circling beyond the main crush, turning slowly along the logging road in the outer field. Its speakers screamed the song again and again until the tune lost shape and became torture. Rusk's men stayed behind it, hidden by trees, old vehicles, and the rolling mass of infected. Sometimes Mercer caught a glimpse of movement. A coat, a face behind binoculars, a rifle barrel pulled back too fast. They were waiting. That made him more uneasy than the horde. By mid-morning, the north ditch had filled so high with bodies that the infected began climbing over the heap. The hidden spikes no longer slowed them. The first ones reached the main wall braces and began beating themselves against metal. The platform shuddered with each impact. Reyes came to Mercer with blood running from her eyebrow where something had struck her. Section 3 needs relief. Section 5 has 2 broken poles and 1 man down. Ammunition teams keep asking when they can fire. They can ask while they wait. Some of them are not going to wait much longer. Mercer looked down the platform. Fear was spreading through the rifle teams like cold through wet cloth. They had been trained, but training was a promise made before the screaming started. Now, each defender watched the wall shake and imagined it giving way. The rifles looked like salvation. That was how Rusk had planned it. Ford saw the same thing. He climbed onto an overturned crate near the center of the wall and shouted over the music. "Rifle teams, check chambers, but keep muzzles down. You fire without order, and you answer to me first. Not Mercer, but me. If the wall breaks, we need bullets. If you waste them now, you are not defending anyone. You are stealing from the next person who needs you." A man from St. Gabriel snapped back. You want us to stand here and die with full magazines? Ford turned on him. I want you to stand here and live, because you learned the difference between fear and orders. The man gripped his rifle hard enough that his knuckles turned white. For a terrible second, Mercer thought Ford had pushed too far. Then April's voice cut up from below. Tomas, your daughter is in barracks too. If you fire early because you cannot stand the noise, you are choosing your fear over her supper tonight. The man flinched as if struck. His rifle dipped. Ford looked down at April. She did not look back at him. She was already moving to the next injured fighter. May's voice came through the hand radio clipped to Ford's shoulder. Movement in the trees. West side. 3 men dragging something. Looks like a ladder frame or charges. They are using the truck to cover the sound. Mercer stepped closer. Can you stop them? Maybe. It will take shots. How many? 2, if they are polite. More say run. Mercer scanned the west side. The infected were thick at the north, thinner along the west ditch, which was exactly why men with equipment would move there. He looked toward the old drainage cut. If Rusk breached the west fence while the defenders were fixed on the north wall, he could pour fighters into the base before Mercer shifted enough people. Take them, Mercer said. May fired twice. The first man dropped behind a stump. The second twisted and fell across the object they were dragging. The third ran. May fired again. He vanished into brush. Mercer did not see him fall. The truck's song stuttered for the first time. Not because the speakers failed, but because the driver changed tracks. Another old cheerful tune blasted from the roof, louder than before. The infected surged as if the sound had teeth in them. Ford cursed under his breath. He knows we saw the west side. Yes, Mercer said. Now he will try to make us look somewhere else. The somewhere else came 10 minutes later. A flare rose from behind the tree line, arcing red through the gray sky. It burst above the south side of the base, where the crowd of infected was thinnest. Seconds later, gunfire cracked from the woods. Not at the walls. At the old fuel shed outside the inner yard. The fuel shed erupted in orange flame. Heat punched across the base. Smoke rolled upward, dark and oily, carrying the stink of diesel and burning rubber. Civilians screamed from the barracks, but the doors held. A fire team sprinted toward the blaze with sand buckets and blankets. April shouted for water crews to stay clear of the smoke. Ford started down the stairs before Mercer grabbed his sleeve. Stay on the wall. The fire will spread. April has it. You have this. Ford looked torn in half. Mercer leaned close so only he could hear. Command means not running to the thing that hurts most. It means staying where you're leaving would cost more. Ford's eyes flicked toward April again, then back to the wall. He nodded once, hard. The north barrier buckled. A whole section of rail tore loose as the body heap shifted beneath it. Infected surged upward, dozens at once, climbing over one another, arms snapping toward the platform. A defender screamed as fingers caught his ankle. Ford moved first. He hooked the man's belt and hauled him backward, while Reyes drove a spear down into the infected's face. 2 more climbed through the gap. Mercer raised his rifle. Rifle Team 1, he shouted. Controlled fire. Center gap. Now. 6 rifles cracked in disciplined rhythm. Not wild bursts. Not panic fire. 1 shot, breath, another shot. Heads snapped back. Bodies fell into the breach. The surge slowed, but did not stop. Mercer pointed to the reserve team. Sandbags and wire. Move. Men and women who had waited for hours exploded into motion. They dragged coils of wire, loose fencing, boards, and sandbags onto the platform. Under covering fire, they shoved the material into the gap from above, creating an ugly plug that trapped the climbing infected long enough for the pole teams to kill them one by one. The fire team below smothered the edge of the fuel blaze. Smoke still rose, but the flames no longer ran. Ford stood over the repaired gap, chest heaving, face spattered, eyes bright with the look of someone who had nearly lost control and had not. Mercer lowered his rifle. Good call. Ford laughed once without humor. I thought I was about to vomit. That can wait until after the wall holds. The boy wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and took up the hook tool again. Beyond the horde, the armored truck slowed. It stopped near the tree line, speakers still screaming. For the first time that morning, Mercer saw a man climb onto its roof behind the speaker cage. The man was large, even at distance, broad-shouldered, wrapped in a fur-lined coat, with a pale scarf at his throat. He raised both arms as if he were conducting the chaos. The man was Rusk. Mercer did not need anyone to confirm it. Some men announced themselves by the damage around them. Rusk turned toward the base and lifted a field glass to his eyes. For one cold second, Mercer felt the distance collapse. The warlord looked through smoke, music, dead bodies, and morning light, and Mercer knew they were seeing each other. Rusk lowered the glass and smiled. Then he pointed toward the west fence. The second attack began. The west fence did not have the strength of the north wall. It had been patched with scavenged mesh, corrugated panels, truck doors, rebar, and hope. The ground beyond it sloped into a shallow drainage run choked with brush. Mercer had hated that stretch from the first day they returned to the base. It offered cover too close to the perimeter, and there had not been time to clear it properly. Rusk had noticed. Men burst from the brush behind makeshift shields of sheet metal and plywood. They came low and fast, using the infected mass as cover on their right and smoke from the burning fuel shed on their left. They carried hooks, axes, bolt cutters, and 2 long frames built from ladders lashed together. Behind them, the armored truck shifted again, speakers blasting hard enough to shake rust from old gutters. More infected followed the noise, veering toward the west side as if pulled by ropes. May's first shot dropped the man with the bolt cutters. Her second struck a shield and sparked away. The runners on the machine shop roof opened fire, but the attackers were clever. They did not bunch. They did not charge in a straight line. They moved in pairs and threes, each group covering another, exactly like people who had raided walls before. Ford saw it from the north platform and turned to Mercer. They know defenses. Rusk has taken settlements, Mercer said. He learned from survivors before he killed them. The words hardened Ford's face. Mercer pointed toward the stairs. Take Reyes and 8 from reserve. Hold the west fence. No pursuit beyond the line. If they breach, fall back to the motor pool choke point. Ford started to move, then stopped. You are not coming? Not yet. The west fence is the real push. It is one real push. Rusk wants me to believe it is the only one. Ford looked toward the far truck, then nodded. I will hold it. You will do more than hold it. You will make them regret picking it. Ford took off down the stairs with Reyes beside him, both calling names as they moved. The reserve team formed behind them. They carried rifles, poles, and 2 crates of old glass bottles stuffed with rags. Mercer had not wanted fire near the walls, but he had wanted fewer options, even less. The west fence screamed under impact before Ford reached it. A ladder frame slammed against the mesh. Men shoved it upward, creating a ramp over the outer tangle of wire. Infected pressed behind them, confused by the music and the living bodies, snapping at raiders as often as defenders. Rusk's men used that confusion brutally. They pushed infected toward the fence with hooked poles, turning the dead into pressure against the barrier. Ford arrived at the motor pool gate as the first ladder frame tipped over the top. Spears forward, he shouted. Rifles behind. Nobody steps past the yellow line. The yellow line was May's work, a chalk mark across the pavement where defenders still had room to retreat without tangling each other. People moved to it because they had practiced moving to it. The first raider climbed over the ladder frame and dropped inside the fence with an axe in his hand. Ford met him with the hooked tool. He caught the man's wrist before the axe came down, pulled, turned, and drove him face first into the pavement. Reyes struck the raider's skull with the butt of her rifle before he could rise. Another man came over behind him. A woman from St. Gabriel thrust a spear into his thigh, and Ford shoved him back into the fence where hands from the other side seized him. His scream was brief and terrible. Rusk's men hesitated. Ford used the heartbeat, cut the ladder ropes. 2 recruits rushed forward with hatchets. The ladder frame shook as they chopped the lashings. An infected tumbled from the top and landed inside the yard, jaw snapping. Ford stepped in, drove a knife through its temple, and kicked it away before it could clutch his boot. The frame collapsed outward, dropping 2 raiders into the dead packed below. Reyes looked at Ford as if seeing him again for the first time. Nice work. It was April's idea, Ford said. She hates things tied together badly. Reyes almost smiled, then fired past his shoulder. A raider on the outer side fell from the mesh. Across the yard, April kept the medical volunteers moving through smoke. She saw Ford at the west fence only in flashes. His shoulders, his hooked tool, his face turned toward the fight instead of her. Pride and terror rose together inside her, fierce enough to make her hand shake for half a second. She closed them around a roll of cloth until the shaking stopped. April, Dr. Halen said beside her, we need more clean water. Then take the north barrels, not the west. West lane stays open for runners. Ford is over there. April tied off a bandage on a woman's arm. That is why the lane stays open. The doctor gave her one quick look, then went to obey. On the machine shop roof, May crawled to a new angle while bullets snapped against the parapet. She hated staying high when her sister was below, and Ford was in the teeth of it. She hated being useful where she was almost as much as she hated the raiders. A man behind a metal shield raised a rifle toward the west gate. May breathed once, waited for the shield to dip, and fired. The man dropped. Another dragged him back by the collar. "You owe me, Ford," she muttered. The radio at her shoulder crackled. Ford's voice came through rough and breathless. "May, tell me you can see the brush pile near the culvert." She shifted and looked. "I see it." "Why?" "There is somebody important behind it. People keep looking there before they move." May adjusted her scope. Through smoke and brush she saw a narrow gap. A man crouched behind the pile with a hand radio, using a cracked mirror to look around the edge. He wore no armor, only a brown coat and gloves dark with grease. Not a leader in clothes, but a leader in function. A coordinator. "I have him," she said. "Can you take him?" "Not clean. Mirror only." Ford ducked as a bullet hit the wall near his head. "Make him show himself." May's grin was not kind. "Gladly." She fired into the mirror. Glass burst. The man jerked back, startled enough to raise his head. May fired again. He fell into the brush and did not rise. Outside the fence, the raiders lost rhythm almost at once. Two groups moved at the same time and ran into each other. A ladder frame turned too early and caught on wire. One man shouted at another and the infected surged toward the voices. Ford saw the shift. Push them off the fence. Poles, now. The defenders drove long poles through the gaps, not stabbing this time, but shoving. Raiders who had pressed close to cut wire found themselves forced backward into the infected. The dead did the rest. Men screamed. Axes fell. Shields dropped. The second ladder frame collapsed before it reached the top. Rusk's west push broke. It did not end. The infected kept coming. Without the raiders guiding them, they pressed blindly into the fence until panels bent inward. Ford's team braced the weak spots with their bodies and sandbags. The fight became ugly labor. They pushed, struck, dragged, blocked, killed, replaced the exhausted, hauled away the hurt, and did it again. Mercer watched from the north platform, measuring the whole field. Ford had contained the west attack. The north wall still held. The fuel fire was under control. The civilians had not spilled into panic. Rusk's first plan had failed to break them. That meant the next plan would be meaner. The warlord remained on top of the truck, easy to see now because he wanted to be seen. He gestured to his men with theatrical sweeps of his arms. He looked less like a commander than a preacher at a feast. His confidence bothered Mercer. The west attack had cost him people and gained him nothing, yet he did not look angry. May's voice came over Mercer's radio. "I can see him. Give me permission." Mercer lifted his own binoculars. Rusk stood behind a screen of metal bars welded around the roof platform. May might hit him. She might not. Even if she did, the range was poor, the angle worse, and Rusk might have planned around that shot. "Negative," Mercer said. A hiss of frustration answered. "He is standing right there. That is why you do not shoot." Rusk raised a horn to his mouth. His voice came through an amplifier mounted under the speaker cage, distorted by static but still understandable beneath the music. "People of the fort," he called. "You are brave. I admire brave people. I keep them longer. Send out your guns and your women, and I will let the children live. Send out the old soldier, and I will make it quick." The yard went still in places where fear had room to hear. Mercer took the radio from his belt and switched to the bass speaker line. His voice carried from the wall horns, lower than Rusk's, steadier, without music beneath it. "This is Sergeant Daniel Mercer." "The answer is no." Rusk laughed through the amplifier. "One word from an old flagman. I expected more." Mercer looked at the people on the wall, at Ford by the west fence, at April near the infirmary, at May's shape on the roof, at Reyes standing beside the chalk line. Then he pressed the transmit button again. "You brought dead men to do your fighting because living ones keep failing you. That tells me what kind of army you have." A murmur moved across the defenders. Some laughed despite themselves. Rusk's smile faded. Mercer continued. "You are outside the wall because you cannot take it. Stay there as long as you like. We have work to do." He handed the radio back to a runner before Rusk could answer. May's voice came through a smaller radio again, quieter now. That made him mad. "Good. Angry men get honest." Rusk climbed down from the truck roof. Men gathered around him. The song kept screaming, but the vehicle turned slowly, repositioning toward the old service road that curved behind the base. Mercer watched it move, and the pieces finally slid into place. The north wall was pressure. The west fence was measurement. The speech was bait. The real path was the rear service road, where the terrain dipped out of sight behind maintenance sheds and old drainage walls. Rusk was not trying to enter through the front. He was trying to fix every defender in place while a smaller force came through the back. Mercer keyed the radio. "Ford, leave Reyes at the west fence and come to the command room. Bring April and May." Quietly. Ford answered after one breath. "You found him." "I found where he wants us blind." Mercer looked beyond the base, past the smoke and bodies, toward the rear service road hidden behind trees. "Now we make him blind first." The command room felt smaller when the wolf pack entered it, not because the room had changed, but because the decision waiting inside had weight enough to press the walls inward. Outside, the siege continued. The music still battered the base. The north wall still shook under infected pressure. The west fence still rang with impacts. Runners came and went with reports, each one worse in some small way. A brace splitting, a fighter collapsing from exhaustion, a child in the shelter refusing to stop screaming, smoke pushing through cracks in the infirmary shutters. Mercer did not sit. He stood over the map with one finger on the rear service road. "Rusk is shifting a strike force here," he said. "The terrain hides them until they reach the maintenance gate. If they cut through while our main lines are fixed north and west, they can open the base from inside." April looked toward the wall where the rear gate was marked. "How many?" "Unknown. Enough that he kept them hidden." May wiped suet from her cheek with the back of her wrist. "Then we reinforce the rear. If we do it openly, he sees the shift and changes the angle. If we pull too many from the walls, the infected do his work for him." Ford leaned over the map. "You want a small team out through the drainage tunnel? We get behind the strike force before they reach the gate." Mercer looked at him. "Yes." The room went quiet. April's eyes moved from Mercer to Ford. "Small team meaning us." "Yes," Mercer said. May's mouth tightened into a hard line. "We leave everyone else inside, while the horde is at the walls. Reyes holds the west. Alvarez holds North Section 3. Dr. Halen keeps the infirmary running. Eileen and the runners keep orders moving. They know what to do." Ford stared at the map, and Mercer watched the battle inside him. The boy wanted to be where every scream was. He wanted to stand between April and danger, between the children and the dead, between Mercer and any bullet meant for him. Want had nothing to do with what needed doing. "How do we get out without being seen?" Ford asked. Mercer moved his finger to a drainage line near the old laundry building. Tunnel under the rear ditch. It was built for storm runoff before the base expanded. Grate is inside the wire. Outlet is beyond the second slope, hidden by brush. We used it to run cables years ago. It will be cramped, filthy, and possibly full of dead rats. May grimaced. "Finally, a luxury route." April gave her a sharp look. "Can we move weapons through it?" "Light only," Mercer said. "Rifles, pistols, knives, grenades if we have them wrapped. No heavy packs. No long poles." Ford looked up. "How much ammunition?" "Enough to win quickly or die trying. Not enough to start a separate war." May reached for a crate by the table and began sorting magazines. "That is a terrible slogan." "It is a terrible situation." April turned toward the infirmary reports pinned near the door. She looked at the list of injured names. Mercer knew what she was thinking. If she left, people would bleed without her. If she stayed, Ford might walk into the rear woods without her. Duty cut in more than one direction. Mercer softened his voice by a fraction. "April, Halen can run the infirmary. He is slower than you, but steady. You are better with a rifle than half the wall and better at reading people than anyone here. I need you outside." She nodded, but her eyes stayed on the names. "Give me 2 minutes to hand off the worst cases." "You have one." She left at once. Ford watched her go. May watched Ford. Mercer watched both of them and said nothing. When the door closed, May stepped close to Ford and lowered her voice. "Do not do anything stupid because my sister is outside the wall with you." Ford looked offended. "I do not need that warning." "You absolutely need that warning. You look at her like she is the last clean thing in the world." "It is sweet. It is also dangerous." Ford's ears reddened despite the dirt on his face. "This is not the time. That is why I am saying it now. If you freeze, I will kick you in the knee and tell her later." Mercer picked up his rifle. If the two of you are finished conducting family counseling, we have a warlord to disappoint. May smiled without humor. Yes, Sergeant. April returned less than a minute later with a medical satchel across her chest and a rifle in her hands. Her face had changed. The healer had not vanished, but the fighters stood in front of her now. They moved through the base without fanfare. Mercer did not allow goodbyes. Goodbyes made people look too long. The four of them crossed behind stacked crates, moved through the laundry building, and entered the maintenance basement where the air smelled of mildew and rust. Above them, the siege pounded on. Below, the tunnel waited behind a grated opening half hidden by broken pallets. Ford and May lifted the grate while Mercer covered the stairwell. April slipped inside first, small enough to move quickly through the pipe. Ford followed. May went next, muttering about every spider in North America. Mercer entered last and pulled the grate back into place behind him. The drainage tunnel swallowed sound differently. The music became a dull heartbeat through concrete. Water dripped somewhere ahead. Their boots scraped along the curved floor. The pipe forced them into a crouch that made Mercer's knees complain at once. He ignored the pain and moved forward, one hand on the wall, rifle tight against his chest. Halfway through, April stopped. Ford almost bumped into her. "What is it?" She raised a hand. They listened. At first, Mercer heard only water and the distant song. Then came a faint scrape ahead, beyond the bend. Metal against concrete. May's whisper floated back. "Please tell me that is a rat with tools." Mercer touched Ford's shoulder, then pointed. Ford passed the signal forward to April. They lowered themselves almost flat and moved inch by inch. The tunnel curved, and the outlet grate came into view as a gray square of weak daylight. A man crouched outside it with bolt cutters. He was alone, but not for long. Mercer could hear voices beyond him, low and urgent. Rusk had found the drainage outlet. Of course he had. Good raiders looked for holes before they looked for gates. The cutter blades closed around the grate. April moved first. She drove her knife through the opening and into the man's hand. He gasped, not quite a scream. Ford surged forward, grabbed the grate from inside, and yanked. The man lost balance and struck his face against the bars. May reached through with her pistol angled low and fired once into the dirt beside his head. "Quiet," she whispered, fierce as a snake, "or the next one is not a warning." The man froze, shaking. Mercer crawled close enough to see him. He was young and scared, with grease on his jaw. A raider, but not one with command in his bones. "How many at the gate?" Mercer asked. The man said nothing. April twisted the knife slightly, not deeper, just enough to remind him pain had a language. "How many?" 12, he hissed. "Maybe 14. I do not know. I was told to cut the grate and wait." "Where's Rusk?" Ford asked. The man's eyes flicked left. May smiled. "Thank you." Mercer reached through the bars, seized the man's collar, and pulled his face close. "Run into the trees and keep running. If you warn them, you die with them." The man needed no second invitation. He stumbled away, clutching his hand, and vanished into brush. Ford looked at Mercer. "You let him go. He was not worth a bullet. He could still warn them. Fear is faster when it runs away from the fight. He will not stop until he forgets our faces." They cut the grate from the inside with a small saw and slipped out into the brush. The world above was chaos. Smoke drifted through the trees. The music screamed from the truck somewhere to the north. Infected moaned in clusters beyond the slopes, drawn between the speakers and the living noise at the walls. Gunfire cracked in distant bursts. The sanctuary was less than a quarter-mile away, but from outside it looked like a besieged island in a gray sea. Mercer led them low along the drainage run. The ground was slick with mud, thawed by morning heat and churned by boots. Ford pointed out tracks without being asked. Heavy prints. Men moving in a line. Two carrying something between them. One print deeper on the right side. Maybe a limp or heavy equipment. April found a strip of cloth caught on brush, dark green, torn from a coat. May found a spent casing still warm enough to smell. They reached a rise above the rear service road and eased onto their stomachs. Below, Rusk's strike force gathered behind a line of abandoned maintenance trucks. There were more than 12. Mercer counted 18 immediately, then 2 more near the trees. They carried rifles, cutting tools, and satchel charges made from scavenged explosives, taped around metal canisters. They had a guide pointing toward the rear gate, and a heavy man beside him wearing a fur-lined coat. Rusk was there. Not on the truck. Not at the show. Here, with the knife meant for the back. Ford's breath slowed beside Mercer. "We can end it here." Mercer studied the men, the distance, the cover, the infected stragglers wandering near the road, and the satchel charges. We can try. May settled behind her rifle. I like try. Try sounds like permission. April looked to Mercer. Plan? Mercer pointed to the charges. Those cannot reach the gate. First priority. May takes the guide. Ford and April hit the men carrying charges. I take Rusk if he shows a clean line. After first shots, we move left into the rocks and make them think there are more of us. Short bursts. Change positions. Use the infected if they drift close. No hero runs. No chasing. Ford glanced at the sanctuary, where the north wall shook under the swarm, and if they still push through. Mercer chambered around. Then we stand in the road until they do not. For a moment, none of them spoke. There were 4 people in mud and brush against a warlord's hidden knife. The old America, the young future, 2 sisters raised by a soldier father, and a boy who had once believed everyone near him died. The wolf pack was not a joke anymore. It was the thing between the sanctuary and ruin. Mercer lifted one finger. The others found their targets. He dropped his hand. The woods opened fire. May's first shot struck the guide before the man finished pointing. He folded beside the service road, map spinning from his hand into the mud. Ford fired a heartbeat later, hitting the raider carrying the forward satchel. The explosive bundle dropped from the man's grip and slid beneath a truck. April's shot took the second carrier in the shoulder and spun him hard enough that the charge flew from his hands into the brush. Mercer fired at Rusk. The warlord moved at the last instant, shoved by one of his men or saved by the instinct that kept predators alive. Mercer's bullet clipped the metal buckle at Rusk's chest and tore the fur from his coat. Rusk fell backward behind the maintenance truck, not dead but no longer smiling. The road exploded into panic. Raiders shouted. Rifles swung toward the rise. May fired again, then rolled left. Ford and April shifted right behind a fallen log. Mercer crawled back from his first position before return fire shredded the brush where his head had been. Bullets snapped through branches and slapped mud. Bark burst from trees and paled chips. The strike force fired at ghosts because Mercer had made sure ghosts were all they saw. Move, he ordered. They moved. May slid down the rear of the rise and sprinted bent low to a cluster of rocks. She fired twice from there, both shots fast, both meant to make the raiders turn. Ford and April advanced 10 yards along the drainage run, using smoke and brush, firing only when targets broke cover. Mercer stayed high enough to watch the whole road and low enough to remain hard to place. Rusk's men had numbers, but numbers became clutter when men were surprised. They had expected a gate, not a crossfire. They had expected defenders fixed inside, not 4 hunters outside. Their satchel charges lay out of reach, and the infected drawn by gunfire began drifting toward them from the north edge of the road. Rusk rose behind the truck and roared orders. His voice carried even without the amplifier. Move forward. Push through them. The gate is 50 yards. A raider grabbed the dropped charge from under the truck and ran toward the rear gate. Ford saw him and broke from cover. April hissed. Ford. He did not run blindly. That saved him. He moved in a low diagonal, fired once to force the carrier behind a rusted plow, then cut across behind a tree. The carrier came out the other side, charge against his chest. Ford hit him with the hooked knife he had taken from the west fence fight. The blade caught the strap, not flesh, and yanked the charge sideways. The raider stumbled. Ford drove his shoulder into him, slammed him against the plow, and tore the charge free. Another raider raised a rifle toward Ford's back. April shot him before he could fire. Ford looked over once, eyes wide. Move, April snapped. He moved. They fell back together as bullets chewed the plow. Ford dragged the charge behind him by its strap until Mercer shouted, "Leave it." Ford cut the fuse line and threw the charge into the mud. May's rifle cracked from the rocks. A raider near Rusk dropped. Then another shot sparked off the truck door inches from Rusk's face. May cursed loud enough for the nearest infected to turn toward her. Rusk pointed at the rocks. Aim there. Put fire there. 6 men obeyed. The rocks vanished under splinters and dust. May flattened herself behind them, teeth bared. A bullet punched through her sleeve and grazed the skin beneath. Heat flashed down her arm. She looked at the torn cloth, offended more than frightened. That was my good sleeve, she said. An infected stumbled out of the brush behind the men firing at her. It had once worn a mechanic's coverall. The name patch still clung to its chest in faded thread. It sank its teeth into a raider's neck before anyone noticed. The raider screamed, and the line broke apart. May rolled to a new angle and put 2 rounds into the men nearest the infected. Not to save them, to widen the tear. Mercer saw the opportunity. Drive them toward the dead. Ford and April shifted fire to the road's left side, forcing raiders away from the trucks. May shot low into the mud near their feet, making them flinch right. Mercer struck anyone who tried to rally back toward Rusk. The infected, drawn by screams and gunfire, closed in from the north and east. Not enough to overrun the road, but enough to turn every step into a choice. Rusk understood too late. His men were being herded the way he had herded the dead. His raids changed shape. It became focused. He grabbed one of his own men by the collar, took the man's rifle, and shot him through the head when the man tried to run. The execution froze the others. "Forward," Risht shouted. "Kill 4 people or die under them." Mercer felt the road shift again. Fear had been turning Rusk's men loose. Now terror of their leader lashed them back together. They pushed toward the rear gate in a ragged line, firing as they came. Several infected fell under their shots. More staggered through the gaps. One raider reached the second satchel charge and lifted it. April fired and missed because a branch snapped down in front of her sights. Ford fired and hit the charge carrier in the leg. The man fell but kept crawling, dragging the explosive behind him with both hands. Another raider moved to cover him. Mercer had no clean shot. May was pinned. April was reloading. Ford started forward again. "No," Mercer barked. Ford stopped, but only because the order came from the deepest place in Mercer's voice. April finished reloading, rose to one knee, and fired twice. The covering raider went down. The carrier still crawled. April looked at Ford. She did not say anything. She did not need to. Ford drew the pistol Mercer had given him after the armory and took careful aim. The shot struck the fuse box taped to the satchel. The charge cracked apart without detonating, spilling powder and wires into the mud. Ford lowered the pistol slowly. April gave him one quick nod that meant more than praise. Mercer allowed himself half a breath of relief, then saw Rusk disappear behind the truck. "May," he said into the radio. "Find Rusk." Static. Then her voice answered with pain tucked under annoyance. "Working on it." Rusk had not retreated. Mercer knew it in his bones. Men like Rusk did not vanish from pride. They vanished from view because they were changing weapons. The answer came as a deep thump from behind the maintenance truck. A grenade launcher round struck the hillside above April and Ford. Dirt, roots, and stones burst outward. Ford went down. April vanished behind smoke. Mercer fired toward the truck, but Rusk was already moving. Another thump came. The second round struck the rocks near May, showering her in fragments. Mercer's radio screamed with static. "Report," he snapped. Ford coughed. "We're alive. April is up." May did not answer. Mercer's stomach tightened, but he did not look away from the road. "May, report." Nothing. Rusk stepped into view at last, grenade launcher in his hands, face blackened by smoke, scarf torn, grin gone. He was closer now, using the truck as moving cover while 2 men pushed beside him. He had realized the same thing Mercer had. The fight would not be won by killing everyone. It would be won by breaking the small team holding the road. Rusk aimed toward Ford and April. Mercer fired. His shot struck the launcher barrel, knocking it aside as Rusk pulled the trigger. The round flew wide and exploded near the tree line, throwing infected into pieces. Rusk stumbled, and Ford seized the moment. He rose from the smoke with blood on his forehead and fired twice. One of Rusk's escorts fell. April dropped the other. May's rifle cracked from the rocks. The shot hit Rusk in the side. Not enough to drop him, but enough to make him stagger behind the truck with a sound that was more animal than human. "I said I was working on it," May rasped over the radio. Ford laughed once, breathless and wild. "You took long enough." "Get better bait," she said. The strike force was failing now. Half were down. Several had fled into the trees where infected followed their noise. Others tried to surrender and were seized by the dead before anyone could decide what mercy looked like outside the wall. Rusk's hidden knife had broken before reaching the gate. Mercer rose to one knee. Push. The wolf pack advanced. They moved the way they had trained on empty roads and in ruined buildings. Ford and April crossed in short bounds, one covering while the other moved. May shifted from rock to tree, firing at hands, rifles, and legs when killing shots were not clear. Mercer anchored them, reading the field, cutting off angles, keeping Rusk's remaining men from forming anything that looked like courage. The road became mud, smoke, bodies, and screaming, An infected grabbed at Ford from beneath a truck. He crushed its skull with the butt of his rifle and kept moving. April dragged a fallen raider away from a satchel charge long enough to kick the explosive into a ditch. May shot a man climbing into the driver's seat of the maintenance truck. Mercer reached the dropped map and ground it under his boot as he passed. Rusk retreated toward the armored speaker truck, which had begun reversing through the trees to meet him. Its music still screamed, but now the song sounded less like a weapon and more like a machine that did not know its master was losing. Ford saw Rusk limping. He is running. He is repositioning, Mercer said. There is a difference. Rusk turned at the edge of the road, raised a pistol, and fired 3 times. One shot struck the tree beside April. One tore through Ford's coat. One hit Mercer in the vest hard enough to knock breath from him and drive him back a step. Ford shouted his name. Mercer stayed upright. The vest had caught the round, but pain spread across his ribs like fire under the skin. He forced air in and lifted his rifle. Rusk vanished into smoke before Mercer fired. The armored truck's rear doors opened. 2 men inside dragged Rusk up as infected closed behind him. May fired and hit one of the men. The other slammed the door. The truck lurched backward, crushing 2 infected under its wheels, speakers still blasting. Ford raised his rifle. Mercer pushed the barrel down. Save the rounds. He is getting away. Not far. The truck reversed toward the logging road, dragging the horde's attention with it. For the first time all day, the infected near the rear began turning away from the base. The music, that had been a curse, became a leash pulling the dead after Rusk's retreat. April reached Mercer and touched his vest where the bullet had struck. Her fingers came away without blood. Bruised? She asked. Annoyed, Mercer said. That is not a medical category. It should be. Ford looked toward the base. The north wall still stood, but smoke hung over it, and the dead still pressed against the fences. The west side had slowed, but not cleared. Rusk's strike force was broken, yet the siege was not over. May joined them, holding one arm tied against her side. Her sleeve was torn, and blood ran down her wrist in thin lines. April's face sharpened. You are hurt. It is a scratch with ambition, May said. Do not start. Mercer looked at the retreating truck, then at the broken road, then at the base fighting for breath behind them. We go back through the rear gate, he said. Move fast. Rusk's truck is pulling some of the infected off, but he left enough to keep killing. We clear the walls before he circles again. Ford looked into the trees where the music faded and returned in warped echoes. He will come back. Mercer started toward the rear gate. Then we make sure there's nothing left for him to come back with. The rear gate opened just wide enough to swallow them and slammed shut behind them with a clang that sounded like judgment. 2 defenders on the inside dragged the brace back into place while the wolf pack stumbled into the maintenance yard. For one strange second, the base felt quieter from inside, though the north wall still thundered and the music still clawed at the trees beyond the wire. Maybe it was only the relief of being behind metal again. Maybe it was the way people looked at them when they came through alive. A chair began near the rear gate. Mercer killed it with one luck. Save your air. North wall. Now. The cheer turned into motion. Ford grabbed a canteen from a passing runner, drank once, and handed it to May. She drank with her injured arm pressed against her ribs. April tried to pull the sleeve back to inspect the cut, but May stepped away. Wall first, May said. You are bleeding. So is the wall. April's anger flashed, but she let it go because May was right. That made it worse. They crossed the yard at a run. Smoke hung low, stinging eyes and turning the morning into a dirty dusk. The fuel shed had been reduced to black ribs and steaming puddles. Volunteers had cut a fire break around it by tearing away crates, dry boards, tarps, and anything else that could carry flame. The work had saved the inner yard, but the ground around the shed was slick with water, ash, and fuel. One wrong spark would still turn it ugly. At the north wall, the situation had changed. Rusk's retreat had pulled some infected toward the logging road, but the mass already at the ditch remained. The body heap had risen almost level with the lower platform. Defenders no longer struck downward from safety. They fought at arm's length, bases inches from dead hands. The ugly plug at Section 3 was failing. The wire sagged. Sandbags split. A rail had bent inward enough for infected to wedge shoulders through. Reyes stood at the breach with a hammer in one hand and a pistol in the other. Her voice was almost gone, but she still shouted orders. Alvarez held the line beside her with blood running down his neck from a scalp cut. Thomas, the man Ford had challenged earlier, had planted himself near the worst gap and was driving a spear with mechanical fury. Every few thrusts, he glanced toward Barracks 2. Mercer saw the whole problem at once. The wall would not fail everywhere. It would fail at Section 3. If Section 3 opened, infected would pour onto the platform, then down the stairs, then into the yard. The base would become a slaughterhouse by degrees. Ford, take 20 fighters and clear the body heap below Section 3. Use hooks, fuel, and fire. April, pull the injured off the platform and set a second line at the stairs. May, roof angle on the breach. Reyes stays in command until Ford is ready. May stared at him. Did you say fuel and fire? Small burn, and we keep it controlled. We make a fire break in the dead, not the base. That is the sort of thing people say before everything explodes. Then make sure it does not. She shook her head. I hate that this is reasonable. Ford was already moving. He gathered fighters who still had strength in their legs and fear enough to obey quickly. They took long hooks, chains, 2 cans of diesel, and bundles of oily rags tied to lengths of wire. Mercer went with them because he would not order the thing from a safe distance. They descended through a side sally port that opened into the narrow service trench between the main wall and the outer ditch. The smell hit first. Rotten meat, smoke, mud, hot metal, and death layered so thick it seemed to coat the tongue. Infected leaned over the ditch edge toward them, snarling. Defenders, above thrust pulls, to keep them back. Ford's team hooked bodies from the heap and dragged them sideways, opening channels to the piled dead. It was horrible work. Arms came loose. Heads rolled under boots. Blood mixed with slush and diesel. Living infected buried under the pile snapped awake when weight shifted off them. One grabbed a fighter by the pant leg and nearly pulled him down before Ford smashed it with a hammer. Keep pulling, Ford shouted. Do not look at faces. Look at hands. If hands move, crush the skull. If hands do not move, drag. Mercer heard himself in the boy's words and felt a strange grief under the pride. Every lesson he gave Ford had been meant to keep him alive. Every lesson also made the young man more capable of standing in places no one should have to stand. Above them, April cleared the platform. She and Dr. Halen moved the injured to the stair landing and set a second line with shields made from tabletops and truck doors. She did not have time to be gentle. She grabbed collars, slapped cheeks, pushed weapons back into hands, and told frightened people exactly where to stand. When one recruit began sobbing, she held his face between both hands. You can cry and hold the line at the same time, she told him. Choose both if you have to. He nodded through tears and lifted his shield. May took the machine shop roof again, despite April's glare. Her arm burned, but her aim remained clean. She shot infected that reached too far over the trench, and twice she fired into the far brush where Rusk's remaining men tried to creep back toward the west fence. The second man she shot dropped a signal flare that hissed red smoke into the ditch before dying out. Mercer, she called over the radio. West trees still have eyes. Not many. They are watching the burn set up. Let them watch. They may shoot when you light it. Then shoot better first. May exhaled through her teeth. I liked you more when you were quiet. Ford's team cleared the channels. Mercer judged the wind. It moved away from the wall, not toward it. Good enough. Nothing was perfect in a siege. Rags, he said. The oily bundles were thrown into the channels and hooked deeper beneath the upper layer of bodies. Diesel followed, not poured wild, but dripped in narrow lines. The aim was not a blaze. It was heat, smoke, and space. Burn the lower dead, collapse the heap, deny the climb. A bullet snapped against the wall near Ford's head. May fired once from the roof. No second bullet came from the trees. Mercer looked at Ford. Light it. Ford struck a flare and held it over the first rag. For half a second the flame was almost pretty, a small red tongue in all that gray. Then the fuel caught. Fire crawled along the channel, low and fast, eating into cloth, hair, and rot. Smoke poured upward. Infected recoiled from the heat, shrieking with dry voices. The body heap shifted as the lower layers burned and collapsed. Those climbing over it slid back into the ditch, tangled in one another. The defenders on the platform shouted. Not victory yet, but relief. Second channel, Mercer ordered. Ford lit it. More smoke. More heat. The ditch became a furnace line. The infected pushed by those behind still tried to climb, but the fire made the route unstable. Bodies gave way beneath them. The pressure at Section 3 eased. Then the wind changed. It did not swing fully toward the wall, but it curled, enough to push smoke into the service trench. Ford coughed hard. Two fighters stumbled. Mercer grabbed one by the collar and shoved him toward the sally port. Get out. Everyone out. They retreated through the trench as smoke thickened. An infected, half-burned and still moving, lurched through the haze toward Ford. He did not see it until April shouted from above. Ford turned too late to bring the rifle around. Mercer stepped in and took the thing with his shoulder, driving it into the wall. Its teeth snapped beside his face. He jammed his forearm under its jaw and punched his knife up through the skull. The infected dropped. Mercer shoved it away and nearly lost his balance. Ford caught him. For one breath, they stood in smoke and heat, the old soldier leaning harder on the young man than either wanted to admit. I had it, Ford said, coughing. You had smoke in your eyes. Still had it. Argue later. Move now. They made it through the sally port as the firebreak settled into a steady burn. The breach at Section 3 held. The defenders above began replacing the plug with heavier material, while the dead below flailed through heat and smoke. Rusk's living attack had failed. His hidden rear strike had failed. His horde weapon had been blunted. But the day was not over. The armored truck returned near mid-afternoon. It came from the logging road with one speaker blown, the other still screaming distortion. The song warped in and out, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, as if the machine itself were sick. The truck no longer herded a neat wave of infected. It dragged a ragged tail of them behind it, smaller than before but still dangerous. Its front plate was dented. One side smoked. Blood streaked the metal around the rear doors. Rusk stood through the roof hatch again. His coat was torn. One side of his body looked stiff from May's shot. He held the amplifier horn in one hand and a rifle in the other. Rage had stripped the showmanship from him. What remained was worse. Mercer, he roared through the horn. Old man, come out. The yard went quiet in pieces. Ford stepped beside Mercer on the platform. Do not answer him. Mercer watched Rusk through binoculars. He does not care about answer. He cares about attention. Rusk continued. I have taken towns bigger than your little fort. I have burned walls higher than yours. I have made soldiers kneel. You think because you taught children to hold sticks, you built a country. You built a pen. I am going to open it. May appeared on the stairs below, pale from blood loss and fury. Please, let me shoot him now. Range? Mercer asked. Ugly. Then no. Ford looked from Rusk to the truck. Why is he coming close again? He lost too many. April, who had joined them with smoke on her face and a strip of cloth tied around May's arm at last, answered before Mercer did. Because if he leaves now, every settlement that fears him hears he failed. Mercer nodded. He is not fighting for supplies anymore. He is fighting for the story people tell after today. Rusk raised his rifle and fired toward the wall. The shot went wide. It was not meant to hit. It was meant to announce. The truck accelerated, not toward the north wall, toward the west fence, where panels had been bent and patched after the morning fight. The infected tail followed, drawn by the broken speakers. Rusk meant to ram the weakened line, used the truck itself as the final battering ram, and let the dead flood through behind it. Mercer felt the shape of the last move settle over him. West fence, he said into the radio. All heavy rifles to west. Fire teams ready. Drivers to motor pool trucks. Ford, with me. April, inner choke point. May, roof. Reyes, north, stays held with melee. Nobody leaves north unless Reyes says so. Rusk's truck gathered speed over the rough ground. Metal shrieked. Speakers howled. The infected stumbled after it in a spreading wake. Ford ran beside Mercer down the stairs. How do we stop that thing? Mercer looked toward the motor pool, where two old cargo trucks sat behind barricades, patched, fueled, and ugly. We hit it before it hits us. Ford understood and looked at him as if you were insane. With our trucks? Unless you brought a tank and forgot to mention it. Those trucks barely start. Then they only need to start once. They reached the motor pool as Alvarez and two drivers ran from the maintenance shed. One truck coughed to life on the third attempt. The other spat black smoke and shook like it wanted to die out of spite. Mercer climbed into the first driver's seat before anyone could argue. Ford grabbed the door. You are not doing this alone. You are going to the second truck. It may not even move. Then make it move. Ford's face tightened. For an instant, the old bridge boy looked out again, terrified of being left behind by someone he had begun to need. Mercer saw it and hated that the battle had no room for comfort. Ford, he said, you wanted a gun. You got a command. Use it. Ford let go of the door. He ran to the second truck. The west fence loomed ahead. Beyond it, Rusk's armored vehicle barreled through smoke, speakers screaming, infected chasing, the warlord standing in the hatch like a man trying to ride the end of the world into somebody else's home. Mercer shifted into gear. The truck lurched forward. Part of him, the old lonely part from Fort Lincoln, almost laughed at the absurdity of it. 10 years guarding a dead flag, and here he was about to ram a warlord in a cargo truck older than some of the people depending on him. Then he saw the defenders at the west fence brace for impact. He saw April pulling people back from the inner lane. He saw May limping across the roofline for one more shot. He saw Ford's second truck cough, roll, stall, then roar alive behind him. Mercer pressed the pedal down. The last move of the seeds began in the space between two charging machines. The cargo truck shook so hard Mercer felt every bolt through the steering wheel. The engine screamed under him, old and furious, as if the machine had resented years of inspections without purpose, and now intended to spend all that saved anger in one final run. The windshield was cracked. Smoke from the yard smeared the glass. Through it, he saw Rusk's armored vehicle coming toward the west fence, larger with each heartbeat. The plan was simple in the way desperate things were simple. Mercer would strike the front quarter of Rusk's truck before it reached the weakest panels. Ford's second truck would hit the rear angle if he could get there in time. The impact did not need to destroy the armored rig. It needed to turn it, slow it, jam it sideways before the fence took the full force. After that, the defenders would have seconds to finish what the collision started. Seconds were sometimes enough. Rusk saw Mercer coming. The warlord lowered himself into the roof hatch, then rose again with the amplifier horn, as if he could not resist being witnessed. His mouth moved. Mercer could not hear the words over the engines and the ruined music. He did not need them. Rusk wanted fear. Rusk wanted spectacle. Rusk wanted the old soldier to swerve. Mercer did not swerve. Bullets struck the cargo truck. One punched through the hood and sent a sharp hiss of steam across the windshield. Another spittered the passenger window. Mercer leaned low but kept his hands steady. Men near the west fence fired from behind sandbags, aiming at the armored truck's tires and speaker mounts. Sparks flew from welded plates. One speaker tore loose and bounced across the ground, still squealing until an infected fell on it. Ford's voice burst over the radio clip near the dash. "I am behind you, left side. Engine is bad but moving." Mercer did not answer. He needed both hands. Rusk's driver tried to angle away at the last moment. That mistake saved the fence. It also exposed the front wheel assembly. Mercer turned into it. The collision smashed the world white. Metal folded. Glass burst. The steering wheel slammed into Mercer's chest. His head snapped forward and back. The cargo truck's front end crumpled against the armored rig with a roar that drowned the music for half a second. Rusk's vehicle lurched sideways, its front wheel twisting under it, momentum dragging the rear toward the fence at an angle instead of straight on. Then Ford's truck hit the back. The second impact drew Rusk's rig fully sideways. It skidded across mud and dead grass, tearing a trench in the ground, and slammed into the outer barricade broadside. The weakened west fence buckled but did not open. Panels shrieked. Posts bent. Sandbags burst. The armored truck came to rest wedged against the barrier, blocking the very path it had meant to break. For one breath, everything stopped. Mercer tasted blood from a split lip. His ears rang. Steam filled the cab. He tried to move and found the crushed door jammed near his knee. Pain flared across his ribs from the earlier bullet strike and the real impact. The engine coughed once and died. Beyond the cracked windshield, Rusk's truck rocked as infected slammed into its rear. The broken speakers still made sound, but now it was a distorted howl, drawing the dead toward the trapped vehicle instead of the fence. Good, Mercer thought. Use your own leash. The driver's side of Rusk's truck opened. A raider stumbled out and was taken by infected before he made 3 steps. Another tried to climb through the roof hatch. May shot him from the machine shop roof. The body fell back inside. Ford's voice came faintly from outside. "Mercer, answer me. Mercer, say something." Mercer shoved his shoulder against the door. It did not move. He looked for his rifle. It had been thrown under the dash, out of reach. He found his pistol near his boot and dragged it up with 2 fingers. The passenger door tore open. For half a second he thought Ford had reached him. Then Rusk filled the opening. The warlord's face was streaked with blood and soot. One eye had swollen nearly shut. May's earlier shot had darkened his side, but he moved on rage and size. He grabbed Mercer by the front of his vest and hauled him sideways against the crushed console. "Old flag man," Rusk growled. "You should have stayed alone." Mercer drove the pistol toward him, but Rusk caught his wrist and slammed it against the dash. The pistol fired into the floor. Rusk hit him in the face with a fist like a hammer. The cab tilted and blurred. Mercer tasted more blood. Outside, Ford shouted again, closer. Rusk heard him and smiled through broken teeth. "Your boy sounds afraid." Mercer shifted his grip, trapped Rusk's wrist under his arm, and drove his forehead into the warlord's nose. Rusk roared and pulled back. Mercer punched him in the side where May's round had struck. Rusk's breath hitched, but he did not fall. He grabbed Mercer by the throat and squeezed. The world narrowed. Mercer had been younger, faster, and stronger once. He had fought men in deserts, alleys, barracks, checkpoints, and streets that no longer had names on any map. Age had taken some things from him. It had not taken the knowledge of where bodies broke. He let his own weight sog, as if fading. Rusk leaned in harder, eager to watch life leave his eyes. Mercer brought his knee up into the warlord's injured side, then slammed the heel of his hand under Rusk's chin. The grip at his throat loosened enough for air to tear back in. Ford appeared behind Rusk and drove the butt of his rifle into the warlord's back. Rusk twisted, seized Ford by the coat, and threw him against the side of the truck. Ford hit hard, lost the rifle, and dropped to one knee. Rusk pulled a knife from his belt and turned toward him. Mercer shoved through pain, grabbed a length of broken mirror bracket from the cab frame, and drove it into Rusk's thigh. The warlord bellowed. Ford rolled aside as the knife came down, missing him by inches. He kicked Rusk's injured leg. April arrived from the inner lane and fired at a raider climbing from the roof hatch, dropping him back into the truck before he could shoot into the fight. "Ford," she shouted, tossing him his rifle. He caught it, but Rusk was already moving again. The warlord staggered away from the passenger door, out into the narrow space between the crashed vehicles and the fence. Infected crowded on the other side, arms reaching through bent mesh. Defenders above the west line fired controlled shots to keep them from climbing over the truck. Rusk grabbed a fallen raider's shotgun from the mud and aimed toward April. Ford fired first. The shot struck Rusk's shoulder and spun him. The shotgun blast went wild, shredding the side of the cargo truck. Mercer hauled himself from the cab and fell to the mud, landing hard on one knee. He forced himself up as Rusk turned back toward Ford, refusing to drop. May's rifle cracked from the roof. Rusk's shotgun flew from his hands. April moved in with a short blade. Rusk backhanded her hard enough to knock her sideways. Ford's face changed. He rushed, but not blindly this time. He feinted high, stepped inside Rusk's reach, and drove his shoulder into the injured side. Rusk grunted and wrapped one massive arm around Ford, lifting him off his feet. Mercer staggered forward, but he was too slow. April recovered first. She struck Rusk behind the knee with a piece of rebar. May fired into the mud at his foot, close enough to make him flinch. Ford used the shift, hooked his arm around Rusk's neck, and brought his weight down. The warlord stumbled backward into the bent fence. Dead hands seized him through the gaps. Rusk roared and fought like an animal caught in a trap. He tore one arm free, then another hand caught his coat. Teeth snapped against the metal inches from his face. Ford scrambled back. April grabbed Ford by the collar and hauled him clear. Rusk looked at Mercer then, and for the first time there was no smile, no performance, no kingdom in his eyes. Only hatred and the dawning knowledge that he had brought the dead too close. "Help me," Rusk said. It was not a plea. It was an order from a man who had forgotten the world no longer owed him obedience. Mercer stood in the mud with blood on his mouth and smoke around his shoulders. No, this time it was not a one-word answer in a speech. It was a verdict, joined to action. Mercer lifted his pistol and shot the fence latch above Rusk's shoulder. The bent section sprang inward under the weight behind it. The dead took the warlord. Rusk's final scream vanished beneath the horde he had summoned. For a moment nobody moved. The infected surged into the narrow gap around the truck, blocked by its bulk and the angled fence. Defenders shouted from the wall. Reyes's voice came over the radio, hoarse but alive. "West breach contained by the vehicle." Repeat, "Breach contained by the vehicle. We can seal behind it if you keep the dead pinned." Mercer looked at Ford, April, and May. All three were filthy, bleeding in small places, shaken in larger ones, and alive. "Then pin them," Mercer said. The next hour became the hardest labor of the day. With Rusk dead and the armored truck wedged in the fence, the remaining raiders broke. Some ran into the woods and were chased by infected drawn by the fading speakers. Some threw down weapons and begged at the outer line. Mercer did not open the gate for them while the dead still crowded it. Mercy could not be allowed to become murder for the people inside. He ordered their weapons kicked away with poles and told them to climb the nearest truck roofs if they wanted to live until the horde thinned. Two did. One made it. The other slipped and disappeared under gray hands. Inside the base, defenders sealed the west fence around the wreck with wire, beams, chains, and a cargo container dragged by the second truck after Ford coasted back to life. Fire teams burned the dead pressed against the outer side in narrow strips. Rifle teams spent bullets carefully, taking only those that threatened the workers. Pole teams stood behind them, ready for any infected that slipped through the smoke. Mercer refused treatment until the west side held. April called him stubborn, reckless, and several other things in a voice too controlled to be casual. He told her to save the lecture for Ford, who had actually been reckless. Ford opened his mouth to object, saw April's expression, and closed it again. May laughed, then winced and accused both of them of making her arm hurt. The sky darkened toward evening before the last large cluster at the west fence fell quiet. The north wall still needed clearing. The ditch still smoked. Bodies lay in heaps. The yard was scarred by tire tracks, ash, broken weapons, and blood. But the music had stopped. The armored truck was dead metal. Rusk was gone. His warband was scattered, captured, or fed to the thing he had tried to command. At sunset, Mercer climbed the north wall one more time. He moved slowly. His ribs burned. His throat ached where Rusk had squeezed. One eye had begun to swell. April had cleaned the split at his lip despite his complaints. Ford climbed beside him, quieter than usual, carrying 2 cups of water. He handed one to Mercer. Below, people moved through the wreckage with stunned purpose. Reyes organized counts. Alvarez checked the fence braces. Dr. Halen and April worked near the infirmary under lantern light. May sat on an ammunition crate with her arm wrapped and a rifle across her knees, refusing to leave the yard until April threatened to drug her. Ford looked out over the field where smoke lifted from the dead. We won. Mercer drank water. It tasted like metal and smoke. We survived. Winning takes longer. Ford considered that, then nodded. Rusk is dead. His men saw it. Others will hear. Yes, that makes us safer. For a while. It also makes us known. Ford rested his forearms on the wall. Then we need to become worth knowing. Mercer looked at him. The young man stared over the ruined field, and there was no bridge boy in his face now. There was grief, exhaustion, love. He did not know how to hide, and something more dangerous than all of them. There was vision, not a dream, not foolish hope, but the first hard outline of a future. People are out there, Ford said. Not just raiders, not just the dead. People like the ones at St. Gabriel. Small groups, families, and recruits who never had a command. Settlements waiting for someone worse than Rusk to find them. If we stay behind the walls forever, we become another fort, waiting to die. Mercer felt the old flag at Fort Lincoln move in his memory, faded almost white, still standing against an endless wind. Careful, he said. That sounds like a mission. Ford looked at him. Maybe that is what people need. Mercer watched the smoke rise into the darkening sky. The world had taken the country apart piece by piece. It had taken command, roads, cities, law, and almost every name that once held them together. But here, inside battered walls, people had stood together against the dead and the living. They had held. That meant something. The night after the siege settled over the sanctuary slowly, full of groans, prayers, hammer strikes, and quiet crying. Nobody celebrated. Not yet. Too many had died. Too many were hurt. Too much work remained before morning. But for the first time since Mercer left Fort Lincoln, he felt something larger than survival press its hand against his back. Not peace. Not victory. It was direction. He looked at Ford beside him and knew part of his duty had changed shape again. The last soldier was no longer guarding a dead post. He was teaching others how to build one that might live. Far beyond the smoking field, in the black woods where Rusk's broken men had fled, something howled. Maybe an infected. Maybe an animal. Maybe a man who had learned too late that fear was a poor kingdom. Mercer did not move from the wall. Neither did Ford. Behind him, the sanctuary kept breathing. Morning came slowly, as if even the sun had to decide whether the sanctuary was worth touching again. The eastern sky opened in layers of gray, then dull gold, then a weak blue washed thin by smoke. The field outside the north wall looked nothing like land anymore. It was a churned basin of black mud. Broken grass, splintered rails, spent shells, and bodies packed so tightly that the earth itself seemed to have risen in anger during the night. The armored truck burned near the ditch, its welded plates glowing dull red beneath the ash. Its speakers had finally gone silent. The absence of that shrieking song was so complete that people kept turning their heads, expecting it to return. Mercer stood on the wall until his legs felt carved from old wood. His hands were black with soot and stiff with dried blood that was not his own. Every joint hurt. His eyes burned from smoke, wind, and too many hours spent watching for the next moving shape. Beside him, Ford leaned on the rail with both hands wrapped around a metal brace. He did not speak. April sat below near the infirmary steps, back against a concrete pillar, her face turned toward the line of injured people still waiting to be seen. May was on the gatehouse roof, rifle across her knees, asleep sitting up with her chin near her chest. Nobody cheered when the last infected stopped moving. There had been no clean end to the siege. It had faded through exhaustion, through final strikes, through voices going hoarse, through the terrible labor of making sure that nothing in the heaps outside the walls still crawled. People had kept fighting long after courage became too grand a word for what held them upright. They fought because the person beside them was still standing. They fought because children were locked in the inner barracks. They fought because Mercer had told them the wall would hold, and for reasons many of them did not understand, they believed him enough to act as if it were true. Now the wall had held. The cost waited below it. Reyes climbed the steps with a notebook tucked under one arm. Her left sleeve had been cut away, and a cloth wrap circled her forearm. Her face had the hard blankness of someone who had counted the living and the dead too many times in one morning. Report, Mercer said, though he hated the word when used for grief. Reyes opened the notebook. 8 dead from the wall teams, 3 from medical later in the night, 17 with serious injuries. 42 light injuries, though half of those people lied about how light. The north outer fence has gone from post 4 to post 9. West fence has 2 breaches patched with vehicles and scrap plate. Gate hinges strained but not broken. Water tanks are intact. Fuel stores are intact. Armory intact. Food stores intact. South generator runs rough but runs. We lost 2 mules, 1 truck, most of the north spike line, and about 1/3 of the pole weapons. Ammunition use was lower than expected. Ford's order held. May's roof team spent rounds only when they had to. We are not rich, but we are not empty. Ford let out a breath that might have been relief if it had not sounded so tired. Mercer looked across the smoking field. Rusk's survivors? Scattered. Maybe 12 made it into the woods. Maybe fewer. 2 were found near the creek before dawn. They chose not to surrender. Mercer nodded once. He did not ask for details. Men who built kingdoms out of fear often died trying to scare the last person in front of them. That was not tragedy. It was waste. Reyes looked toward the infirmary. People are waiting for you to speak. They need sleep more than words. They need both. They need to know this night meant something besides being lucky. Ford turned his head. She is right. Mercer looked at him. The young man was pale under the grime, but his eyes were clear. There was a fresh cut along his temple, shallow but ugly, and dried red speckled his cheek. He had been 17 when Mercer found him trapped on that bridge, making jokes because terror had left him no better tool. Now he stood like someone other people would lean on without asking permission. You have something to say? Mercer asked. Ford seemed to weigh the answer. I have things to say, but they need to hear them from you first. Mercer almost smiled. That is a dangerous kind of patience. April says I am learning it late. April is correct about many things. Ford glanced down at her. Even exhausted, the glance carried warmth. April looked up as if she had felt it, and gave him a tired look that told him to stop staring and find a useful job. Ford straightened at once. Mercer saw it, and for one brief moment amid the smoke and ruin, the old sergeant felt something dangerously close to amusement. A runner came from the inner yard, followed by more people. Word moved faster than orders. They came out of the barracks in small groups. First the recruits, then the families from St. Gabriel, then the mechanics, medics, cooks, farmers, children, and the elderly who had spent the night listening to the base shake. Some carried tools because nobody knew how to stand empty-handed anymore. Some held each other. Some stared through the gate toward the field and wept quietly. Mercer descended the wall steps. The courtyard grew still as he crossed it. He stopped near the old flagpole in the center of the yard. The flag there had been patched from pieces found in storage rooms and footlockers. Its colors were faded and mismatched. Some stripes were newer cloth than others. The blue field was almost gray. It was not a regulation flag, and under the old rules Mercer would have corrected that. Under the new rules, it was perfect. He turned to face them. For once, the silence did not feel empty. It felt like a room waiting for a foundation stone. "Last night," Mercer said, "you were attacked by a man who thought fear was command. He believed noise could make you panic. He believed the dead could be used to break the living. He believed people who had lost the old world would be too weak, too hungry, and too scared to stand together." The crowd listened without moving. "He was wrong," Mercer said. "He was wrong because a wall is not made only from metal and concrete. It is made from the hands that repair it, the people who refuse to abandon it, and the discipline to hold when terror tells you to run." You held. The recruits from St. Gabriel held. The families held. The medics held. The roof teams held. The gate teams held. Every person who carried water, dragged scrap, sharpened a blade, calmed the child, or stood a post helped keep this place alive. A woman near the front covered her mouth and lowered her head. Mercer let the moment breathe. "Do not mistake survival for victory. We have graves to dig. We have walls to rebuild. We have people out there who still do not know this place exists, and others who will hate us for existing. The world beyond that gate did not become safe because Rusk is dead, but something changed last night. We proved that people can be more than scattered camps, waiting for winter, raiders, or the infected to find them. We proved that duty still matters. We proved that order can return without cruelty. We proved that America did not die simply because its buildings fell and its government went silent." Ford looked up sharply. Mercer raised his voice, not loud enough to become a shout, but strong enough to carry to the walls. "America is alive anywhere. People defend each other, feed each other, teach each other, and refuse to become animals when the world gives them every excuse. It is alive here. It is alive in you. If we keep that alive, then this sanctuary is not the end of something. It is the first post on a road back." No one spoke at first. Then Reyes brought her fist to her chest. Not a salute exactly, but close enough to be understood. One by one, others did the same. Recruits did it. Civilians did it. Children imitated adults with solemn faces. Ford did it last, eyes fixed on Mercer. Mercer returned the gesture. The wind moved the patched flag above them. For a moment, despite the smoke, the blood, and the black field beyond the wall, it sounded almost like cloth over Fort Lincoln on a cold morning. The speech did not make the work lighter. By noon, the sanctuary had divided itself into crews, with the grim efficiency of people who understood that emotion had a schedule, and survival had a longer one. The dead were carried first, because Mercer would not let them lie under the open sky while repairs took priority. Sheets were found, then blankets, then canvas when the sheets ran out. A detail of recruits and civilians dug graves beyond the south yard, where the ground was soft enough to break with picks after fires had warmed it. Names were written twice, once in Reyes's notebook and once on strips of wood that April insisted be carved before sunset. "Nobody becomes a number here," she told the young man, helping her sort the markers. "Not after what they did for us." The young man nodded and wiped his face with the back of his wrist. He was not crying exactly. He was just too tired to stop his eyes from leaking. Mercer saw April kneeling over the markers and said nothing. Some commands were given by rank. Others were given by moral force, and April had more of that than she knew. He left her to it. The field outside the north wall took the longest. Infected bodies had to be dragged clear, stacked, searched for anything dangerous, and burned far enough from the water system that runoff would not poison the wells. It was foul, back-breaking work. Smoke rolled low across the ditch. Men gagged into cloth masks. Women cursed while pulling hooks through frozen mud. Older children carried buckets of lime with faces set too hard for their age. Nobody let the smallest children near the field. They had seen enough through windows. Ford commanded the outside crews under Mercer's eye, though Mercer gave fewer corrections than Ford expected. The first hour, Ford overmanaged every movement because fear of failing made him fill every silence with orders. Mercer let him stumble through it until Ford snapped at a man for dragging a body to the wrong pile and the man looked close to breaking. Mercer stepped beside him. "Walk with me." Ford followed him behind a ruined truck where the others could not hear. "I know," Ford said before Mercer spoke. "I pushed too hard. That is not the lesson." Ford blinked. "Then what is?" "You pushed because you felt guilty for living and wanted work to punish you. Command is not punishment. If you use it that way, everyone under you pays for your conscience. The words landed with visible force. Ford looked toward the ditch, then down at his hands. "They died while I lived," he said. "That happens in every battle. You say that like it is supposed to help. It is supposed to be true. Help comes later, if it comes at all." Ford swallowed. "How do you carry it?" Mercer looked at the field. He thought of Fort Lincoln's barracks, of empty bunks, of names he had once tried to repeat aloud until grief made repetition impossible. He thought of soldiers and civilians who had depended on him, and how the world had taken them despite every rule he followed. He thought of the flag and the long years alone beneath it. "You do not carry all of it," he said at last. "You let duty carry part. You let other people carry part. You admit when the weight changes how you treat the living. Then you correct yourself before you become dangerous." Ford breathed out. "That sounds like a thing you learned the hard way." "Most useful things are learned that way." Ford nodded and returned to the crew. This time, his voice changed. He still gave orders, but he asked names. He checked hands. He moved the weakest workers to water duty before pride made them collapse. When a boy vomited behind the truck and apologized, Ford handed him a canteen and told him to sit for 5 minutes, then come back if he could. Mercer watched from the gate and allowed himself one short nod. Inside the walls, May took charge of salvage. She stripped useful gear from Rusk's ruined truck with a focus that bordered on joy. Speakers, cables, batteries, armor plate, chains, tools, fuel cans, and even the heavy bumper were removed, sorted, and marked. When one of Rusk's former prisoners asked why they were keeping parts from a machine that had brought so much death, May looked up from beneath the hood with grease across her cheek. "Because evil men do not get to decide what tools are for," she said. "Yesterday this thing carried fear. Tomorrow it can reinforce a gate." The prisoner considered that, then crawled beside her and helped loosen a bolt. April spent the afternoon moving between the infirmary and the graves. She was gentle with the dying and ruthless with the living, who tried to neglect themselves. She ordered Mercer to sit once while she checked the cut across his forearm, and he obeyed because everyone nearby had stopped working to watch whether he would. "You are enjoying this," he said as she cleaned the cut. "I am enjoying the lesson it teaches," April replied. "If the commander bleeds and still accepts care, the rest of these stubborn fools might try it too. My injury is minor. Your attitude is not." Ford laughed from nearby and tried to turn it into a cough when Mercer looked at him. May laughed openly from the truck. For a few seconds, the sound moved through the yard like something rare and fragile. People looked up from ugly work and remembered laughter was still legal. At sunset, the graves were ready. They gathered south of the main yard where the wind had calmed and the smoke was thinner. Mercer stood at the head of the line with Reyes on one side and Ford on the other. The names were read by April, not because she had rank, but because families asked her to. Her voice held until the sixth name, then roughened, then held again. May stood with her arms wrapped tightly across her chest. Ford kept his eyes on the ground until April reached the last marker. When the final name was spoken, Mercer stepped forward. He did not give another speech. The dead had earned more than a second attempt at inspiration. "They held the line," he said. "We will remember why." That was all. The bodies were lowered. Soil struck cloth. People prayed in different ways, or did not pray at all. An old woman from St. Gabriel sang a hymn in a trembling voice, and others joined because the melody gave grief a place to stand. Mercer did not know all the words. He stayed quiet and listened. Afterward, Ford found April near the markers. She had dirt on both knees and a smear of ash along her jaw. He stood beside her without speaking for a long time. "You were good today," she said. "I was not good this morning." "No, you were afraid this morning. There is a difference if you learn from it." Ford looked at her. "You always make it sound simple." "That is because I do not explain the parts that scare me." He turned fully toward her then. "What scared you today?" April looked across the fresh graves. How easy it was to imagine more of them. How hard it was to imagine a future where I am not washing blood from my hands every day. Ford wanted to answer too quickly and knew better. Mercer had taught him that silence could be discipline when words wanted to parade as courage. "I can imagine one," he said finally. April studied him. "Can you?" "Not clearly, but enough to work toward it." Her expression softened, then guarded itself again. "That is better than a promise you cannot keep." May passed behind them carrying a toolbox and called, "Do not ruin a nice moment by becoming poetic, Ford. You get strange when you try." Ford closed his eyes. "Your sister has no respect for history." April looked almost ready to smile. "My sister has kept me alive long enough to disrespect anything she likes." Across the yard, Mercer watched them from the shadow of the gatehouse. Reyes came to stand beside him. "He is growing," she said. "He has been growing since the bridge. I only noticed late." "You noticed? You just did not want to name it." Mercer looked at the grave line, then at Ford, April, and May, framed by the last light. "Names make things real." Reyes nodded. "That is why we carved them." The sanctuary settled into night under a patched wall, fresh graves and work lamps glowing against the dark. It had survived a siege. Now, it had to survive the harder task. It had to become worthy of those graves. Winter loosened its grip by inches. It began with water dripping from roof edges at midday, then mud sucking at boots in the training yard. Then the first pale weeds showing along the fence lines where burned ground met living soil. The sanctuary worked through all of it. The north wall rose stronger than before, plated with scavenged steel from Rusk's truck, and reinforced with beams dragged from collapsed warehouses. The west fence became a layered defensive wire, ditches, spike rails, and noise traps built under May's supervision. The gate was rebuilt so heavy that 2 people had to operate the manual crank. Mercer organized the base into standing crews. Wall watch, food, water, repair, medical, training, patrol, records, salvage, and education. Education was April's demand. She argued for it in the command room with Ford beside her and half the council looking as if she had suggested building a theater before fixing the latrines. "Children who only learn fear become adults who mistake fear for wisdom," she said. "They need reading, numbers, maps, history, and work skills. They need to know what was lost and what can be rebuilt." A mechanic named Voss rubbed his tired eyes. "We barely have paper." "Then we use walls, slate, charcoal, dirt, and memory," April said. "People learned before printers. We can manage after them." May leaned in the corner, cleaning a knife with slow care. "Also, if children learn numbers, they can count how many bolts Voss keeps losing." Voss pointed at her. "I lose nothing. The base eats hardware." For the first time since the siege, the room laughed without looking guilty. Mercer approved education as a standing duty. April tried not to look pleased and failed. Ford looked at her as if she had just taken a hill by force. Patrols began 2 weeks later. At first they were short loops, then longer sweeps to old farms, towns, ranger stations, and relay towers. The Wolf Pack led the first missions, not because Mercer enjoyed risking them, but because people needed to see the standard before they copied it. Ford took point when the terrain allowed it. May scouted ahead and returned with details others would have missed. April served as medic, negotiator, and the person most likely to keep Ford from turning every conversation into a command exercise. Mercer walked with them during the first patrols, then behind them, then not at all unless the route was new or dangerous. The first survivors they found were not heroic. They were 6 people hiding in a grain storage building east of the old highway. 2 families reduced by hunger, sickness, and distrust until every offer sounded like a trap. The father of one family held a shotgun with no shells and shook so badly the barrel rattled against the doorframe. "We are not coming out," he called. Ford stood in the open with his rifle slung and hands visible. "You do not have to come out today." The man blinked through the cracked door. "Then why are you here?" "To tell you there is a place with walls, medicine, and food if you choose it. To leave supplies if you do not. To come back in 3 days, so you know we meant it. Nobody does that." Ford glanced at Mercer, who stood near the tree line, saying nothing. "Somebody has to start," Ford said. They left beans, water tablets, cloth, and a map drawn by April. 3 days later, all 6 people were waiting by the road with bundles packed. The father still carried the empty shotgun, but the barrel pointed at the ground. More came after that. A woman who had kept 12 children alive in the basement of a school. 3 old farmers who were trapped infected in irrigation pits and survived on canned peaches and stubbornness. A former lineman who knew where buried cable runs might still be useful. A pair of brothers who had once stolen from smaller groups but surrendered their weapons after May caught them trying to circle behind the patrol. "You rob anyone under our flag," May told them, "and you will wish the infected found you first. You work clean, and nobody here cares what dirt is behind you unless you bring it forward." One brother spat at her feet. May smiled in a way that made Ford step slightly closer to intervene if needed. The other brother shoved the first one hard and said, "We work clean." They did? Not perfectly, but enough. The sanctuary learned that rebuilding a country would require more than good people. It would require rules strong enough to handle damaged ones. That became Mercer's next obsession. He wrote a charter on salvaged paper over many nights, crossing out more than he kept. Reyes helped shape the practical parts. April argued for rights and protections. May argued for punishments that made Ford wince and Mercer quietly revise. Ford argued for duties, because he believed freedom without obligation would rot into selfishness before the paint dried. They met in the old briefing room with lanterns on the table. "We cannot call ourselves a nation because we have walls," Ford said one night. Rusk had walls somewhere. Every raider camp has rules. What makes us different is what our rules refuse to do. May looked up. "That sounds like April talking through your mouth." "It is possible I learned from someone smarter than me." April, without looking up from the charter draft, said, "Write that line down. It may be useful evidence later." Mercer grunted. "Focus on the charter. It needs to be short enough for people to remember and strong enough to matter." Reyes tapped the table. "Start with the promise. Food, shelter, defense, and fair judgment for everyone who works and follows the law. And no forced taking of people," April said. Her voice sharpened. "No trading women, children, prisoners, or anyone else like property. Rusk's world ends at our gate." "Agreed," Ford said before anyone else could speak. May's knife stopped moving against the whetstone. "Good, and make the penalty clear." Mercer wrote carefully. Outside, spring rain began to tick against the boarded windows. The charter took 9 nights. When it was read in the yard, nobody pretended the words could feed a child or stop a bullet. But people listened because the words gave shape to the reason they were repairing roads, planting seed, and teaching children letters, beside weapons drills. The sanctuary changed after that. Not all at once. It changed in small ways. People began saying "our road" instead of "the road." They said "the schoolroom" instead of "barracks 4." They said "the council" without laughing. Patrols planted markers at safe wells. Farmers used cleared fields under guard. Radios were repaired and tuned. Messages went out at dawn and dusk. "This is Fort Renewal," Reyes said into the microphone each evening. The name had been chosen by vote after 3 days of arguments that Mercer considered worse than several firefights. "If you are alive and seek lawful shelter, answer on this channel. We offer terms, not traps. We defend our own. We will help if we can." For weeks, only static answered. Then one night, while rainwater ran down the outside of the comms room window, a voice replied from somewhere far beyond the hills. It belonged to a woman named Captain Alina Cross, leading 23 survivors in the ruins of a state police barracks. She did not trust them. Mercer liked that. Trust given too quickly after the collapse usually meant stupidity, desperation, or bait. He answered her himself. "Captain Cross," he said, "you keep your people alive until we establish contact protocol. No one moves blind. We trade proof before travel." There was a long pause over the radio. "You sound Army," Cross said. "I was. Only was." Mercer looked through the glass toward the yard, where Ford stood under a work light teaching 2 recruits how to check a vehicle without standing in front of the doors. "The Army is gone," Mercer said. "The duty stayed." Static hissed. Then Cross said, "That may be the first thing anyone has said over a radio in years that did not sound like a lie." Ford entered the room with rain on his shoulders as the exchange ended. Was that real? Sounded real enough to test. More survivors. More roads. More fights. Yes, all of that. Ford looked at the radio as if it were both door and burden. "Then this is bigger than us." Mercer turned the volume down and leaned back in the chair. "It always was. We were just slow catching up." Outside, the rain kept falling and the patched flag over Fort Renewal moved in the dark. For the first time in years, it did not look alone. The years did not soften Mercer, but they changed the shape of his hardness. He still rose before dawn. He still shaved with careful strokes and kept his uniform as neat as the world allowed. He still inspected weapons with a patience that made young soldiers nervous and mechanics defensive. Yet the old routines no longer felt like a man guarding himself from emptiness. They had become anchors for others. Children watched him cross the yard every morning and knew the day had begun. Recruits saw his boots polished with salvaged wax and understood the details mattered even when cities lay in ruin. Civilians saw him stop to repair a loose gate latch with his own hands and learned that rank did not place anyone above work. Fort Renewal grew around those habits. Walls extended to include greenhouses, repair sheds, livestock pens, and a second housing block made from stacked shipping containers welded into apartments. Watchtowers rose at the corners. The road to the east was cleared for 12 miles and marked with blue stones every half mile. The schoolroom became a school building. The infirmary became a clinic. The clinic became a hospital wing under Dr. Halen and April, who refused every title except field medic until Mercer told her titles were tools, and she was being childish about one that helped people trust her. "That is emotional manipulation," April said. "That is command," Mercer replied. "Fine," she said. "But if I accept chief medic, Ford has to stop calling my supply shelves sacred territory." Ford, standing behind her with a crate of bandages, looked betrayed. "I said that respectfully." May shook her head from the doorway. There was no respectful way to fear a shelf. Ford became harder to embarrass with each year, though April and May treated that as a challenge rather than a fact. He grew broad through work, lean through patrols, and steady through responsibility. His voice deepened into something people turned toward during arguments. He did not command like Mercer. That had worried Mercer at first. Ford listened too long. He asked questions when Mercer would have issued orders. He let people speak themselves tired before cutting to the problem. Then Mercer saw what happened afterward. People who would have bristled under a direct order found themselves agreeing to Ford's plan because they had been given room to reveal why their own plan would fail. Frightened newcomers confessed things to him they hid from armed guards. Children followed him in the yard until May declared he was attracting a flock and should be responsible for feeding them. He was not Mercer. That became his strength. April saw it before Mercer admitted it. She and Ford had stopped pretending their closeness was strategy, though the truth had arrived less like thunder and more like weather that everyone noticed before the sky spoke. They worked side by side, argued often, and found ways to stand near each other at the end of dangerous days without turning it into a performance. May claimed full credit for the relationship at every opportunity. "Without me," she told Mercer one evening while they watched Ford and April argue over patrol medical kits, "he would still be practicing serious looks in reflective glass, and she would still be pretending not to enjoy it." "You are saying you engineered this?" "Obviously. I saw potential. I encouraged development. I insulted him when needed. That last part seems to be your main tool. Reliable tools should be used often." Mercer looked at her and almost smiled. May had become his best scout captain and worst source of peace. She trained the outer patrols with merciless standards and somehow made the recruits love her by refusing to flatter them. She could vanish in timber, repair a rifle, expose a lie, and make a crying child laugh by claiming the base cats were spies. Like April, she had survived too much to become simple. The more Fort Renewal grew, the more Mercer saw the question approaching. It came during the third summer after Rusk's defeat, after the Western farms joined the charter, after Captain Cross brought her people in as allies rather than refugees, after 3 settlements agreed to shared law, road patrols, radio schedules, and mutual defense. Representatives began arriving for council gatherings. Some rode horses. Some came in repaired trucks. Some walked with packs and armed escorts. They brought seed, fuel, medicine, tools, books, disputes, children, songs, and the same question in different words. Who leads when the road grows beyond one fort? Mercer heard the question in every meeting. He felt people look toward him by habit and toward Ford by instinct. He ignored it until ignoring it became dishonest. One evening, he found Ford alone on the rebuilt north wall. The field beyond it had changed. Grass covered the old ditch. White markers stood in neat rows where the dead had been buried. The burned shell of Rusk's truck had been cut apart years earlier, its metal now living in gate braces, plow blades, and roof patches. The land remembered, but it no longer only accused. Ford rested his hands on the rail. "You are walking like you have bad news." "My walk has always sounded like bad news." "Fair point." Mercer stood beside him. "The council wants an elected civil office, not just command. A president, though half of them dislike the word and the other half are afraid of it." Ford watched birds move through the evening sky. "They asked you." "They did. You said no." "I said I would answer after speaking with you." Ford turned toward him slowly. "That sounds worse." "It is not worse. It is overdue." The wind moved over the wall. From the yard below came hammer strikes, voices, and children reciting multiplication tables in a chant that made Mercer quietly grateful April had assigned someone else to teach numbers. "I can command a fort," Mercer said. "I can train defenders. I can hold a line until my bones break. But what is coming needs more than that. It needs someone who remembers what it felt like to be outside the gate, someone who understands fear without worshiping it, Someone people follow because they see their own future standing beside him. Ford's face tightened. Do not do that. Do what? Turn me into an answer before I know the question. Mercer nodded. That is better than accepting too quickly. Ford looked angry now, not at Mercer alone, but at the weight being placed before him. I still make mistakes. Good, because men who think they do not make mistakes become rusk with cleaner clothes. I'm not ready. Neither was I at 18. Neither were those recruits at St. Gabriel. Readiness is often what people call courage after the fact. Ford looked down at the yard. April stood near the clinic doors, listening to a child while holding a crate against one hip. May crossed behind her and stole something from the crate. April caught her without turning and smacked her hand away. Ford watched them, and the anger left his face, replaced by fear that was deeper because it had love inside it. If I fail, he said, I fail them. Yes, you do. Ford looked at him sharply. Mercer did not soften it. That is leadership. Anyone who tells you otherwise wants applause, not responsibility. You will fail them in small ways. You will correct what you can. You will listen when pride says not to. You will choose the hard thing when the easy thing asks nicely. And when you cannot carry it, you will let others carry part. Ford's throat moved. That sounds familiar. It should. You learned it over bodies in a ditch. They stood in silence until the sky turned copper. At last Ford said, only if the office has limits. Written limits. Clear terms. Council authority. Real courts. No emergency power that does not expire. No leader above the charter. Mercer felt pride rise in him so suddenly that he had to hide it behind a grunt. You already sound annoying enough for the job. Ford gave a tired laugh. April will insist on more protections. Good, she should. May will insist on penalties that make everyone uncomfortable. Also good, once trimmed. Ford looked at Mercer. What will you insist on? Mercer looked at the patched flag over the yard, then beyond it toward roads being cleared 1 mile at a time. I will insist that whoever leads remembers every grave that bought him the chance. Ford nodded, and this time, there was no sarcasm left in him. Then I will stand for the vote, he said. I will not ask for the office, but I will answer if they call me. Mercer placed one hand on the rail. That is how it starts. Below, April looked up and saw them. She did not know what had been said, but she understood enough from their faces. Ford met her eyes across the yard. She held his gaze, then gave him one small nod. May looked between them, looked at Mercer, and called up, if this is another important man conversation, finish it before supper. Important men are useless when hungry. Ford laughed, and Mercer let the sound carry into the evening. Somewhere between the bridge and that wall, the boy had become a man. Somewhere between Fort Lincoln and Fort Renewal, the last soldier had found someone worth handing the future to. The first election of the new settlements was held beneath open sky, because no building was large enough, and because April said people needed to see each other's faces when they chose the shape of their law. A platform was built from truck beds and lumber near the flagpole. Benches were dragged from the school, the chapel room, the mess hall, and half the workshops. People arrived for 2 days, filling Fort Renewal beyond any crowd it had since the old collapse. Farmers from the west fields brought carts of onions, potatoes, and smoked meat. Captain Cross came with riders from the police barracks settlement, wearing a faded state patrol jacket over body armor patched in 3 places. Families came from road stations, tower farms, river camps, and 2 places that had no names before the charter gave them reason to choose one. There were arguments before breakfast. Some people wanted Mercer because his name had become a wall in itself. Some wanted Reyes because everyone trusted her records and feared her memory. Some wanted Captain Cross because she already commanded beyond Fort Renewal. A stubborn group wanted no president at all, only council, because the old world had taught them to fear single chairs. Ford's name moved through the crowd in a different way. People did not chant it. They tested it. They said it quietly in lines for water, beside cook fires, outside the clinic, near the schoolyard. They measured the sound of it against their own uncertainty. Ford spent the morning repairing a fence latch that did not need his help. April found him there after the second nomination speech. You are hiding behind hardware, she said. This latch was loose. That latch has survived 3 winters, 2 expansions, and May slamming it with her boot. It does not need a future president fussing over it. Ford tightened the bolt anyway. Do not call me that. April leaned against the fence. She wore a clean shirt for the gathering, though there was already dust on the sleeves. Her hair was tied back. A small scar near her jaw, earned during the siege, caught the light when she turned her head. Ford knew every mark on her face and still sometimes found himself startled by the whole of her. "You once told me you could imagine a future," she said. "Not clearly, but enough to work toward it." I was trying to sound less scared than I was. "I know. It worked badly." He smiled despite himself. April stepped closer. "You do not have to want power to accept responsibility. In fact, I would be more worried if you enjoyed this. I enjoy parts of it. Roads opening, children learning, people sleeping without keeping a knife under their hand. I like that. Then say that when they ask you why you are willing." Ford looked toward the platform. Mercer stood near the steps, speaking with Reyes. He seemed older in the sunlight, though still unbent. More silver had come into his hair. The lines around his eyes had deepened. Yet when a recruit hurried past and nearly dropped a crate, Mercer reached out without looking and steadied it, as if the world still reported to his peripheral vision. "I wanted him to do it," Ford said. April followed his gaze. "Of course you did. He was safe to believe in. And I am not." "You are harder," she said softly, "because believing in you asks the rest of us to stop pretending the past can lead forever." The latch finally stopped turning. Ford lowered the wrench. "That was almost poetic," he said. "Do not tell May. She would never let you recover." April reached for his hand, not dramatically, just enough to hold it for a breath. "Whatever happens today, you are not carrying it alone." Ford looked at their joined hands. "I know. That is the only reason I can stand near it." The speeches began at noon. They were messy, human, and sometimes painful. A farmer spoke about seed rights and road security until people shifted in the heat. A former teacher spoke about law as memory, warning that children born after the collapse would inherit whatever adults made normal. Captain Cross spoke briefly and well, saying she would serve where needed, but would not compete for an office that others had built before she arrived. Reyes refused nomination with 3 sentences so blunt that nobody attempted to persuade her. Mercer stepped onto the platform last. The crowd quieted until wind through the flag sounded loud. "Many of you asked me to stand for this office," he said. "I am honored. I refuse." A murmur moved through the crowd. Mercer waited it out. "I refuse, because this office cannot be a monument. If you choose me because I held a fort alone, then you are choosing memory when the job requires future. My duty was to keep the line from vanishing. That duty brought me to Ford, April, in May. It brought us to St. Gabriel. It brought us back here. It helped us survive Rusk. But survival is not enough anymore." Ford stood below the platform with his hands at his sides, feeling every eye begin to drift toward him. Mercer continued. "The person who leads next must know how to build trust beyond walls. He must know hunger, fear, loss, and what it means to be rescued without being made small by rescue. He must understand soldiers and civilians, because he has been both guarded and tested by both. He must be young enough to walk the roads ahead and old enough in grief to respect what they cost. I nominate Ford Hale." Ford had known it was coming. It still struck him like a blow. April squeezed his hand once, then let go. May, seated on the fence behind them, muttered, "Try not to look like you swallowed a bolt." Ford stepped onto the platform. For a moment, he saw the bridge again. Snow on glass. Dogs barking. His own shaking hands. Mercer's rifle shot cracking into the air. He saw every group he had lost before Mercer laughed at his warning and invited him along anyway. He saw April furious over a dead mother's name. May ready to cut him down for mocking pain he did not understand. St. Gabriel surrounded by death. The wall under siege. The graves south of the yard. The first children reading from charcoal letters. He took a breath. "I do not want to rule anyone," Ford said. "That is the first thing you should know. If you want a man who enjoys standing above people, choose someone else. I want roads safe enough for families to travel. I want fields planted without armed guards every 10 steps. I want children to learn history from books instead of only from scars. I want raiders to fear our law more than good people. Fear the dark. I want every settlement under this charter to know that help can come without chains attached to it." The crowd held still. I was not born ready for any of this. Most of us were not. We became what the road demanded, and sometimes we became it badly before we learned better. Sergeant Mercer found me when I was a starving boy trapped in a car, convinced I was cursed because everyone around me died. He did not save me because I was useful. He saved me because duty still lived in him when almost nothing else did. This place exists because people kept choosing duty when fear offered easier bargains. If you choose me, I will not be above that duty. I will be bound by it. Bound by the charter. Bound by the council. bound by the law we write and the graves we remember. His eyes found April, then May, then Mercer. I cannot promise safety. Nobody honest can. I can promise that we will not build the future by becoming the monsters that hunted us. I can promise that if we carry the flag forward, it will stand for shelter, law, work, defense, and mercy with teeth. I can promise that when I fail, you will have the right and the duty to correct me. If that is the kind of leader you can use, then I will serve. He stepped back. The vote took hours. Names were marked by hand. Representatives counted in public. Arguments were handled before the final tally, not after. Mercer watched from the edge of the platform, refusing to sit in the chair someone offered him. April stood with the medical staff. May moved through the crowd as if expecting democracy to attract pickpockets. Ford waited near the flagpole, trying not to pace grooves into the dirt. At sunset, Reyes read the result. Ford Hale was elected by a margin large enough to silence dispute and narrow enough to remind everyone that free people were not required to agree completely. The crowd did not erupt. It rose. That was different. People stood because the moment asked them to be taller than fear. Mercer stepped forward with a folded cloth in his hands. It was not a crown, not a sash, not a medal. It was a piece of the flag that had flown over Fort Lincoln, removed by Mercer before he left, and kept wrapped in oilcloth through every mile since. He handed it to Ford. Ford stared at it. You kept this? I did. Why give it to me? Because I was never meant to be its final post. Ford closed his fingers around the faded cloth. Mercer raised his right hand in salute. The movement was slow, precise, and unshaking. Around the yard, recruits and civilians copied it in their own imperfect ways. Ford returned the salute, not as a boy imitating a soldier, and not as a man accepting praise. He returned it as a promise. The first president of the renewed settlements stood beneath a patched flag while evening settled over Fort Renewal, and for one rare second, the future did not look impossible. Mercer did not retire all at once. He surrendered duties the way an old fighter surrendered knives, one at a time, after making certain the person receiving each one knew how to hold it. Ford took civil command. Reyes kept records and council procedure sharp enough to cut through foolishness. Captain Cross built the road patrol network into a disciplined force with stations every day's ride along the main routes. May commanded scouts and border training. April shaped the medical corps, the school of care, and half the arguments that made the new law more humane than Mercer would have managed alone. Mercer remained where people expected him to be, in the training yard at dawn, in the armory after supper, on the wall when weather turned bad. He became less necessary in practical ways and more necessary in symbolic ones, which irritated him until Ford told him symbols were tools too. You sound like April when you say things like that, Mercer said. Ford smiled. That is usually when I'm most correct. Years folded into one another. The renewed settlements became the Renewal Compact, then the Northern Plains Republic, though many people still called it the settlements because names imposed from meetings always trailed behind names earned by habit. Roads reopened under guard. Radio towers linked towns. Old maps were copied and corrected. Courts traveled by circuit. Farms expanded. Workshops learned to make parts that could no longer be scavenged. Children who had once hidden under beds during the siege became apprentices. Scouts, medics, engineers, teachers, and parents. Not everything became gentle. There were hard winters. There were outbreaks in distant camps, though quarantine rules and fast response teams kept them from becoming the end of everything. There were raider bands that refused charter terms and had to be broken. There were arguments over land, water, punishment, trade, marriage, weapons, and whether the old states mattered as borders or memories. There were leaders who wanted too much power and citizens who wanted too little responsibility. The world did not transform into a story for children just because good people worked hard, but the direction held. Ford aged into leadership without losing the look that made people think he was still listening, even when he disagreed. He married April on a spring morning beside the grave field south of Fort Renewal, not because either of them wanted sadness near the ceremony, but because they both believed joy owed honesty to sacrifice. May stood beside April and threatened Ford in a whisper so elaborate that the officiant had to pause until Ford stopped laughing. Mercer stood behind Ford, wearing his best restored uniform. When asked later what he thought of the ceremony, he said, "Acceptable," which May claimed was the old man's version of sobbing. He did not deny it quickly enough. The years took more from him. His hands stiffened. His right knee became unreliable in cold weather. Long patrols became short walks. Short walks became inspections from a cart that Ford pretended not to have ordered built for him. Mercer complained about the cart until April threatened to assign 2 medics to follow him everywhere with blankets, at which point he declared the cart strategically tolerable. He moved into a small room overlooking the training yard. On the wall he kept 3 things: a clean rifle he no longer carried, a framed copy of the charter, and a piece of faded flag cloth under glass. Children came to him for stories, though he refused to tell the ones they asked for in the way they wanted. "Tell us about the night you defeated Rusk," a boy asked once. "We did not defeat him at night," Mercer said. "We defeated him for months before he arrived by learning not to panic." The boy frowned. "That is less exciting. Most things that save your life are." Ford visited often, usually under the excuse of needing advice. Mercer allowed the lie because it served both of them. Sometimes they discussed road policy, border threats, council problems, or food reserves. Sometimes they sat in silence and watched recruits fail at drills that Ford had once failed worse. One autumn evening, when leaves blew across the yard and smoke from cook fires drifted blue over the roofs, Ford arrived without papers. Mercer was seated by the window, blanket over his knees despite having denied being cold twice that day. "No folder," Mercer said. "No crisis." "Then something is wrong." Ford laughed softly and sat across from him. He looked older now, with lines around his mouth and gray beginning at his temples. Still, when the light hit him a certain way, Mercer could see the bridge boy behind the president. "April is expecting," Ford said. Mercer's face did not change at once. The words entered the room quietly and then grew large. "A child," Mercer said. "That is usually what it means. Do not become clever with me in my own room." Ford's smile trembled. "We wanted you to know first, after May." She guessed before we told her. What she says still counts as being told first. Mercer looked out the window. A group of children ran across the yard carrying practice shields made from scrap wood. Their laughter rose bright and careless. Beyond them, recruits trained under May's sharp voice. Beyond the wall, fields rolled toward roads that had once been death lines and were now routes on a map. "Good," Mercer said. Ford waited. "That is all?" Mercer turned back. "No, that is not all. It is simply the first word I could trust." Ford's eyes shone. "April said you would pretend not to be moved. April should manage her own emotional intelligence and leave mine alone. She also said you would say something like that." Mercer looked toward the charter on the wall. "A child born into walls that hold, law that answers, and people who know the cost. That is more than we had any right to expect. We had the right to work for it." Mercer nodded slowly. "Yes, we did." He was quiet for a long time. Ford did not rush him. Age had made Mercer's silences longer, but not empty. "When I stayed at Fort Lincoln," Mercer said, "I told myself I was keeping faith with the dead. Maybe I was. Maybe I was also hiding from the living because the living can ask more of you. Then you came along and made yourself inconvenient." Ford smiled through wet eyes. "I have been told I have that gift. You are not cursed. You know that now." Ford lowered his gaze. "Most days. Believe it on the others too. The dead around you were not proof that you carried death. They were proof that you kept walking after it passed through. That is different." Ford looked up. Mercer felt tired suddenly, but not in a frightening way. It was the deep fatigue that came after a long march, when the destination was finally visible. "You built well," Mercer said. Ford shook his head. "We built." "Yes, but you carried it forward. That matters. Do not let anyone turn me into the story, and forget the work that came after. No one will forget you." "That is not what I said. Remember me accurately. I was stubborn, proud, wrong often enough, and late to trust almost everyone. You also saved me." "Yes, that too. Accuracy allows more than one fact." Ford laughed, then covered his face with one hand. Mercer let him have the moment. Leaders were allowed to weep where the right people could guard the door. Later, after Ford had gone to bring April in despite Mercer's protests that expecting mothers should not climb stairs unnecessarily, Mercer sat alone by the window. The yard darkened. Lamps came on one by one. Somewhere, a radio operator sent the evening broadcast across the rebuilt towers. "This is Fort Renewal," the voice said faintly from the set in the corner. "The roads are open under winter schedule. Travelers report to marked stations. We defend our own. We help if we can." Mercer closed his eyes. For once, he did not see Fort Lincoln empty beneath snow. He saw a bridge. He saw a boy climbing from a car. He saw 2 sisters stepping from the trees. He saw a wall under siege, and people holding it. He saw a flag patched from what remained, lifting over a yard full of children who had never known the old nation except through stories, and yet carried something of it every time they shared bread, stood watch, or learned the law. The last post had not ended after all. It had become a beginning. President Ford Hale stood on the eastern balcony of the Capitol House and watched morning spread across the city that had grown from Fort Renewal. The word city still felt strange in his mouth. He remembered when the same ground had been a battered yard full of mud, smoke, patched vehicles, and people too tired to believe they were making history. Now streets crossed in clean lines below him. Workshops opened their doors to the cool air. Market stalls lifted canvas covers. Children in school coats walked in clusters, while older students carried books, tools, and training sticks. The hospital wing had become a full medical hall. The old armory remained, but beside it stood a library whose front stones had been carved with the names of those who died holding the wall. Beyond the inner district, fields shone green under spring light. Farther still, roads ran toward settlements marked on maps not as rumors or dangers, but as partners. Radio towers blinked on hilltops. Patrol riders moved through the gate under the blue and gray flag of the Republic, each carrying a strip of red, white, and blue cloth sewn near the shoulder. April came to stand beside him, one hand resting on the curve of her belly. Pregnancy had not made her softer in the way foolish people expected. It had made her more direct, as if every waste of time personally offended the child. She still worked too long in the medical hall, still argued policy until council members looked for escape, and still looked at Ford with the same clear gaze that had once measured a frightened boy in the woods, and decided he needed improvement. "You are thinking too loudly," she said. Ford smiled. "I am the president. I am told it is statesmanlike. It is brooding with better posture." "That sounds like something May would say." She did. "I improved it." He turned toward her. Years had passed, but he still sometimes felt the old surprise that she had chosen him not once, but every day since. Her hair moved in the balcony wind. A silver thread near her temple caught the light. He reached for her hand, and she let him take it. Below, the square began to fill for Remembrance Day. It had started as a graveside gathering after the siege. Over the years, it became the Republic's most solemn ceremony, not a celebration of battle, but a promise against forgetting. Names were read from Fort Lincoln, St. Gabriel, Fort Renewal, the road stations, the early farms, the infected outbreaks, the winter famines, and the patrols that never came home. The list grew shorter each year in new losses, and longer each year in recorded memory, because archivists kept finding names that had once been reduced to whispers. At the center of the square stood Mercer's statue. Ford had resisted it for 3 years. Mercer would have hated the thing, he argued. May replied that Mercer had hated most useful developments before learning to tolerate them. April solved the dispute by insisting the statue show him not on horseback, not with a flag raised in glory, but standing in his old field jacket with one hand resting on a rifle pointed safely down. His face turned toward the road as if watching for someone who might still need help. That was the statue they built. At its base were carved the words Mercer had spoken the morning after the siege. "America is alive anywhere. People defend each other." The Republic had debated whether to use the old name in the inscription. Some feared it would divide people who no longer remembered the old borders. Others insisted the word belonged to history and should remain there. Ford had listened, then stood before the council with Mercer's faded flag cloth in his hand. "A name is not a chain unless we use it as one," he had said. For Mercer, America meant duty when the country had no government left to enforce it. It meant refusing to become cruel simply because cruelty was easier. We can honor that without pretending the past was perfect or trying to rebuild every mistake. The inscription stayed. Now Ford watched people gather beneath it. May stood near the front in a formal scout captain's coat that she wore as if it had insulted her. Her hair had gone silver at the edges, but her eyes remained sharp enough to make young officers stand straighter from 30 yards away. Beside her stood Reyes, older, slower, and still holding the master role, as if death itself would need to produce proper identification before changing a name. Captain Cross was there too, along with representatives from 12 districts. Children carried flowers. Veterans carried tools, rifles, seed bags, and books, symbols of what had kept them alive and what they had chosen to become. Ford felt April squeeze his hand. He would complain about the crowd, she said. He would complain about the statue first, then the schedule, then the music, then your posture. Ford laughed softly. "You already did that in my head this morning." April's expression changed, warmth and grief crossing together. "Do you still hear him, Matt, clearly?" Ford looked at the statue. "Not every day. But when I am about to do something foolish, yes. That must be exhausting for both of you." He touched her belly with his free hand. The child moved beneath his palm, small and sudden, like a secret knocking. Ford went still. April smiled. "That is your son or daughter reminding you not to make the speech too long. Already taking after May. May says the baby will need a knife before a rattle. I told her the Republic has laws now." "What did she say?" "She said laws should make room for quality gifts." Ford shook his head, but his eyes stayed wet. He had led through raids, winters, elections, border disputes, and the slow work of turning scattered survival into public trust. Yet nothing in him knew how to stand calmly before the idea of his own child being born into a world with functioning roads, schools, harvest courts, warning bells, silly songs, and old people arguing over market prices, as if tomorrow were guaranteed enough to be annoyed by it. "I wish he could have seen this," Ford said. April leaned her shoulder against his. He did see it. Not all of it, but enough. He saw the direction. That mattered to him more than comfort. The bells began to ring below. Not alarm bells. Ceremony bells, cast from scrap metal and tuned badly but loved fiercely. The sound moved over the square, over the roofs, over the roads leading outward. People quieted. The flag rose above the Capitol House, blue and gray for the new republic, with a small field of red, white, and blue stitched near the staff. It did not replace the old flag. It carried it forward. Ford and April descended the stairs to the square together. The crowd parted for them, but not with the fearful distance Rusk would have demanded. People nodded, touched hands to hearts, whispered greetings, and let children lean into the aisle to see. Ford stopped once to lift a little girl who had dropped her flower basket and was trying not to cry. He returned it to her with a solemn promise that no president had ever handled flowers more carefully. She believed him completely, which made April laugh under her breath. At the statue, Ford stood before the carved names. He placed Mercer's flag cloth, now sealed in glass, on the stone ledge prepared for it each year. April laid a white flower beside it. May stepped forward and, without ceremony, adjusted the glass so it sat perfectly straight. "He would notice," she muttered. "He taught you too well," Ford said. "He taught all of us just enough to be annoying." Reyes opened the roll. The names began. Ford listened to each one. Some he had known. Some had died before he was born. Some were children of the collapse whose names had survived only because one stubborn relative repeated them until a record keeper wrote them down. He let them pass through him, not as weight meant to crush, but as foundation. Mercer had warned him not to become the story and forget the work. Ford had spent his life trying to obey. When the reading ended, the square remained silent. Ford stepped forward. He did not speak long. He had learned that the most powerful words were often the ones that left room for memory to answer. "We stand here because others held when holding looked impossible," he said. "We live under law because they refuse the law of fear. We raise children because they protected the chance of mourning. We build roads because they would not let the world end at a wall. We remember Sergeant Daniel Mercer, the last soldier of a fallen post, and the first teacher of the republic that followed. We remember every hand that held with him. We remember by living worthy of their cost." The wind crossed the square. Above them, the flag lifted. Ford felt April beside him, their child between them and the future, and for one shining moment, the years seemed to stand in one place. The bridge, the road, the sisters in the trees, the infected at the wall. Mercer's hand steady in salute, the first vote beneath the flag. The old man by the window saying that good was the first word he could trust. Ford looked out over the people of the Republic and understood at last that the world had not been saved in a single battle or by a single man. It had been saved every time someone chose duty over fear, mercy over cruelty, and work over despair. The last soldier was gone. The line held. And beyond the walls, the roads were open.